the app, and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Hope you had a great day yesterday. No Astros yesterday, which is a little sad because they're winning so much lately, but got a series against the Mets coming up tonight. Try to keep making some headway. Hope you're having a nice morning as we are here. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to going over and listening to the Mets broadcasts after these and get some good Keith Hernandez audio.
Yeah.
He's a goofball.
He's
a lovable goofball.
Yeah, as opposing broadcast teams go, that's a good one to dip into, the Mets one.
Yesterday I had found Keith Hernandez talking about Juan Soto being a liability in right field, and then I couldn't go back and find it again. So hopefully I'll go searching for it again during this show today. You went to a concert last night. Which concert was it?
It was at the Mucky Duck over off of Richmond, over off of Kirby.
The ones that sued DirecTV?
I don't know if it's the same one. That one was based in San Francisco. It was a Bob Schneider concert. He's a country
the Adam Sandler actor?
No, that's Rob Schneider. This is Bob. This is
Bob Schneider.
Totally different.
Right.
This is Bob.
Okay.
Really good show. Really fun. You would actually, as I was sitting there at this show, you would like it because he's hilarious. And the music's pretty good. It's
a nice tight environment in there too.
It's packed.
Like a very cool environment.
You been there before?
Yeah. I mean, for a concert,
Yeah.
It's just, it's not like a little closet or anything, but for a concert, that's a lot.
They
of fun.
pack them in, man. Yeah. So we were there, but it didn't. The concert didn't run too late, but then we went out afterwards and we were out late, and now here we are. So I texted you this morning and I said, hey man, if the rundown looks a little sparse, if it doesn't look put together at all, it's because I was pretty much done at like 4:00 yesterday.
It really doesn't look it doesn't look bad at all. I did have ChatGPT go through and do a rundown just in case before I had actually looked.
Okay, so what is AI saying our listeners want to hear about today?
Okay, so I think, I also asked it how it felt about the nickname Cocaine Curry. So we can go through that later.
I was laughing so hard sitting here reading this just now.
The underground most popular nickname for Reed Shepherd is Cocaine
Curry, yeah.
But this is what we should be talking about today, Sean.
Okay.
Houston sports talk listeners this morning would be interested in the following topics. Astros injuries.
Okay.
Because the Astros, Sean, I didn't know if you knew this. They've lost 2 more pitchers for the season due to injury. J.P. France and Oliver Ortega, the criminally under-discussed Oliver Ortega.
Be honest. You didn't know who, like me, you didn't know who Oliver Ortega was until you got that press release from the Astros.
Lies.
I'm like,
check this fact check.
That's what I was doing. I'm like, what? Since when? I'm like, he's got to be somebody like in Asheville or something like that. Why are we getting notifications about this? Oh no, he's on the major league team. He's just pitched to 3 hitters in spring training this year. Yeah.
The Rockets draft pick and trade.
Okay.
Reed Shepherd. They traded their second-round pick to the Hawks for forward A.J. Griffin. Listeners will want to analyze the pick and trade.
Oh, really?
Debating Shepherd's potential and whether Griffin was a good addition to the team.
Seth, how many segments do you want to discuss the A.J. Griffin to the Rockets trade?
Do you mean the A.J. Griffin dilemma, as I've dubbed it? Yeah. I would say a full 50%.
Okay, good.
So listeners would also like to hear you discuss the Astros winning streak.
I mentioned that already. Ben, give me a ding on that one. I've mentioned that already. Thank you. Yeah.
Fans will be excited to discuss the team's recent success. That is true. Good job. Good job, ChatGPT.
Yeah.
This is actually Gemini. This is the more advanced version of ChatGPT.
Oh, look at you. Look at you with the advanced version.
I'm on a free trial, and so far it's paying off.
Boy, is it ever. We never would have known to discuss the Astros winning streak on this show.
Other potential topics include the Dynamo's recent performance, the Texans' upcoming season, and any other relevant news or rumors surrounding Houston sports teams.
That's
come
true,
on,
too.
Work with me here a little bit.
Yeah,
Hey, Sean, what do you feel about discussing recent relevant news or rumors surrounding Houston sports
Well, that's
teams?
funny you should ask, Seth. I was saying last night, Amy and I were out to dinner, and I'm like, Amy, what does the show need more of? And she said to me, Sean, you need more of relevant news and rumors surrounding Houston sports teams, because I really respect her opinion, as you do, Brandy's.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she's been harping on the same thing with you. Like, when am I going to get my relevant news and rumors about Houston sports teams?
Not to mention Dynamo talk, which is and to be very clear, I'm not disparaging the Dynamo or what.
Yeah.
It just doesn't resonate with our listeners.
Right.
You know, now I feel bad about that, but listen, we've tried, we've experimented. Okay,
Yeah, we have.
I took an intensive Spanish course for 6 months, which I should have done for the Astros anyway. But let's see. You can find more information about these topics and others on local sports outlets like, well, we are not mentioned, Sean.
We are not.
Well, wait a minute.
Well,
what kind of propaganda BS is this?
You know what the AI is saying?
Okay, which candidate is going to shut down AI? Because that's the guy I'm voting for.
You know what? After
Which guy's going to claim he shut down AI?
Exactly.
Because both of them will do it.
They will. They will. Who's going to be the more convincing one to tell us? You know what this, because it's not recommending us on the AI. This is AI telling you to get off the free trial and start paying, you cheap bastard. That's
that's what it is.
I'll start recommending your station. Yeah, when
targeted me
when you pay.
We can go over the reasons we shouldn't be calling Reed Shepherd cocaine curry. He gave us five reasons we shouldn't discuss. We shouldn't use the nickname.
Save
cocaine
this.
Curry.
We'll save that one because these are hilarious. we need more than the 4 minutes or whatever we got.
It's not bad, right?
No.
I mean, that's the other thing. It only would have misled us with Oliver Ortega.
Yeah.
Although we could discuss it as part of the larger depth issue that the Astros have right now. But for the most part, they nailed it.
Yeah.
In terms of the relevant stuff.
No, they did. The AI did good to the point where I'm like, this useful tool. Not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, I'm still in my bury my head in the sand phase of the Astros pitching woes, because we've got an off day yesterday. We've still got at least 3 more days before we got to figure some things out. You know what I mean?
Right. And there's all kinds of reasons to doubt whether this resurgence is real. And you start with most recently having played the Colorado Rockies, and so we know all that. We're still in that phase of pre-trade deadline. Are they making a push? Are they going to do something to really show? And part of it right now would be just flat out playing better than 500 baseball from now through the trade deadline.
Yeah.
There's going to be some losses. Brandy and I were talking about this yesterday. It's very unlikely they're going to win every game for the rest of the season. And you just got to kind of brace yourself for how you're going to feel after one of the losses in the upcoming
Why
weeks.
do you and Brandy sit around and talk about such depressing things? Like the Astros possibly losing a baseball game somewhere along the way.
I force it on her. I kind of try to knock her down a notch or two. She starts feeling too good about herself or life in general. I just want to be, I got to keep her around, Sean. I got to keep her self-esteem low enough that she feels desperate to keep me.
That's a good tactic, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll...
she's she's getting half no matter what. So I gotta, she's got some leverage.
Yeah.
She's got some leverage in the deal. So I gotta play the psychological head tricks.
Smart.
Some people would say, have you tried listening to her? And I'm like, what? Get out of my face, Dad.
That's just silly. That's just stop it with the bad ideas. I was texting with you yesterday, and I wasn't following things super close in the sports world by late yesterday afternoon, and I texted you, has Bronny gotten drafted yet? Is that, and 2 minutes later, Bronny got drafted by the Lakers yesterday. Nepoed his way.
The odds-on favorite for where he would go.
Yeah.
The Lakers are definitely going to burn a draft pick on
especially when you find out from Bob Myers, former Golden State GM, who's part of ESPN's draft coverage, that this is what was going on yesterday.
I will say
15 seconds.
Right now, Rich Paul's calling teams, don't take Bronny James. He's telling them, do not take him, okay? He's saying, don't take him. If you take him, he's going to Australia. So he has a plan and he has a place.
But he's not telling the Lakers.
I don't know if he's part of one team.
Mark Tatum.
So there you go.
What's the best for Bronny James, do you think? Like, because he's gotten super helicopter dad treatment, like lots of young athletes do these days. His dad just happens to be LeBron James. Yeah. I wonder, when we have no way of knowing all the details of Bronny James and what motivates him or whatnot, but it just does seem to me that the best thing for him in his development as a guy that would like to at some point look like an actual impact player might have to be to go out and forge it on his own, more so than being under the umbrella of daddy right now.
Well, I do think, there's so many angles to this story, the nepotism part of it, which so many people are upset about. I have a hard time getting upset only because, like you pointed out, Seth, I was expecting this. And B, I said yesterday how silly it is that we're having a day devoted to the second round of the draft when NBA GMs treat second-round picks like NFL GMs treat seventh-round picks.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time with them getting angry about them burning a second-round pick. The ironic thing is, if it's true what Bob Myers was saying, that if he Bronny got drafted by somebody else, by another team instead of the Lakers, he would have gone to Australia, that probably would have been the best thing for him developmentally, would be to go play overseas, get some play. He's not going to play for the Lakers, he's not going to play.
Right. Well.
He'll be on the team. Okay. Well, then that'll be. I've not gotten to the stage yet where I'm like, this is insulting with this, because it's a second round pick. It's whatever. The Lakers probably look at it as collateral damage and trying to bring LeBron back. Like, he can opt out of his deal. Like, there was a chance LeBron was going somewhere else, possibly, maybe.
That would be funny.
Yeah. They drafted him, and then LeBron signs with signs with the Knicks.
Cites the drafting of Bronny James as proof that the team just doesn't want to win.
Right.
Yeah. This was a test.
Yeah.
This was a test to see how much metal they had.
Right.
And Jeannie Buss flunked.
Yeah. So I'm not angry about it. I find it interesting. And I can't wait to see what kind of treatment Bronny gets around the league. Like, there's part of me that wants him to get the Caitlin Clark treatment when he gets into games. That would be the logical thing, right? Yeah. I mean, you nepoed your way into getting drafted by the Lakers. You nepoed your way into getting not a two-way contract either. He's going to be on the team. Like, none of this G League stuff, supposedly. He's going to be on the team. It would be fascinating to me if some of the guys, the Draymonds of the world who get chippy about everything, decided to get chippy about Bronny James being an actual NBA player, taking a job from somebody else who may actually deserve it, and decided to, hit him with a forearm shiver driving down the lane. That part would be interesting to me.
I think sometimes people cite Austin Rivers, and there's a bunch of things that are different than his situation when he did play for his dad, including the fact that he was a lottery draft pick. He was a different caliber of prospect.
Yep.
I guess the other interesting part of it that it's interesting, I don't know if it's necessarily that relevant, and yet, you get up in arms about nepotism with this, whereas like the owner of the Lakers, Jeannie Buss, is the owner because her daddy was the owner.
The whole
of the
thing's
Lakers,
a nepo franchise. Yeah.
Like anybody, I mean, I know lots of sports franchises. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. It gets left to the child, and it's the ultimate nepotism, obviously, already in sports.
Yep. All right, we're off and running on a Friday. You can hit us on the text page, 713-572-4610, except for this person who says, oh, sorry, I have the wrong radio show. LOL. You can't text anymore. I'm blocking you.
That's ChatGPT. They've taken over the phones.
Man, they have. Boy, we got to get on ChatGPT's good side. All right, Astros. Let's circle back to the Astros. In retrospect, the Astros had the greatest trip to Mexico that anybody's ever had back in April. We've got the numbers to back it up. And trade deadline chatter. Trade deadline chatter showing how confused people are about the Astros right now. We will get to that coming up next.
Somehow, some way.
today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Text message. To me, the whole Bronny situation seems forced. Hadn't thought about that. You don't say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate in a forced situation. I mean, LeBron's agent was calling other teams, LeBron and Bronny's agent. Big shocker, Bronny didn't decide to go it on his own on this one.
No.
Bronny's agent was reportedly actively calling other teams and saying, "Don't bother.
Yeah.
We're not gonna show up if you draft him." So he pulled an Archie Manning. LeBron James did.
He did.
And helped his son. I guess that might be the other example of, okay, when has a father stepped in and just like actively angled for his. And again, the difference is just like it was with Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers was a lottery pick, and it was a different thing. Eli Manning was going to be a number 1 overall pick. So it's just different than when it's a guy who's a marginal talent and his father is angling to get him on his own team.
Yeah, there's like a 95% chance he doesn't deserve to be in the NBA at all. That's the extreme part. Like to me, the whole Bronny situation, and if you're just waking up, the Lakers used the 55th overall pick yesterday on LeBron James' son, Bronny James, who, by all scouting accounts, if his name was anything other than Bronny James, he probably wouldn't have been drafted yesterday. And it wasn't just that he was drafted; it was that Rich Paul, his agent, LeBron and Bronny's agent, is calling teams, as Seth was just pointing out, literally telling them, "Don't draft him. He's not coming to your team. He's going to go play overseas if you draft him." I think it's way more of a parenting story than it is a basketball story. Like, again, it's a second-round pick in the NBA draft. Who gives a flip about it? But I just don't know, like, don't you want your kids to struggle a little bit for things, Well,
or earn it on their own. Or just at least have the perception of having earned it on your own.
Yeah.
Look, if you're born into a household with vast resources and a father who's really, really smart about basketball, obviously, he's got advantages there. He seems like he's being mollycoddled to an extreme degree. I would say this is where it's relevant, Sean, for Rockets fans and Lakers fans. Like, if I'm a Lakers fan, I'm looking at this like, man, like, how does this help the Lakers? Like, what good comes of this of the Lakers? Except, well, I guess the big one would be it keeps LeBron placated and it keeps him around. So that's where Rockets fans are looking at it. Lakers fans are looking at it. As a Rockets fan, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, this is just one more in a long procession of Lakers dysfunction that's led to, other than the COVID bubble championship, every other season in the past decade, the Lakers have been an afterthought. And it's like I say, that's good. As the Rockets look like they're at the point where they're doing a lot of things right. And even whether or not you agree or disagree with the Phoenix trade, like, that's at least a savvy team that's moving in the right direction and doing things methodically and not based on personal allegiances of your players or what have you.
Yeah, no, that's a really good way to frame it. Like, you're rooting for another team here, and yet another team here in town that we feel like is doing the right things and moving in the right direction. Astros moving in the right direction. The Mexico trip, if we're using that as the kind of the launching point here for good baseball with the Astros, because that was rock bottom in the standings was a little over a week ago when they were 10 games back. But at least they'd started to win some games, and they had whittled away from being 12 games below 500 to being 6 or 7 games below 500. Seattle was just on a heater at that point. That had a lot to do with why the margin was so big at that time. But really, like, rock bottom in terms of, Seth, just don't look at the standings. Just look at the quality of baseball that they're playing. Yeah. Like, going to Mexico, I mean, we were even joking about it. Like, when you're playing like this, the exact thing you want to do, head to Mexico, baby.
Yeah.
But it turned out to be a great Mexico trip because they are 33-21 since that Mexico trip.
Well, and I would credit the Mexico trip, and then, of course, Cesar Salazar Day, going back to, that was last Wednesday, was it not?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Cesar Salazar, who's currently rocking over a 1,000 OPS on the season, has just been magnificent. Cesar Salazar and the Colorado Rockies are the two entities that I credit most for
the elixirs,
things around. Yes.
Yep. Only, I think this is the big thing with this being 33-21 because that was when they were 7-19. That was jarring to look at 7-19 next to the Astros in the state, like that record next to the Astros. Only Cleveland and the Yankees have been better in the American League since then. So I think like that's the takeaway to me. Like the record is what it is, and the record has them where they are right now. You know, all 162 games count, but as far as how they're playing, the caliber of team that they are, I do look at it in chunks like that. I do prefer to think that 7-19 version of the Astros has left. That's gone. I'm not saying they're not going to have their ebbs and flows here, but they are not just this past 7-game win streak, but really since that Mexico City series against Colorado have looked like the real Astros again.
Right, and it's just hard in the moment too when you're 7-19, and on paper it looks like a team that should never ever be 7-19. It's hard at that point in the season to think, well, okay, that is just that's a 14-2 run away from being around 500 or so. And on paper, this is a team that's very capable of reeling off a 12-2 stretch of the record.
Yep.
It's just we kept waiting for it to appear and waiting for it to appear. And we might be in the midst now of a run like that, hopefully. Mm-hmm. But there were enough uncertainties then when you add the injuries to it. The fact that, look, we've been the victims of recent free agency acquisitions that didn't turn out. So when Josh Hader got off to a slow start, when Ryan Presley was just an absolute mess in a new role on the team as the setup guy instead of the closer, all of that, it's very easy to believe, oh, crap, this might be for real.
Yeah.
So, and it's still, they're 500, which is awesome that they dug their way out of that hole, but there's still a lot of work to do.
There is. I sent you a graphic yesterday. I forgot to put it in the rundown. I think I forgot to put it in the rundown. For those who don't know, I was at a concert last night, so I'm dragging a little bit today. I'm forgetting some things that I may or may not have done relative to the show. But this graphic flipped all the one-run games around for all 30 MLB teams. You know, the Astros, I'm not sure how many people know this, they're 5-14 in one-run games this year. They've been really bad in close games this year, and oftentimes that's the difference. You know, like in the NFL, you know, a play here, a play there. MLB, similar. You know, one-run games are sort of the equivalent of that. If you flip the record of one-run games around, you know, for instance, for the Astros, you flip it from 5-14 to 14-5. The Astros are leading the AL West by 12 games.
Right.
You know?
Now, and sometimes it's dangerous to read because it's supposed to be one-run games are largely a coin flip, what have you. But there were actual reasons for those losses in one-run games, including the so many blown saves.
That's it.
And by a bullpen that was not performing up to snuff or up to what they should look like on the back of the baseball card. That's the part that felt like, you know what, maybe they're lucky that some of those were only one-run losses. But you can look at that. You can look at that stat now and say, all right, well, with the bullpen back in order and operating the way they're supposed to be, okay, I can feel a lot better about that.
Totally. That's when I know I've gotten into conversations about this with people, and they're like, what do you think the biggest reason is the Astros have gotten good again? And I always come back to they're not handing away games like they were early in the season with the back end of the bullpen. You know, they've gotten things pretty well sewn up back there now.
They are right now. They're all the way down to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in the league in blown saves. No, 9th in the league, tied for 9th in the league for blown saves. They had been right up there in the top 3, if I recall properly.
How many do they have?
They have 12 blown saves.
Yeah, they've been stuck on 12 for a while now.
Yeah,
so that's good. Yeah, that's good. A lot of trade deadline chatter, a lot of articles about the trade deadline. I think it's interesting to look at some of these. And the bigger the article, the more, kind of the more feel you get for how are people looking at the Astros. But The Athletic, I think it's Jim Bowden. It was on The Athletic. They had 92 players who they might be available at the trade deadline, and they kind of group them into stars and good players and role players and things like that. They had 92 of them. And I think what's interesting to me, among the 9 star players for hitters, for everyday players, is Alex Bregman. And also rumored Astro trade targets, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Pete Alonso. So just looking at that is funny to me because this article is being put together by somebody who's not in Houston. So they're throwing Bregman in there. I don't think there's any chance the Astros are moving Bregman. Certainly if this is the direction the team is going in right now, he ain't going anywhere. And he's playing the way he's playing right now. This is why you pay him the big money. But I just think it's funny because you and I have talked about both Alonzo and heavy on Vlad Guerrero Jr. the last couple days. Like, just to see Bregman on a list with guys that locally here we've been talking about the Astros going after. Yeah. It just kind of shows you how, like, straddling the fence everybody is on the Astros right now nationally, probably.
Right, and I think, like we talked about yesterday, Bregman is – Alonzo and Vlad Guerrero Jr. are now at that stage where we were talking about with Bregman before he went on this streak, which is that, well, you just, they're not playing up to snuff or their typical levels, but you got to expect they're going to turn it around at some point, whereas Bregman turned it around already. And it's whether he's on an expiring contract or not, this is a team that is starting to look a lot more like one that could vie for a World Series. So it's a whole different psychology now than it was a month ago. Yep.
There's a lot of first basemen on the list, not of star players, but good regulars. Andrew Vaughn from the White Sox, Yandy Diaz from the Rays. Josh Bell, who I know the Astros have been in on Josh Bell before. Justin Turner's on there. Justin Turner on the Blue Jays. Okay, did you let Brandy know we were going to talk about this before the segment?
I didn't.
What we're about to talk about here.
But I think she's come to peace with this.
She has?
The George Springer situation.
Yeah. There's in addition to the trade deadline article, The Athletic had an article basically saying, what are the Blue Jays going to do? What are they going to do? Because they have one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They've got a good young nucleus that's been underperforming. And they're not good this year. They're 36-43, and this is relevant too. After the Astros are done with the Mets, they got 4 against this Toronto team that's getting articles written about them tearing the team down and trading away all the pieces. And unfortunately, the saddest sentence in this article was this: the fading George Springer's 6-year, $150 million deal through 2026 looks increasingly problematic, end quote. That makes me sad.
It's the thing about Springer is that when we went up to Brandy and I were actually at that Mariners Blue Jays. We went to a game in that series a couple of years ago in the playoffs.
A big comeback.
Yeah, and it was sad because there was just zero obvious love for George Springer amongst the fans. I didn't see a single George Springer jersey, and it was hard to kind of see. And he ended up getting injured in that game in a collision in the outfield. It was hard to watch a guy that was so incredibly beloved in Houston, and he just was a guy up there where they were like, well, let's see how it plays out, I guess. Yeah, it seems like a good dude, but this isn't certainly what we were getting, what we thought, as a guy that was going to be one of the guys that got us over the hump into being a contender. He certainly hasn't been that.
Yeah, it's interesting. The guys the Astros have let walk in free agency, there's been for a period of time from 2019 through 2022, or after each of those seasons, there was one every year. I know Charlie Morton was walked the year before, and Charlie Morton was a really good player, but it really started with like elite level players with Garrett Cole after 2019, and then Springer after 2020, Correa after 2021, and then Verlander after 2022. And I just think it's interesting now if you look around, like this very moment, all 4 of those guys. Yeah. Garrett Cole's dealing now. Garrett Cole's won a Cy Young, so the Yankees probably are at a stage where they feel like where they've recouped like 80% of their investment because he's been very, very good for them. They haven't won anything in the postseason, but that's not Cole's fault. But he's dealing with arm trouble right now. Springer's contract is an anchor in Toronto. It took Carlos Correa is actually playing better, but he was not good last year, and it took him 3 tries to get on a team just to get his leg approved medically to get onto a team, and he had to take a shorter deal. Verlander's back on the Astros. He's on his 2nd IL stint. So as we're looking at the Alex Bregman situation here in the offseason, and if you're somebody who's worried, like, no, they must bring Bregman back. They need to break their rules and sign him to a long-term deal. Look at these 4 guys that they let walk,
They let those guys walk for all of the reasons that you don't cling on to aging players.
Bingo.
Bregman, Springer right now is hitting 205. He's got an OPS of 619.
Yeah,
he was an All-Star 2 years ago. He was an All-Star in 2022. His OPS plus 2 years ago is pretty similar to what they'd been. Not as good as when in 2019, but still very much on par with where he'd been. But these last 2 years, he's really fallen off. And as you would have expected with Springer, I think he played last year. He didn't miss a lot of games, but I think he played through a lot of injuries.
Yeah,
and that's the one guy though, Sean, if the Blue Jays were willing to take on,
if they
were willing to pay a bunch of his salary, Sean,
yeah.
I feel like the problem is the Astros already have their sentimental extension on this team, which is Jose Altuve, and a guy that they likely will now. And they structure that contract in such a way that it's very front loaded. Yeah. When he starts to decline in his late 30s, they're not paying nearly as much for him. I don't know if they threw in a George Springer and the Blue Jays were going to pay 75% of his salary.
Well, 75% of his salary is about $18 million. But you got George Springer for the next few years for $7 million a year to play center field.
Yeah,
I'd do it.
Yeah. But it doesn't make any sense on paper. It still doesn't.
Do it. I do a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. Does it make sense that I was out till 12:30 last night?
No. Now is Springer okay? We talk about maybe if Vlad Guerrero gets on the team, then maybe that stokes him and he just ends up going on a tear in a new situation. Springer, I actually would buy into that line of thinking.
Maybe.
Because he was so hard to quantify his value to the team. Even when he was injured, it was important that he was in the dugout because he brought such juice and such energy.
It'd be so fun to have him.
He might be the best thing for Espada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
You keep it loose with Espada.
Absolutely.
Keep him just entertained in the dugout.
I love this idea. All right, headlines. We'll talk some Astros in headlines. NBA draft finished up yesterday. If you are a former subscriber to Sunday Ticket, you might be getting a check in the mail sometime soon. We will talk about that as well. That's headlines coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. Oh, also when it comes to that DirecTV thing too, Sean, I'm gonna tell you the dynamic to that whole DirecTV situation that personally affected numero uno right here. From a former player's perspective, there's an angle to this. They're like, I'm PO'd for even more reasons than the class action people. So this is what I'll tell you though.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. No game yesterday. They are in New York for 3 games this weekend, starting tonight. The only news from the Astros yesterday, Oliver Ortega, who I will admit I did not know who he was until I got the email from the Astros yesterday sending us the sad news that he underwent season-ending surgery yesterday, Seth. Yet another pitcher. We can use this, we can throw Oliver Ortega into the mix to make their pitching woes look worse, look even worse. Like, boy, they've lost, I think the number had been like 6 guys to the IL. Well, now we can just say 7 and throw Oliver Ortega in there just to inflate the numbers a little bit, even though neither you nor I knew who he was yesterday.
Well, I mean, I knew who he was, but he hadn't made an appearance for the Astros.
I didn't know who he was. I don't want to lump you in with me then. I had no idea who Oliver Ortega was when I got that email yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought it was a joke. So, anyway, so that was the only news from the Astros yesterday. Hey, as long as we're talking about fantasizing about Springer coming back to the Astros, in his .619 OPS, purely for emotional reasons. Dallas Keuchel got picked up. This is one actually where I'd be like, given all the starting pitching issues the Astros are having right now, the Brewers just traded for Dallas Keuchel. Now, they traded for him from the Mariners, so maybe the Mariners aren't inclined to send anything to the Astros as long as you're in a divisional race with them. But you and I were just talking about Keuchel the other day. And I'm like, yeah, where is he? Turns out he was cobbling together a 7-4 record in AAA Tacoma for the Mariners system there. Yeah, he's a Brewer now.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you seem pumped about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's it is what it is.
No,
that's what it's been for a while now.
The reason I was saying that, though, I'm like, would we rather have Keuchel or cobbling together a bullpen start coming up? I'm like, that would have been kind of fun having Dallas Keuchel back on the Astros for a couple of starts.
No, it wouldn't have been fun at all. No,
it's the same thing as Springer, man. Like, it's just, it's part of get the old crew back together.
I don't know if he's had a sub-10 ERA since like 2021.
3.93 in AAA right now, baby.
Yeah. He's going back into the majors. He hasn't had a sub-5 ERA since 2020, in which that was the last time he was like a competitive major league pitcher.
Yeah, that would have been just fun for the nostalgia. So, anyways, so that's what's going on with the Astros. In the NBA, the draft yesterday, day 2 of the draft was yesterday. The Rockets trade the 44th overall pick for A.J. Griffin. Trade that pick to Atlanta for A.J. Griffin. He was the 18th overall pick in 2022. That was the Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason draft. He was picked right after Tari Eason with the very next pick. He's a Rocket now. We'll see if he gets on the floor. I mean, there's a lot of pieces on this Rockets team right now. Going to be tough for him to crack the rotation, but we'll see. 55th pick overall was a fella by the name of LeBron James Jr. He goes by Bronny James. He is a Laker. And I think the reaction to this morning, Seth, is there's a lot of angles to the Bronny thing. I think there's a lot of people who are like basketball fans who are a little put off by the way it happened. Reportedly, Rich Paul, agent for Bronny James and LeBron James, kind of manipulating the situation by telling teams picking in front of the Lakers, don't take him, because if you take him, he's not going to play for you. So it feels manipulated, maybe.
And plus, and whether or not Rich Paul even had to do that, given that he didn't. Bronny James, at best a second-round pick, was turning down workout opportunities with other teams. So I don't think there was a team out there. There might have been teams that thought he was worth a second-round pick, except that we could see that, okay, this is the ultimate helicopter dad. And this is a kid that, from the outside appearance, looks like is just fine getting this special treatment from daddy. Like, I don't get the sense that Bronny James wants to prove to the world that he can do it without daddy, and that would make me nervous, because you're making a lot of when you pick a guy in the second round of the NBA draft, there's obvious checks against the guy, and that seems like a big one in terms of if what you want is a guy who's going to be scrappy and work his butt off to rise up. No, this is a guy that just gets every advantage handed his way, and he's super okay with it.
Yeah, and I think the phrase we used was, you'd like to see him earn it. If he's going to get in the NBA, see him earn it. We got a text message, earn it on his own. Let's remember, his dad grew up in a single room with a mattress on the floor with his mom damn near homeless.
So what's that have to do with Bronny?
Exactly.
Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
Like, that's exactly the issue with like transference of wealth at times.
Yeah.
Like sometimes there's the second and the third generation didn't have the same upbringing that the father did when he builds a business or when he becomes a star basketball player or whatever else. And Bronny so far has not shown that he's going to be that guy that is going to, like work his butt off to match the ratings of match the accomplishments of his father or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that's the dumbest. Like, honestly, that doesn't make any sense at all.
No,
it makes 0, 0, 0. It's exactly like that text is the exact argument against Bronny James.
Right. That's what I was just going to say. It makes our point.
Yeah. Come on, man. Get your head out of the sand.
Yeah.
And I'm not all that worked up about it. I'm worked up about bad takes like that.
Right.
What the hell?
Right.
Like, honestly, what the hell are you talking about? We're like, Bronny James didn't earn it. Well, what about his dad who earned it? Like, that's our point.
What
the hell are you talking about?
I got it.
Oh my God.
Where does Let's Remember rank as far as a lead into a text that may be kind of talking down to somebody?
No, I don't think that's talking down. I think that's maybe what you could say is we got to remember. Okay. If you say we got to remember, because whenever you can pull somebody in a debate into like a group, of like, hey, we're all in this together,
right.
Then it's more of like a group project more so than a I'm right, you're wrong type of thing.
Right.
Let's remember. Let us remember. It's not quite the same.
No, it's not. It's not. You do know. ...
Yeah.
But it's down the street from you do know ...
I don't think it's all. I don't think it's
to
on
me.
The,
it is.
It's not on the upper end of passive aggressive. I don't think.
To me, but
I think it's like, hey, if I were to, I hear it as, hey, let's remember.
Yeah.
Instead of you clowns,
right.
Don't you remember?
Right.
Don't you remember?
Right.
Would be the passive aggressive
this
part.
morning. That's how I'm hearing it. I'm hearing, hey, let's remember. Like, okay, bro. All right.
Sleep deprivation. When sleep deprived, Sean, which you are right now.
Yep.
You do tend to perceive things as slights a lot more easily. And
yes,
quickly.
sir. Yeah. Don't my guy me today, people. All right.
Yeah.
You my guy me. I'm coming for you. A verdict in the NFL Sunday Ticket lawsuit, class action lawsuit, basically suing the NFL because the Sunday Ticket, A, had only been available on DirecTV, and B, the feeling was that they had inflated the price of it to essentially discourage people from buying it so that they would watch local broadcasts and the ratings. So the only very, very wealthy would buy the Sunday Ticket, and everybody else would be forced to watch local broadcasts, and that would keep the ratings up on the local broadcasts. I have no idea if there's any merit to that thought process, but here's the bottom line. The NFL is going to be dishing out a lot of money if they lose this thing on appeal because the judge decided yesterday for damages of over $4 billion that will get tripled because this is an antitrust lawsuit. So $14 billion and change, about $400 million per team is the number that's going to get doled out if this holds up.
If that was if they get $12 billion off, this would be a bigger hit to them financially than the COVID year, I think. Because the revenue is up to about $20 billion per year, I think, and they were still getting that TV money in the COVID year. Where this is, that's a pretty big hit. As big as the NFL is, that's a pretty big hit.
Yep.
As a former player, I'll say, not anybody should be emotionally invested in this, but I personally, every year they'd be like, hey, retired players get the NFL Sunday Ticket for free, and good luck with that. Good luck with that and how many emails. Yeah, I think maybe once in my entire post-career time of being a DirecTV subscriber did I actually get it for free based on the promises that they gave me.
So they
really? They can all, The NFL can take a big old bite in the butt on this one. I don't give a damn.
That is a lot.
I think as a DirecTV subscriber for years, I think I might end up, how this works out. After lawyers' fees and time and everything, I'll probably get a check for $67.
You're going to get something, though, man.
Yeah.
And it's tax-free. You get a settlement from a lawsuit, you don't got to pay taxes on that $67 that you're going to get, dude.
My two free things that I get, well, there's a lot of good benefits. Don't let the propaganda fool you. We get a lot of good stuff as former players. Free YMCA membership, too.
Oh, really?
So I get free. I get free YMCA membership.
Okay.
And supposedly I got free DirecTV, even though I never actually got it. I think once. I got one.
Okay.
It once.
Yeah. Oh, that's not bad.
Or, excuse me, free Sunday ticket.
Free Sunday ticket. Yeah. All right, so there you go. Could have been worse. They were going for $21 billion, but it's going to be $14 billion. But this is going to get appealed. We're a long way away from this thing getting hashed out. The DirecTV lawsuit.
The filter down effect for current fans would be if the Sunday ticket gets cheaper for YouTube TV.
Well, cheaper and available in chunks where I can buy it a la carte for the team I want to watch.
Yeah,
is the big that would be the big fallout from this. If you're just, hey man, I'm just a Cleveland Browns fan living in Houston. I only want to watch the Browns and I don't want to pay $350. That would be actually a pretty big development. All right, heading into the 7 o'clock hour, we've had a lot of juice added to some rivalries, some storylines, some sports, quite honestly, that were never on my radar before. And people are complaining, is this good for this sport? Is this bad for this sport? I don't think we can. These are all good things for these sports, and I'm going to tell you about it coming up next.
That potential windfall might get from that lawsuit, Sean. What do I do with it? What do I do with that? Who do I tell about all of this?
in Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, never mind. Dallas Keuchel got shelled in his start for Milwaukee 2 days ago. I hadn't seen that. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, 8 hits, 2 home runs.
Why are you trying to make Keuchel happen?
The same reason you're trying to make Springer happen. I like the nostalgia, you know?
Well, Springer has more recently been good. It's been since 2020 that Keuchel was somewhat respectable as a pitcher in the major leagues.
I don't know if you've noticed, but they may have to cobble together some sort of bullpen start coming up on Sunday. If you're going to trot some solution out there that already has a 6 ERA, that like Dubin or whatever, then why not get, why not have a reunion? I'm just talking for a day, a fling.
From a lesser of multiple evils is what you might have to do. Like Keuchel might reclaim some of that magic or something. I'm not even, he'd probably get shelled. I'm just saying, like, for one day to see him in an Astros uniform again, that would have been kind of fun. The PTSD from Abreu just is too fresh. I think,
hear you.
To roll out a guy that used to be awesome but now isn't, and have him out there, and then especially, like, frankly, I don't think it's fair to Dallas Keuchel. The Dallas Keuchel would have to, because the whole reason I brought up Keuchel a few days ago was just that we were reflecting on, like, players from those early days of this stretch that I don't think get the respect and admiration or even just flat-out nostalgia that they deserve.
Yeah.
And I think Dallas Keuchel, the original Yankees killer for this team, I feel like I put him in that category.
Yeah.
But I wasn't saying that he currently deserves a chance.
No, I know you weren't. It was just weird. We were talking about it, and then like 3 hours later, I get this news flash that he got traded to the Brewers and he's starting on Wednesday. I'm like, oh, I would have thrown him out there on Monday next week when they need a guy or whatever, just for a day. Would have been kind of fun. But it's not going to happen. And he's to your point, like he still stinks. So here we are.
Well, you don't have to talk about him that way.
Well, he does though. It's I
know, but you don't have to. Like I just said, he doesn't get the respect and nostalgic value that he deserves, and you're just sitting there flattening out. You say he stinks.
Well,
like whether or not that's true, you can phrase it differently.
I'm not going to Bronny.
You do know.
Hey, let's
Sean,
remember
that he was.
Let's remember. All right, so it's been this interesting trend lately where we've probably spent more time, Seth, during the month of June talking about sports that we would not have otherwise talked about because of WWE style stuff, like things and honestly, like stuff that I feel like sports fans, like with the Schlossnagle thing the other day, and we're going to play him again in just a second here. But Jim Schlossnagle, the former A&M baseball coach, now UT baseball coach, who basically just lied his ass off on Monday in his post-game press conference in the NCAA title game. There are all these people. Schlossnagle's a liar. They're all angry about it. And yet, my guess is this increased interest incrementally in the sport of college baseball. At the very least, in the rivalry between these two schools in that sport.
Well, and then like in the recruiting wars now with the NIL. With the transfer portal and the NIL situation being what it is, that also lends itself to all of this drama in a way that it never could before.
Yes.
Like all of a sudden, off-season, like there's a hot stove league in college sports now.
Yeah.
Every year with every player. Yep. It's just absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, the transfer rules got changed to where you can transfer with impunity, basically, whenever you want.
Whenever you want.
So there's just no restrictions on it anymore. And so there is a hot stove league. The hot stove league in college baseball is actually much more hot than the hot stove league in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Where it's been a relative popcorn fart year in and year out for several years now.
Yeah, free agency in MLB has stunk. Free agency in college baseball, at least between UT and Texas A&M, is popping. They had the Aggies had 6 guys going to the portal right after Schlossnagle left on Tuesday. Just to refresh, this was Monday. This was Jim Schlossnagle, former A&M coach, right after the Aggies lost to the Vols in the championship game.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. and that hasn't changed in my mind. And that's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Let's write that.
Yeah, 15 hours later, he was the coach at Texas. So I, good for the sport, bad for the sport. Ooh, he's a liar, whatever. Like, I'm way more interested in this sport now. I'm way more interested. I will watch UT and A&M baseball games, at least early on in the Schlossnagle era at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
This juice is good juice.
It is. It's increased by a huge degree the amount of college baseball like this. Over the next couple months, I'm going to be paying way more attention to it than I ever have before.
Yeah. I want to know how many of these transfer portal guys end up at Texas now, You know
who we should try to get on for this? He probably wouldn't want to talk about it. Gary Kubiak. Because Kubiak, an Aggie, is also, I do believe, I think he's gone to the College World Series quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I might be completely wrong on that, but if my memory serves me correctly, like he likes going up to the College World Series.
Like as a fan.
And as a fan, he enjoys the environment and everything. It comes during, a lot of times it comes during when the coaches are on their off time. And so I might be completely wrong on that, but I wonder how Cougs feels about all this.
Yeah, a lot of good reasons.
He's got a very unique perspective, obviously.
He does, well, being a former Aggie, absolutely. Or
former Aggie, college athlete,
Yeah.
NFL head coach, all this. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how he feels about it. Because he can see it from Schlossnagel's side, too. Kubiak would never have handled it that same way.
No.
But he's probably been in a few, he can commiserate on some parts of it.
Absolutely. So this is, I think it's good, at least in terms of interest. I think it's really good. I think it's going to add some flavor, some juice to that, to what's already a really juicy rivalry. And to your point, Seth, already in an environment that's Thunderdome with the portal and NIL and everything else. This is really cool. Similarly, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. We haven't talked a ton of it on this show, but it has been a big talk, and we've talked about it, but not a ton on this show, less than probably some other shows have on this station. And certainly less than they've talked about nationally. But nationally, this has been a huge storyline for the WNBA. And undeniably, the mere presence of Caitlin Clark has raised the WNBA, the attendance. They're having to move games to bigger arenas when she's involved and things like that, TV ratings, all sorts of TV. Same thing that was going on with March Madness has been going on with WNBA TV ratings, where it's like best since Memorial Day of back when the Comets existed, like stuff like that, early 2000s. And then you throw in the fact that Caitlin Clark now has a foil. She's now got a natural rival who was already her rival at the collegiate level in Angel Reese, and add in the fact that they play quite frequently because they're in the same division. They played 3 times already this season. And
they're in the same division, and there's only 12 teams in the league, too. So this is like the early days of the NBA.
Yeah.
Like in the 60s, there were 9 teams in the NBA in the 60s. So you talk about Bill Russell versus Wilt Chamberlain or whatever else. Like there was some drama back then.
And add in the fact that Angel Reese's team has decided to use Caitlin Clark as a punching bag, seemingly, every time they get together. They're very physical with her.
As of last night, Angel Reese has had 9 straight double-doubles, which is ties a WNBA record.
Good.
Yeah, there's it's a battle for WNBA Rookie of the Year right now. And Caitlin Clark has, I think, the largest fan base in the sport, and yet Angel Reese is just playing like a demon out there.
Yeah, but this rival has a good guy and a bad guy, so to speak, because I think Angel Reese conducts herself like the villain, with the elbows to the head, and she's much more the trash talker of these two, seemingly, at least publicly. I think that's good. It's stuff that people are wringing their hands over. Like, no, man, this is good. This is bringing eyeballs to it.
I think Angel Reese, Caitlin does things in a different way, but as far as, Angel Reese just is not, she's not afraid to be the bad guy.
At all.
She kind of embraces it.
Yes.
She's like, all right, yeah, oh, you're going to hate me? Fine, cool. How do you like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. They might end up playing together in the All-Star game. The WNBA is doing this thing. I guess neither of them made the Olympic team, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. It's a bunch of older players on the Olympic team.
Yeah.
So they're doing a thing with their All-Star game that I think is awesome. They're doing Team USA versus Team WNBA. So all the highest voted players that aren't on the Olympic team are going to be on the WNBA team, and this is sort of like plays to what I think the NBA should do with their All-Star game, which is make it the old guys against the young guys. That to me among things that you would divide up two teams over, like age, that's the thing in society. You know what I mean? Like these young kids don't know what they're doing. These olds, hey, boomer, that kind of thing. This is kind of a flavor of that. I think it's really cool. Team USA, and especially in this game, because everybody thinks Caitlin Clark got screwed by Team USA by not getting put on the team,
Yeah. I don't know, be one of the best basketball players.
Right? No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like how people are, how viewers are looking at it. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to argue that she'd be on the team. I'm saying
the thing with Caitlin Clark that rubs me the wrong way is just there's a very Tim Tebow element here where. When Tebow, all of a sudden a bunch of people that didn't follow the NFL at all, but were huge Tim Tebow fans, started to weigh in on things that they had no clue about.
Yeah.
And it puts me in the Angel Reese camp to where I'm like, okay, Angel Reese is playing her butt off out there and producing. Like, can you dial down your personal petty emotion for things and just try to see things the way they are?
Yeah. Caitlin Clark's actually good, whereas Tebow was not good. But I see what your comparison is there. Yeah. Live golf versus PGA golf. Now, this is one that I thought would have me a little more interested in golf than I am already. That all the Live guys leaving, but they're back for the majors, and so I got the Live guys playing in the majors. Because this was a big thing when the guys were leaving for all that Saudi money. And now some of the ones who were speaking out about it are actually Live golfers now as well. Eventually the dollar amount got high enough where they're like, oh, I said all those things? Well, that sure is a lot of money. That one kind of fizzled out for me. So maybe that's the cautionary tale in this, is that maybe there's a shelf life for the interest that it's drawing to, that stuff like this is drawing to college baseball or WNBA.
I mean, it's also they're on they merged, It's not, there's no us versus them when you're business partners with the other entity. If Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark were on the same team, that kind of mutes the conversation a little bit.
Does drafting Bronny fit into the category of something that's going to make you more interested at all in the watching a Laker game?
It all depends on how it's handled. If Bronny starts getting heavy minutes when he definitely doesn't deserve them. If he's getting heavy minutes and they're sticking by it, no matter what, then it gets real dramatic, I think. Then it's fun. Then it's a lot of listening in on LA Sports Radio and just enjoying just partaking a lot of Schadenfreude. Just be like, oh yeah, this is miserable.
Okay,
for them. This is awesome.
Yeah, look, if you're rooting for that, we're rooting for Bronny to get actual playing time.
Make the roster first. If he makes the roster his rookie year and gets anything more than a smattering of minutes, and he's not performing a guy that should be getting those minutes.
What are the chances he doesn't make the roster?
I don't know.
0.01%.
What are the odds on that?
Oh, he's on the team. Yeah, he's not me. They didn't do all this manipulation to not have him on the team. It'd be funny if he didn't make the team. That actually would be, for sheer humor, the funniest part, it would be if they did all these machinations to get him on the Lakers and then they cut him in camp. That would be funny, actually. But I think as far as Schadenfreude for the worst thing for the Lakers, it would be Bronny, clearly overmatched in the NBA, getting playing time on a Lakers team that is losing basketball games. Mm-hmm. Close games and things like that. Why are we wasting 12 minutes a game with Bronny out here? That would be awesome. If you missed it, LeBron James' son drafted to the Lakers yesterday. Text message, people texting in. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. We were talking about some of the Astro moves of free agents they've let walk through the years. Text message, damn, that Verlander trade was horrific. Crane jumping in to get his golf buddy makes me mad every time I hear the name Verlander.
The one thing, the difference with there is that you always got to remember that the Mets are paying half his salary.
Yeah.
That it becomes a lot more reasonable when you look at Verlander's salary, knowing that he's an older guy he's gonna get injured at times. That's just that's the stage he's at in his career. But you're getting it at a discount even then, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the other thing would be the two prospects that you gave up, and to my knowledge, I don't think either of them are really thriving right now in the Mets organization. I'd have to go back and check. This is as of a few weeks ago. Prospects are prospects. I'm still cool with the Verlander trade with the hope that he comes back healthy this year. I'll say this, Seth, to this point of the season, end of June, and I know Abreu's on a different planet as far as disappointment goes. But Verlander might be the biggest. Now that some of these guys have kind of gotten their way, gotten their legs under them, like Bregman and the bullpen and everything else, Verlander might be the biggest disappointment on the team this season.
Yeah.
And again, it's one of those things where it's not really his fault. Like, he's 41. The big reason he's a disappointment is because he's spent a ton of time on the injured list so far this year. Shoulder injury to start the year, and then whatever this neck thing is he's dealing with, where he's still not even throwing yet. And when he's been out there, his ERA is about 4. So even when he's been out there, it's been very hit or miss with Verlander. That might be, for me, the biggest disappointment so far this year, especially given how thin the rotation is.
The biggest thing with the guy to watch is Drew Gilbert, who was one of the Astros' top prospects when they traded for him, and I think he's been injured this year. He's only had 28 plate appearances, batting .240. But yeah, that's but the book's not closed on Verlander yet either. What you're hoping for him is just all of that veteran experience and savvy. I do honestly, every now and then, just even whenever anybody lets up a solo home run, I always just remember that, Verlander is taught along a lot to the younger pitchers about game management and how you approach batters based on where you are. And, you can't be as scared of giving up a solo home run. You can be more aggressive when there's nobody on the base paths. And just lending a maturity, I think, to the psychology of some of the younger pitchers.
Yep.
And can still be an asset in that regard, especially when you're scuttling through a really bad start or what have you. And I don't want to overstate the clubhouse presence and everything, but as he's gotten older, he has become much more of an asset in those regards. Just the veteran, I don't like to call it leadership, but like all the veteran guidance, the veteran mentorship, and all of that.
Well, on a team too, where that's maybe one of their deficiencies right now. I mean, they have watched a lot of that mojo you're talking about, that leadership, walk out the door the last few years.
Yeah.
So that factors in for sure for Verlander. Sean, they being the Astros, can't even figure out how to pay the people they have, a.k.a. Tucker and Fromber. The Astros, they want to trade more assets for somebody else. They're not going to – if they want to the Astros, why would I want them to trade away more assets for guys they're not going to sign in 2 years? Well, first of all, they would be trading guys away for guys that we would have these conversations about in like 5 or 6 years, not in 2 years.
Right, and you're trading guys if you're trading for a guy on an expiring or a shorter contract, many, I don't know whether the majority of the time or not, you're not all that concerned about whether or not you can retain them.
Right.
Like, it's the very reason the Astros would trade for some of those guys is, it's for a short-term push. It's that classic balancing of short-term versus long-term. But also, they don't have any interest in re-signing a guy to an 8-year contract. It's all about just balancing out, okay, what can we do now without hurting our future too much.
Yeah.
And right now, the Astros are at a point where they got to think more along those lines than they ever have had to before. Like, all right, we used to have a farm system that was stocked to the gills. Slowly over the last few years, that hasn't been the case.
Yep. And the part about this text too, they can't even figure out how the hell to pay the people they have, a.k.a. Tucker and Fromber.
How about Jordan?
Right. No, it's not that they can't figure it out. It's that they've got a philosophy, they've got a code. They've got they've got their analytics, and the agents for definitely Tucker and probably Fromber have a different idea of what their worth is. And on the open market, their worth probably is more than what the Astros have in mind.
And that was really the biggest issue with the Abreu trade, the Abreu signing. Above all else, even if Abreu had been performing well, it still was a stark departure from a team that had I think, been trying to have the discipline to not overspend on older players. That's the whole reason that they don't want to do it. So how they justified it to themselves with Abreu is, we don't want to do it in a 10-year contract. If we're going to take a risk on older players, we'll do it in a manageable 3-year contract or what have you. But it blew up in their faces, and I think if anything, it's going to sway them back more towards, let's not pay any old guys. Yeah. We're just let's as they did with the Altuve contract. The Altuve contract is front loaded such that when Altuve meets his inevitable decline at some point, they're not going to be paying him nearly as much, and it'll probably be a lot more in line with when you factor in pay increases and everything. it'll probably be more in line with what he's actually and genuinely worth when he's 37 years old.
Yeah, his age 38 and 39 seasons are $10 million for each of those 2 seasons, which is, that's obviously way below what he's been making over the last several years and what he'll make the next couple of years for sure. Okay, so we got a reply text here from the texter Seth, who said that about Bronny James, where he said, make him earn it. Let's remember that LeBron, grew up in a single-parent home, sleeping on a mattress on the floor, et cetera, et cetera. The reply, and now I feel bad. He said, damn, y'all ripped my ass at 7 a.m. I love y'all, boys. We love you, too. I was out late last night, okay? He says, not talking down on you guys. My point is just breaking generational curses. Yes, Bronny still has to perform and prove his own, but I can't be mad at the opportunities his father has provided for him.
Well, yeah, I guess this is where it all comes down to just what your loyalties are and to whom. So, like, if you're a Lakers fan, you can look at this a couple different ways, multiple different ways. But on the one hand, all right, you're bringing a guy onto this team that nobody in the NBA seems to think much of. And how does this actually help the Lakers? It might make LeBron feel good about how he's helping his son out, but how does it actually help the Lakers?
Yeah.
I guess, but the flip side of that would be, well, if it keeps LeBron around and if it keeps, it keeps LeBron from trying to go elsewhere, then maybe that's the most important thing. So whether you agree with the tactics or not, it's the thing you got to do with, again, just as you can say, well, he's just a second-round pick and he's no good, blah, blah, blah. You can also say, well, yeah, you're using a second-round pick to keep LeBron around.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with LeBron's motivations or not, from a practical standpoint, it might be the smartest thing the Lakers could do.
Yeah, that's the thing. People with this Bronny James thing getting drafted 55th overall kind of are parsing it out like, okay, who are we supposed to get mad at about this whole thing? I'm not even mad about it. I think there's certain elements to it that if I were LeBron, I don't know that this is how I would have handled getting my son a job in the NBA. I would have stayed hands off and let my kid either get drafted or go play overseas.
Well, there's always been a part of LeBron where you just get a sense that, almost like with Alex Rodriguez, where you just the guy doesn't understand how lofty his pedestal is. And I think that it appears out of touch with reality at times when he either pities himself or whatever. But this is where, and you look at it from a parent's perspective, all right, am I actually helping my son out here when so many people are going to be looking at him as a guy who's just a trust fund baby that's just getting all these extra advantages and everything based on the fact that his father is LeBron James? And am I actually helping him out there versus, all right, it's time to go spread your wings on your own, go do your own thing. But I also look at it from LeBron's perspective of knowing that, look, man, there's a lot of bad teams out there with a lot of bad coaches, with a lack of stability and everything else. So even knowing, maybe LeBron knows that his son's under the gun because of all of this, but that he can control at least the environment that he's going to be in. I can empathize with that.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I can't see. Yeah, and I think I said earlier in the show, this is more of a parenting story than it is a basketball story. And I definitely don't mean that to say LeBron's a bad dad because he's doing this. You know what I mean? It's at all. There's different ways to go about things. If I were him personally, I can't even put myself in LeBron's shoes to know what the world looks like to him and where this fits in with everything. I think it's cool that clearly he wants to play and be on the same team with his son. That's the upside to the whole thing is he wants to be around his kid and he wants his kid to be around him. And I think that part's pretty cool. It's just, I feel like the unfortunate sidebar to this whole thing, it would have been better. You know what would have been better, Seth? It would have been better if the tactic that Rich Paul was using of calling all these teams that were drafting before the Lakers and saying, don't take Bronny, he's going to go to Australia if you take him. It would have been better, at least optically, if he had done that with every team all the way through pick 60 and then let Bronny sign as an undrafted free agent with the team. I think there's part of it. There's part of manipulating the draft to do this that just doesn't sit right. And this is as somebody who thinks that second-round picks in the NBA are just pocket change. But, again, optics and how this looks and what's driving people's emotions today about this whole thing. If he had just been an undrafted guy who's signing with that would be logical that he would choose to sign with his dad. It's the manipulation of the situation and then using a draft pick on it that I think just doesn't sit well with people.
Let me point to another potential instance of nepotism, Sean.
Okay.
When Tom Coughlin in the 2004 draft for the New York Giants selected his future son-in-law, Chris Snee, in the second round of the NFL draft.
Okay.
Now, at the time, Chris Snee was, I think, still just engaged to Tom Coughlin's daughter, who was with child. So there was like even an extra element of keeping a dude under your thumb.
Yeah.
Now, Chris Snee would go on to be a good offensive lineman. And I think Chris Snee was projected to be a second-round pick. Like he was a highly thought-of prospect. So it raised a lot of eyebrows. But at the very least, on the football side of things, there were very valid arguments for it. And as it turned out, and I think if I remember correctly, Coughlin at the time swore that it wasn't even he took the decision out of his hands and didn't want to have any undue influence or anything. But I don't know.
Yeah,
that one worked out. So if Bronny ends up surpassing the scouts' expectations, then I won't apologize to LeBron, but I would say, okay, you know what, LeBron actually knew what he was doing there.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, he was drafted 55th overall. The bar is not incredibly high to clear for him
like
to
an
have
NFL
to,
6th or 7th round.
Yeah, like if he's doing things where if you just take his name out of it and how he wound up on the Lakers, if he's getting in the rotation with the Lakers and he's actually giving them 10 or 11 good minutes a game or something like that, then he's worth the 55th overall pick. You know, then we all eat crow on this thing, you know?
I talked to Chris Snee once, by the way, about this at a charity golf event. And I tried to get it out of him. Like, I was like, seriously, think about being Tom Coughlin's future son-in-law. Like, what are your emotions the moment you get drafted?
And then you're playing on his team. I mean, you've been on a team where Coughlin's the coach. How much chatter about Coughlin goes on in a Tom Coughlin locker room?
A lot, and there's a lot of side-eye, like, who's the mole? Who's the mole? So, like, Chris Snee walks in, as the designated mole.
Dude.
Into an offensive line room where, man, loyalty and trust in each other and everything else. Like, for good offensive lines, it's all about backing your brothers up and everything.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure on a young future father.
Yeah.
Guy's got a bun in the oven already. He just tries to make it in the league, and his daddy-in-law is the coach of the team.
Oh, my God. Yeah. He's getting hit with a sock full of pennies in the locker room. You're the mole, aren't you, Snee? Like, I'm not the mole. I don't know. We don't know who the mole is. This we know. You had Thanksgiving dinner with him last week.
That was the 2004. That was the 2004 Giants. That was before that was back when Coughlin was still old Coughlin, before he went through that transformation that all of a sudden, turned him into the pleasant older gentleman and everything. That was when he wasn't necessarily a player's coach.
He wasn't a player's coach, and the Giants were picking fourth in the draft that year. Like, it wasn't a good Giants team. That was the Eli Manning year where they did the flippy-flop with the Chargers at the top of the draft, 2004. That was that draft.
Coughlin been the coach the year before?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't a good at the time, it wasn't a good football team. Yeah, I don't know when Coughlin got there.
He was there in 2004 was his first year, so that wasn't his first draft.
That's a flex right there. I don't care. I don't care what he says. Like, I sequestered myself from this decision. No, you didn't. He pulled a LeBron James on that. He claimed, like, no, okay, all right. Now this is LeBron will get a lot of criticism for saying, no, I had nothing to do with Redick being named. I took myself out of it. He at least is a player. Versus when the head coach is, as I recall it, trying to distance himself from the decision. There's just no credibility there. I would love to know what football personnel people think about this Bronny situation that took place yesterday, about the way Rich Paul went about it. I'm not even saying, like, it's good, it's bad, or whatever. I'm just curious because the NBA draft and the NFL draft, and really the NBA and the NFL are so very different. You know what I mean? Just in terms of the, culturally different, locker room different, load management different. Like it's just they are two very different ecosystems. But I would be very curious. That may be a Caserio question when we talk to him next time. Is like, okay, what if there were a Bronny James situation on day 2 or day 3 of the NFL draft, where you got an agent calling up saying, "No, I want him to go play with his brother over there," or something like that.
I guess the equivalent would be as if C.J. Stroud had a younger brother that was a prospect or something.
Yeah.
And like C.J., and it was coming up on, hypothetically, if 2 years from now, coming up on the point where you would be thinking about an extension for C.J. Stroud, and C.J. was adamant that you had to draft his younger brother
with like a fifth.
Well, you know who did that? Rex Ryan did it for Sanchez. Rex Ryan. There was a lot of when things went south for the Jets. All the scouts and the personnel people wanted to draft, had other people in mind in the 7th round, and they ended up drafting that wide receiver that was like Sanchez's best friend because Rex Ryan thought that he needed a buddy. Sanchez needed a buddy on the team.
Yeah, I can't get mad about that because, as you pointed out, Seth, like the second-round pick in this whole thing, while the second-round pick makes it look worse because Bronny just doesn't deserve to be drafted there, by all accounts, everybody who's watched him play, the consensus is he shouldn't have been drafted. If his name were anything other than LeBron James Jr., he would not have been drafted. But, again, if it's part of keeping LeBron happy, if it's part of keeping LeBron, period, because LeBron, again, still has, I think, 24 hours here to determine whether or not he's a Laker for another year or, if he's got a player option coming up here in the next 24 hours, then you just look at it like you would a trade where like, oh, yeah, we had to throw in an extra pick just to facilitate this deal. We had to get it done. We had to get it done,
I probably wouldn't put Mark Sanchez and LeBron James in the same category of player. I would say it was actually more egregious, even though there were no familial ties. I'd say it was more egregious with the Jets situation because it's Mark freaking Sanchez. At least the Lakers are talking about you're talking about LeBron James and whether he stays or goes and everything else.
100%. No, 100%. Yeah. But I think like the thought process is similar in that Sanchez is your most important player. He's our quarterback, and if that's going to help our most important player, if that in some way is going to make him a better player or put him in a better headspace, then it's almost like it's like trading a 5th-round pick for a better headspace for Mark Sanchez.
Scotty McKnight, right? It was Scotty McKnight was the player I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
they were best friends going back to boyhood.
Joe McKnight.
Joe McKnight.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe McKnight. Yep. R.I.P. I think Joe McKnight. If I'm not, Ben. Yeah, Ben's nodding his head. Yeah. Let's see here. We need
Scotty McKnight.
We're
going to argue about this in the next segment. Scotty McKnight or Joe McKnight?
Well, Joe McKnight played at USC with Mark Sanchez. I know that.
Yeah. Sanchez and Scotty McKnight were ball boys at Santa Margarita High School.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's Scotty McKnight? We need a Pender poll on biggest Nepo babies around all the sports. I don't know if I have the energy for that today. I don't know if that's on the agenda for today. The only one who should be mad about Bronny is the kid getting cut because of Bronny. He is taking the spot, theoretically, of somebody. Okay. Yeah, yes, that person should be mad. I can't get mad for that person. I can't get mad for the 15th guy, the would-be 15th guy on the Lakers. I just can't. I don't have the energy to do that today. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Good to be with you. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page. All right, so we've got some quarterbacks that are going to get paid here pretty soon. We talked about Dak yesterday. I want to take this from a Texans perspective. Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa. What should Texan fans be rooting for on the outcome with these 3 guys in the contracts with their teams? That's coming up next. I want to tell you, today's my men's tea clinic day. Friday. I go there every Friday, Durham and I-10.
88.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. If CJ has another great season, should we extend him sooner and spread out his contract because he's just going to get more expensive? You can't. By
Not
rule,
allowed.
by rule, he cannot be extended until after the 2025 season at the earliest. So, if that rule didn't exist, I would entertain the thought of extending C.J. Stroud after this coming season if he has another great year.
There was, in great moments of people not knowing what they're talking about when it comes to negotiating contracts, there was a guy like he was a shyster of this, like pastor / agent advisor / all this stuff, who ended up being a part of a couple of my former teammates. They ended up getting pinched big time because they trusted this guy's financial advice. But he was like acting as the agent for the running back that the Bears drafted.
Curtis Enis. Curtis Enis. I remember this.
And that was one of the things. This guy was trying to negotiate all these things that weren't allowed by the collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
And ended up getting in this horrible, horrible deal. Enis ends up tearing his knee up in his rookie year and never being good again, and missed out on millions of dollars because his agent was so bad. Yeah, that's So there's sometimes these protections and restrictions are actually a very good thing for the player.
Yeah.
But in the case of NFL quarterbacks, they are not, or first round picks, or rookies in general, they're not eligible for a long-term extension until after their third season.
Yep. So you got to sit tight on that.
Now, could there be a wink? Probably not.
Not with Mulligetta.
Mulligetta would never agree to that. Yeah.
Not with Mulligetta. Along those lines, so there's 3 quarterbacks, Seth, that are looking to get paid here. And Trevor Lawrence getting paid a couple weeks ago has probably complicated the situation for these 3 quarterbacks because I think all 3 of these guys are better than Trevor Lawrence right now. Tua, I could go either way, but Tua's put up better numbers than Trevor Lawrence. So Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and Tua Tagovailoa. So knowing that C.J. Stroud is coming up here in a couple years, and other factors as well, what are Texan fans rooting for? I've got an idea as to what I think they should be rooting for with all 3 of these situations here, and I'll start with Dak. We talked yesterday about Dak, about how Jerry Jones maybe possibly bungling this situation and letting Dak hit free agency is going to drive the price of poker up for everybody signing a quarterback in the future, because I think a Dak Prescott free agency is going to get a bidding war going. I know he's Dak, and I know he's not done anything in the postseason, but he's a good quarterback. I think he gets the number from 55 to easily 60 if he hits free agency. So I think the best thing for the Texans is that Dak and the Cowboys agree to a deal that puts him right at that, maybe $100,000 above Lawrence and Burrow.
Yeah, because you got to remember, teams when they're making this decision to go after a quarterback, it's not whether or not they believe the guy's a future Hall of Famer. It's that these are teams that desperately need to be credible. We'll worry about the rest after we get the guy in the room and whether we can elevate him above and beyond where he's been. But we just desperately want somebody that can put us in the conversation.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find those quarterbacks. You waste first-round picks on them. You trade multiple first-round picks to fail at drafting a guy like that. So he would be, because it's the most highly sought-after commodity in the NFL, it would be a record-breaking contract.
Yep.
And that's why it so rarely happens that a really good and viable quarterback hits free agency.
Yeah, closest thing.
Unless they're 39 years old coming off an Achilles tendon tear.
Right,
and even that, and Dak's at a higher level than Kirk Cousins.
He is. He's better than Kirk Cousins. The closest thing we've seen is Deshaun. And I know that wasn't free agency, but it functioned like free agency because of his no trade clause.
Yeah, and he set a record. A record that wouldn't be still. It hasn't been surpassed in terms of guaranteed money.
That's absolutely right. So along those lines, so Dak Prescott, we should be rooting for as Texan fans. Just keep the market around where it is. Don't blow the roof off the market because that could get pricey for the Texans and others. Jordan Love. Now, we should point out here, as we did yesterday, Jordan Love's agent is David Mulligetta, who is the same agent as he's C.J. Stroud's agent as well. He's also Deshaun Watson's agent, as we know. So we know with Deshaun, it ended up being all about setting a record for getting paid. You can't convince me that Deshaun was just dying to go to Cleveland to play for the Browns.
Right, yeah. No matter how much people tried to spin it. He had already told the Browns he was out, and then the Browns blew everybody else out of the water with their offer.
Right.
And he ended up in Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah.
So we know, and David Mulligetta tweeted out a graphic that said Supermax about the contract the day that it happened, which was a little tasteless given everything that was still swirling around Deshaun at the time. He'd settled 0 lawsuits at that point. But the only evidence we have of a quarterback at that echelon with Mulligetta recently is Deshaun, where the goal was to blow the roof off of the guaranteed money market, and he did. Yeah. He was successful. Yeah. We don't know what CJ's main motivation is going to be when contract time rolls around, but I think there's a concern that maybe, if he trusts Mulligetta, what's Mulligetta's advice to him? Might be to go get the highest possible. So what I want to see with Jordan Love is I want to see Jordan Love sign one of those team-friendly Mahomes-Brady kind of deals that allows Green Bay to still keep building, because that would tell me that Mulligetta can be part of something like that. Is amenable.
Right.
I know he works for Jordan Love. I get that. So people are going to say, no, he works for the player. I get that. But agents can have a lot of sway and pull with how their players think.
If you ever wonder why players don't seem to care as much about no state income tax, keep in mind that the agents are not affected by that at all.
Right.
So, they're huge. That huge contract or the commission that the agent gets, that's going to be taxed based on where he lives.
Yes.
It's a factor.
Yep.
The agents, whether they intend to do it consciously or not, they have a big their egos play into this.
Absolutely. So I want to see Jordan Love sign a Brady Mahomes type of deal in Green Bay, because then I would be able to say to myself, all right, well, that's a Mulligetta client. So clearly Mulligetta is comfortable operating in a negotiation. Comfortable is probably bad. He's comfortable doing anything. He's okay with his client not wanting to be Deshaun Watson and allow Mulligetta to have a flex on Instagram about setting a new standard, Supermax.
Yeah.
That would be good to see.
That's and I think that too, I think the Mulligetta, I guess the fear or trepidation over Mulligetta being CJ's client, for one, remember, started with a lot of people claiming that the Texans would never, ever, ever in a million years draft C.J. Stroud because David Mulligetta is his agent. That's been a forgotten about, and yet was one of the primary talking points leading into that draft, was that there were a lot of people who adamantly told me I was an idiot. Mm-hmm. Like they really thought, or they politely said, Seth, you're not an idiot, but you're acting like an idiot. The Texans would never draft C.J. Stroud.
Right.
So that's those fears have been allayed already somewhat.
Yep. Yes, I agree with you on that. The last one, Tua Tagovailoa. Here's my hope with Tua, who, if you watch any Tua press conferences or any of his quotes have floated across your timeline, it doesn't seem like he's handling this lack of a contract very well. He's openly talking about the stress that it causes, and he wants to get it done. He's very motivated to get it done, but the Dolphins, according to Jeff Darlington earlier this week, said that the Dolphins just are not of mind to go to the Trevor Lawrence level with Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, too, man, for a guy who hasn't genuinely proven it yet with Tua Tagovailoa, that would make me nervous. And I try not to read too much into public statements, except that I do think that Tua's a good dude. Yeah. And I think he's just being honest, maybe he's overly sharing or what have you. I don't think it's part of with Tua, it doesn't strike me that he's trying to do it as a negotiating tactic or anything. Whereas with Dak, you have to admire Dak's ability to separate the business from the football. And he's basically said, listen, I let my agent handle all this stuff. He's already played through a year where they let him go to free agency, and it wasn't, he didn't make a big stink about it or anything like that. I would trust the mental fortitude of Dak Prescott a lot more than Tua Tagovailoa.
Yes.
I feel like Tua's potential frailty emotionally is probably one of the things they worry about in Miami. And it is also one of those things, too. He's a guy, one of the things he hasn't proven yet is that he can actually perform when things break down.
Yeah.
He's really, really good when the play is going as planned, especially in the first 1.5 seconds. Mm-hmm. But if you've got a quarterback whose brain only stays intact for 1.5 seconds, that's not what you're looking for in a $250 million quarterback.
You're not. So my hope with Tua is that he remains unsigned and has to play this out, and he stresses about it all year. And that's one less team you got to worry about in the AFC. And, oh, by the way, I hope that he sucks particularly in Week 15 at NRG Stadium. Mm-hmm. So just remain unsigned, Tua. I want you to be a basket case all year long.
If we look at the two guys we've discussed so far, Dak Prescott and Tua Tagovailoa, the thing that I worry about with Dak is that he's already shown and proven and done something that really is probably the smart business thing to do, which is to genuinely, in any negotiation, it's always best if you can walk away at any point. Yeah. And most like baseball agents look at the way quarterbacks handle their situation, and they wonder, like, why are these guys not just playing it out until free agency? So the double whammy with Dak is that he said, fine, cool, I'll play under this deal. He got injured in a gruesome injury and still ended up getting paid more than he would have if he had signed before that year he got injured.
Yep.
Which, again, proves the point of what baseball agents would say, which is, look, you're a quarterback. The chances of you having a career-ending injury at this age these days is very, very, very small. So just play it out. Don't worry about the risk of injury.
Yep.
So, like, that's where, that's the part where Tua, too, even if Tua plays it out and doesn't sign a deal, but then he balls out, he's going to get a bigger contract next year.
Yep.
And that's where there's part of me that wants Tua to actually re-sign and keep that precedent going of, hey, this is what most quarterbacks do.
If you had to guess right now, we're only 1 year into C.J. Stroud. You know, the drama level on these quarterback situations that we're talking about here are, you know, they're veering towards, on a scale of 1 to 10, the upper level of that scale. You know, they're veering in that 5-6 range right now. What do you anticipate the drama level being about a C.J. Stroud extension? If you had to guess just a year in here, like 2 years from now, is this just sort of one of those things that's like we just feel like it's a done deal, matter of time kind of thing, like we did with Deshaun a few years ago? Or do you think that there's I think
honestly, so just from our conversations with Nick, reading a couple of the books that Nick recommended to me, and various other, like the way we've watched Nick operate with Laramie Tunsil, for instance, I think Nick is very much about understanding that different players have different motivations. And over the course of the next 2 years, he's going to start to get a really good feel for what does CJ want? What does he value the most? And let's figure out a way to make that work with what we want as a football team. And I don't know what those motivations are for CJ. Some guys just want to have the highest average per year. They want to have the bragging rights of saying I'm the highest paid quarterback. So like the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract didn't have a lot of guaranteed money, but it had a really high average per year.
Yep.
So I'm guessing Amon-Ra St. Brown just really wanted to have a high average per year.
Yep.
And the Lions are like, cool, we'll give it to you. And we just don't, but we're not going to give you a lot of guaranteed money. And that works out to be a pretty team-friendly deal for the Lions.
Yeah.
I think so. So whatever CJ's motivations are, whether he wants to be the highest paid, whether he wants to be with the Texans forever, but be sure he's paid for it and everything, I think that Nick is going to have a pretty good feel for that stuff, maybe just through open dialogue and getting to know CJ, that they end up with an extension after 3 years.
Yeah.
It's, barring any unforeseen circumstances or what have you, and as long as CJ continues on the same trajectory, I would put it at a 90% chance he gets an extension after 3 years.
Oh, I think so too. I think so too. And I'm with you. I think it's a pretty smooth road to it. I said this earlier this week, I think, which is if he has 2 seasons in 2024 and 2025 that are the same as his rookie. They don't even have to be better than his rookie year. If they're the same as his rookie year, it's the easiest negotiation ever. Like, he's a high-performing quarterback who's, at the time, he's going to be 24, 25 years, not even 25 yet. I think he turns 25 in October of that year or whatever.
I'll tell you what. I mean, obviously you can't plan for this, but the biggest thing with Pat Mahomes when he did his extension was that they just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And when you've got a guy that is feeling so much love and tasting the success and everything else that you want, and him wanting to be a part of the Chiefs for, at that point, there was no part of him that would have wanted to be or could even imagine being anywhere else.
Yeah.
He signed a deal that had a huge sticker price, but was very team friendly.
Yeah.
So just go out and win a Super Bowl sometime in the next couple of years. There you go. Ideally in 2026. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have to do it in 2025 and 2026, then so be it.
Right.
But ideally 2026.
Right.
Yes.
Right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here. Rockets. Reed Shepherd, the newest Rocket. He's got a nickname that is a somewhat polarizing nickname as far as how usable it is. I think it's fine. I think Seth thinks it's fine. So we'll go to the type. We'll go for a little dose of reason here from AI. What does AI think of the nickname Cocaine Curry? That is next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is
KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Payne and Pendergast. The internet's a great place sometimes. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But, Seth, I'm glad that you did this morning. If you missed it in the 6 o'clock hour, I was dragging a little bit because I was out late last night. We went to a show over at the Mucky Ducks, so I didn't get a chance to really cobble together some of the things in the rundown that we normally would. And so you're able to use AI for a couple of very important things today.
For good and not evil.
Good and not evil, right. So AI was kind enough to put a rundown together for us, if I go back to the 6 o'clock hour here, that really educated us on the topics that are of importance to Houston sports fans today.
Yes. So Reed Shepherd, selected number 3 overall by the Rockets the other day, is a 6'2", extremely athletic white dude.
Yes.
Who shot almost 52% from the 3-point line last year.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, because he's a white guy that shoots threes really well, have decided that he should be called Cocaine Curry.
Yeah.
He's like the white version of Steph Curry.
Right.
So I asked AI.
Yeah.
I said this, Mr. AI. Rockets draft pick Reed Shepherd has been dubbed Cocaine Curry because he is like a white version of Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
What are the potential implications of this nickname?
That was your question to AI. So
that was my question to AI.
What are the implications of the nickname?
I didn't expect AI to get so damn heavy-handedly moralistic about it. I asked for potential implications. Right. AI spits out 4 reasons that we shouldn't call him that, plus an alternative version, an alternative nickname.
Oh, really? So AI had, not only did AI outline the problem, but they gave a potential solution to the problem as well.
Yes, yeah. Well, partly. I'm going to have to ask one more query at the end of this.
Okay.
So, this first and foremost, I was surprised it even gave me an answer. Usually, anytime it involves anything like drugs or violence or anything like that, it's like, this is actually a very sensitive topic that you should. So, reason number 1, we shouldn't do it, Sean. Big shock here.
Yeah.
Racial insensitivity.
Okay.
The nickname highlights Shepherd's race, in parentheses, white.
White, yeah.
In contrast to Curry's, in parentheses, black, which could be seen as insensitive or even racist by some. Oh no! Wait, did we stumble into something that modern society is going to deem insensitive?
Yeah.
Oh dear God! Why don't I just stop talking altogether? If I'm afraid of being seen as insensitive, my God!
I had not thought of the racial ramifications of Cocaine Curry until AI pointed it out.
It potentially perpetuates stereotypes about white athletes and their perceived limitations in basketball, a sport often dominated by black players.
Here's the thing.
This is all news to me.
Yeah.
What the hell? Thank God I hadn't thought of a single one of those problems about calling a guy Cocaine Curry.
Okay, you are definitely. Did you say that this level of AI that you're using is a deluxe level that you're on a free trial?
Gemini.
What is it?
This is Gemini.
Gemini. Okay, and you're still on a free trial?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't pay for it quite yet. I need to hear what the other bullet points are on this topic.
Second reason that they came up for that we might not want to call him Cocaine Curry.
Right.
Another, again, thank God for AI because I never would have thought of this.
Yeah.
Sean, I don't know if you're aware of this or not. It's a drug reference. So drug
Curry?
reference is no. Yes. Yeah, you remember when you looked like you did that little thing that looked like you were smoking a J?
Yeah, that's true.
No,
cocaine.
Sean,
Cocaine.
You're so innocent and naive. I have to explain these things to you through AI.
Mm-hmm.
The term, in quotes, cocaine, is obviously a reference to a highly addictive and illegal substance. Associating a young athlete with such a drug, even indirectly. Yeah, it is indirect. Could be seen as trivializing drug abuse and its harmful consequence. Okay. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Probably.
Both of these are fair. You've got the dynamic duo of race and hardcore drugs in the same nickname. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the Rockets are rethinking whether this is a good strategy or not.
Let's be clear. The Rockets didn't nickname him Cocaine Curry.
They did in a coke-fueled celebratory session afterwards.
What are we going to name him? That. Right there. Points at the table. So you know what? The cocaine part of it is a little difficult to market to youngsters. It's tough to put on a T-shirt or a bobblehead, I would say, yeah.
This is where I think this next reason not to call Reed Sheppard cocaine.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is where I'm getting my money's worth on this freestyle, I think.
Gemini.
Because honestly, I hadn't really, I would have thought of this if I had actually contemplated any of this at any point. Unrealistic expectations. Comparing Sheppard to Curry, one of the greatest shooters of all time, sets an extremely high bar for the rookie. This could create unrealistic expectations for Sheppard's performance and lead to undue criticism if he doesn't immediately live up to the comparison. I think it's a valid concern that, I don't think anybody immediately expects him to be Steph Curry, a guy who himself didn't really deliver on his promise until several years into his NBA career.
That's very true. No, those are all good points. The reason I looked at this one and I said, wow, Gemini, you're making a really good point right now, is because I remember the Harold Miner era. Back in 1992, I think it was the Miami Heat, drafted Harold Miner out of USC, and his nickname was Baby Jordan because he looked like Jordan, he played like Jordan. Athletically, he was a really good athlete. The problem was he was 6'2", and he wasn't Michael Jordan. It turns out he wasn't Michael Jordan. And that followed him around everywhere. The Baby Jordan label followed him around. That was a big deal. So
you know what? And I would add another one. I was never comfortable with how much they gushed about Kyle Tucker as a young Ted Williams.
Me neither.
I felt like that was a little unfair. Like, okay, look, listen. Let's not start comparing him to one of the greatest hitters who ever lived,
dude.
Right out the gate, just because his swing resembles Ted Williams.
His teammates were doing it. Remember, his teammates were like correcting people, like, "No, call him Ted." Like, really? Okay, he's batting 146 right now. What are we doing?
I didn't like that. Yeah,
I didn't either.
Like, ultimately, it's worked out okay for Kyle Tucker.
What else?
So I guess the flip side, the distraction and the pressure.
Okay,
that's the fourth. That's the fourth thing they say. The nickname itself could become a distraction for Sheppard, as media and fans constantly refer to it. Focus on the comparison to
that
Curry.
One's dumb. Gemini, you gave all your collateral, all your equity
I thought it would
back.
be that like too many people would be going up to him offering him cocaine.
Right.
So the kid's hooked on coke and it's because of a nickname.
Yes.
My God.
Oh, the added pressure could negatively impact his development and on-court performance. Can you imagine he's having a subpar rookie year and he's doing a media scrum and they're like, "Man, Reed, we were expecting more. What's wrong? What's wrong right now with the game?" And he's like, "I got to tell you guys, I'm super distracted by this nickname that you gave me, Cocaine Curry. I can't focus." All right, so does Gemini do anything here to help solve the problem, or are they just going to sit here and bitch about the whole thing?
Well, they said this. The alternative, I say they like it's a bunch of people sitting around in computers, and it's instead of focusing on a potentially harmful nickname, it would be more beneficial to highlight Sheppard's unique skills and strengths as a player.
Okay.
This would allow him to develop his own identity and avoid the negative connotations associated with Cocaine Curry.
Okay, so they don't suggest – that would be awesome if AI suggested like 10 new nicknames for Reed.
I believe they've got the capability to do that, Sean.
Okay.
Let me do something real quick.
Do your thing. I'll read a few texts while you're doing your thing right there.
Yes,
all right. Let's see here. Snow Cane Curry for the kids version. Okay. Yeah. You kind of know what it is. It's alluding to it, but it doesn't out and out say the word cocaine in it. I like that. Didn't his girlfriend call him Rocket Reed in a post? Would not mind that.
Well, that might just be like he just. That might be something about his lovemaking.
That could be a nickname she's had for him for a long, long time. Right. Hey, while you're finding that, this was some pretty funny audio yesterday, stemming from a video online about Reed Sheppard. So it's Reed Sheppard doing that classic video that teams do where he's looking at the camera. He's like, "Hey," you'll hear it. "Hey, Houston, really psyched to be here." And then they flash to 6 months later. And take a listen. It's the part that the 6 months later part. Envision a very awkward white dude delivering this rap that you're about to hear.
What's up, Rocket fans? Reed Sheppard here. Super excited to be in Houston. I can't wait to get this season started. Let's do it.
6 months later.
Fofos, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping. Switching with the pay drip. Turn your neck, yo, Dame missing. Me and Slim, we ain't tricking. I'm finger flipping and sword stepping like do it down. I'm cold pipping. Car stopper, him keep spinning. I'm flipping drive with invisible top. Hose down my drop step out. I'm shaking and block with 418. Candy green with 11 screen. My gasoline always supreme.
Good.
Hell yeah, let's go.
For shizzle. Good job. Oh, that is good. Reed's got bars that he rehearsed. He rehearsed on the bus a lot.
That was fun.
Okay, so I asked for 10 alternative nicknames.
Yeah.
This sounds like honestly, these nicknames that Gemini, the advanced version of ChatGPT, recommended, this sounds like the AI of the 1950s. This sounds like that. How about this, Sean? So AI frowned on Cocaine Curry as a nickname for all of the various, racial insensitivity, drug reference, everything else like that. Okay. Now, given everything that's going on in America right now, and this is their first recommended alternative.
Can't wait.
Sean.
Yes.
AI, who is incredibly sensitive to the sensitivities of others. Mm-hmm. The Kentucky Sniper.
Jeez.
What the hell? What the hell are you?
Kentucky Sniper.
Let's call him the Clock Tower Sniper. What are you doing, Gemini?
Yeah.
The Kentucky Sniper.
Right.
Doesn't quite ring.
Right. Yeah.
Shepherd's Sharpshooter. This is like the AI of the 1950s. This is very much like these are old school.
Alliteration.
Reed the Rainmaker.
Okay. Oh, all
got alliteration.
Not bad. Yeah, alliteration. I don't think there's a rainmaker in the NBA right now. Like, you're not stealing from anybody with that?
This one's a little bit grammatically incorrect, but I understand what they're going for. Shepherd's Splash Brother. I guess it would have to be like, it should be like Splash Brother Shepherd or something.
Yeah. Well, and that
which would put him in with Klay Thompson and
Curry.
Steph Curry and everything.
We
hate the Warriors too much to go that far with the Steph Curry comparison.
Yeah, and he's not on their team. Like, they were Splash Brothers. Like, if Klay Thompson signs with another team, they're not the Splash Brothers anymore. Like, you got to be on the same team to be Splash Brothers. The rules.
One of these is one that's definitely going to come up and maybe become a broadcasting mainstay, annoyingly so.
Yeah.
The Shepherd Swish.
Okay. Yeah. I could see that maybe not being a nickname, but like if he knocks down an important three at a crucial time, that gets mixed in.
What about this one? This one I don't think fits just because he spent 1 year at Kentucky.
Yeah.
The Lexington Legend.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Reed the Rocket. That's sorry. So now they're plagiarizing
his girlfriend.
Yeah. What'd she say? Rocket Reed.
Rocket Reed. Yeah. Rocket Reed.
That's a reference to his quick release and potential for explosive scoring.
Is it? Are we sure, or is it a reference to something else?
There's not a single one of these that is 10% as good as Cocaine Curry.
No.
Shepherd's Showtime.
Yeah.
No, you've let me down yet again. Artificial
intelligence.
So
what are the chances? The big thing from this, Seth. What are the chances you end up paying for this version of AI after all this?
I got to tell you honestly. For the other thing I asked this morning was, since I knew that you were going to be like potentially barely conscious, I asked them what. I said, please tell me the sports topics that will resonate with Houston Sports Talk listeners this morning.
Yeah.
And I don't think it did anything that I couldn't have done myself. Astros injuries, Rockets draft pick and trade.
We've hit all these. Yep.
Astros winning streak.
Yep.
And the Dynamo's recent performance.
Right.
And the Texans' upcoming season.
Right.
I feel like we already had all that in the show, minus the Dynamo. No offense, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But minus the Dynamo, we had all those. So actually, this did a worse job than the humans did.
Right.
Now, I think the value with AI would be if over time, if I like downloaded a transcript of our show every day and like had it, and you kind of build it. What I've realized with AI is like it's just a very good tool, but it's still it's still got to be user intensive.
Yeah.
You gotta, just like giving somebody a calculator doesn't all of a sudden turn you into a math genius. You gotta keep working on these threads that you work with.
Yeah, I don't like I don't like that this version's recommending to listen to other radio stations. I hate that.
Yeah,
that was nice of them. Yeah. For more information, go to listen to. Hey, what the hell, man? What the hell?
Well, again, I'll get that hammered out in the next version of this chat.
Okay. What does it cost? Like, what does that version cost?
I don't know. I've got it in my. I don't know.
You have you have your reminder in there to cancel it if you need to.
Yeah. Like I just had to cancel the Baltimore Beacon because I'd had a free. When I was doing research before the playoff game versus the Ravens, I wanted to get some. I always try to get the other city's perspective.
Yeah.
So I subscribed to the Baltimore Beacon for $1, like $1 for however many months.
Okay.
And I just had to unsubscribe a couple days ago
I
because it popped up in my notifications in my on my calendar.
Did you? Okay, because when you said that just now, I'm like, when you're like, yeah, I had this subscription to the Baltimore Beacon, and I had to give myself a reminder. I'm like, damn, is Seth going to opposing cities newspapers for Astros series in the middle of June? I'm like, that's hardcore.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah, because they just played the Orioles last weekend. I'm like, damn, Seth, look at you.
But I always try to get somebody else's perspective.
Yeah.
They get you thinking. They get you thinking more objectively about your own team, and then also some of the issues that another team might have that you don't really. That's not in the national media.
Yeah.
Now, I've been going out and trying to find people that are criticizing or second guessing C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've gotten to a point, Sean, where honestly, the national NFL media has gotten more homerish than the local media when it comes to the Texans. Because some people I really respect are like reeling off why the Texans are so awesome, and like they're ignoring some of the still very big issues on this team.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of groupthink out there right now.
There is. You know why I think that is with CJ is because there's way fewer people that watch Texans football than it felt like there might be nationally last year because they weren't nationally relevant until the second half of the season. They played noon Sunday every week until week 18. So not a lot of people literally actually watch CJ play like we did, snap to snap to snap. I think the other thing too is when you're one of those people and you just look at the back of CJ's football card, so to speak, and you look at it, you look at it and you go, wow, because the regular stats jump out. So few interceptions, such a high yards per attempt, those kind of things.
I think that, but I think there though too. Because I'm not going to look for just hot takes from somebody on ESPN or something. I'm like looking for the people that actually do watch the film.
Yeah.
And it's not about CJ himself. It's about the supporting cast.
Okay.
I think there's a big fixation on talking about the wide receivers and how good they are. And like it's kind of weird, honestly. They don't even bring up how bad the Texans' rushing attack was.
Yep.
They don't bring up the center and left guard position. They just kind of leave some of that out of the conversation. So they're all these guys have watched a lot of film, and they're very accurate about what CJ did. Because really, the really smart guys out there are saying, like, no, CJ played above what the stats show. Like, you can if all you're doing is box score analysis, you can go through it. A lot of people, like, just amongst, the fan bases and everything, have arguments for why CJ actually wasn't that good or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's the stuff above and beyond the box score where he really shined. I think they're ignoring some of the obstacles that he still has to overcome. Not even necessarily by himself, but on his surroundings.
Yep. You can only trade for one right now if you're the Astros. You can only go shopping for one. Starting pitcher, first baseman. What are you shopping for if you're the Astros? Because I think they will be shopping pretty soon. We'll talk about that coming up next.
What are you shopping for if you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault? You're shopping for a lot of
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Astros off yesterday. They're in New York to take on the Mets, 3-game series this weekend. We may come in on Monday, Seth. We may come in on Monday. Astros might be 3 games over 500. They might have, depending on what the Mariners do this weekend, gotten even in the loss column. They're only 3 back in the loss column to the Mariners right now. Like, times are good. The more the season keeps going this way, the more likely it is that they're going to buy something here. I don't know that they're going to do a gut the farm system kind of trade. There's certainly players out there available like that, seemingly. Yeah. We're going to get a look at one this weekend. Pete Alonso, we're going to get an up-close look at him this weekend. This is it's like a scouting trip almost.
Yeah, and it's both Pete Alonso and Vlad Guerrero Jr. as potential solutions at first base are ones that you can get a little conflicted about because, okay, neither of them are playing incredibly well. So the price maybe isn't as high as it would have otherwise been, and yet at the same time, you're like, all right, well, what am I giving up to get a guy that I'm just hoping gets it together in the second half of his season?
Yeah.
So that's the part that there's nothing. I don't know if there's a solution or anything I've seen out there that's so enticing that I just gots to have it.
Right.
You know. And yet, I would love to be able to just plunk somebody out there at first base, even if they're just an average hitter that is a functional first baseman and has the upside of everything else. So I can worry more about like trying to patch and fix and spackle together some of these other issues on the roster.
If let's say the baseball gods tell you can only trade for one thing, blindly, without knowing who the player is, right now, would it be a starting pitcher or a first baseman?
Right this moment, it would be a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Right this moment. Now, just like, we still need the Astros to continue to play at the pace they've been playing at just recently to make any of this relevant. But likewise, we're going to find out a lot about just how much can you trust Spencer Arrighetti, just how much can you trust perhaps Bloss at some point, and that'll still be, that's still going to be a huge flyer because you just never know with a rookie pitcher just how long the honeymoon period's going to last if Bloss ends up having a few really good starts. But I reserve the right to change my opinion on that. But right now, I don't mind putting together a hodgepodge at first base because it's largely the fielding element of it isn't as big a deal as a lot of the other positions or what a starting pitcher can provide for you.
Yeah, and anything's better than what you'd been trotting out there for a majority of the games this year when Abreu was on the team. Like it's going to be a step up. Mine would be a start. If I had to do it blindly, it's starting pitcher because I think with first base, I need to know more who the first baseman is that they're going to get. With a pitcher, I'm assuming they're going to get somebody who's going to eat some innings up, who's got some experience, and who we're going to hopefully get, a very good version of themselves, given all the things that the Astros have done with pitchers in the past. And the other reason it might be a pitcher for me too, Seth, just blindly is, again, just something to keep an eye on. We're going to have some guys on this staff here that by July and August they're going to be on pace and starting to veer very close to innings numbers that they're not used to doing, that their arm's not used to. That's what happened with Hunter Brown and J.P. France last year. Like Ronel Blanco specifically, because it's almost non-negotiable right now for you to keep this pace going here. Yeah. You have to have Framber, Ronel Blanco, and Hunter Brown doing what they've been doing for the last several starts. You've got to have that because the other 2 spots in the rotation are Spencer Arrighetti and an unknown. Your lineup still has some holes in it. Kyle Tucker's not back. You're batting. They were batting Yainer Diaz cleanup this week. We're at the game on Wednesday, and I'm looking up at the lineup. I'm like, Jake Myers is in the 5-hole in this lineup right now. For as good a lineup as it's been statistically in some things like batting average and OPS, it is a lineup right now that is very shaky in some spots. Very shaky in some spots. So you need the pitching to keep doing what it is they're doing, and especially Blanco. Like Blanco, you're asking Blanco, a guy who's 8-2 with the 6th best ERA in baseball, to keep doing this as his innings count keeps piling up. He's never gone more than 125 innings at any point.
Right. Yeah, that's the other big X factor with a lot of the young guys too. No matter how promising they are, just how are they going to endure that workload throughout the year.
Yeah.
I had the one guy I had thought about was Eric Fetty, the pitcher for the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
He's on a 2-year, $15 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a 2.60 ERA in 9 starts this year. So it's like somebody like that who wasn't a highly sought-after dude to begin with, but is pitching really well this year, and you'd actually get an extra year out of him. That would make me feel better about letting a prospect go. And could be a medium-term solution in a lot of ways. Very affordable and isn't gonna. And you might actually get some extra juice out of him next year if you get something out of him this year from a team that will certainly be sellers.
Yeah,
because they're a team that's got to keep the long-term in perspective right now. But they've only got him on a 2-year deal.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet is going to be the big one for the White Sox.
They're not letting him go.
You don't think
24 years old?
Yeah. But
so.
If they got a Godfather offer or something, but
I don't want to be in the Godfather offer.
No. No, for sure.
No. I'm glad you brought up his name. Yeah, because a lot of people are probably saying well, what about Garrett Crochet? I don't think that's where the Astros should be right now.
Agreed.
They don't. They've got to preserve and bolster the pipeline as much as possible to get a Garrett Crochet. That's a sinking of some capital that I don't want to give up.
Absolutely,
right now.
Absolutely. We've had this whole conversation. We haven't even mentioned Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers yet.
Well, right, yeah, and that's the other part of it too. Is that I don't want to make this sound like a negative or something, but what if you give up assets and then you end up with all of a sudden back with 6 good starting pitchers who are already on the roster?
I'll take it,
and especially if Spencer Arrighetti is okay, and now you're like, oh, we got Fetty for nothing. We got Fetty. What the hell?
I'll take it. I'll do it. There was a point earlier in this season where we're like, boy, if they get these guys, they're going to have 9 guys. I mean, boy, this is going to be tough for Joe Espada to juggle all this and figure the whole thing out. And now we're like, who are they going to pull off the street to be their 5th starter? It's wild. It's wild. We're getting a lot of nicknames for Reed Shepherd.
That are better than the suggested ones by ChatGPT.
Yeah. I mean, I think we could just put 2 nouns.
Low bar.
We could put 2 nouns in a box and, like a ping pong balls and pull out a better name than AI was giving us. White Lightning. Okay. That's kind of 1950s, I would say.
It's just been overdone to death, too.
Yeah.
White chocolate's been used too often.
White chocolate, yep.
Plus, white chocolate's never appropriate for a point guard. Or a guard, a 1 or a 2. It's just, it's not quite right.
Jason Williams would argue with you on that one. Snow.
He was white chocolate.
Yeah, he was white chocolate, yeah.
Right, I said white lightning.
White lightning.
I don't like white lightning for a guard.
Got you. Snow look pass to Cocaine Curry. Yes.
Yeah, he's doubling down on Cocaine Curry.
Yeah, if they're going to use it. Boy, can you imagine if Craig Ackerman did that on a broadcast? Snow look pass to Cocaine Curry. Craig, if you're listening, do it, please. LeBron is savage, LMAO. This goes back to Bronny. If you missed it, Bronny James is a Laker, and this topic has dominated the TV shows this morning. My glance is up at the television in our studio. That's all they're talking about.
Has LeBron spoken on it? Has LeBron issued his statement?
I've not heard yet.
It's nice that he'll be able to, Bronny can now, help his parents out a little bit. He's got It's a 2nd-round pick. It's not like he's going to be, have generational wealth or anything, but he might buy LeBron a house to live in or something.
Can you imagine? What did you do with your first contract?
Bought my dad a house.
Bought my dad his 11th house. Okay.
I bought my dad a film production company.
Right. I'm still looking at these names. I'm still caught up in this trade deadline stuff. This star player, good player, role player article in The Athletic. The one role player I still want on the team, Seth, Tommy Pham. I want him, if for no other reason than he can go train for MMA with you in the offseason. So you can see he might be able to help you beat up your brother, Tommy Pham.
He probably would. He'd probably do it even while he would be like in one of those videos where I walk in and Tommy Pham's just sitting there and I'm like, hey, I got to go fight my brother. And Tommy Pham's like, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. He's already got his fingers taped up. He's ready to go. Yeah.
Yep.
Tommy Pham might be good for me in that.
Cracker Buckets as a nickname for Reed Shepherd.
I like that. Cracker Buckets.
Cracker Buckets. White.
Now, ChatGPT didn't like the racial element to Cocaine Curry.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't even tell him that it was based on him being white. ChatGPT figured it out for himself.
They went and found out Reed Shepherd is white? Okay.
Cracker Buckets is pretty good.
Cracker Bucket. Let's call him that on this show. Let's just have that exclusive to this show. Cracker
Buckets.
Oh, Cracker Buckets.
We'll use that if he's playing poorly.
Yeah.
If he turns out to be a disappointment or something, like, old Cracker Buckets there. Old Cracker Clangers is more like it.
Great. I want to take down the guy who texted in Cracker Bucket. I want to take his number down and hang out with him.
We don't know if it's actually a person. That might be the advance. That might
or
be Gemini 2.0 texting in. Yeah,
that's true. Milkweed Reed. Okay, no. Not doing Milkweed Reed. Snow Bunny Shepherd. Okay.
What's something less offensive than cocaine that's also white?
Well, we called him Splenda Steph yesterday on the show.
Splenda Steph, yeah. The only thing I don't like about that is that it implies like there's no actual calories or energy to it.
Well, what about Sugar Steph?
Sugar Steph.
Sugar Steph.
Yeah.
Because that
refined sugar stuff.
That even satisfies the people who are upset that we're not using cocaine anymore. Because you can just go, no, it's booger sugar, man. It's not.
That's true. Yeah, like sugar stuff with a sniffle. You know, sugar stuff. Yeah,
I like it. I like
Snow White stuff. Something. Snow White stuff.
Snow Bunny.
David Duke stuff.
That's a little extreme.
Super white.
Super duper white.
Yeah.
White mud.
He's probably from Kentucky too.
Probably.
If I know my racists.
Dude, yeah. The Kentucky Sniper one earlier. What are you doing, AI? What the hell was that? Okay.
Oh no, he was from Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomato. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, somebody, as long as we're talking about some baseball here, somebody posted something about Derek Jeter yesterday that really does remind us, as kind of up and down as his post-playing career has been, broadcaster, bad owner of the Marlins, Derek Jeter really was the GOAT when it comes to one thing. We will go through this coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the Poulos family.
Condition. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, top of the hour, some national writers talking about the Texans and C.J. Stroud that we're going to get into at the top of the hour. So we'll circle
Let's
back.
get through this segment quickly. I want to get back to my reading about David Duke.
Okay, we'll speed through this here.
I spent the break looking up stuff about David Duke.
Oh, that had to be.
Yeah. He was born in Oklahoma, but he lived all over the place as a youth.
Yeah. He's spread his love everywhere. Yeah, there you go.
Got some things I want to share with you this weekend, Sean. Okay, I've got a pamphlet I need to give you that maybe you haven't considered. Some things maybe you haven't considered. Okay.
As you've pointed out, it's all about the pamphlets. If you're going to be a leader, you got to have pamphlets, right?
You know what? Okay, when we've talked about a post-apocalyptic breakdown of society or something, and I've argued that you as one of Houston's warlords, I would have you, and you'd be valuable to me because you're a prolific writer, and that you could write lots of pamphlets. I think a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand why I was so fixated on pamphlets. Because there would be no internet or large publications or anything.
Right.
Who knows how much radio and shortwave ham stuff we'd be able to do.
Yeah.
Sean's ability to write propaganda fueled pamphlets for me is where he would come into the pamphleting. People don't understand how important pamphlets are going to be. Yes, go stock your bomb shelter and everything and load up your catch of weapons, but you got to get the propaganda part nailed down if you're going to have any kind of power in the afterworld after society breaks down.
Nothing else matters. If you don't get the propaganda right, none of the rest of the stuff matters.
Right. Yeah, you're going to get killed in your sleep.
Yep.
In an unsavory fashion because you've got all the guns under lock and key. They got to beat you over the head with rocks, if you don't have them propagandized properly.
I love that an unsavory way of getting killed in your sleep implies that there's actually a savory way of getting killed in your sleep.
Well, there is.
Is there?
Yeah, poison me or shoot me in the head.
Okay, yeah.
That's about it. Those are the options.
Yeah.
It's like a gentle poison, something where it knocks me out first.
You're right.
Before the really ugly stuff sets in.
You're right. I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah.
So Derek Jeter, this graphic flies across my timeline yesterday. Sometimes it's good, especially in late June, just to be reminded that, hey, this guy who's all right on the broadcast on Fox, and this guy who was part of the semi-ruination of the Miami Marlins when he was a part owner there, he actually did have quite the history as a player and as a playa, Playa. This graphic, Derek Jeter's dating diamond, is something to behold because they can barely fit a full 9. They actually have 10 on here. So it's Derek Jeter's dating diamond. They take the 10 most prominent, hottest women that Jeter had some semblance of a relationship with back in the day.
Yeah.
And
they've got them laid out at positions on a baseball field.
Yeah. And
the question we're going to ask is, which one of these women would you trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr.?
Right. Exactly. Is Derek Jeter's dating diamond at first base the weak link like the Astros' first base position? All right, I'm going to go I'll start off first. The pitcher is Hannah Davis, what's so funny?
I thought one of these women was Alyssa Milano when it's Vanessa Manillo.
Vanessa Manillo, yeah.
I was like, I don't remember him dating Alyssa Milano. That'd be out of character for him because she's pretty political, and like Derek Jeter tries to stay as out of controversy as much as possible.
He does. Yeah. He does. Although when he was dating all these women, like back in the early 2000s, was she as political back then as she is now?
I don't think so. No, I think that came with Twitter. And everything, so
I do too.
Not.
Yeah. I was a big Alyssa Milano fan back in the day. So here's how the lineup goes for Derek Jeter. His wife, Hannah Davis, is the starting pitcher. So she's the one that he's still with.
Was she a model or an actress?
Model.
Or what? Was she notable, or was she just like some South Beach hussy?
I think she was a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Text in. Just confirm Hannah Davis. She's related to Glenn Davis, the big soccer guy in town. I
didn't know that.
Yeah. I think she's his niece or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I apologize. Obviously, she wasn't a South Beach hussy.
Yeah.
She was already notable as an actual model.
Right. I believe so. Someone will text.
Sorry, Glenn.
Some perv.
I was just asking the question.
Sure.
I wasn't making a statement or anything.
You're good. We go around the horn here. The battery mate for Hannah Davis is Minka Kelly, who best known Friday Night Lights and many other things. Around the infield, Jordana Brewster at first base.
Who's that?
That's the one I don't really know. I'm not super familiar with Jordana Brewster. Okay. Obviously, she's very attractive. Adriana Lima at second base. Now, I'll tell you, the Adriana Lima story is this, as pertains to this station. If you recall, Seth, she was at one of the Super Bowls. I think the Super Bowl in New York, maybe the one in San Francisco, on Radio Row. Mm-hmm. And we got her on the Triple Threat. She was a guest on the Triple Threat, and it was really funny because Ted couldn't wait to talk to Adriana Lima. Couldn't wait.
Why?
Because they share common book interests, of course.
Yeah.
So Ted, for obvious reasons, couldn't wait to talk to Adriana Lima. I'm telling you right now who Adriana Lima could not stop talking to and chatting with, like after the interview was over.
Rich Lord.
Yeah, she loved herself some Rich Lord.
She thought this is a kindly gentleman. She probably looked at him like kind of like a nice uncle or grandfather or something.
Maybe I don't know.
Was it more?
I don't know. More? That's what I'm saying. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't mean to say I don't know what she was thinking. I just mean who could read? We couldn't read her mind. But boy, she was fixated on old Richard Lord, man. Adriana Lima. Yeah,
I could see that totally. Rich has such a pleasant demeanor. I would totally see him as a guy that. That younger woman might look at as like, what a
non-threatening,
not old, but
kind,
just a pleasant older gentleman.
Yeah. So she's at second base on the Jeter.
With no creepiness about it
at all.
Adriana Lima probably has a pretty good feel for creepy old men.
Yeah,
she probably felt like, this is a guy who's genuinely not trying to angle his way into my DMs or something.
No, Rich does not have that club in his bag, man.
No,
No. Mostly because he never.
Interesting that she ignored you, though.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, Scarlett Johansson at shortstop. I didn't know about Jeter and Scarlett Johansson. Vanessa Manillo, who you thought was Alyssa Milano.
What's she do?
Third base. Again, I'm not totally sure.
Okay.
And then around the outfield, left field, Mariah Carey. Well, probably among, if not his most famous romantic relationship.
A very more famous than him worldwide.
Power couple, yeah.
And it would be very much like a Tom Brady, Giselle type of thing.
Absolutely.
But where she is amongst non-sports fans especially, just worldwide famous. Yeah.
Jessica Alba, center field, thumbs up on that. And then
also very, very successful in her own right.
Yes. And then Jessica Biel, who ended up with Justin Timberlake in right field. Tyra Banks is your designated hitter, evidently, because she's not on the diamond, and her face is just sitting in the on-deck circle over there.
She's either that or a really bad first base coach.
Yes.
She's standing in the wrong spot.
She's that, or she's a manager that's arguing balls and strikes, something.
Yeah. She's about to get... Actually, that might make sense.
Yeah.
Tyra's got that fire. I'll tell you what, a Tyra Banks ejection would be a lot better than a Joe Espada ejection.
Yes.
Although he got better. He got better the second time around.
Yep.
A little bit more fuel the second time around.
Okay, Jordana Brewster is in the Fast and Furious movies. She played Vin Diesel's sister in the movies. Okay.
You know what? That's something. Remember when I went on my off-season project of watching The Office?
Yeah.
Because I realized how many jokes and references I missed. Like, I would always... I could even tell and sense when somebody was making an Office reference to me, and I would just kind of nod and chuckle. So I just, for the sake of identifying with our listeners, I went through and watched the entire series over the course of a month or so.
Yeah.
I might have to... I feel the same way about the Fast and the Furious movies. I haven't seen a single one of them, and yet it's a big part of a lot of people. Like, a lot of people have, consumed every one of those. Even if they don't like them that much, it's like that was the movie to go see.
Yeah.
I might have to watch all the Fast and Furious movies.
I've seen two of them, and I can't tell you which two they were. They're all very similar. It's a lot like Transformers, where it's really just some famous actors where a bunch of big, huge robots end up tearing up the entire city that they're in. That's always the crazy thing.
What does Vin Diesel turn into?
That's not. You don't mash up the movies.
Like the Transformers.
No.
Okay.
And now the two that I saw, Fast and Furious, were pre-Dwayne Johnson getting involved in the franchise.
The Rock?
The Rock is involved in the
He's in the movies?
He is, yeah.
Oh.
Am I right about that, Ben? The Rock is
I believe starting with 5.
With 5, okay, yeah. See, I knew Ben would know. I'm gonna make it.
I knew Ben could think through.
Yeah, me no Fast and Furious. Ben, who'd there be in that?
Jordana Brewster make me feel funny.
Something happening down low. So yeah, man, Derek Jeter.
I would say, okay, what were the dodged bullets on that? I would say Scarlett Johansson she was not up for monogamy for a long time.
Right.
It was just, she was going to have some dicey relationships, so the timing wasn't right there. Mariah Carey, bit of a head case.
Yeah, I think that's the big one, is Mariah Carey.
I would say, I don't know if, again, Tyra Banks, I feel for Derek Jeter's kind of low-key way of going about things.
Yeah.
Tyra's a little bit more out there
Very
and everything.
much. Yeah.
That I don't know if it would have worked between those two.
Yeah.
So ultimately he took his time. He sampled multiple different options, and he found the woman for him.
Dude, he went to every expensive steakhouse on the planet for a while there.
Dude,
yes.
Does he not look like a fat, happy married guy?
Yes, he's changed.
He looks like a guy that got it all out of his system as a younger guy, and now he's got his wife. They seem to be happy. He's put on 20 pounds that he probably is thinking about losing, but he doesn't care really at the end of the day. I'm Derek freaking Jeter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm married.
He's living his best life.
Is he ever, man? Is he? And he's even got that commercial. I forget what line of automobiles.
He's driving a vehicle through rainy weather. It made it look like he had to drive 4 hours home from the airport through a forest.
Oh, he made it like he had to drive through the night, because he got stranded at an airport, and he's driving, and oh man, and I had to get home. Opens the door, 2 little girls run out to hug, one on each of his legs, his little daughters, and Hannah's there smiling at the front door, probably with an apple pie in one hand, and
they made it look like he had just gotten off of an oil platform for the last 6 weeks, Or he's a long-haul trucker or something. You know what it was? That's what it was. It was the exact same commercial you see when a long-haul trucker pulls into the driveway and comes in, and everything's like, oh, now I'm back where I belong.
Bingo.
Except it was like, no, it was too stormy for the helicopter to work that
night. Bingo. Vanessa Manillo is now Vanessa Lachey, married to Nick Lachey.
Who's that?
98 Degrees. He was, and he used to be married.
What's that?
He used to. Okay, it's like we're playing 6 Degrees. Used to be married to Jessica Simpson.
I know her.
Yeah, who used to date Tony Romo.
Right.
Yeah, we know him. That's
basically Jerry Jones has made a creepy comment about this girl at some point.
Indirectly, yes. Yeah, probably.
I'm going to sue him on her behalf.
All right. Oh, thank you. Grand Wagoneer was the name of the vehicle that Jeter was in. Okay, there you go. They got a 5-second live read out of it. All right.
Bayway Dodge Jeep and Ram.
Oh, there you
if you're
go.
looking for your Derek Jeter mobile.
There you go. Good job, Seth.
Thank you.
It's called adding value right there. Clients. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. I'm glad we did that exercise. Hey, what are the national media members getting wrong? about C.J. Stroud. We'll hear coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How about
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll circle back to the Texans and C.J. Stroud a little later on in the 9 o'clock hour here as we welcome you into the 9 o'clock hour. Sean Pendergast along with Seth Payne. Astros tonight. It is an Apple TV game tonight in New York. The Mets and the Astros, and joining us right now, she's going to be part of that broadcast. She's part of the team at Apple TV. And longtime baseball reporter, MLB TV, with the Red Sox back in the day as well. Heidi Watney joining us right now on Sports Radio 610. Heidi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing great. We're doing much better now than we were a week ago here in Houston, because a week ago they had just gotten shut out by the White Sox, and they were 10 games back, and they made a ton of headway in the last week, as I know you know. For you, as I'm sure you've been watching the Astros here leading up to this game, what's been the most impressive thing to you about this turnaround they've had here recently?
I think the most impressive thing that even though they have so many injuries to the starting rotation, their starting rotation has really turned it around and come on strong over the last, really over the last month, really. But yeah, the 7-game win streak is a lot of fun for the Astros. I mean, Todd Callis said it best at the end of the broadcast on Wednesday. Who would have thought 1 week ago we would be talking about a team that's at 500? Literally had to run the table to get there, but the vibes are high right now.
Yeah, and Heidi, when we're sitting here and the Astros started off 7-19, and you know that on paper they look like a team that should be nowhere in that territory. It was really, really hard for us to kind of talk ourselves into this team at some point looking like the Astros of old, and yet we would look around, in the national baseball media and anonymous executives and opposing broadcasters, and they seem to be more bullish on the Astros than we were here locally. Is that when you watch, and especially because you get to see it from all different perspectives, doing as many different teams as you do, is that how you felt about the Astros in the first part of the season, that you just got to wait and see what happens over the course of a long season?
100%. I mean, the talent was still on this roster. I know they've lost a few guys here and there from, the championship teams, but this team has, not only gone to the postseason for 7 straight, they've gone to the ALCS. The roster construction is there. I believe in Joe Espada. I think there might have been a few growing pains early in the season as he takes over the head honcho job. But the track record was always going to be there. And some teams can't get through the kinds of injuries that really hit this team at the beginning of the year. But if you can sustain, you can't win a pennant in April, but you can lose it. The Astros stayed in there enough to sustain this, going on a run, getting guys healthy, getting guys back. And you just kind of knew that the talent was there and they would kind of rise to meet the back of their baseball card, as people say.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it now.
Yeah, we got a lot of back of the baseball card talk, Heidi, back when Jose Abreu was still on the team, as you probably know. Here, yeah. You look at the record with Abreu on the team and without Abreu on the team, and it's a stark difference. And I guess just your thoughts on that the whole Jose Abreu experience here in Houston. Is there a cautionary tale there? Is he getting the finger pointed at him a little too much? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, no, I don't think he is. It's a tough situation because his contract was signed when the Astros were essentially without a true leader at the helm, right? And so maybe Daniel Brown doesn't do that contract, probably doesn't. But you have to look at the guy's numbers of what he's done, but also project going forward, and that's what a good front office can do. And since he's getting paid so much, I understand Joe Espada saying, if he's here, I've got to play him. Because you look at the track record and you think he's going to come out of it at any point, but then he ends up being kind of a black hole in your lineup. So with him gone, takes that pressure off, gets someone in there who's younger and who can be more productive and who gets a shot. And whether it be the back injuries or whatever has plagued him, I know he dealt with a lot of that last year, just couldn't get out of it, couldn't get that swing back, couldn't get that swagger back. And now that they're moving on, they're obviously performing a lot better as a whole, but you can't have a spot in your lineup that's a black hole. You just can't. I mean, that's why pitchers don't hit anymore. It's a lot more fun. Got the offense 1 through 9.
We're with Heidi Watney, who will be on the Apple broadcast tonight for the Astros game. Heidi, if you're allowed to tell us, is there an Astros player that's going to be mic'd up tonight?
We We haven't gotten confirmation yet, but we think we're going to have Jeremy Pena mic'd up. We're pretty sure. Waiting on final confirmation from the team. They had the day off yesterday, so sometimes.
All right, okay. So talk me through this, because I get I get stressed out on behalf of these guys when they're wearing a hot mic and playing defense in a Major League Baseball game. I honestly, Heidi, I feel it in my stomach. Like, it's the same as if my wife said we need to talk. Like, there's how many of the players, do you guys have to talk some of these guys into it, or are a lot of guys just wide open to it?
A lot of guys are wide open to it. It's always in the hands of the player. Now, there are certain teams who say, no, we don't want that. For example, last week we had Yankees and Braves, and we've been doing another thing where, Apple's whole thing is about the viewer experience, right? It's about the fan experience. It's about your phone experience with your iPhone. Our games are about the viewer experience watching the game. So we're trying to bring you closer to the game. So we've been doing what we call a pre-first pitch interview. I'll interview a player as he's running out onto the field. I've done that a couple of times. This year we got Matt Chapman earlier this year with the Giants. We got Andres Jimenez with the Guardians. We got Freddie Freeman in the on-deck circle because the Yankees didn't want to play ball in that realm with having a player interviewed as they're running onto the field. But Freddie Freeman was game. He gave a great interview about standing in the on-deck circle, or he hits third behind, at the time, Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani, and what's it like? What's he looking for in their at-bats at the start of the game? You're coming out of the clubhouse. You've been in the hitters' meetings. What are you looking for? I think that kind of insight is invaluable to the fans, and he gave a great answer. So we're efforting Alex Bregman for that one tonight here. Some teams just don't want to do it for the exact reason that you talk about. They don't need their players, especially younger players, minds to be distracted at all from the game. But you have to think about these guys. They've done their 10,000 hours. Jeremy Pena has played shortstop for so much time that most things are going to be routine to him, and he can have a conversation. There's guys that, Bryce Harper is fantastic at it. We've had some great experiences with Carlos Correa. I know. Houston knows him well.
Yep.
He is so great at bringing people inside what he's thinking, what he's doing. And it's just a matter of bringing the fans closer to the game and making it a better product for people to identify and relate with. If players are not comfortable, we don't talk them into it. We don't push.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. I enjoy it a lot because it's kind of like it's like one of those formats in interviews, like on Hot Wings or the Hot Ones, where people are eating hot wings while they're having an interview. And it almost like you get a different side of them, and it kind of breaks down some barriers, and you get some really, really good interviews about it. I just don't. I'll say it as a testament to Jeremy Pena or Alex Bregman or anybody else. I know I'm not as mentally strong as they are. I get distracted by butterflies and funny videos and things like that. I would turn you down every time, but that's more of a me thing more so than the whole concept.
Well, and Heidi also, Pena, this is when you mentioned Jeremy's name as being possibly mic'd up, and if they're mic'd up, I'm assuming there's some chatting going on during the game with them like we see. I feel like shortstop is one of those positions. Like, if you're doing it with an outfielder, they got time to kind of like deaden the conversation. Hey, I got to stroll over here and catch this fly ball real quick. Shortstop feels a little more bang bang to me. I don't know. I'll be impressed if Pena's out there chit chatting with you guys tonight.
Yeah, right. It's like they say with the hot corner too at third base. We had a little while ago, and you get a screamer in there, you get a bat hop. I get it. I totally get it. Sometimes also, like, we try to time our questions where it's like in between pitches, so we're not asking them something as the ball is coming at them. You try to have some feel with the interview that way as well. And also sometimes just like lay out, let them talk you through what they're going through. So it's If Seth and I were doing it, we'd get 5 guys injured in the game. We'd be chit chatting with them as the batter's swinging and stuff like that. Yeah, you guys are pros.
I dated your wife in high school.
Exactly.
Not recommended in that moment.
Right. Heidi Watney, Apple TV. She's part of the broadcast tonight, Mets and the Astros. So you guys are going to get a look tonight at what I think, to me, Heidi, he's been the MVP of the Astros so far this year. And I think one of the great stories in baseball, Ronel Blanco is getting the start tonight. How much are you looking forward to seeing that? And what are your thoughts on his season so far?
We had Ronel Blanco in the start just after the no-hitter early in the season when the Astros and Rangers faced off, which was another fun matchup, especially after last year's ALCS.
Yep.
This is another fun one tonight with the Astros and Mets. Both teams are coming in hot. The Mets vibes are just as good as the Astros, with Grimace and Jose Iglesias' new song that drops this afternoon and all the fun there. You'll hear all about it on our broadcast tonight if you don't know what I'm talking about. But Ronel Blanco has been a revelation for this team. I mean, really. And I asked Joe Espada what the difference was with a guy who had toiled in the minors and just hadn't ever, come into his own. He said he added a third pitch, and that's something that keeps hitters off balance. I mean, you can't be a starting pitcher in this league with 2 pitches. And at this point, like, even bullpen guys, because you have to go through the minimum 3 batters, even guys in the bullpen need other weapons that they can go to. And he said his off speed has really turned into a big weapon for him and something that keeps the hitters off balance. It's obviously working really well for him. And I love hearing those stories. I love hearing those stories of guys who've just worked and worked and worked and toiled away, and then something finally clicks and they get to the big leagues and they do well.
Yeah, he's had like 5 seasons in a half of a season because he had a suspension for sticky stuff earlier this year. He's thrown a no-hitter. He's 6th in ERA. It's been remarkable. Hey, Heidi,
he changes. You probably already know this, but he goes through 3 jerseys an outing because he sweats so much.
Yeah,
like he really like that. That's where the whole sticky stuff was not. Listen. If there's one thing that people watching Apple TV need to know, he was basically set up and framed for the whole sticky stuff thing. Yes, there was no substance to that.
I think Edwin Diaz on the Mets side will claim the same thing as he has been suspended this week for the sticky stuff. Look, it is hot and it is humid, and we know the jerseys show everything. And there's guys like Brandon Marsh who just dumps water over his head every inning anyway to stay cool. I'm down on the field, and there's times when I'm like, I'm having a heat stroke and I'm not even playing. I just sit here and talk. Yeah. So what these guys go through is a lot, and I understand pitchers wanting to get a better grip on the ball. That's why, there's talk of trying to come up with some sort of universal substance that's okay and accepted and monitored and whatever. And I know guys are always going to push the envelope there. I've heard the arguments that if you get enough rosin mixed with sweat and sunscreen and whatever for these day games, I've heard it all. But there's a line that you can't cross, and it's umpire discretion, but I don't think they're out there trying to bust guys. They're not.
Right.
But if it's something that's obvious enough, your toddler walks out of the pantry with a face full of chocolate, and you're like, well, I can't not look past this. Looks like you got in the cookie jar.
Yep. You're suspended for 10 games, kid. Get out of the cookie jar. Yep. Heidi Watney.
No cookies, 10 games.
Heidi Watney is part of the Apple TV broadcast tonight. The Mets and the Astros. It'll be Ronel Blanco on the mound for the Astros tonight. Apple TV start time of 6:10 local time here, right? 7:10 Eastern time tonight, Heidi?
Yeah, 7:10 Eastern. We have a half-hour pre-game show that starts at 6:30 out here, 5:30 out there. If you haven't checked us out, go to my X account at Heidi Watney. I just posted a free 2-month trial link right there. Click on that. You can come check us out for free. And then, come for the baseball, stay for Ted Lasso, because that's one of the greatest.
That's it. Yeah, you got a lot of cross promotion and things like that for sure with Apple TV. Heidi, we really appreciate it. Always enjoyed your work. Great to get to talk to you. Looking forward to seeing and hearing from you on the broadcast tonight. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. Thanks, Heidi Watney. She's excellent.
Universal sticky substance has got me intrigued.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something that might need to go into the big book of business ideas, which is now turned into the Google Doc of business ideas.
Have they?
For the Payne and Pendergast universal sticky substance.
Yeah, put it in there, the shared Google Doc. Have they?
Ours now with boogers. Yeah.
Has there been any conjecture that the sticky stuff actually helps with some of these arm injuries, that they're not having to, if you don't have to put as much stress on your arm to get the spin rate that you need?
That was like Garrett Cole and a lot of other people's contention was that like because the balls are different. Ever since I get nervous when Major League Baseball starts talking about a universal sticky substance, because one of the issues is that once the baseball took over control and production of the baseballs themselves, it seems to have gotten worse and worse, and that maybe when your core business is running a baseball league, that manufacturing and production of leathered goods might not also be a good side industry for you.
Yeah.
You know?
The text message, people texting in after that interview, that was a fun conversation. Viewer experience. Well, this viewer thinks those in-game interviews are stupid. I like them. I didn't think I would like them very much. I enjoy them, and I think she was making a really good point. Like, depending on the player you get, it can be really good. Like, if they have Bregman in the on-deck circle tonight before he's getting ready to hit is going to be, I think, could be excellent.
Well, that's where I actually would prefer that in terms of, because, my issue is just that I actually go, like, I put myself in that same situation, and I get stressed, and I start thinking about, like, well, why are they, stop talking, the pitcher's starting his windup. I do think that the best ones are when guys are going through their process, and, like, with Correa, I didn't see the one with Correa, but I'm guessing he was talking about, like, knowing what pitches he might expect based on the pitch that's being thrown to this batter and all of that stuff. If they're just talking their way through the process, then if anything, that might actually help heighten their focus. I don't like them out there in the outfield talking about their boyhood dog Spot.
No.
Well, they're also playing baseball. I don't like any of the human interest stuff. Give me nuts and bolts while they're in that moment.
I do miss that part about Correa being here. He was always, I thought, a really insightful interview. Like, he is, I mean, there is no doubt, like, Carlos Correa is part baseball nerd, part baseball savant. Like, he's really, really good. I bet he was excellent when they did that broadcast, when they did that with him. I don't remember it, but I bet it was really, really good. Payne and Pendergast with you. Yes, so we get Ronel Blanco tonight. Okay, so two things on the broadcast tonight, Seth, stemming from that interview we just did with Heidi Watney, who's on the broadcast tonight on Apple TV. One, I don't think she's going to back us up that Ronel Blanco was framed. It sounded like her explanation was these things happen.
Yeah, I didn't want to make a big federal case out of it.
Me neither, but I don't think she's going to back us on that. Two, I think one thing we could listen for, because I couldn't glean whether or not she knew about your little Ronel Blanco sweaty shirt factoid that you dropped on her. That he goes through 3 jerseys in every game. I wonder if that gets, when they go down to her on the sideline and they're just looking for a little quick 30-second hitter on Ronel Blanco there, and it's the 4th inning and he's dripped in sweat. He's like, I was on with a station. Heidi's like, I was on with a station this morning, and they told me, ... Yeah.
Take that, ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Trying to shaft us, or earlier ChatGPT shafted us in recommendations for where to consume your sports content.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if, though, too, she was talking about how miserable it can be as a sideline reporter when you're sitting in that heat. I bet she's thinking like, oh, thank God, an indoor ballpark. It's gonna be nice and cool in here. We'll see if she makes a comment about how hot it is in Minute Maid Park.
Well, it's in New York.
That's right.
The game's in New York.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Game's in New York,
which we talked about 3 minutes ago. Yes.
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's Friday in the 9 o'clock hour. What are you gonna do? All right, Payne and Pendergast. All right, I teased this at the top of the hour. I'll tease it again now. What are national media members getting wrong about C.J. Stroud? That is next.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Heidi Watney of Apple TV. Joined us. That was a fun conversation, man. I'm looking forward to the broadcast tonight. The Astros in New York, 6:10 first pitch, and they've got the Mets. The Mets are also, I don't want to dismiss them. They're playing some good baseball right now. The Grimace phenomenon is real up there.
Let's be clear. We are not at a point with the Astros yet where we can dismiss anybody.
Take people lightly.
This is all right. Let's win a series versus the White Sox. It doesn't mean okay. Let's just let's pump the brakes a little bit.
So C.J. Stroud and the Texans. Seth, Robert Mays, Athletic Football Podcast. You found this. Yeah.
So Robert Mays, who is writes and podcasts for the Athletic, he's one of these guys that watches a lot of film, very educated opinion about stuff. And as I went out searching for people that could perhaps, might be out there like trying to put some chinks in the armor of C.J. Stroud or what have you, I have yet to find anybody. And I'm about to take Robert to task, not for being negative about the Texans, but for being too bullish on the Texans. Oh. And they were going through this exercise with Damian Harris, the former running back, on the supporting cast of quarterbacks in the NFL, in the AFC. So they were power ranking the supporting casts of the quarterbacks. And I believe Robert had the Texans as the second best supporting cast in the AFC for quarterbacks. So here's Robert. I edited this down quite a bit, but this is Robert talking about the supporting cast of C.J. Stroud.
For me, the reason I kept moving them up and up and up, I think this is the best collection of skill position players, pass catchers in the league.
Yeah.
But the fact that Tank Dell is pretty much your number 3 receiver among this group, Tank Dell is incredible. And then you drop Diggs into that mix. Noah Brown was really productive for them last year. Dalton Schultz was really productive for them last year. So you have that group. I think Bobby Slowick has done a tremendous job. They're pulling the right levers, and I think that offensive line, when healthy, which they were the most injured line in the league last year, can be a solid group. Yeah. I ran out of reasons to keep them out of the top 2 when you consider all of that.
So, I agree with everything you said about the wide receivers. I think that it's fair to throw Dalton Schultz into the mix as well on offensive weapons. I do think that I think he was a little too quick to deem the Texans' offensive line issues as strictly injury related, because some of those injuries were at 2 positions on the offensive line for which we still don't know what we have. And left guard, Kenyon Green got injured. All right, is that why they were bad at left guard?
Right.
No, because we weren't sure that Kenyon Green was a good guard. Scott Quesenberry and a couple other centers got injured. All right, but we don't know what Juice Scruggs is as a center. He struggled mightily. Like, Juice Scruggs is the reason C.J. Stroud got concussed. You guys are going to be mad at Quinnen Williams all you want. That was Juice Scruggs' fault. And I'm not, raking him over the coals for it. He was playing out of position as a rookie. But that was because the left guard position, just as it was in the Ravens playoff debacle, it's a huge looming issue, is that you got to find somebody that is at least average at left guard. They don't have to be all pro or anything like that. And we don't know what Juice Scruggs is as a center. So I'm not so reflexively positive about injuries being the only problem with the offensive line. And then I think to go along with that, the rushing attack just simply needs to be better. If they want to be a genuinely formidable offense, given the style of play that they employ, where they're gonna use the run to set up the pass, I have zero issues with that. But to be a genuinely good offense, you can't just be committed to the run. You got to actually run the ball well. And they haven't shown really. They've shown evidence that they could do it last year. They were a lot better in the second half of the season, obviously. But those are the big question marks in my mind. So if all they were doing was ranking the wide receivers, then I'd say hell yeah, put them up in the top 2 or 3, the top 2 in the AFC. But I just don't think that. I don't think it's as ready and clear cut as even a lot of really intelligent people think it is. So that's And I don't know, I feel like now I'm being a hater or something, but no, I think we just think about it a lot more in Houston than the other people do.
Well, and you're consistent. Like, anytime concerns with this team get brought up, you immediately go to the interior of the offensive line as a huge concern. So this maps to what you've been saying the entire offseason. And we're not going to know anything until these guys put pads on. There's nothing we could glean from OTAs or minicamp that makes us feel better that a position like left guard and center are hemmed down,
right?
Because they got to put pads on. I think too, Seth, when you're talking about supporting cast, and especially when you're talking about a team that has the aspirations the Texans do for this season, that I feel like people covering the NFL sort of have the aspirations for the Texans and what they're going to accomplish this season. If you're going to be second in supporting cast, I feel like aside from receiver, I feel like you need to be a little deeper at some of these positions. Where, like, okay, what if Joe Mixon gets hurt? Is Dameon Pierce ready? Like, Dameon Pierce looked the furthest from ready that I've seen a running back getting incorporated into this system who had previously been a good running back, And so what's the solution if something were to happen to Mixon? The interior of the offensive line, we don't even know if the starters are good right now, let alone the backups. There's a lot of names who played a lot of snaps, but how good have those snaps been? And a lot of them have been at positions where Patterson played center last year. He's probably in the mix for guard now, that kind of thing. As you mentioned, Scruggs was a guard last year. Now he's center. We don't know what he is as an NFL center. Tight end after Dalton Schultz. Like, are we taking Brevin Jordan, his ascent towards the end of last year as something? Are we relying on a rookie, a fourth-round rookie in Cade Stover? What if something happens with Dalton Schultz? So that's the other thing to me is, they've got a lot of glitzy names now on the front line, but if anything happens to any of these positions, there are a few positions where there's concerns about what's behind those guys.
Well, I think even is your swing offensive tackle, where last year the Texans ended up having a guy. You had a veteran player there that played very solid and steady at right tackle when he was in, versus either Blake Fisher or Charlie Heck, or like you don't feel as good about them and their ability to play that way. I like Blake Fisher as a prospect, but he still has to prove that he can play in the NFL. That's a really good point, Sean. Just depth in general. You can't. The Texans had the worst injury luck in the league last year by a pretty wide margin when it came to number of starters lost due to injury. But you can't just figure that, but this year they'll have no injuries at all. There's going to be injuries. And as much as they've made some really good additions in free agency to bolster the starters, we still don't know about how deep a football team they are.
Yeah.
And how that travels over the course of likely a tougher schedule than they faced last year.
I think in some ways the depth, not just the depth they built at receiver, but the fact that it is so star-studded. I mean, Nico Collins is a star. You heard Robert Mays gushing about Tank Dell. I think Tank has star qualities. Certainly before he got injured last year, he was a rookie that was making everybody pay attention. Stephon Diggs is a legit star in the league. I think maybe in conversations like this, Seth, it's one of those things like the wide receivers are like the hottest chick out of the group of chicks. Yeah. And you look at the hot chick, and you're like, well, like Oliver. You're not even like, oh yeah, all of her friends are hot too. Like they're hanging out with this one. Look, the wide receiver group is the hot. Like Noah Brown might not make this team. He had 2 games of over 150 yards in the middle of last season. He might not make the team. Yeah.
And that's where I'm being hypercritical. Is that I'm just thinking about, okay, yeah, we got all this going for us, but you don't ignore the stuff that are weaknesses. And you have to remember that every other team has these same issues. Yeah. The Kansas City Chiefs are a perfect example of, like Damian Harris ranked the Chiefs as the number 1 supporting cast for Pat Mahomes, and I didn't understand that because Mahomes got the absolute best out of a depleted group of skill position players and offensive tackles than when he was earlier in his career. I feel like Damian didn't quite understand the assignment because there were a couple times where he pointed to the quarterback himself as part of the quarterback supporting staff. It's a disservice to Pat Mahomes to say, well, yeah, but he has the supporting staff he needs for him. Well, right, yeah, but like most quarterbacks in the NFL wouldn't do what he did with that supporting staff.
That's right.
The run game and the offensive line and the lack of depth at running back right now are my biggest things that I know are just unproven in terms of being a genuinely formidable offense.
Mm-hmm.
They were not a genuinely formidable offense last year. They had really good quarterback play and a lot of promising wide receiver play and really good wide receiver play. But there are still unresolved or unanswered questions right now on this offense.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. John Harris said Kendrick Green looks jacked. I hope he does.
Good.
Yeah. Glad he's in shape.
Kendrick played a lot better than how he looked the last time he had played in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And he might be a guy, I like, honestly, just by body type and everything else, I thought that he looked more like a center. And that's where the Steelers had drafted him to be their center, and he really struggled in it. This might be a better scheme for him, either as a center or as a guard, but he played as a guard a lot better than I expected him to. Though I had gone back, I found, like, when they signed him, I went back and I looked at his highest graded games from Pittsburgh, and they were some of the worst performances I've ever seen out of a starter. It was really, really bad.
Yeah.
So I had zero expectations. He played way above expectations, and not just in my mind. That was pretty much how I think Nick Caserio might have felt that way about him too. So that ultimately might end up being one of the sneaky slide best GM signings if Kendrick Green actually ends up being a functional left guard on a good offense.
Kendrick for a sixth.
That was that would be, and got him for a sixth out of desperation because there was nobody else to sign at that point. There was and based on previous film, there were a lot of reasons to be pessimistic about him.
Well, and it's almost, if you get Kendrick Green for a sixth and he becomes your starting left guard and he's fine, he doesn't need to be a Pro Bowler. If he's just not a liability, then that puts some of the salve on the wound of using the 15th overall pick for the guy he will have beaten out for that job, Kenyon Green.
Yeah. So Kenyon, and with Kenyon, like with a transformed body and completely healthy, I'm resetting my expectations on him. I'm just going to wait and see what happens and how he looks during training camp.
We've got our final two, Seth, in the Bluebell bracket for what are they calling this? The Great Scoop Revival Flavor Tournament, the 16 discontinued flavors of Bluebell ice cream. They threw it into a bracket. Seth and I broke this bracket down earlier this week. They've been doing voting every day, so they went from 16 to 8 to 4. They're down to 2 now. The two finalists, my pick made it to the final 4 but got beat by Groom's Cake. Hot Fudge Brownie got beat by Groom's Cake.
Oh, wow.
The other two finalists on the other side of the final 4, Tiramisu and Cookie Cake. Cookie Cake took that contest, so now it is Cookie Cake and Groom's Cake in the finals for this thing.
Cookie Cake took that contest.
Yes, yeah.
I did not like any of these, right? Those might have been bottom 4 in my power rankings.
Yeah, well, I'll read.
I can never run for office, man. I got no populist appeal.
Well, I'll read what's in this for the benefit of those who were not listening earlier this week. And it's on Bluebell.com. You can go vote in the finals here. I'll vote in a second so I can tell you who's winning. Groom's Cake is described as, say I do to this blissful flavor. Luscious chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces and chocolate-coated strawberry hearts surrounded by swirls of strawberry sauce and chocolate icing. I am not into the mixture of strawberry and chocolate. I know chocolate-covered strawberries are a big thing, but in an ice cream, that's not my deal.
You're like I am with raspberry and chocolate.
Yeah, a little bit.
You just don't like it.
Yeah, I just don't. I wouldn't vote for it. I'm not
That's
anti.
True. I was basing these more on what I imagine these things taste like, where a lot of these people voting are probably staunch devotees of these various ice creams. Sometimes there's something in an ice cream flavor that maybe you wouldn't like outside of the ice cream, but it just becomes together in a magical blend.
Cookie Cake. This cookie takes the cake, it says. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing.
So it's chocolate chip ice cream.
It's chocolate with sweet cream ice cream with a chocolate chip with pieces of chocolate chip cookie in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Cookies.
A little bit of cake. That does sound pretty good.
Yeah. Swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing in it too. All right, what do you think? I'm going to vote. Once I vote, it'll tell me who's winning. Who do you think is winning this battle right now between Cookie Cake and Groom's Cake?
I think based on a lot of the people voting have probably been wronged by wronged by a husband at some point.
Yeah.
I think that's where groom's cake loses out. So I'll go with cookie cake.
Yeah,
a lot of women who cried their tears into cookie cake ice cream after their husband left them at the altar.
Yeah. Okay. This is finally this is the one round where they don't tell you who's winning after you vote. Probably because they don't want to skew the audience. Think like, oh, okay. Gotta get
like when the early election results come in and people just decide not to vote because it's already like, why bother?
Right.
Good move there.
Same exact
They know what they're doing in an election year.
Same exact thing. I got to tell you, if cookie cake doesn't win, I'll be really surprised. That cookie cake thing sounds good, man. Sounds really good.
That's a classic instance of like, hey, don't overthink things.
Right.
You got cookies, you got cake, 2 good things, throw them in there.
Dump some icing in there.
We don't have to get all exotic. We don't have to bring matrimony into this thing. Yeah, it's cookie cake.
Full back up the middle, baby. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big story today, Bronny James getting drafted by the Lakers to play with his dad, LeBron James. We hear about rookie treatment. What does rookie treatment look like in the NBA for the son of King LeBron James? That is next.
Don't look now, but the Astros are climbing
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so LeBron James is going to have his son on the same team. This has been something that's been talked about going back to when Bronny was in high school. You know, like when you could tell he was going to be what's up?
I'm sorry, you made it sound like it was such a long time ago. Going all the way back to 18 months ago.
I meant like I meant what I was going to say was like going back to when he was like a freshman and sophomore in high school, like early on in high school. It's, you're right. That did sound silly now that I think about it. But this has gone back a few years. We'll just put it that way. That this could happen, and now it's here and it's happening. I think there was back a few years ago when this was thought to be something LeBron really wanted to make happen. The big thing was going to be, man, can LeBron play till he's 40? When I was looking at the picture yesterday, Seth, of Bronny James and LeBron standing next to each other in Laker uniforms, I don't know who put it out there, if it was the Lakers or somebody else or whatever, but, I mean, obviously you see the stark contrast just in size. Bronny's a lot smaller than his dad, but you just look at LeBron and you go, oh my God, that guy is 40, and he's still playing basketball. 80 games a year, however many games he plays, and then the playoffs.
71 games this year. Yeah, just still averaging 25 points a game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's not.
He hit 41% from the three-point line. This
year. Like he's still like. There's parts of this game.
He's like, one of the things you got to do as you age is keep improving that outside shot.
Yeah, I mean, I give him a lot of credit. There's certainly facets of LeBron that can be a little bit much or a little bit annoying, but you got to give him his respect, man. Like to maintain that level of conditioning. I mean, obviously, genetically, you got to be pretty blessed along the way, too, just to have that kind of durability for soft tissue things and things like that. But my God.
As a bigger guy that plays as athletically as he does, that would have been the thing. Roundabout when the Spurs tried to sweat him out by the air conditioning mysteriously going
that's right.
going out of whack during the playoffs.
Yep.
I wondered how well he would age just because he's a bigger guy that's also blisteringly athletic. That's the part. It's a lot easier for Kevin Durant to stay healthy than it is for LeBron James.
Yeah.
It's like more force on all those joints all the time with the extra body weight for LeBron.
Yeah, it's just that body type is not meant to be running around on hardwood as much as LeBron has for decades now. What do you think the rookie treatment looks like for Bronny James this year? Because rookies come in and they get treated a certain way by the veterans on the team. They get treated a certain way by opponents, right?
Yeah.
And boy, I'm having a hard time envisioning Bronny James, who already has been treated differently than every other rookie because he got drafted when he wasn't supposed to because they strong-armed their way into L.A. He's already getting preferential treatment in a way. What does it look like, do you think?
I think for him, if you look at the way LeBron's handled him already, it's that Bronny, very few people actually feel like they know Bronny at all because they've been very they've kept him under wraps. He doesn't do a whole lot of interviews. Like LeBron basically speaks for him. And I would imagine that would continue. I would imagine that that LeBron's gonna try to protect him as much as possible while he's with the Lakers. Now, LeBron can't have that same influence on opposing teams' fans. And I do wonder, not that some guys are affected by this, most aren't, but Bronny James, when he enters the NBA, was going to get a lot of guff from opposing fan bases, no matter where he is sitting on the bench or what have you. I wonder if it's even amplified that much more because now he's on Daddy's team.
Mm-hmm.
And so the treatment from outside, I think it's going to be way more vicious.
Yeah.
And the media in judging Bronny is going to be way more vicious. And in a lot of other fan bases or markets, it would have been an afterthought. They probably just wouldn't have talked about him much because he's likely not going to play much at all, if any, on other teams in those first couple seasons. But with the Lakers, I think the media is going to be probably hypercritical of him, and if he's struggling at all or if he's not taking an advanced path.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about the fan treatment he's going to get. I mean, when I'm thinking of this rookie treatment question, I'm thinking more like, man, do the veterans make him carry the bags? I don't know if that's more of an NFL thing or an NBA thing.
Well, I think in pro sports in general, the hazing dynamic or the rookie treatment stuff, it's for very good reasons. petered out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because you have to rely on rookies. Teams are just much more willing to rely on rookies more so than they ever were before. I mean, and then not to mention just like hazing in society has gotten kind of stamped out in a lot of ways for good reasons with young people.
Yeah.
But yeah, for him, I would imagine LeBron, I could see LeBron actually being really sure that Bronny knows damn well, hey, if you're supposed to get up and sing your college fight song or whatever any team does with its rookies, that you're not going to get exemption from that.
No.
Like he'll be carrying people's bags, whatever the Lakers have done with rookies in the past. If they, in baseball, my favorite thing they do in baseball is when they make the rookies go order Starbucks go order coffee in their uniforms.
Oh,
they go walk it. They'll send them on errands. And they're wearing their uniforms.
Well,
I would imagine LeBron's going to make them do whatever their little customs are there.
I would hope so, and have fun with it too. Whatever that may be. It'll be interesting to see what the treatment is by opposing teams. Opposing fans will be very interesting. By opposing teams, that this was kind of manipulated into him being drafted by the Lakers. I'm telling you right now, Seth. I think if I'm just to take the feelings about this whole Bronny James sequence of events that led to him being drafted by the Lakers yesterday and everything that went into it, with reportedly Rich Paul, the agent, calling teams up and saying, don't draft him. He's going to Australia if you draft him. We want the Lakers to draft him. The whole sequence of events, I think if you put it into two buckets, do people feel positively or negatively about this whole thing? I think overwhelmingly people feel negatively about it for a variety of different reasons, but they feel negatively about it. I'm telling you right now, if they had just let him fall out of the draft, if they had just called up every team that had a pick from 50 through 60 and let the draft peter out and tell those teams don't take Bronny, and then Bronny signs with the Lakers as an undrafted free agent, I think the negative feelings on this get tamped down like 75%.
Yeah, I think it feels less like you're just, kowtowing to I want to say a player on your team, but it's different. It's LeBron James. I as much as it pains me, I do see this from the Lakers' perspective. And there's concessions you do make for great players.
Yes.
And especially one that has an option where he could leave if he wanted to. That part of it, I get where the Lakers would be coming from. The problem for the Lakers is that they've got a decade of dysfunction that they have backing all of this up, and it just feels like one more thing that they're doing atypically, where they seem to be relying on the mystique and the grandness of Lakers past.
Yeah.
That it's the right move because we're the Lakers and we're doing it.
I wonder how Laker fans. I'm gonna have to listen in on LA radio today because think about the week they've had. The Lakers.
Yeah.
They actually had a good first round of the draft because the kid from Tennessee fell to them at 17. So people are, by and large, giving them an A for round one. But the two big things this week, literally the two biggest stories in the NBA this week, were J.J. Redick getting hired by the Lakers, completely unconventional hire, a friend of LeBron, by the way, podcast co-host of LeBron, and someone who is imminently, unless you're a Laker fan or a Duke fan, probably not all that likable. So you've got the Lakers doing something unconventional with their head coaching position. This is after getting spurned by Danny Hurley a week or two ago. And then 3 days later, you've got Bronny and LeBron kind of, jiggering with the system to get him to land in L.A. with the 55th pick overall. Are Laker fans excited about this? Are they excited about the idea of Bronny James being on the team, coached by J.J. Redick right now?
I think if I'm a Lakers fan in this situation, I would just say it's a second round pick. It's not a high second round pick. It's just it is what it is. And if it means that we keep LeBron, then so be it. That's where we are on it. I think it's probably a lot of at least trying to look like a casual dismissal.
Yeah.
They might feel differently on the inside about it, but they probably feel like it's like I can't remember what it was, Sean, where I tried to. There's so many things that happen in sports these days where I consciously try not to be the grumpy old man. I try not to act like guys being online and on social media all the time doesn't bother me.
Right.
And yet it does.
Bothers you.
So,
Yeah.
I think Lakers fans are in that position. We're I don't want to be looked at like a grumpy old bastard, so I'm going to act like this is no big deal to me.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just it's a weird week. I don't know if it's good or bad. Like, is the JJ Redick thing going to work out? Probably not, because the Lakers just aren't a very good basketball team. Like, I don't think he's this elixir that all of a sudden takes them from what they've been in every non-COVID LeBron year, which is a fringe playoff team. Yeah. And JJ Redick is all of a sudden this secret sauce that gets them, back to relevance in the Western Conference. I don't think that's the case.
Does JJ Redick have to check with LeBron before he coaches his son? Like before hey LeBron, do you mind if I get on Bronny about the fact that he was late for a meeting this morning?
Yeah, is it okay if I say this to Bronny? Text message. Sean,
save it for the podcast.
Sean, did Rich Paul really need to make those calls to those teams? LOL. In all honesty, probably not, but you do it, one, because LeBron probably asked him to do it. Two, I guess you do it just so that there's not a team out there that tries to get cute and draft Bronny James, as sort of a to mess with LeBron or to try to. I don't think any of those teams drafting between 45 and 60 in the second round we're looking at Bronny James like, oh, crap, we can't draft, because we really had big plans for Bronny James. We can't draft him, Rich? Oh, damn. Sorry. Like, no, he was probably going to fall out of the draft altogether, but I think you probably do it. If you're the agent, you make those calls as a precaution just so it doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's times in NBA seasons where the 15th man on your roster does matter. I mean, that's the other part of it, is that it's not like we never run into situations where the 13th, 14th, and 15th players matter. So there will be a point in this season where it could become a sticking point that you don't have the flexibility you need or want in a time of injuries because Bronny James is on the roster.
Yeah.
So it's not. I guess the draft pick almost doesn't bother me as much as the actual roster construction.
Yep.
And exactly what are you like when you're a team that typically is on the fringe of the playoffs and 1 or 2 or 3 games might matter, Bronny James might actively be hurting your team this year if he's not actually a viable future pro.
Yeah, we'll see, man. There are multiple texts. I can't wait to see what Dylan Brooks does to Bronny James. LOL.
Yeah.
I mean, there's generational history there with him and LeBron.
All right, now that's where the rubber meets the road. As far as inter-team dynamics, look, LeBron's the guy, and I don't think guys are going to step in line when it comes to dealing with Bronny, I think. I don't think that's going to be an issue chemistry-wise. But opposing players just seeing their chance when Bronny comes into the game to whatever. Now, with the players also, another argument that doesn't really sway me too much is like, oh, he took somebody else's draft spot or whatever. Like, all right, I guess. But there's guys on that team that might be like, yeah, my old you took the spot of a college teammate of mine or something. Or just my dad wasn't sure as hell. My dad never even came to my games.
Yeah.
Screw you, Bronny.
That's right.
That's what I'd be.
You and your functional family and all.
Yes.
Text, Lakers, Bronny, Rich Paul should be punished for their actions in the draft. It was a farce, and if I'm any other agent, I'm taking a similar approach to get my player to a playoff team instead of a lottery team. Good luck with that. It's LeBron James is involved in this. Good luck with that. Punish the Lakers.
Wait, he should be punished?
The Lakers should be punished.
What did they violate?
Nothing, but this person thinks that they did. Like, it was a farce.
Yeah, like what league rule or what have you? Yeah, like I'm curious about please text back in and explain like how they should actually be punished by the NBA.
Yep.
Like whether this is a team thing. Like should the Texans have been punished? Should the Texans have been punished for Jack Easterby? In my gut, yeah.
Yes, right.
But they were.
The time,
and they were punished.
At the time,
they were punished by virtue of what they. Yeah.
They were. Yeah. They won 7 games in 2 years. That was their punishment. So John Lopez and Patrick Creighton in the loop today. Hello. You've heard us talking about the whole Bronny thing. I'm guessing there will be thoughts on that.
Oh, there are thoughts on that, and I'm kind of siding with Seth on this. Like, I don't care that he was drafted in the second round.
Yeah.
You realize how many players make it even in the second round?
Well, this is the point I've been making the last couple of days with the draft upon us is like these teams throw second-round picks into these deals like they're seventh-round picks in the NFL.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, they're not. Those picks aren't treated with any sort of respect or reverence.
That has nothing to do with anything. Yeah. I just think it's comical the way the Lakers tried to pull this off as like something that was not coincident. That was just a coincidence.
Yeah,
it's
how our board fell. Wow, Bronny's he's on top of
Look
our
at
board.
that.
Hey, ESPN put him as prospect 54.
Remember
we got
that?
him at 55. We got value.
Yeah.
Isn't having to draft Bronny James a punishment in itself?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
You know what? LeBron is his dad, isn't he?
He's everybody's daddy.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So we've got that. Astros Mets this weekend coming up. We had Heidi Watney on a little bit earlier. She's on the Apple broadcast.
Yeah.
Do you guys like the Apple broadcast?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tonight, baby.
Not at all.
You don't like
Really?
it at all?
No.
Okay.
I am not.
I like it because it's unique. It's new voices. It's all that stuff.
I think that's part of the issue for me. Is a lot of times it's voices I don't know, so I don't connect.
Yeah.
Their graphics suck.
Yeah.
Their graphics are terrible.
Yeah.
And there's no excuse for Apple's graphics to be that bad.
Yeah.
Steal them from somebody. Come on.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, steal the technology.
Yeah.
You guys are good at that, and then claim it as your own.
This is what
that
you do.
invented it.
This is what you do.
Well, are they okay? I lose track of all the different streaming broadcasts and what they do and do not do. Does the Apple broadcast use one of the local teams' color commentators to do the game? They don't. Okay, I don't like it when they do that.
Yeah,
I don't like it when they have one of the team's color commentators all of a sudden is trying like hell to be fair and unbiased and everything. Yeah.
Restrictor plate Blum is not the best.
They had that with TK and LaTroy Hawkins for the Astros.
That's what it was last time, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, cool. Well, all right, fellas. Well, let's get it going. We'll get out of your way here. We are out of time. It is a Friday, on to the weekend. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a confectionery curry to you.
Thank you very much. We got a lot of good nicknames for Reed Shepard on the text page.
Yes.
You guys
Wait, what was the best one? Cracker McBuckets.
Cracker McBuckets.
The more wrong they are, the better they are.
Yeah, indeed. No, we're going to use that one this year for sure. All right, you're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Patrick Creighton, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
You are in the loop. We're starting now.
We're starting now, baby.
He is the OG John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. And Figgy Fig, the doctor of Figonomics, on the other side of the glass.
We're back to this.
We're still doing that.
Hey, Sean, hold on for a
still
second.
doing this.
Back to this.
I do this on purpose. Like the first time I did it on Monday, they had they had no idea what that referenced.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of did.
John kind of figured it out with John Cena.
Yeah.
But Fig was like, I no idea. So since he didn't know what it was, I'm going to keep doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
that's what you do.
I'm just going to keep doing it.
I don't think that's going to hit.
It isn't going to stick. All right, that's cool. Though.
When do we come up with other things? I'll keep coming up with other ones and see how many more of them can I come up with that are awkward and cause him to be like, I don't know if I like
that.
Many
more Figgy hate. Yeah.
And it's not done of hate. I love Fig,
who
man. But you know what?
Saying Figgy hates them though. The nicknames.
Oh
yeah. I know you love. We all love Figgy.
I mean, now look. Granted, I kind of grew up different, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Brooklyn, you never called your friends by their name.
No.
You called them, a-hole, S-head, D-bag.
Yeah.
Like, if you called your friend by their actual name, they knew that you were mad at them. But okay, what did I do?
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it was. When I moved down here, people are nice down here. They don't act like that. And when you walk up to somebody and you're like, hey, what's up, A-hat? And they're like, why am I an A-hat?
Yeah.
like, what did I do? Like, why are you mad at me?
Let me introduce you to my people, the Hispanics, who have the greatest philosophy and approach on nicknames in the history of nicknames. They find the most embarrassing physical trait about you, and they call that with love your nickname. Like I had cousins whose nickname was Gordo. Like, in other words, like if I called, he's not, but if I called Sean, hey fatso, hey fatty, and I had another cousin. Hispanics are awesome at this. Like, they somehow find a physical trait that, like a big nose, they start calling you, something about that. I had a cousin who had like a birth defect, and her arm was kind of twisted, and my aunt called her chueca, in other words, crooked. Hey, crooked. Like Hispanic people are unrelenting.
So there is a a mod pizza not far from here that I used to go to fairly often. And there was this, very nice, sweet Hispanic woman who worked behind the counter, didn't speak a whole lot of English. Mm-hmm. Every time she saw me, she'd smile and she'd look at me and she'd want to come and help me. And she'd always ask me my name. And I'd always say, Patrick. And she would write, Pacho.
Yeah.
Pacho. And I'm like, what the hell is Pacho? Mm-hmm. I went and looked it up. It means chubby.
Yeah.
She was telling me I'm a fat ass.
Yeah. Mod pizza.
Hispanic people are brutal with nicknames.
The question is, what was your nickname then?
When I was little, they called me Gordito, little chubby.
Okay.
Yeah.
You rolled with it.
Yeah. My mom called my dad Panzón, like big belly. It's not now, so don't use it trying to get into my email. My dad, my entire life, never called her honey, baby, her, Idolina, her name. He called her cosa, thing.
My father-in-law calls my mother-in-law woman.
Yeah.
All the time. Yeah, calls her woman.
Woman, what are you doing,
addresses
woman?
her Christmas cards to her woman.
If
on
white
the
people,
envelope.
if a white guy called his wife thing.
Maybe they like the Fantastic Four and she's built like Thing.
There's Marvel implications.
like 713-572-4610. I want to hear from all my Hispanic brothers.
Now Sean got to go home and call Amy Thing.
Thing. Oh, you know what else he called
woman.
her?
What's
you
up,
could
Thing?
be like, just get like the Kevin Sullivan wig.
Do this one. Do this one.
Yeah.
Again, not accurate, but just do this. Yeah, so it goes over. My other term of endearment my dad called my mom was double.
Which is?
Double.
Just double?
Doble.
Doble?
He called her doble, like double, because she's twice the size she should be.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all are ruthless.
Ruthless.
Okay.
7135. So tell me I'm wrong. I know I'm not.
Okay.
Like every Hispanic person has the.
Now we need nicknames for everybody on the 610 staff, generated by you and your family.
By Hispanics.
By Hispanics, yes.
That sounds like a homework assignment to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there like a mega gordo that I'm going to get hit with?
Just call, from what I can tell, best I can tell you, just call everybody a different version of fat, and that's their nickname.
If someone is slow, they call them mental.
Yeah.
Like idiot.
Oh, wow.
And they love them.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
Oh, my God.
Talk to your Hispanic friends.
I need to become Hispanic. All right, Gordita, have a good show.
Yeah, okay. I'm good.
See you, fat ass.
Wait a minute, are you talking to him or me?
All right, Pelon. See you later, Pelon. You know what that means.
It is crazy how you talk about the whole idea of these are our terms of endearment.
Yeah.
Let me stab you in the front instead of in the back.
At least they're honest. Yeah. I mean, look at all the Hispanic people texting in right now.
Yeah, I didn't want to say any of those words because I'm not sure what they all mean.
I can.
No, I mean, I don't know which one of them are like inappropriate for the FCC.
Over the line.
Which one of them are swear words? Like, I don't know all swear words.
Yeah.
I know that, once upon a time dating Latina, if she was angry or yelling things and the words started with P, I should get out of the room.
Yeah.
But I don't know all the bad words that may or may not come across.
Yeah.
And, I did recognize one of them as a word I definitely can't say on the radio.
Yes. It's a phenomenon that has always fascinated me. And the text board is co-signing upon co-signing upon co-signing. It's crazy.
How many horrible things can I tell you and say, but I say it with love?
Yeah, they don't even have to explain it. They just say they just say it. Like whatever physical feature you're most embarrassed about, that's going to be your nickname.
So basically the entire culture is based off the relationship between Peg and Al Bundy.
Yeah, exactly.
How many ways can I insult you but smile?
Yeah, they should have been Hispanic. They should have been Hispanic.
Man, it's Friday. We always have fun on Friday. We get a little rowdy on Friday. And things to get rowdy about tonight. How about you Houston Astros heading to Flushing Bay to take on the New York Mets? Two teams that are charging up the standings. You could say Flushing Bay, you could say the site of the 1964 World's Fair where we know they're hiding two flying saucers. But the Astros and the Mets, both teams have won 8 of their last 10, and their numbers over their last 10 games are actually pretty similar, right? Mets are hitting .319, Astros hitting .294. Mets team ERA is .358, Astros team ERA .354. Astros have outscored their opponents by 21 runs. Mets have actually outscored their opponents by 38 runs. Well, partly because, the Yankees have sucked lately.
Yeah.
But both of these teams have been hot lately. Astros are 15-7 in June. Mets are 15-6 in June.
Yeah.
It's like the unstoppable force of the immovable object. But this to me is a very fun series, a little bit painful series, because I'm rooting against the team I grew up rooting for.
Yeah.
And there are conflicts.
It happens.
But also the fact that you've got two teams that are really hot, two teams that are trying to get back into the race. The Astros were 12-24, 12 games under on May 8th. That was their low water mark. The Mets' low water mark was 26 days ago. They were 24-35.
Yeah.
And, these are two hot teams, both trying to, change the narrative on them from disappointing to playoff contender. The next 10 days probably mean a lot for both teams, but how you feel about going into this series? I asked you on Monday, are you ready to buy back in? And I think you were like, okay, I'll put like $2 in.
Yeah.
Where are you now as to how far are you willing to go back in, and what do they have to do in this series against the Mets to earn your trust, to get you to put more chips to the table?
Yeah, I'm gonna press pause on the second part of that, because the first part was kind of a revelation I had, yesterday, this morning, as I'm kind of piecing together where the Astros are right now. They're 40-40, man. Tonight is the midway point of the season, and so this is where I am to answer your question. Why not? Why not just? I still have my questions. We've talked about them ad nauseum. I mean, I still wonder what they can and cannot get done. The pieces they still have, who's on first, literally, all that stuff. I said my question, but I think I've reached the point, Patrick, where I'm like, why not? And the reason is very, very simple. I know they're not going to have very many more chances, so just throw your hat in the ring now. And so, I know, I said they're done, a month into the season. I still wonder if they are or not, but they're in the race now. I mean, it's undeniable. Why not go for it? And there's a number of reasons for that. The main reason is what I just said. I don't know how many more chances they're going to have. And if you're going to say, well, they need to be sellers so they can start building for the future and make sure that this thing doesn't go 3 straight 100-loss seasons, and their system is depleted and all that. I started thinking about that. I said, you know what? We're never going to have another run like this. I mean, will anyone ever have another run like this? 7 straight, and in contention again. So I'm at the point now where I'm like, just go ahead. We'll worry about tomorrow.
The things that you feel good about.
Yeah.
You feel good about maybe their top 3 pitchers, right? Fromber. You feel good about Ronell. You feel good about Hunter Brown right now. Arrigetti's been inconsistent, but I think you expect that from a guy who wasn't even supposed to be here until at least August. He was supposed to get kind of like what Hunter Brown had 2 years ago. You get a pitch, 4 or 5 months in AAA, get yourself refined, build your confidence, and then we're going to call you up towards the end of the year. But the massive amount of injuries obviously changed that. I think you feel better about the back of the bullpen than you did a month ago.
Yeah.
I think you feel better about the lineup as a whole than you did a month ago. Yainer has started to hit. Not only has Yainer started to hit, he's hitting with guys on base. He's hitting 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Jake Myers is, after a slump, has kind of started to find the bat again. Dubon has been fairly consistent. I know people love Dubon, and I love the fact that he's as versatile as he is, and you can literally plug him in anywhere.
Yeah.
He's not like a big-time hitter. He hits for a good average. He doesn't hit for a lot of power. He doesn't draw any walks. But he gets some hits. What I love about Dubon the most is he's the kind of guy I think you need in a lineup because he's a high IQ baseball player. He makes productive outs. He hits behind the runner. He knows how to advance runners as opposed to swinging from his heels and striking out. He doesn't whiff. His strikeout rate's 8%. He doesn't whiff. And you need to have guys like that. Not everybody in your lineup's a 30-home run hitter. But can you have a guy who hits 275, 280, and can lay down a bunt? Can hit behind the runner? situational hitter. You can hit and run with him. He's a high contact guy.
Mm-hmm.
He can run the bases well. These are things that you need to have that kind of different look in your lineup. So I like they have him there. I love they finally have taken the shackles off of Joe Espada and are allowing him to play Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that's amazing to me is, a month ago when Joe Espada was basically being told by the upstairs, and I don't mean Dana Brown, I mean by the upstairs, you're going to play Jose Abreu, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and the team, it literally took till this team was on the verge of implosion before they finally made moves they needed to make and kind of took the gloves off of Espada. And now nobody's complaining Joe Espada can't manage. It's funny how that happens. And we've seen this team. When can you remember the last time you saw the Astros over a consistent period play effective small ball?
Oh. Effective small ball? You'd have to go back to 90s?
As I say, like Drake
2000s?
McClain owns the team at this point.
Yeah.
They're in the National League at this point.
Yes.
It is like just crazy because it's something that I've had ever since they instituted the Ghost Runner. They've been terrible at getting the Ghost Runner home. And runner on second, 2 outs, that's an automatic run.
Should be.
Ground ball to second, advance to third. Ground ball to second, run scored. I mean, that is the easiest run you're ever going to score. And so many times they don't score him. And now we're seeing them hit and run, hit behind the runners, advance runners, sack fly, sack. Like they're doing the things to manufacture runs that I would say I haven't seen them do in the now 12 seasons that I have covered the Astros.
Well, some of that is out of necessity because of the players they have, right? Because they don't have the big boppers. They don't have the big core players of yesteryear. I say yesteryear like it was 30 years ago, but part of that is necessity, and it also speaks to why I said, bleep it. Just let them go for it. Like they are in a position where if they can scratch out some wins via small ball, as you said, if they scratch out some wins with some big crooked number games, either way, they're in the hunt. And the fact that it's the Astros in the rearview mirror of the Mariners and in the wild card race, I think matters as well. I think the fact that they have been here, they have done it, they've got the core group, that nothing is going to make them, quiver. I think all that stuff is leading to, just go for it. Do what you want to do.
I want to see the Astros break out like the old red jerseys.
From the early 2000s?
Because I feel like there's almost a symmetry here with Tiger Woods and the Tiger Charge on Sunday, the Sunday Red, and the idea of here's Tiger Woods, red shirt, getting ready to charge up the standings and put the fear of God in everybody.
No, it is a very real thing, and it's one of the reasons I feel like to go ahead and do it. Like outside of Springer and Correa. Like, they still have the guys that have been here throughout. And some came in a little later, but still, it's still Altuve. It's still Bregman. It's still Tucker has been around for a while now. Jordan for a little while now. Fromber, Verlander, for what it's worth. If Verlander can ever get back on the... So when teams see the Astros in their rearview mirror, we know and they know that's probably not the same Astros team, but with those dudes leading the way, you still got to worry.
I think it was important that they got that they played so well against the Orioles. During this, golden era of Astros baseball, as TK called it, right, the golden age, one thing we've seen them do is when they had to face a high-end opponent, they would always rise to the occasion.
Yes.
This team has no matter. They're going to play this team. This is going to be a really tough thing. I don't know.
Okay.
And then they get up and they just they hulk up.
They
flex
drill them,
and they kick their ass. And I thought after they managed to survive that first game where they got up huge, and then the underbelly of the bullpen just all over their pants, they managed to hold on to that. I thought that was really important because in April, in mid-May. That's a game they lost.
Yes.
And they held on to that game, and then the next 2 days, they stomped them. And these are things you saw them against the Rockies, or the Potheads, as we call them, that, the Astros were looking so much like the Astros. You said this team finally looked like the team that you knew.
Yeah.
The other team makes mistakes, the Astros make them pay.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened. That every time Colorado made a mistake, the Astros put a number on the board. And that is like a hallmark of this team. We're getting to a point, though, in the season, we're getting close to the All-Star break. From the All-Star break to the trade deadline, that's kind of the gauntlet run of you're making all your deals. You're wheeling a deal and you're talking to everybody. This 10-game road trip, is this 10-game road trip essentially 10 games to rule them all? Next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming up.
Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
He's John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. You're in the loop on a Friday. John, 10 games to rule them all.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you get the reference.
I do get the reference.
If I said that to Sean Bijani, he would look at me like, what are you talking about?
What was that last night?
So, Bijani apparently lives in a really dark cave. He's never seen a Star Wars. He's never seen a Star Trek. He's never seen a Lord of the Rings. He's never seen The Matrix. Like, he's literally never seen anything unless it's like a true crime documentary.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he like Law and Order, I think, is about as far into like pop culture as he goes. He knows the dun-dun.
Yeah.
But yesterday, he didn't know Thundercats. He didn't know who Mum-Ra was. And then we learned he didn't know who SpongeBob was.
Well, now that one's inexcusable.
He's never seen The Fairly Odd Parents.
Mm-hmm. Also inexcusable.
We went through this litany of just cartoons.
Yeah.
And the blank stare of, dude, how? Like, he didn't know what the Hanna-Barbera wacky races were.
Yeah.
He didn't know who Top Cat were. He didn't know who Courageous Cat and Minute Mouse were. He didn't know who Danger Mouse was. He didn't know who Adam Ant was. He didn't know who Huckleberry Hound was. I'm just like, you know who Yogi Bear is? I mean,
yeah.
It was just like, he's like, yeah, I didn't know.
Now, as far as the movies you're talking about, I can almost give him a pass on that. I fall in this category, although I've seen the ones you mentioned. I'm not a big sci-fi guy. I've seen Star Trek, I've seen Matrix, but the other ones
You've seen like the popular ones.
Yeah,
like it's okay if you didn't see Event Horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a really good horror type movie.
Yeah, the cartoons, it falls into two categories. The cartoons you watched when you were a kid and the cartoons your kids watched. There's always a gaping hole in the middle when it wasn't when you were watching them and your kids were already older past them.
Yeah.
So I like the kind of the 2000s, early 2000s and late 90s. I couldn't tell you a lot of cartoons that came out then, although obviously some of them were hanging around like SpongeBob and all that stuff.
John, he didn't know Voltron.
That's the thing. See, I could tell you I knew that, but I wasn't like my kids watched it or I watched it.
But you know who Voltron
yes,
is.
Exactly.
I mean, if you watch Deadpool, you know who Voltron is. It's 5 little lions. They come out and make one big giant lion. Like,
yeah.
Come on, you got to know this. And just as Voltron, I said, what? Yeah. It was crazy. I'm like, it is very,
what
very.
What the hell do we watch?
I know. Well,
because I know before I think he'd never seen The Sopranos.
No, he's never seen The Sopranos. He watched one episode.
Somebody actually sent it to him.
Yeah, one of our listeners actually sent him on DVD the full box set of The Sopranos.
And you watched one episode?
He's watched one episode.
Come on, common courtesy.
That's insane, man.
Common courtesy.
Yeah, at least do it for the listener.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Common courtesy. Yeah, but he's an interesting guy though because he's kind of an old soul. He's an old soul. He fixes stuff himself.
Yes.
Which a lot of people his age don't do. He's got this side gig, building fences and stuff, which a lot of his people in his age group wouldn't do. He likes the old crime movies like all our dads watched, whatever, NYPD or something.
He's a true crime documentary type guy.
He's an old soul. There's nothing wrong with that. But kind of inexcusable you don't know some of those cartoons.
Gotta know.
You got a kid. What did your kid watch?
His kid watches Cars.
Cars, the movie?
Yeah, which I can tell you very legit, right? He says his son just watches it on loop. My son watched it on loop.
No, it's ridiculous.
That's a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
2 hours and 3 minutes to be exact.
Yeah.
Because I had the DVDs. I still have the DVDs.
Yeah.
And 203, and then, it comes up with, play, specials. And my son knew, hit the button that said play, and it starts over.
Yeah.
And he would watch it all day long. In fact, we had, not only did we have all the actual figurine cars, but we had the whole town layout, and he lived the movie while he watched it.
Yeah.
I said to myself, he's like, we got to get off Cars. I said, all right, so have you watched
it's we all had that movie, though, man.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I said, have you watched The Lion King?
Oh,
yes.
a million times.
They haven't done The Lion King.
Yeah.
Sean's never seen
Get him
The
on
Lion
that.
King.
Yeah, he got to get him on that.
Yeah.
I was like, how have you never seen The Lion King?
That's like my first movie. That was the first movie I went to see in the movie theater. The Lion King, that was the first one. First time going to a movie theater.
Yeah. Now that I have a granddaughter that's 1.5, she can watch Encanto 10 hours straight.
Because they just sing. They're just singing the whole time.
It's like crack. That's the way Cars is too. Cars, Encanto, it's got a drug in it. I'm convinced. Like she could sit there and watch. She's 1.5.
What's the most popular? I'm blanking on the name, but the Disney movie, the Let It Go,
Frozen.
Oh yeah, that's
that one. Yeah, that one got more than crack in it.
My daughter was big on Tangled.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Tangled is their Rapunzel story.
Okay.
It's funny, and there's a lot of adult humor in it. But so she was little, and one of the parts in the movie is where the guy gets on the stolen horse, and he goes, "Let's go, Fleabag, forward!" And he kicks him, and the horse throws him off. So she would jump on my back, yell, "Forward, Fleabag," and I'd throw her off, and then she'd do it again. And this is things that you do.
Talk
with your
to anyone 5 and under. And just say one sentence, and they will smile, and they'll. We don't talk about Bruno.
Yep.
Just say we don't talk about Bruno.
Hey, I wasn't familiar.
Thing?
That's Encanto.
Encanto. I haven't seen Encanto yet.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, we don't. Just say we don't talk about Bruno, and they will laugh. They will.
I'll have to watch that.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the whole Disney Plus thing with every movie in it. So it'll probably. You know what? It'll wind up being something that gets watched this weekend when I'm home with my daughter.
Yeah, there you go.
So, all right, so 10 games to rule them all. The Astros go on a 10-game road trip. 3 in Flushing against the New York Mets. Then they go to Toronto for 4 with the White Walkers before heading to Minnesota for 3 with the Twinkies. This takes us to their next off day, which is July 8th. From that point on, there are 6 games before the All-Star break.
Yes.
Is this 10-game stretch essentially the make or break to you for the Astros this season, where if they have a strong stretch here, you're 100% in, we're buying, let's go.
Yeah.
If they get mollywopped here, punt and start over.
Monday, I would have said absolutely. Today, I don't know if it matters as much. And let me explain that. I think they're close enough already. If they just sort of even play 500 ball the next 10 games, nothing's really going to change in their mindset. And I'm the one that just 5 days ago on Monday, I said, we're in the midst of the biggest, you remember it, the biggest 21-game stretch of the year.
Yeah.
Because I thought that 21 games from when it started, before last weekend until it ends here, before the All-Star break, that you would have to decide buyer, seller. We've got to make some decisions. We've got to have a come-to-Jesus meeting and figure it out. Patrick, I think right now they're at the point where, we're in. We're in. I mean, unless they go 0-10, that's.
So if they go 3-7,
yeah,
you're like, all right,
maybe.
Now they've kind of, because that's kind of been their story all year, right? Yeah. They start to play well, pitching injury, give it all back.
Yeah.
Start to play well, pitching injury, give it all back.
Yeah.
Start to play well, Blanco gets suspended, give it all back. This cycle has just not stopped. But finally, this time, they started to play well. Verlander got hurt, got put on the IL. They didn't gave it back. They kept moving forward. They progressed through it to the point where they finally broke through that 500 mark. Then they got to 500 where they are now. Can they now push through where if they go 7-3 on this road trip, like,
I mean, it's a no-brainer.
We're like, yeah, let's go. Like RKO out of nowhere, we're all in.
Yeah.
And if they go 3-7, all right, maybe
we would talk about it.
Issues.
We would talk about it, and I frankly I would probably want them to go ahead and sell, but I think they've made up their minds. I really do. Now, again, they recognize all their issues more than we do, but I think they're like I said, bleep it, let's go. Now if 3-7 would be a little problematic, but I don't think it's going to change their mind.
Is there because I heard what was it, Ron and Clayton talking about, would you sign up for 6-4, hit the button right now, 6-4 road trip?
Sign me up.
I don't want to sign up for that.
No, sign me up.
I'm greedy. I want more.
Well, sure. But I think 6-4, 2 games over 500, in the hunt. There's only one team ahead of them in the wild card, and it doesn't look like any others are going to pass them. It's just the Red Sox right now. I think that 3 games ahead of them, something like that.
Yeah, the Red Sox, they were the team that was actually in the third
but I think it
wild
changed.
Card spot.
I think it
because
changed.
they overtook.
Yeah.
Who did they overtake? They overtook. The Royals actually have now overtaken the Red Sox.
That's what I'm thinking
again.
happened. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just the Red Sox between the Astros and the Royals. The Red Sox and the Royals, they keep flipping back.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, that's a factor too. We've been saying weakest division, which it is. Mariners are going to be looking in their rearview mirror, which they will. There's not a lot of other teams in this division that can contend them, which there's not. We've been looking at division. I think the wild card comes into play, and I think a 6-4 record, they're in.
No, like I said probably about a week and a half ago. They need to not worry about. You don't have to stay solely focused on the division. The number one goal was get back to 500.
Yeah.
Your secondary goal is, as you're getting back to 500, you're going to work your way up the wild card. At the time, there were like 6 teams in front of the Astros in the wild card race. But you look at those teams, like all of these teams, none of them are that good.
That's what I'm saying.
They've all got problems, and there is nothing that says any of those teams suddenly hit a skid and the Astros fly right by them. And that's what's happened over the last week and a half. The Astros have flown by practically everybody.
Yeah.
And if you take care of those things, you will get back in the division race almost by default. It happens on its own. So 4.5 out in the division, 3.5 out in the wild card. 6-4 is not a bad road trip. I'd really like 7.
Well, we're all going to get greedy, but I think that's going to be a no-brainer if that happens. And then, and I can't emphasize this enough, in this division, in this wild card, the name on the front of the jersey is going to be a factor. The fact that it's the Astros. And everybody knows what the Astros have done. It's not the same Astros team.
Doesn't matter.
But there's enough pieces there.
It's a PTSD.
Yeah.
Altuve and Bregman.
Yes.
That's. I mean, look, we've seen people chant cheater at Jordan. He wasn't even on the team.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he was. I don't even think Jordan was even signed yet. It was 2017. I don't even think they signed him yet.
And they still scared of Jordan a little bit.
Oh,
so
hell yeah.
He strikes some fear.
And I love the fact that when the Astros asked for Jordan Alvarez, the Dodgers thought they were talking about a different guy named Jordan Alvarez who was a pitcher. They had no idea who the Astros were actually talking about. I love that part of the story. Coming up next, time to localize it here on In the Loop.
What are the Rockets getting in their new...
matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
John, let's. I'm going to ask you something because this is, we've seen some things go here with the Jaguars recently. They paid a lot of money for Trevor Lawrence, who I don't even think is a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
They are now getting a ton of billionaire welfare to new stadium.
$1.4 billion.
Man, I tell you what,
Yeah.
if y'all could just write like 100 G's of that to like my Cash App,
Yeah.
I'd be really appreciative.
Yeah.
As long as you're all throwing money away. Just throw it my way. We're good. But look, they had a massive collapse. They finished the season 1-5. The one game they won, Trevor Lawrence didn't play.
Yeah.
And Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, he addressed that this week with these comments. You fail as an organization. I look at it as an organizational failure. When we talk to the players, Trevor, Josh, all these players I talk to, it's like, how could this happen? And he says, not to be able to win 2 of the last 6 games still stings. Even though the season's over, it's still like, I can't believe we couldn't do it. Would you want your owner to talk like that, especially following the press conference where the mayor is saying, here's $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
And you come out and the first thing you're saying is, like, basically, last year was just a total organizational failure all the way around. Would you be cool if something like that happened with the Texans? And here's Cal McNair saying, just everything. We totally failed.
First of all, it would be Hannah saying it.
You're right.
And secondly, all day, every day. I want that. I get confused when people say, they kind of gasp and, did you hear what the owner said? Dude, that's what we want. We are in the business of hoping that we get a little transparency from people. Not this hiding in the shadows, sometimes literally. You don't see owners for months, Jim Crane. You don't see owners being responsible when the entire organization is collapsing. Cal McNair, Deshaun Watson era.
Cal McNair, where the hell are you?
Exactly.
What you hiding for?
It's one of the buttons that when people push it on me, I'm on the brink of going, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? You want transparency. But when people say things like Shad Khan said, they're like, nah, man, we're saying it. The owner saying it is more meaningful. That means that he's putting people accountable. He's making people accountable. That means that the pressure is on from above. That's a good thing. Now, I don't know how you feel about this, but this is one on me where I'm like, it boggles the mind when we want our athletes, our general managers and coaches and owners to tell us what's really going on. And then when they do, we get insulted or appalled. No, man, this is what we want.
So, number one, I am 100% on board. The Queen of Houston, Hannah McNair, does all the talking.
Well, she doesn't do all the talking, but she's the best at it.
Just let her do all the talking.
She's the best at it.
Love you, Cal.
Yeah.
Let the Queen do all the talking.
Yes.
I'm also with you on the idea with the owner.
Yeah.
Being, honest and expressing, the
Not
same
even all the way out, just transparent enough that we get the gist of it.
Having the same sentiment as a fan would, right? Relating to your fans. You know what? Last year, I know you guys are frustrated last year.
Yeah.
I hated it too. We want to do everything we can not to have that happen again.
Yeah.
I would much rather my owner do what Shad Khan did and say, look, we screwed the pooch and we're doing what we can so that doesn't happen, as opposed to doing what Jerry Jones does, which is everything's great, everything's wonderful.
Exactly.
You know what? I might fire the coach. Everything's great, everything. Hey, look, we signed a guy from the UFL. We're all in.
Yeah.
Everything is great. I feel like sometimes Jerry is so disingenuous in the things that he says, even though we know he loves the Cowboys.
Yeah.
We know he wants to win, but the way he presents himself sometimes seems like he's like deliberately out of touch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with you. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Because I like you said, you want your owners, your GMs, your players, your coaches. You want them to kind of let the wall
Tell
down.
us something, man.
And give us, what they really feel. And then, because what do you want to get? You want to get all those Derek Jeter, coach speak.
Yeah.
I'm really going to say absolutely nothing here. There's not a whole lot of fun in that.
This is what's one of the reasons I always hate the term "it is what it is" because it says nothing. It is what it is means nothing. It's not, and you know how I feel about that, Figgy. Like it's the biggest cop out in all of sports.
It's next question.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So and here's the other point. We call it localize it. So I'm going to localize it even more. When did the Texans become a team that was just completely transformed? When Hannah McNair became a little more out front and a little more vocal, and by default, by extension, so did Cal. Because you can say the best thing that ever happened to this team is C.J. Stroud. Well, yeah, we can say that now. How did C.J. Stroud get here? Hannah and Cal decided to go after D'Amico Ryans. That wasn't Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio had another list, and he certainly is on board with D'Amico Ryans. But it was Cal and Hannah. Why is Hannah and Cal, especially Hannah, probably the most beloved owner in town right now? Because she's transparent. She says what she thinks. She's not afraid. And Cal kind of is on board with that. Like, when you have people like that, a lot of owners, a lot of general managers don't understand you're going to be you're going to be well-liked. You're not going to be less liked.
Yeah.
I think Cal is a smart guy.
Yeah.
But I just don't think he's comfortable with the whole public speaking and being in front of the crowd and the camera. And Hannah's ability to be comfortable and succeed in that has given him more confidence.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And there's nothing wrong with it, but I think the way they did it the last couple years, I think they really got on the people's side because remember, it was nothing but or Celatine, Cal, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people, can relate to Cal, cooking burgers and hanging out with fans and stuff like that. I don't see a lot of owners doing that. If any. A lot of these owners are billionaires and they don't care what the people, how they feel, and they probably don't want to relate to them.
It's refreshing.
But
it's absolutely
for the simple fact that they out there taking pictures with fans and they are being of the people. And that helped out a lot, man, because I ain't see a Celatine Cal in a long time since.
Yeah.
What they have done is almost the blueprint for how to win back a fan base that is 100% angry with ownership and the direction of the team. Right? The number one thing that, and not that they were listening to the fans here. In this case, I think they were listening to other people in the organization. They got rid of Jack Easterby. They took the gloves off of Nick Caserio. They targeted exactly who they wanted to be their head coach. And look, you go back to, they had the audio from a game the year before where J.J. Watt's telling D'Amico Ryans, go back to Houston and get that thing fixed.
Yeah.
This is, during the previous season, D'Amico's not even a coaching candidate yet.
Yeah.
So there is that web kind of around these teams with all the best players and the ownership and how to relate back to the fans and how to win the fans back. And they've kind of done all of those things, which is amazing.
It's truly like I'm also confused why more owners, more people in power don't realize, if you're just a little more honest and a little more transparent, people are going to like you and appreciate you more.
I think it's egos.
Yeah.
They billionaires. They don't have to relate to the people. They just egos, man. They got to let that ego go.
It's like they default to how do we cover this up? How do we not tell them anything?
I think they're so far detached from regular people. They don't know how to relate to regular people. When you grow up, son of a billionaire, it's probably really difficult to know. Well, I don't know anybody like that. And I mean, not that I ever think. I don't think Hannah McNair ever grew up poor. She didn't grow up a billionaire. And
she was a normal person at one point.
She knows how to relate to people, and she's helped bring Cal out of the shell.
She was working in an office. I mean, she was, just a regular person. And maybe that's part of the reason that she can kind of like be more honest and forthcoming about stuff.
The story that she tells of how Cal courted her,
Mhm.
I think is great and hilarious at the same time.
Yeah.
Because it seems
Calling the office and all that.
It seems
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's so out of like a rom-com, like a
Yeah.
cheesy rom-com.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like there's a lot of things that are just kind of heartwarming about the whole way the whole thing
Mhm.
goes down, right? So yeah, it really has become you've gone from being the most despised owner, maybe in the history of this city that didn't take a team and move it,
Yeah.
and become maybe the most beloved owner.
Oh,
Even
he is.
though they
No,
haven't,
he is.
they haven't won yet. He's
No.
still already the most beloved.
Oh,
owner.
yeah, he is. Absolutely.
Man, that wound up being one
that's fine.
topic to rule it
We-
all for.
we localized
for
it.
localizing
Yeah.
it, but man, it really was. I think that's a great way of looking
Mhm.
at the
The
transformation.
lesson here, kids, is you know what? Sometimes you should just tell the truth. Be honest.
Be honest.
forthcoming.
Yeah.
You mean don't lie your
Yeah.
pants off?
Yes, exactly.
Don't hide.
Man, coming up next, I'm not sure which one of these bad NFL vision takes when it comes to the Texans makes me laugh harder, and they involve the Bills and the Jets. Next.
Somehow. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You know, John, we're in that part, like we call it the second half of the offseason. Like you've got it's like two parts of the offseason. There's the first offseason that goes like from the end of the year up to OTAs.
Yeah.
And then you have OTAs and minicamp. And then you have the second half of the offseason going to training camp where most GMs are like, please just don't get arrested.
Yeah.
But it's also list season. Everybody's going to make their list. NFL Network's going to put out their list, their top 100. And everybody, can't wait to see it. And, projecting, all right, who, the power rankings for these teams or who's got the best lineups, all that type of stuff is all going on right now. And every time I see another one of these lists that has the Buffalo Bills or the New Jersey Jets ahead of the Houston Texans, my first reaction is I laugh a little because it's just comedy. There is zero, there's negative reasons why either one of those teams could possibly be considered right now to be better than the Houston Texans. Yet it seems to be very prominent and popular to put the Jets and the Bills ahead of the Texans on all of these different freaking lists.
Yeah.
So Mike Fleur of Pro Football Talk put one out not too long ago, right? Like 3-4 days ago. And he has the Texans 10th behind not only the Bills, but the Packers and the Bucks. How the hell are the Bucks in the top 10?
Now, the Bucks is just nonsense to me. Here's the thing about those lists, though, and we have fun with them, too, because they're fun to talk about it in some cases. And in some cases, they're fun to point and laugh. In terms of like better than the Texans, no way. Either one of them. I don't think you can count on Aaron Rodgers, but the roster is damn good. The Jets roster, no matter how you look at it, is really, really good. If they can somehow get Aaron Rodgers, maybe they'll end up in that same category, but I just don't see it. Now, the Bills is another one where I get it. You and I have different opinions of Josh Allen. I think he's fantastic. I also know his history without Stephon Diggs, and he doesn't have Stephon Diggs. And I also know, and this is the trump card for me, they're gutting that roster. I mean, they're transforming the team out of necessity, not out of trying to get better like the Texans. So I'm with you. I don't think they should be ahead of the Texans right now, but I could see the path, especially for the Jets. If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy and just pulls one more season out of his, I could see that happening, but not right now.
See, I'm not as high on Josh Allen as you are. Definitely not as high. Sean Bijani loves him too.
Yeah.
I think he's a good quarterback. I just don't think he's top 8 NFL, like Super Bowl level. I don't think that's him. I think there's way too many turnovers. There's too many bad decisions. And this is a guy who, like we said, his career took off when Stephon Diggs got to town.
Yeah.
That wasn't after his rookie season. That was after his second season where he threw a career-high 20 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And for those of you keeping score at home, and I know you are, 20 touchdowns, not a superstar.
Yeah.
He gets Stephon Diggs, and all of a sudden, completion percentage goes up over 60%. Hell, it was almost 70% that year. But he's kind of been like a mid-60s, 30 touchdowns. The Bills have been a really good team. Then they added Gabe Davis to that team with Diggs. But without that, looking at the Bills roster, I think their number one receiver right now is Curtis Samuel. Good luck with that. I think Keon Coleman, who they drafted, will probably wind up being their number one receiver.
Yeah.
And their third receiver is a guy I haven't even heard of.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime I see the Bills, it's like, you can have a great quarterback. But unless your quarterback's name is Patrick Mahomes,
yeah,
and you don't give him weapons, you can't win. What was the year that Joe Montana went to Kansas City?
93.
And they went to the AFC title game.
Beat the Oilers on the way here. Not that I'm still bitter about that.
You got to bring that up, man.
No, not that I'm still bitter.
His receivers couldn't catch a cold in that game.
Yeah.
He hitting guys square in the hands. Drop, 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 drop. We saw that with Mahomes last year in the regular season.
Yeah.
Game 1, drop, drop. We saw one where, MVS had one go straight through his hands and cost him a game. And wonder, how are they going to overcome this? Well, they overcame it in the playoffs because they got Patrick Mahomes.
And they had Kelsey back.
That also helped. He had somebody who didn't drop the ball.
Yeah.
But for Josh Allen, who's catching the football?
Yeah.
And if we're talking about who the top 6, 7 teams in the league are, if you don't know who's catching the football, maybe they're not a top 6 team. I'm just saying.
No, I get it. I will defend Josh Allen, like you said, just individually. We'll see and see how these receivers come up. But I think the Bills as an organization are kind of falling apart, like I mentioned. There really should only be 5 teams with a solid argument to be ahead of the Texans today. Now, the Texans might move up to 3, 2, whatever. But it's the Chiefs, the Niners. I still think the Lions should be there. I still think the Eagles should be there, and probably the Ravens.
Okay, so
there's the 5.
There was another one. This one came from Pro Football Network.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this is probably, even though there's one I disagree with, I thought this is probably the closest to accurate that I've seen. My standpoint is people make lists. They don't make them to be accurate. They make them to tick you off so that you respond.
Yeah.
1, Kansas City. 2, San Francisco. 3, Detroit.
Yeah.
4, Cincinnati.
See, I wouldn't do that, but go ahead.
5, Baltimore. 6, Philly. 7, Houston.
Yeah, I'd take Cincinnati out there until they prove otherwise. Dude still hadn't even played a preseason game. I mean, a full preseason game.
I think that with Cincinnati, I think they're immensely talented, but Burrow gets hurt.
Yeah.
Higgins gets hurt. Chase has gotten hurt. Like, your guys got to stay healthy. I don't know. I feel like I have questions about the Eagles because a team that good should not just vomit all over themselves in the second half. And I are they the team, the elite team from 22? Are they the team that crashed in 23? Are they something in the middle? I think until that question is answered, I don't think I'd have them in the top 6.
I just respect their talent so much. Like that is an immensely talented team. So I would give you the Eagles ahead of the Texans. So I would say 6, to be fair, if you're just drawing like where they are right now. Now, do you think that they could be, as I said earlier, maybe top 2 or 3, maybe higher? Yeah, absolutely, with the weapons they have.
I think when we get to like the midway point of the season, we can be looking at them and saying, hey, are they now a top 2 or 3 team?
Yeah.
But for right now, like I have them at 5, you have them at 6. I think we pretty much have the same concept on that. I would have the Bengals ahead of the Eagles because I think they're more talented offensively, and I think their quarterback is better.
Yeah.
I think Burrow is a phenomenal quarterback. They got to keep him on the field.
Yeah.
And he also needs to not get a calf injury, 2 weeks into the preseason.
Anything. Yeah.
Like there needs to be there need to be ways.
He gets the most bizarre, lingering issues. Like he should be pitching for the Astros. He's got a toe. He's got a calf.
He's got a neck injury. Next thing you know, he's having Tommy John surgery.
He slept funny. I mean, this dude should be pitching for the Astros. Because all of a sudden it becomes 8 games or something.
He's got discomfort.
Yeah. I think that's accurate. I think he's only played in his entire career. Believe it or not, he's been around for a long 1 preseason game. He can't get through a preseason.
And that's like the weirdest thing to me. You mentioned, the Astros. JP France is out for the year.
No kidding.
And look, first of all, he never should have thrown a pitch this year because they've known he's had this shoulder injury since the very first day of spring training. But in typical Astros fashion, they announced he's having shoulder surgery. They didn't say if it was for a labrum or a rotator cuff or a capsule. They didn't say any. All they said is he's having shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
We have no idea what for or why.
Yeah.
And like just on brand. But back to the thing with the Texans. I feel like the Texans right now, preseason, I think it's very fair to say they're a top 6 team. And like I said, every time I see the Bills ahead of them, it's like, come on now. They're not last year's Bills. Even last year's Bills kind of demonstrated that they weren't a top 6 team, and now that team is worse.
Yeah.
So how are they still a top 6 team? ESPN put out a ranking. This came out like a couple days ago. This was their ranking your starting lineups.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see where did the Texans fall in here? They have San Francisco number 1 and KC number 2. And I think both of those teams have just boatloads of talent all over the place. Whether you have them 1 or 2, they could be interchangeable. I don't know.
Yeah.
They have Baltimore 3. You got a 2-time MVP on your team. Okay. And you added Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
If they could have got somebody to go along with Zay Flowers, who isn't 900-year-old Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd feel better about them at 3, but they got a 2-time MVP.
Yeah.
They have the Jets at 4. I know we got Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson. I love Garrett Wilson. Their third receiver is Malachi Corley. Their tight ends are Ty Conklin and Jeremy Ruckert. There are 2 names on their offensive line I know. It's almost like they're putting everything in, hey, this defense is going to be great, and they're getting Aaron Rodgers back. But they're getting a very old Aaron Rodgers back.
Yeah, that's the key thing.
With coming off of an Achilles. And the Jets know firsthand about old quarterbacks and Achilles.
Yeah.
Because it ruined their 98 season.
Yeah.
So, I don't understand how we're just this assumption of Aaron Rodgers is back. They're a top 4 personnel team. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers is.
Yeah, no, I think they're a top 4 offensive team. I mean, a roster without Aaron Rodgers, and the possibility of Aaron Rodgers pulling one more season out is why they're there. Because you didn't even mention Breece Hall. I mean, that guy's a stud.
Breece Hall's a really good
He's a stud. And then the defensive roster is just off the charts. Sauce, start with Sauce and everybody up front. So I really don't have a problem with that. I think the Texans are probably higher in terms of projection of the roster than maybe everybody but the Niners and the Chiefs.
It is still amazing to me that Sauce Gardner, for as great a player as he is, that last season he had 0 interceptions.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for that too, and you know what it is.
People don't throw at him.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
You would think for all the years that people didn't throw at Deion Sanders, how he would still have 5, 6, 7 picks. And they just, Sauce just did not have a single pick. In fact, he only had 11 passes defended.
It's crazy.
And you're like, okay, how is that even possible?
Yeah.
Teams just stay away from him.
Yeah.
And I wonder, you do wonder, though, he couldn't find one.
No, that's fair. Some bounce of the ball or a safety tips it.
Is that going to be a total anomaly that he has 1 year with 0 picks? Or is he a guy who's just, he's a physical guy. He can get step for step with guys, but he just doesn't have the hands. He doesn't make the
No, I don't think it's the hands. I think as he matures and kind of gets a little even more in tune with the craft of being a cornerback, he's going to be able to take more chances, be able to know how to deke players into thinking that, and he's done that a lot. Hell, we've seen Derek Stingley do that, deking players into thinking they're open and then closing the gap and getting the play. No, I think he's going to get his picks. I think Derek Stingley is probably a little more polished in terms of that, and we've seen it already, last year. So, no, he's going to get his, but I still think Stingley might end up with more interceptions, year in, year out.
Yeah, no, I think Sting is better at ball hawking.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let me ask you, Cowboys or Texans, better roster?
Texans.
They've got the Cowboys at 6.
I know. Yeah.
And look, I got to call CeeDee Lamb's games as a high school kid, and he was in 10th grade, and they were still calling him Cedarian. They didn't even have him listed as CD yet. They said Cedarian, and it's like you could look and see one of these things is not like the other. CD looked like this dude should be playing D1 football
now
in 10th grade
now,
and he was surrounded by guys who had no business being on the field with him. And they added Brandon Cooks, but I'll be honest with you, I think Brandon Cooks is kind of washed.
I think he's more than kind of washed.
I forgot he was on the team.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When they made that deal last year with Brandon Cooks, it's like you could have him.
Yeah,
he's not He's not that dude anymore.
No. He was really good at getting open for a while. And I think in that offense, he'll probably have more opportunities because of Lamb and others. But no, I think he's more than kind of washed.
I do think there is something to the first time a guy gets disenfranchised and he's like half out, right? He's not working as hard. He's not trying as hard. When those guys are a little bit older, when they're like 28, 29, 30, it almost starts to drop off right there.
Yeah, and then when it happens fast.
And it's like, if you're 23 and you weren't fully bought in, you didn't work as hard, a lot of times that's a maturity issue. And coach will get, they'll get on them and, they'll, boots to asses and get that kid in shape or he's going to be out of the league. When you're a guy who's an established good, he's an old pro player, a guy who's been to multiple Pro Bowls, a guy who's at 1,000 yards plenty of times, and all of a sudden that guy is buying out later in his career, I do think it starts the decline. I almost feel like that kind of happened with Andre Johnson, where his last year in Houston, he was still very productive.
Yeah, but you can see it.
And then in that offseason, Bill O'Brien's like, yeah, maybe you're like our third guy. What the hell do you mean I'm your third guy? And then he's, off on another team, and it's like, that doesn't even look like Andre Johnson.
No.
And it's almost like once he was no longer with the Texans, like his heart just wasn't in it.
Yeah. And I think that's happening right now. Certainly with Cooks and others. Yeah.
I am interested to see what happens with D-Hop this year, because another year of...
He actually, I'll defend D-Hop. He actually was very productive still.
No, I'm from this point
of
view.
But it could be, yeah.
Especially with that quarterback situation,
Exactly.
It's another year of being on a team
for sure.
with a bad quarterback situation, and he's not getting any younger. Like, is he going to be fully bought in all year?
Yeah.
And I could see him... If things go sideways for that team early, and it's pretty likely they could go sideways, I could see him being like, I need out of here. That could definitely happen. All right, coming up next, now that you've had time to process everything, how are you feeling about the Rockets draft day moves? Next.
The Drive with There's plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Loving you isn't the right thing to do.
I always forget Figgy is a classic rock guy.
He loves it. His dad is. He is. And certainly some 70s funk. It's right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan of DJ Figgy Fig.
Yeah, I grew up in the old school house, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, my father was the Rumors album from Fleetwood Mac was like, he's like, every song on this album was a hit. Every single one.
He's not wrong.
And he's like, learn it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I grew up on classic rock and rock music, in New York, WBAB, where I would eventually work at one point. K-Rock at one point was a classic rock station. There's RCN out in Suffolk County, and all these different classic. That's what my parents listened to.
Good for them.
When my mom wasn't listening to disco, there's a lot of disco with my mom.
My father hated disco.
I was okay.
He was not a fan of that.
I did when it was hot. I did a little bit. I mean, I was all but not now. It was still fun.
He was not a fan of disco or rap music.
Yeah. Oh, and is he still not?
He liked maybe 2 songs. Okay. But he was just like, man, that rap stuff started coming out in the crack era.
So there was a lot of Diana Ross.
Oh,
there's a lot of Donna Summer. There was a lot of Rita Coolidge.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that when I grew up as a kid. And then there was a lot of Doobie Brothers and Fleetwood Mac. And later would become Pink Floyd and a lot of Zepp. And then as the 80s turned around for me.
Figgy just got into Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Just?
Not just, but I actually listened to the what's the album? Is it Dark Side?
Dark Side of the Moon?
To the triangle with the
yeah.
Okay,
so I love it, man. I feel like that album was so ahead of its time.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you could listen to that album now and just be like, man,
yeah.
Like what was?
Was it for the 50th anniversary of that? They were putting the cover online because the one line comes in and it comes out like the rainbow through the prison.
Yeah,
and there were idiots who thought it was like a gay pride thing. And I'm like, no, it's just the album. It's from like the early 70s. All right, they didn't have that movement yet.
Yeah, somebody did get me hip to watching what was it, the Wizard of Oz.
Oh yeah,
with the music sync from that Pink Floyd album.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
It was awesome, man. Yeah. It felt like it went right with the movie.
Yeah.
Do they have you looking for the guy who allegedly hung himself in the background of the scene when she gets into all the Lilliputians going down the Yellow Brick Road?
Oh no, I heard about that. I haven't seen that version.
No,
it's not like a version.
No,
it's supposed to be in the
during
movie.
the movie.
Yeah.
You see, it looks like in the background somebody like hangs themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And just swings off a back tree. Now that's an urban legend. It's not, nobody actually did this, but it looks like that for whatever that shadow is.
Yeah.
It looks like that. So the conspiracy theories they come out. All right, John. Let me ask you. I can't believe I just called you John.
It's fine.
No, when I first got here, when I first got back here, they were talking about, all right, so we want. Do you know John? And I'm like, John? Who the hell's John?
Yeah.
And like, John, he works, he does the midday show. And I'm like, Lopez?
Yeah.
Because I always knew you as Lopez.
I've had so many nicknames over the years, it's not even funny.
And I'm trying to think of, like, we always called you Lopez. For
Yeah.
as long as I've known you, you've been Lopez.
I've been J-Lo. I was J-Lo in like middle and high school, so I was J-Lo before the real J-Lo. Well, the one that stole my nickname. They called me the Whopper in high school all the time. Because I had a hook shot in basketball with both hands, like Billy Paltz. I was the Whopper. Like if I go back to San Antonio, whatever, on a trip to see some family, and I see high school friends, Whopper. It's like it's crazy.
That's pretty cool, though.
And then obviously, everybody calls me Lopez or OG.
And now they're like rubbing off on me because I just called you John, and I caught myself calling you John. I'm like, that was wrong.
Yeah,
that was wrong. We can't have this.
My mom called me Philip until I was about 8 years old.
Is your
middle name.
Okay, I was going to say, is like your dad, John.
My mom just liked Philip. And then I said, please don't. Please don't.
My brother is Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
But Ryan's his middle name.
Yeah.
Ryan was supposed to be his first name. But when he was born, my father did not tell my mother. He flipped the names they agreed on and made it his middle name. So he is, but he's always been Ryan.
Yeah.
It's funny how just I say, so John, like, wait, did I just call you? I am so disappointed in myself. It's almost like the first time I said y'all.
Yeah.
Because when you come from...
Oh, you got to say y'all.
Yeah. When you come from the Great White North...
say y'all.
I mean, I came from north of the wall.
Yeah, you guys.
And you know, say you or yous.
Yeah.
You didn't say y'all.
Yeah.
The first time I caught myself saying, I was so disappointed in myself.
I know when you went back to visit, they probably looked like, what in the world did you just say?
I go back up to, you're a Southerner now. And like, I've adopted y'all like into the vernacular, but I can't do fixin' to. That one I cannot mentally grasp the concept of I'm fixing to go to the store. I'm going to the store. What the hell are you fixing? I'm going to the store. So I'm a work in progress.
Yeah.
Of everybody in my family, I'm the hardest one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my wife, she bought in. She's got the cowboy hats and the boots and her fringe and her belt. And she's like, I want to go boot scooting. And she's like, she is all in. We didn't have a country station in New York when we were kids, so we never learned country. Only down here did we really get introduced to country.
Yeah.
My wife's like all in. My son, he's kind of,
Well, he's from here now.
Yeah, I mean, he moved down here in 2013. So he was 8. And my daughter was just turned 6.
Yeah.
So they're more Texan than they are New Yorker. No, it's only the old bum from Brooklyn who can't get to all, like, there's a lot of things I've adopted, but there's certain things it's like, no, I'm drawing the line here. And fixin' to, I'm drawing the line.
Yeah.
All right. Now that you've had a chance to kind of process everything from the last couple days, how do you feel about the moves made by the Houston Rockets? From, they make the trade, the draft pick swap. They decide to keep the number 3 pick and draft Reed Sheppard. Then they trade their second-round pick, and they pick up A.J. Griffin, who was a guy who they were targeting, the 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They were looking at him and Tari Eason kind of together. How do you feel about the moves they have made as you get them into the next season?
The A.J. Griffin thing, to me, is not even... It's not even a factor. Like he averaged 2 points a game, and as much as he's been kind of a name, largely because he played at a big school and his dad played in the league and all that. That's a non-factor. The two things that I think are the most important for Rockets fans are the fact that they got the shooter for the here and now. Like, they got exactly what they needed in Reed Sheppard. I think, and if he's anything close to some of the projections that you see, they're going to make a big leap, real quick. And I'm not saying like into the conference championship, but I mean, they're going to make a big leap. The thing I really like about the Rockets draft and draft day moves and all that is they're not just ready for the here and now. They're ready to make that other big move. Like by being able to trade those picks and have that arsenal for if they want, whether it's Durant now or Booker next year or someone at the trade deadline, they're ready to make that move. So those two things right now make this, and I'm not alone. I mean, you look around the league and national media and all that. They are an A to an A-, draft score.
So I was looking up on like every website I could find.
Yeah.
That did, grades for every trade, every draft pick, every move. It doesn't matter what site you frequent.
They're up there.
The Astros have an A for every single move they made.
Yeah.
And Rafael Stone continues to make moves that maybe they don't always look or feel sexy, but he scores with each move. And it really goes back to the Harden trade, where even though if they had pulled the trigger earlier, they would have got more.
Yeah.
I also understand the owner probably was not cool with pulling the trigger earlier. That was not necessarily on him. But he went and got all those draft picks for James Harden And look at what he's flipped those into.
Yeah.
And now he takes 2 more of those picks and turns them into 4 picks. And what have we seen? If you want to get, Mikal Bridges just went for 4 ones.
Yeah.
He is not that good a player. He's a nice player, but he is not some kind of game changer.
But they're also thinking that they're all in.
He got a Harden trade.
Yeah.
He's not James Harden. But yeah, the New York Wildcats.
Yeah.
They had to try to put the band back together, and they think they're all in.
Yeah.
They just gave OG Anunoby, not OG John Lopez. OG Anunoby.
That was wild.
3-and-D player just got what, $200 million.
Yeah.
Man, you know what? I'm all for players getting what they can, but I am all for wondering.
Good work if you can get it.
What the hell are you thinking from an ownership or a GM perspective?
That's the game they're playing now.
If y'all are just handing out candy like that, I'd like to get in line.
Yeah.
Because obviously you don't care where it goes.
No.
So it was crazy to me. But dude, I love the Shepherd pick, and as we learned, Rafael Stone was saying he was their number 1 guy the whole time. He was number 1, and perfect fit for what they needed. You said they needed a shooter. He shot over 52%.
Yeah.
But when they broke it down to NBA depth threes, he still shot 49%.
Yeah.
Nobody shot 49%.
No,
now,
it's perfect for what they need now.
I don't know how many of those looks are going to be as open as they were in college.
What is he, like 6'2", 6'1.5"?
Like 6'1.5".
Yeah.
But if he gets the good PF flyers on, maybe he'll be 6'2".
Exactly.
But if they get him, like you get him, like say come off a curl on a screen and he's got an open look, he's going to drill that shot. He's a guy who can put the ball on the floor and get his own shot. But as long as if you can get just a little bit of separation, that guy can knock him down. And there is something to precedence in the NBA for a 6'2" guard who can shoot the ball from wherever to be really, really good in this league.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not Steph Curry. That's unfair to him to say. But people project him as a shooter that can be that kind of effective when he's shooting. I'm not going to say he's going to be able to create his shot and step backs and all that as Steph Curry. Maybe eventually he'll be able to do some of that. But just to knock down the open shot at that rate, they're set in terms of what they needed.
If you're 85% of Steph Curry, you're an all-star
every year. Yeah.
Coming up next, we play the hits on In the Loop.
The Rockets. Do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We play the hits on In the Loop. He's John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. Figgy.
This is my favorite thing. All the nicknames you're getting, Figgy. I know you used his actual nickname, but
that's
it's
what I just gave the regular one.
I know.
Big Fig. All right. Is there a family affair in Hollywood, and was it designed that way? Well, maybe. Bob Myers reporting on how Bronny James wound up in L.A.
Bob Myers, you promised at the top of the show that 30 minutes in, you would have an update for us on Bronny James, and we're 56
Well, I don't get a chance to say anything.
So would you like to say
Stephen
it now?
A. talks a lot. There's other stuff going on.
Break some news. Stop whining.
Yeah, it sounds like an update.
Listen, exactly. Okay, fine. I will say
15 seconds.
Right now, Rich Paul's calling teams, don't take Bronny James. He's telling them, do not take him, okay? He's saying, don't take him. If you take him, he's going to Australia. So he has a plan and he has a place.
But he's not telling the Lakers.
I don't know if he's telling one team.
Mark Tatum.
I love that. Stephen A. talks a lot.
No lies detected.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, the idea of Rich Paul calling teams and saying, if you take Bronny James, he'll go play in Australia. A, I'm not surprised by this.
Oh, that absolutely had to happen.
B,
yeah.
Like, I almost don't even care.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only way any other team was ever going to be interested in taking Bronny James was to troll the Lakers and try to force them to give up something to get him.
Yeah.
And ultimately decided nobody wanted to tick off LeBron James in that matter.
Oh, they might have, but they didn't have the chance.
They didn't want to tick off the agent.
Yeah. Yeah.
They didn't want to run because look, if you take off LeBron, you take off Rich Paul, and then that's all those clients and Rich Paul giving you the bird.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody decided they weren't going to troll the Lakers.
I wish somebody did.
Yeah, man, that would have been so awesome.
But I mean, on one hand, it's like, okay, this is like the biggest fix. This is a bigger fix than the frozen envelope. Okay, this is the biggest fix. But I don't care. Like, Bronny is not any kind of generational player. The fact that he's playing after having a heart attack is a miracle in and of itself.
Yeah.
And LeBron has always wanted, hey, I want to play with my son one day. I'm sure his son has wanted to play with his dad. Like, this is like the same way Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr. played together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is to me. And how many games are they really going to play together? 3, 5.
How many games is he going to play?
I mean, Bronny's not NBA ready.
Yeah.
He didn't even look USC ready.
Yeah.
I have no issue with all of this, but I do think that it's almost kind of comical, this idea of Rich Paul burning up the phone lines. If you take Bronny, he's going to Australia.
That's because he felt, like Figgy said, that's because he felt that, the Celtics saying what they were saying, or reported people talking about the Celtics, and other teams saying, oh, we're going to do this and just hold him. What was that one story, Figgy? We're going to send a ransom note. Yeah. We're going to send.
Yeah.
Just because, like, he was just sort of like, let's just make sure this doesn't happen.
And plus, it's the second round, man, especially late in the second round where those players probably ain't going to make the roster. So why not take a flyer on Bronny?
Look, that's exactly right, Figgy. I have zero problem with the Lakers taking him in terms of, like, oh, he took someone else's, some more deserving player's place.
Oh, it's the 55th pick,
how many deserving? I mean, yeah, deserve to maybe get looked at, like Bronny's getting looked at. But how many second-round picks at that spot even do anything more than the two-way contract?
We're not sitting there talking about a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Where Rich Paul is saying don't take him and all this other stuff. It's a 55th pick.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't.
That's like a 7th
Who was even
round
watching the draft during that time?
It's like a 7th-round pick in the NFL. That dude might get cut first year.
He's a 6'2" guard with a suspect shot.
Yeah.
Like, I don't talk about, he's a hound defensively.
Yeah.
He's 6'2".
Yeah.
If you want to be a hound defensively, you better be 6'5".
It's a good feel-good story. Well, that's what the pick was.
Exactly. Like I said, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think we all agree on that. What I do think is maybe a little bit, I don't know if upsetting is right, disturbing, make you a little uncomfortable. If I were a Lakers fan, to me, it's more of a symptom of what's going on with the Lakers.
You just hit it.
It's not like, oh, Bronny this, Bronny that. No, the fact that they did that, and the J.J. Redick, and LeBron's running the team, and
it's a reality show.
It's not the Lakers that we knew. If I'm a Lakers fan, that's the bigger issue. Just like what it means, not what it does.
See that you just hit it. It is not about anybody out, looking in at the Lakers saying this is silly. No, if you're a Lakers fan, this is silly. We're not making basketball decisions.
Yeah,
we're making LeBron decisions.
Yeah,
and if you're hiring his podcast buddy to be the coach, and you're drafting his son because he wants you to, and every move that you make has to have LeBron's approval. And you think back a couple of years ago, when LeBron wanted them to make deals and Rob Pelinka said no.
Yeah.
Well, he went to Jeannie Buss and said, you better tell him to get in line.
Yeah.
Like, LeBron pulls all the strings. He's the best player. He's the coach. He's the GM. He's the team president.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that's left for him to do is date the owner, right? Gloria might have something to say about that, but that's like the only thing left for him to do. It's worse if you're a Lakers fan.
That's the thing.
Than for anybody else.
I would just be like slapping my forehead and like, good Lord, this is where we are. It's not the fact that it happened. It's like the way that it happened is more disturbing. And there is this though, and this is where I think it's going to get interesting, Figgy. Like they didn't draft him to not play him at some point. The whole story
they actually gave him a contract. They didn't give him a two-way contract.
They didn't give him a two-way.
So he's going to be on the team.
So there are
Yeah.
going to be maybe just a handful of games because he's not that good. But there are going to be real NBA games in which LeBron James and Bronny James are on the floor at the same time. That's why they drafted him. They're going to play together.
They want that moment.
And that's going to be where it's a bleep show. Because opposing players, hey, your daddy's not around now. He's there, but he's not like, I'm defending you now. And hecklers and the integrity of the game is going to come into question. Like, everybody's going to know he doesn't deserve to be on the floor in an actual regular season NBA game. He just doesn't, unless he just pulls something out of a hat and becomes, Reed Shepherd. All of a sudden.
Could you imagine they're like a Gary Payton in the league,
dude,
who's gonna just get in his ear and talk all the smack he can while like bullying him,
That's the interesting thing to me.
On one hand, I feel for the kid, right? He wants to be his own man. He doesn't want to just be I'm LeBron James's kid.
Yeah.
In sports, you're always going to be I'm so and so's kid until you're good enough to be your own player.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're just a role player right? Hell, even Austin Rivers is still kind of Doc Rivers' kid, and he had a decent career.
Yeah.
But Pete Rose Jr. is just Pete Rose's kid. Bronny is always going to be LeBron's kid until he, averages 15 a game, and I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Chris Long's the best example. In terms of like you become your own player.
Yeah.
You make your own name.
And when your father's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Some people don't even know who his father is right now.
And that's crazy. People don't know how long it is.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's to your point. Like they're going to you have to do it yourself. And I am going to be tuning in no matter what the situation is. When I think or I'll certainly be watching after the fact. He's going to be on an NBA floor, Patrick, with studs and his daddy, and it's going to be unrelenting, and it's going to maybe be like a train wreck.
I hope that his first game when they actually put him in the lineup is 5 minutes to go or less, fourth quarter, up 20 or down 20.
Yeah.
Because if they actually put him in a game that means something.
That matters in the second quarter or something like that.
If they put him in the second quarter, it better be preseason.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, it's good. I'm talking. The whole idea is regular season, Ken Griffey Jr. kind of thing.
Because
although Ken Griffey Jr. was pretty good.
I think they definitely going to play him.
Even at that point, Ken Griffey Sr. was still a good player at that point. The video of where Jr. walks in front of him and like snatches the catch out of him. Yeah. And he's just looking at Jr. like, I'm going to whoop your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. A jury in U.S. District Court has ordered the NFL to pay more than $4.7 billion in damages, ruling the league violated antitrust laws in distributing out-of-market Sunday games on a premium subscription service. The NFL intends to appeal. The judge seemed to be more pro-NFL than the jury was, and they are going to appeal this, but $4.7 billion to the residential group, so the Use Me's and the Figgies. Were you a Sunday ticket subscriber?
No, I had other things, but what I feel about this in a different way is kind of similar to the Bronny thing. It's not what the ruling was. I think it's going to be the effect. Like the ruling is going to be, they've already said they'll take it to the Supreme Court. They're going to go all the way. So who knows what's going to happen there. What I do like, though, is the effect. The NFL is going to have to be able to allow people to buy single team, packages, because that was the gist of it. It's like you got to buy the whole crap, and it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, man. And there's so many fans, unlike us, we like to watch everything, but there's so many fans that they just follow one team. They just want to follow one team. I don't care. I'm a Bengals fan, whatever. I don't care about all this other crap. So the effect is going to be good for me. I think the NFL is going to have to be able to allow that,
See, I used to have DirecTV. I hated them. They suck. Their customer service is awful.
Yeah.
Their service is awful. Oh, it's cloudy? No service.
Yeah.
Oh, it's raining? No TV.
Yeah.
Hell, if it's sunny.
Yeah.
So it became a point, like a strategy.
Yeah.
Call up every now and then, say you're going to cancel, you get something for free.
Yeah.
You're going to have to sit on hold for like an hour.
Yeah.
But so I would always call up like July. Listen, your service is terrible.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Well, what if we give you a Sunday ticket?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Okay.
And then when the football season was over, I'd call up. All right, I'm leaving. Your signal's terrible.
Yeah.
What if we give you HBO and Cinemax for free?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
All right, I'll do that.
And then you get back to football season. I'm leaving. Your service is terrible. Well, what if we give you Sunday ticket? All right, fine.
One more time.
And then it's like, all right, so Sunday ticket's like $399, and you get it for free every year because you called up and you bitched.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were paying $300, $400, whatever it was.
That's ridiculous.
And
that's ridiculous.
They
can get away with it
for
one
businesses.
team.
Yeah. Well, no, now because they basically wanted one team.
Somebody wanted one team to follow their team.
See, for people like me, like all my friends, we would buy in it because we're all in, like, at the time, very high stakes fantasy football leagues.
Yeah.
Where we're watching every game and then texting each other, talking massive smack the whole day.
Yeah.
Or you'd all get together at this guy's house this day, that guy's house that day, etc. But I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of things that are weird here. Number one, if I have a product, why do I not have the right to say this is what I want for it?
Yeah.
And then you as the consumer say, I'm willing to pay that or go to hell.
Yeah.
How is that antitrust? But because it was only available on one outlet? All right, so if I'm the NFL and I keep it all to myself and it's only available on NFL Network or through an NFL, is that not the same thing?
Yeah.
I don't quite get why this is, well, they charge too much. You don't have to pay for it. You could just say no. Right? I mean, don't we kind of look at that like, I mean, even growing up as a kid, Howard Stern should be off the radio. Do you hear the things that he says? They're so Lady, turn the channel.
Yeah.
If you don't like him, don't listen.
Exactly.
If you don't like country music, put on the rock station. You don't like the rock station, put on the top 40 station.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like that station, put on the urban station. Put on News Talk. I don't care. Put on what you want. Leave the rest of us alone.
Yeah.
So it's just, the whole thing is just kind of weird to me.
I'm just glad the little guy finally wins one. I think even if they win the appeal, I cannot imagine the NFL not allowing the single team, option.
They make more money if they make it that a la carte.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, like, that's something we talked about, in the whole scope of like cable TV and satellite TV. If instead of having to, you buy this package, you get all these channels, half of them you don't give a damn about.
Yeah.
You get all these channels. Well, I want to be able to buy a la carte, just the ones I want.
Yeah.
Well, when you do that, the price is double.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? You can buy HBO and Cinemax a la carte. It's $20.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't cost that much when you buy it as part of the package in your cable deal or your satellite deal. But if you buy it a la carte, $20.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'm willing to pay $20 for a la carte, Space City Home Network.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Give me that a la carte so I don't have to pay Fubo $100 a freaking month. All right, coming up next, what cities would you want the NFL to expand to? In the Loop.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Always good to get some classic Bowie.
Go.
I was a big Bowie fan.
Legend.
Big Bowie fan.
Legend.
And it was one of those things where, like, you learn backwards. So the first real introduction I had to David Bowie was Let's Dance.
Oh, well, that was with Stevie Ray Vaughan on the guitar.
And then China Girl. Right? Those were the first ones. 83.
Yeah.
But I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my first introduction to David Bowie. And then I started going back through the catalog. And you learn all these, like, oh, wow. Like you see the progression of his career. You're like, holy cow.
Yeah.
I kind of had that same progression with Aerosmith when Permanent Vacation first came out.
And they started in the 70s.
Yeah. And like you hear Love in an Elevator, and it's like, all right, this whole album was awesome.
Yeah.
Let me go back through the catalog.
Let's hear what else they got.
And you start finding all these different things. Like Mama Kim was always a favorite song of mine, but I didn't hear it until after I had gotten reintroduced to them when they make their comeback because, what was it, Rocks didn't sell.
Yeah.
So they had to find, and they came out with a totally new sound, right? They went kind of like, well, back to like the bluesy style. But they had a whole new sound, and you go back and listen. ZZ Top was another band. I got introduced to ZZ Top through Eliminator. Right? With Sharp Dressed Man and Legs. And then it's like, oh, let me go back through the catalog.
Yeah.
And all the different things. And, man, you had to go through, like, Columbia House and peel through stuff. How many things am I getting for a penny this week?
Yeah.
But there was a piece by Bill Barnwell talking about NFL expansion. And I think ultimately it's going to expand because everything expands in sports. And he pulled 100 cities, which is 90 too many, 100 cities of where he thinks the NFL could expand to. There were a handful of cities on there that, to me, they're like legitimate opportunities for expansion. San Antonio, over Jerry's dead body, but soon enough. Oklahoma City, probably same. St. Louis deserves a team. Salt Lake, Portland, Oregon, San Diego, and Orlando.
Yeah.
Like, I think those are all viable NFL cities where if they had a team, they could absolutely support the team. There's a good fan base there. Definitely put a dome in Orlando. But I do think that those are viable cities. But I kind of look at it a different way. I don't just want to talk about expansion as, well, this city, they could support a team. This would be I want to look at it from the point of view of, hey, we're the flagship home of the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
What cities do you want to go to? Like, where could they put a team like, I'm taking that road trip?
Yeah.
If you could expand to 4 cities that were not just, hey, they could handle a football team, but, man, I really want to go there. You're not just limited to the United States. Where would you want to put an NFL franchise that you'd really want to see get a franchise? Maybe because you want to go do a game there.
I like the way you formed this question, because not where I think they'll go, not what probably deserves it, but where would I want to go?
Where you want to go.
Well,
so Dubai?
No.
It's really hot there, Fig.
I think this one checks all the boxes, and people will argue this all day long, but I think it checks the box of the NFL wants to go there. I think it checks the box of it would be successful. I think it checks the box of I would want to go there, and I wouldn't mind seeing a team there. The other ones I'm going to give you don't check every single box. But come on, London. I mean, it's going to happen, and it's cool. I don't care. People don't like the travel. What about the travel for the players and all? We know how these guys travel. We know how the NFL schedule makers take care of these.
They're not flying
guys.
coach Southwest.
They're not flying coach. They always work the schedule in such a way that, and if you want to throw them into a division on the East Coast, it's 6 or 7 hours, dude. It's harder to get to Seattle from New York than London. I mean, I might have that off by an hour.
I'd rather play in London than Seattle.
Yeah, like it's not that difficult. It's cool. It's going to happen, and it's a great city that's going to totally embrace it. Now, the problem with that is, the one problem, you're probably going to have to put 2 teams in Europe to really make it like a division, in that upper quadrant of the United States and England. So I just think I think it checks all the boxes, and people will turn up their nose. We're ugly Americans. It's our sport, But let's just face it, it's badass, and I think they're ready. I mean, you can go to watch them. They're gonna have 4 games this year in London.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's wild. To me.
Yeah.
So if you were going to put a second team in Europe, is it like Barcelona? Is it
Frankfurt,
or
Yeah.
the Rhine Fire?
Yeah.
Are they going to France? Are they going to Germany? Are they going to Spain? Are they going to Austria? Like what country would you put it in?
Yeah. Figgy, do you have any on these? Because I got 2 more that are going to kind of maybe blow your mind.
Like more realistic ones?
Yeah, where you would want.
Where would you want to put? See, when you made the joke about Dubai, I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, that better be an indoor stadium, by the way.
But it would look badass though, because that's a beautiful city.
Yeah.
Just imagine a stadium downtown Dubai.
But that is much more difficult to get in and out.
Impossible.
Yeah.
But the first thing I thought about, so CJ Stroud been on this little tour.
Asia?
Somewhere, I'm thinking Tokyo.
Yeah. Now, that's really tough, too.
Yeah, that would be tough, too.
That would have to be, all right, you're on the bye week, then you're playing on Thursday, then you're playing on Monday night.
You need about 2 weeks off for that one.
Yeah.
Those would be.
Do you have any off the top of your head?
So, number 1 city for me, Toronto.
That would be
good.
Toronto is an awesome city.
I forgot about Canada.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one.
It is. That city has the cleanest subway I've ever seen in my life. I've never been on a train that was spotless. And they've got so much there. You've got film festivals there. You got the Hockey Hall of Fame there. But Toronto itself is just a badass city.
Yeah.
And it's about the same size as Chicago. So you're talking about it's a big enough city to have a real fan base. It's an awesome city. Our dollar is worth more there. And, you just check off all the boxes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Have the NFL even thought about that?
I'm sure they have.
I haven't heard like the NFL consider.
Haven't heard a lot, but I'm sure they have.
I think the probably the difference in the currency is probably the hardest thing to make it work for them because, look, the NFL is licensed to print money.
Yeah.
But you also got to spend a lot of it. And I think you almost need.
A little more expensive.
In that ownership group, you need somebody who is an American in with the Canadian ownership group. I think it needs to be kind of both because of look, there is a difference.
Yeah.
And the Canadian economy isn't necessarily as good as ours all the time.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to keep that franchise up. Second one that I want, same issue, other direction. Mexico City.
That's been talked about a lot.
I really want a team in Mexico
They
City.
would go nuts.
I want to go to Mexico
Have you ever been
City.
to an NFL game in Mexico City?
I have not.
I've been to a couple.
Have seen
It's
watch it.
wild.
That's why I want to go.
It's wild.
You want to talk about an intense fan base.
Yeah.
Everything that we see, whether it's football, whether it's baseball, every time we see games played in Mexico City, we know what the soccer games look like there. Those fans are rabid. I love it. I want to go to Mexico City.
Yeah, no, I think that's one. All right, here's the one that's going to maybe you'll turn your nose up at, but let me explain it. Houston. Let me explain. 3rd largest city in the country now. New York's got 2.
Oh, New Jersey does.
Well, yeah. LA's got 2.
And they don't follow one of them.
Or has had 2. Do you realize how badass that would be?
That actually.
Do you realize?
Try to explain that to Hanneman there.
No. Oh, I'm not saying I'm keeping everybody happy.
But
I'm not saying
from a fan point of view,
dude,
that you've got 2 teams.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. I grew up like that.
Yeah.
It would be badass.
It's what is it? The 5th or 6th largest TV market now. Radio market's off the chart. We're pushing 8 million people in the metro area now. I mean, dude.
You know
rivalry.
That would mean we're going 24/7.
Television.
7 days a week. Sports
It'd be
radio
a lot of people.
Houston.
It'd be a lot of people hopping off of bandwagons.
The rivalry in Houston, you would pick sides. Like there's people that would be like, I never really was in on the Texans, but boy, I like the whatever.
I like them now.
Yeah,
Screw
this other team. Yeah, this other team.
Yeah, the new NFL version of like the Houston Aeros that are in the NFC.
Yes, like people saying Oklahoma City. The hell out of here with that.
Dust
Another
Bowl.
team in Houston would just like trounce that squad in every category in terms of Metroplex, fan base, television, radio. San Antonio. I mean, I've got roots in San Antonio. I'd love to see them have a team. Houston would kick their ass. Like Portland? Somebody said Portland?
Yeah, Portland, Oregon.
I mean, what didn't he say that, Barnwell?
Yeah, Barnwell said Oregon.
Portland?
I think that would be fine because they do have a rabid fan base as far as like the
No, I get it, but I'm saying the
Ducks.
market here would be insanely better.
It's one of the things, and the correlation to this is the NHL.
Yeah.
Right? When we talk about NHL expansion, Houston is right at the very top
Chicago
of the
has
list,
2 baseball teams.
for expansion.
Houston's bigger.
The one, New York
Yeah.
is the only market in the NHL that has multiple teams.
Yeah.
You've got 3.
Yeah.
The Islanders, the Rangers, and the Devils, they play in Newark. It's literally across the river from Manhattan. Toronto is the one city in Canada that could hold 2 NHL teams because they're that big and they're that rabid. It's Canadian hockey fans are they are at a minimum American football fans, and maybe worse because there's nothing to do up there. It's cold. You drink, you fight, and you make babies. That's all there is to do.
Yeah.
But like the idea of Houston being the next team, the next city. New York's got multiple teams. Chicago's got 2 baseball teams. LA's got 2 baseball teams and 2 football teams. Once upon a time, Boston had 2 baseball teams. Yeah, you know what? I mean, if you think about it, Baltimore and the Orioles and the Nationals, they're not that far apart. It's basically the same DMA, right? But yeah, Houston.
I text
John,
her.
that is awesome. That is a great poll.
Come on, man. I mean, we're better and bigger. And it's Texas. It's football country.
I would have thought like San Antonio, right? Because
I would love to see them have a team.
They are begging.
But it's better here.
Maybe I'm being biased because I'm like I only want the Houston Texans to be the only football team in Houston.
I get it.
So I'm probably a little biased.
Well, listen, if they're in the other conference, it's not
for sure.
Like
it would have to be an NFC
team. You only
team.
play in one every 4 years.
Yeah.
You could there are plenty of people. If you think about how many people come here from somewhere else, they root for both teams. They don't care.
Yeah.
Fans, the teams are like, we'll take your money. We'll take your money too. No problem. Root for us all.
But see, I like the Texans being the toast of the town, though.
They would be like the Giants in New York.
Yeah.
The Texans would be the Giants.
I get that, but you still got.
But the Jets have a rabid, enormous, faithful following. I mean that would be
true.
Like I think it would be the Texters.
Texans say make them play in the Astrodome.
No. Imagine this, Figgy. Amy Adams Strunk says, "You know what? We want to move our franchise back to Houston." Dude.
And she changed it back to the Oilers.
You know what?
God.
That's a lot of people having to drive from Nashville to come to that game.
When she did move back here and change it back to the Houston Oilers.
Oh, my
God.
That would be so damn confusing.
Would you go to those games owned by that bitch, Amy Adams Strunk, specifically to hold up signs that say, sell the team?
I think the reality is expansion. Expansion team in Houston. That would be awesome. Like, it would be
because
awesome.
I do feel like if 70,000 people chanting "sell the team" for 4 quarters, that would be so awesome to stick it to that bitch, Amy Adams Strunk. Yeah. All right, we are at that time. It's lunchtime, and lunchtime on In the Loop means confessions.
Yes, it does.
And they're next.
1, 2, 3.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What's up, y'all?
It's time for some lunchtime confessions. I guess I'm not familiar enough with the music, so I was waiting for it to keep going.
Oh, you were waiting for the end.
And then there was this like gospel type hum, and I'm like, all right, is it gonna kick on again?
Yeah,
or like I wasn't sure what was going on there. So and then Figgy kind of gave me the clue of, hey, stupid, start talking. So it's time for lunchtime confessions. Who wants to go first, or should I go first? Fig, you gonna go first?
I can go first.
All right, you hit it.
These are my confessions.
So, EA Sports, I don't know if you guys heard, but they're releasing NCAA.
Oh, you think?
2025. Is it 2020? I think 2025 this year. I can't wait to buy it. But they released their top 10 toughest places to play on the game. So if you haven't played that game before, depending on where you playing that, the crowd can be like really loud and it can kind of throw your game off a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is the top. I'm kind of calling cap on this top 10, and so I'm gonna go through the top 10 real quick. So number 10 is Florida, number 9 is Florida State, number 8 is Oklahoma, number 7 is Wisconsin, number 6 is Penn State, number 5 is Georgia, number 4 is Ohio State, number 3 is LSU, number 2 is Alabama, number 1. Texas A&M.
I saw this.
Toughest place to play.
See,
that one right there, I'm kind of calling cap on that. I can't front. Number 1.
No, I get it. And I think what they're looking at is, like I went to A&M, and as some people know, it's not the toughest. I think what they're doing is the coolest. Like A&M is one of the coolest places you'll ever watch a college football game. It's not the toughest. And I went there. I think it's tough. You know,
how many people does Califield hold down?
105. I still go to games, and it's tough. But it also depends on how good is the team. Because right now, Georgia's the toughest place to play. You know, Georgia is the toughest place to play.
Yeah, Georgia.
Because they're good.
Yeah, Georgia. And some people say LSU is tough to play in LSU.
It is. See, now, Michigan, the Big House has always been called, one of the toughest places to play. And I've been to a number of games there over the years. It's not tough. It's just really cool.
What about the Horseshoe?
the horseshoe, when they're good, is the tough. Like I said,
Yeah.
you have to distinguish between, well, how good is that team in that given year?
Yeah, I think it's the time of the year too.
Yeah,
can make it tough, but
It's like
I think
playing in Columbus in November.
Yeah.
When Ohio State's a top 5 team, that's gonna be a tough
that's
place to play.
Yeah, that's definitely tough.
If
I
you're
agree
saying
with
it's
that.
the coolest place to play in the country, I wouldn't argue A&M too much. I think USC is cool. Michigan's cool, but how good is the team that year? Like right now, Michigan is one of the toughest because they're damn
USC
good.
should be on the list because
Yeah.
the Coliseum is a dump, and your facilities are awful.
Yeah.
That makes it tough to play.
Yeah, well, that too. That
Yeah.
depends on how you look at it.
And I think they should be on the list of top 10.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know about the number one play,
No,
the toughest place in the game.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
I would think Hawaii would be a tough place to play because, man, you get
You're
to
thinking
Hawaii.
more in terms of,
Who the hell wants to play football, man?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
stuff to do.
Yeah.
We're going to surf. We're going to go to, like, the pineapple plantation.
Yeah.
We're going to, there's so much. They're going to go to the War Memorial. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much stuff to do. We're going to go to the beach. We're going to have a luau
I ain't gonna let any
every
of the
day.
players do any of that
Hey,
stuff.
why the hell are
Yeah.
we playing football again? There's stuff to do.
They're not going to let players
According to Deion Sanders, Houston is a tough place to play.
Yeah.
When he didn't want his kids to go out in Houston at some point.
There's another reason why for that.
That's
so.
because James Harden already taught them where all the trap places are.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this blew me away, and I got to confess, I have never, ever heard this before. All right, so in Texas, some people say dinner for the last meal of the day, and some people say supper. In other parts of the country, it's only supper or it's only dinner, but in Texas, it's kind of weird. Some people say dinner, some people say supper. But the middle meal of the day, yesterday, I heard someone say dinner instead of lunch. What are we doing?
What foreign country are they?
What are we doing? I get breakfast, lunch, and then some people say dinner or supper. But someone said yesterday, well, I'm going to have dinner, and then I don't know what we're going to have for supper. What? They
Yeah,
called
I never
lunch.
heard
They
that
called
one.
lunch dinner?
Drugs are bad.
I'm telling you, man. Wait, do people do this? 713-5724. Do you call your middle meal dinner?
Shouldn't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad.
Drugs are bad.
Like, I have never heard,
like in the Northeast and in the West Coast, like what some people say. The Northeast is more supper,
it's
isn't it?
lunch and dinner.
It's all
I
it
think
is?
when you get up into like New England, like up into
Then they
Maine,
say supper?
They might say supper up there, but like downstate New York, we say dinner.
Yeah.
And as you get through like Philly, Maryland, it's dinner.
Yeah.
The idea of calling lunch dinner and then dinner supper, like you have two dinners.
Yes.
That's not the definition of a lunch, though, man, or a dinner.
Maybe they got dropped on their heads as a kid. I don't know, because I don't know anyone. I have never.
I didn't either
ever
until
heard of
yesterday. Yes.
That is straight up drug use. That's all that is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know that when a player no longer is on your team, you're not really supposed to openly root for them.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, I was in the building the day they announced they were calling him up. I have always been a fan of him from the days where he didn't really want to talk because he was nervous about talking to the media, to Club Astros. I am always going to be a fan of this guy and root for this guy.
And here's George Springer. Springer hits it a long way to left field. It is gone! And 5 batters in, it is 5-0 for the Blue Jays. What a first inning.
Now, Georgie's having a tough year this year. But against the South Bronx Slumlords, George Springer yesterday, 3 for 3, 2 3-run homers, 6 ribs.
Come on now.
Scored twice as the White Walkers of Toronto put it on the Slumlords 9-2. And I will always be a fan of George Springer. He's having a terrible season. And I hope that he finds a way to turn it around. That contract is something that people in Toronto are really worrying about. Him seeming to deteriorate so quickly. He's dealt with a lot of injuries since going up there, and that is one of the worst surfaces in baseball. They still have that, the hard turf surface up there in what used to be Sky Dome. But, man, I'll always be a fan of George Springer, even though he no longer represents H-Town. He was one of my favorite people to cover here. And anytime you see him, especially when he's sticking it to the Yankees, it is awesome.
There is nothing wrong with what you just said. Absolutely. Cover of SI, the whole 9 yards, the start of it all, nothing wrong with that at all.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man, I probably shouldn't feel sorry for this guy, but I kind of feel sorry for Bronny, man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I would want to play with my dad. I feel like he never really moved out the house. I feel like he always been in the house the whole time. And with this NBA draft, I would have probably wanted to go somewhere else and not play.
But it wasn't going to happen. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I just feel so bad for him, man. Like, send me to Miami. If Rich Paul is
wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah, let me go to Miami, Dad. Like, just imagine, you know, NBA players like to go out and all this stuff. Just imagine trying to go out with some teammates and your dad is right
come on.
there.
Yeah,
man.
like, hey, let's go as a squad.
Yeah, let's go to the strip club.
Dad, can I?
Yeah. So
even something like that would be worse.
Yeah, so I'm like, man, I don't want to be on the same team. I don't even want to work. I don't even want to work with my wife. I don't want to work with my mother, my dad. Like,
could you imagine playing on a team with your dad?
I couldn't, man. I couldn't.
What would it be? What team? What sport would it be in? And what would it be like?
It would probably be. My dad was good in basketball, so it would probably be I would probably be Bronny because my dad was actually pretty good, but I would be the Bronny of that one.
Oh my goodness! No, look, hey, but would you trade that if you're Bronny? All that stuff that you have to give up for playing in the NBA? Yeah, because it's your only chance.
Oh, that's it.
It's your only chance.
Yeah. Man, I am so ZFG on the fact that he got drafted. You know what? Good for him.
Yeah.
Glad he's going to get to play. Glad he's going to get to play with his dad. It's probably the coolest freaking thing you could think of as a 19-year-old kid. I have no idea how long his career will last, but he is going to have one of the most awesome memories, and so is LeBron, of being the first father-son combo to play together in the NBA.
Yeah.
Good for them. It literally, it's better for the other teams if they play together because we know he's not that player yet. But I do think it's a really cool storyline for their family. He's an NBA icon. Man, just let them do their thing.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm getting the most irrational dislike of Jared McCain there is. Jared McCain, if you don't know, drafted by the Philadelphia 76ers. We talked about it yesterday, how unintimidating this entire draft class is in the NBA, like how weird it is. And it's not just my age thing. It's not just yesterday. It wasn't just a B. Scott age thing, and he's only 35. Figgy agreed. Like, I just don't get this generation. Figgy, did you see what happened about 10 minutes ago?
Our guy from Philly?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it. I'm looking at it now.
Dude has 2.9 or 3 point whatever million TikTok followers. I don't understand it. I get it's a moneymaker. He just dropped. Keep in mind, he got drafted by Philadelphia. Philadelphia. And he just dropped this TikTok. What are we doing?
In the jersey and everything.
In the jersey with his signature dance.
I think this is great for the NBA, man, because they want that type of crowd. And I think he's gonna bring that type of crowd, man.
What are we doing? That's Philadelphia, man. They're going to eat him alive.
Like, did he bring a fruit basket? What is that?
That's what he does.
That's
like his signature.
Doing? Is that like a video game dance or something?
What is that, Figgy?
I don't know. I know he make Odell Beckham Jr. look like Suge Knight.
I mean, all he needs is the fruit basket on his head.
He does.
You know, and the yellow dress, and it's perfect. I mean,
it's I don't understand it. They're going to eat him alive if he doesn't play.
Is he going to sing the Chiquita Banana song?
Exactly.
I will say this: if he's good, if he's really good and balling out, that I think that's great for the NBA because that's the type of crowd they trying to bring in.
Yeah.
These TikTok fans that are not NBA fans.
Could you imagine what Kevin Durant would say to him?
Oh my God! And Kevin Durant has been called like out there a little bit.
I mean, hell, you remember what Kevin Garnett would say to him on a basketball
That's what
court?
I'm talking about. Yeah.
I mean, damn.
What are we doing?
That's
They can't
nuts.
be in the same room.
What are we doing?
That dude's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Give me one more, Fig.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, I grew up a Knicks fan, and I disavowed the Knicks after their idiot owner, James Dolan, decided to have Charles Oakley arrested because, you know, James Dolan's a bully. Well, the Knicks made a trade with the Dallas Mavericks yesterday that you're going to die when I tell you this. This is hysterical. And this is so Knicks. It's so on brand. So they traded the 51st pick in the draft to the Dallas Mavericks. And they received back a player named Petteri Kapanen, who was the 30th overall pick in the draft in 2007.
Yeah.
Kapanen,
what's wrong with that?
He's now a coach for the Spurs, and they just acquired his contract as a player.
Now, why would this be happening?
Somehow they took the cash off of the Mavs books and put it onto their books. They traded the 51st pick to Dallas in exchange for the 58th pick and Kapanen's rights. This dude's never playing. He even put out a tweet or a post, whatever you want to call it. I'm honored, but I'm still going to honor my commitment with the Spurs. Of course, a financially ridiculous offer could change things. Plus, I got the new hip. I'm ready. I mean, how is this guy's salary even on books? Why do you want it?
No, the story is how is this allowed to happen?
And why do you want it?
Why can this happen? The NBA, they're trading picks in 2031. Like the Spurs traded a 2031.
I saw that and I was like, what the hell?
What is the NBA? And then they still do the trades after you're wearing someone else's hat. Like this is just stupid, man. This is just. By the way, mini confession within this confession. I know we're going to move on here. Why are you still doing? Why is the second round a thing? Like if it wasn't for Bronny James, their ratings might be 0. Like their ratings might be 0.
Yeah, I don't know why they made it.
Nobody knows any of these players being drafted.
And they separated to a separate day.
Hell, they drafted.
That's what I mean. This is the first time they made it 2 days.
Yeah.
Usually it was the first round, and then the second round comes, and the TV coverage kind of drops off, or they're pretty much all focused on the first round.
They're just
and they got
dumb.
the ticker.
Yeah.
But having it as a full second day so that we could all watch Bronny go to the Lakers, like everybody knew
that's
he was
the only
going to
reason there's going to be any ratings.
And right after that, they drafted some NBA, somebody from an NBA academy in Africa.
Yeah.
It's just like, who is this guy? I never heard of this guy.
Yeah.
It'll be like drafted a French guy in the 1990s.
What's up?
Coming up next, this might be the strangest story of the NBA draft in the loop.
One of the presents In the Loop.
Well, Ted Nugent. He is the OG John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton, DJ Fergie Ferg. Man, always it's hard to not be like in a good mood, like have the energy level ramped up when the DJ's playing the good tunes.
You're damn right.
Stranglehold is a very underrated song, man. It's a great tune. John, this might be. I did it again.
That's all right.
God, I hate myself.
That's his name.
This is all the people in sales having a bad effect on me.
They call me John.
I hate it.
Yeah.
This to me might be the strangest story of the draft. And by might be, I mean 100% is the strangest story of the draft. And it involves Kyle Filipowski, who had a unexpected slide out of the first round, wound up being taken by the Utah Jazz 32 overall. And there was, okay, well, what's going on? Why is this guy, this guy was a star at Duke. Why is he falling out of the first round? And it turns out people had some off-court concerns about Filipowski that came to light after the first round of the NBA draft by his brother and his mom.
And his mother.
Who went on social media and said that all the issues are regarding his girlfriend, who has been, quote, grooming him to be a Mormon and isolated him from his family.
Yeah.
And that apparently she is a lot older than he is.
Yeah, the Mormon part isn't even the strangest part, like grooming him to become a Mormon. That's not even close to the strangest part. This woman was his babysitter. First of all, this all started on the Low podcast. Jonathan Gavoni went on there and said that teams were talking about his girlfriend as one of the concerns when he was asked about why he dropped in the draft.
Because of that age gap.
Well, just in general about his girlfriend. And people started digging in. Okay, what's the story with his girlfriend? Well, now we're getting more and more. And by the way, this is going to get even stranger. I guarantee you it is. I guarantee you it is. Because apparently she was his babysitter when he was younger. Oh, by the way, she's 8 years older than him and he took her to his prom in high school.
See, that's crazy to me. Number one,
to his prom.
As parents,
yes.
How do you let your son take a 26-year-old girl
to
the prom? Also, as a school, how do you let a 26-year-old woman into prom? Like, there are schools where you can't take someone to prom
from another school
who's from another school or not in school or like goes to like private school or is homeschooled, and that the person you go to school with, the person you go to prom with, someone's like they can't be more than a year older than you.
Yeah.
So if you're senior prom, they can't be more than
they can't be 20.
They can't be 20.
Yeah.
She's freaking 26.
26. And he took her to prom. Okay, so she was the babysitter. Go ahead, Fig.
My thing is, she got to feel awful.
No, she doesn't.
No,
like, not in the least.
Like, if I'm 26 or whatever, in my 20s period, I'm going to feel weird going to a prom.
Generally speaking, yes. But she doesn't.
I mean, look,
she told Kelly Stafford to hold my beer. I mean, she absolutely did. I think this has been in the works, in her mind, conniving, planning, being diabolical for years.
I think that she's 8 years older than he is. That means,
They had to be talking.
She was 18, he was 10.
Well, they're saying that.
And like, she knew, like, she had already decided, I'm going to marry you.
Yeah.
Like, and you're 10 or you're 12, whatever. Like, already had made these decisions.
It's
then
sick.
Just executed her plan the whole
That's
way.
what I'm saying. She doesn't feel bad at all.
No, she thinks there's nothing wrong with this at all.
Yeah.
My questions are, as the parent of teenagers, I can tell you if my son came home with a woman who's 8 years older than he was, I has to be out the door. If my daughter came home with a man who was 8 years older than he was, he might not walk out the door.
Yeah.
How do you as parents allow that to happen? How do you as parents allow your kid to take a 26-year-old woman to prom like, oh, yeah, this is fine. Nothing to see here. Oh, we're all good.
Patrick, it's undefeated.
Dude, beatings would be coming. Beatings.
It's undefeated.
Horny or stupid?
It sounds like a Law and Order case, man.
You know what's undefeated, and then it gets even more bizarre because that's sick.
Oh, sorry, I thought she was 8 years older. She's 5 years old. She's 26.
I saw that it's 28 and 20.
So what I'm reading here on this article from the Post is that she's 26.
Well, regardless.
And he's going to be 21 later. But I had also seen, like you did, 28. I thought it was 28 and 20 also.
But see, the babysitter stuff is disturbing.
Yes.
Because if she was sitting there babysitting him, Lord knows what they was doing or what she was doing to him and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
Lord.
the pictures that have been posted when he was 17. See, people are just digging in and digging in and digging in.
Well, the internet, don't forget.
Now that picture of the cousins and she's there, whatever, with them, babysitting or just hanging out or whatever, he was 17 in that picture. So then you open up another little...
Is that statutory?
Yeah, you open up another little thing. But then it gets even more bizarre, like every level. She had him write basically a goodbye letter to his family in an email.
That's cultish.
So he said in the letter, per her instruction, this is it. Don't want to be a part of it anymore. I'm committed to the Mormon faith. Daniel Filiposki is his brother. Quote, this is what he tweeted. I'm Kyle's oldest brother. Y'all don't have a clue to the extent of this story that has to do with his girlfriend. There's parts of this story that has been pushed under the table for years now. And that's part of it, apparently. Like, she basically had him write a letter. You're out of that family. You're now with me, and you're going to become a Mormon, et cetera, et cetera. But again, the Mormon stuff doesn't even really bother me as much as the other stuff, the age different and all that.
That's super cultish. I mean, you guys don't even make kids do that when they go to A&M.
Yeah. He can't communicate with his own family unless it's on Instagram message.
Yeah, his brother was saying they don't even have a way of reaching him.
Yeah.
It's weird because, she's a lot older and just obviously this is something where she's almost planned on how she is going to remove him from his family, and it's just...
And then Figgy pointed this out, and I'm 100% in agreement with you, Figgy. If I'm an NBA team, hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Well, I guess that's why it works in Salt Lake, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we're already Mormons.
Yeah.
It's not weird to us.
I don't want any part of that or her or...
Yeah, because a lot of these teams, outside of the skill, they do look at the personality of the person and how they are. And if that's a red flag when you pretty much get rid of your family.
Yeah.
And for some woman that's older than you, and you see all... That's a red flag for me.
But it's Salt Lake City, man. You're white, you're a Mormon, you're welcome. That's
but it doesn't get any weirder.
And that's probably
what
where
she did.
Oh no, very weird. They just I don't think they care.
Honestly,
you're a Mormon? It's good.
And honestly, that's probably where he wanted to go. Maybe she would.
Oh,
maybe
for sure.
Maybe she said, "Hey, that would be the perfect place." So
when you were high school, college, what's the weirdest relationship that you ever had? Did you ever date somebody who was older and then just did weird stuff?
No, I had crushes. That's how normal people are. You have a crush on your teacher or an older, when I was a freshman, I had a crush on a senior, whatever, but never did anything weird like that.
Yeah, I did talk to somebody way older than me when I was 19, but this was me just being the boy, trying to go for the bigger fish or the older fish. But it wasn't nothing weird or crazy like that.
So when I was 18, I dated a woman who was 26. And she was kind of weird. And when I say that, I mean she was weird, she was very possessive and stalkerish.
Yeah.
So at 18, I kind of split time between school and home. And she would call my house. Like if I didn't answer at the dorm, she would call my house.
Oh, Lord.
And she would talk to my mom like they were best friends. Like she's like, oh, hi, it's Michelle.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see where Patrick is and what he's doing.
And your mom was probably, get the
And
hell
my
out of
mom
here.
was like, who is this crazy person talking to me like we're best friends? Like, what the hell is wrong with her? And then, because obviously I'd never brought her home or anything like that, at least not when my parents were home. I'd never brought her home other than, when anybody was there.
Yeah.
So my mom's like, who is she? I said, Mom, you told me you didn't want to meet anybody until I had dated them for at least 6 months because I had a bad habit of introducing people to my mom. And then like 2 weeks later, next. And my mom's like, I don't want to know them until you know they're going to stick around. So I didn't like introduce anybody.
Yeah.
And she's like asking about her, and she's like, well, who is she? Where did you meet her? How did you meet her? You know, I met her at a concert. Well, what is she? How old is she? She's 26. She's what? So when like if we were away, like traveling with school, or I was off at work or whatnot, she would on the weekends park outside my parents' house and wait for me to come home. She might sit there
Red
for
flag, baby.
6 hours or whatnot. Yeah. So one day I come home. We had gone to Great Adventure. We were off for the weekend, and I come back, and it's like Sunday, like 5, 6 o'clock on the Sunday. And my mom's like, Michelle was here yesterday. And I'm like, she knew I went to Great Adventure. What was she doing here?
Yeah.
He says, she sat outside. Like, just in the car, she sat outside. Why? I don't know, but she was there for 6 hours. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, you think?
It was that was the part where I decided,
bit.
I am never going to date anyone again named Michelle. Michelle became a band name. Do you have band names? Like no matter who, what, doesn't matter. As soon as you know that person's name,
either your current,
they just stay away forever,
or someone in your family is like, no, I don't want any part of that at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are the names for you?
For me, it's Tasha.
Tasha's the off limits name, no matter what.
Every Tasha I ever met in my life, including my sister. I have a sister named Tasha who is crazy, but every Tasha I ever met was crazy.
Oh, by the way, there is a new twist to this, according to Black Sports Online. It's possible that this woman, Caitlin Hutchison is her name, by the way, is a cousin of his.
That's so on brand.
Oh, my goodness.
That is so on brand. Mormon, cult, cousin. I mean, come on. This is perfect.
Good gravy.
Man.
That is exactly the Law and Order twist that we needed.
Yeah. The Black Sports Online. The Black Sports Online headlines are really probably the only reason I follow them.
Man, where's Captain Benson when you need her, man?
Let me read this headline. Kyle Filipowski's 26-year-old ex-babysitter, maybe cousin, and now girlfriend, accused by his fam of grooming him to be a Mormon and plotting on him being her lottery ticket. Allegedly, she put that hawk tour on him, and he fell in love.
Goodness.
Robert Littall put some interesting headlines out there.
That's the headline.
That is terrific. But yeah, there's certain people, like, doesn't matter, like, before you even get to know them, they have that name. Nah, I'm out.
That for sure. Yeah, that for sure.
Coming up next, we get Around the NFL on In the Loop.
Yep, DNM.
KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Getting around the NFL with the OG John Lopez, Fig, on the other side. And, Shad Khan, owner of the Jaguars, putting his team on notice.
And I haven't had you on camera since the signing of number 16, so I'm curious about your thoughts about that negotiation, how that went, and having Trevor along with this stadium and pretty good coach as well going forward with your franchise.
Yeah, I think, you need all of that. And I think we're sitting in this building, you're looking at that. Expectation should be up too, that, for us, winning now is expectation. So I think, obviously I've talked to Trevor a lot over the last few years, and from really, there was COVID year even before the draft. So I'm really, I think he represents the city, he represents the Jaguars. I couldn't ask for anyone better. And obviously I was hoping that would get done before this, and I'm glad it did get done.
Now, when you hear Shad Khan, who speaks very monotone, when you hear Shad Khan tell you, hey, you know what, we need to win now for a franchise that for a decade hasn't won.
Yeah.
Is there more pressure being put on the team by the owner, or is there more pressure being put on Shad Khan by himself by kind of making a demand statement? If they don't fulfill that demand, who does that fall on, the team or the owner?
He's putting pressure on the team. I mean, I don't even think it's close. Do you? Because this is, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, and so just to reiterate that one part that I think is important, I love the fact that he is doing this when so many people are sort of in their cocoons or in hiding and lying and covering or saying nothing. He's like putting it out there. I like that. I think more people should do that. I also, and this might be a little blasphemous to say in this town, I kind of like Shad Khan. I kind of like the fact that he went and he needed a stadium. He didn't get all $1.4 billion from the city and the state or county or wherever he got it. He put up $800 million of his own money. I like that. Like, yes, you need to have the help of your government to build these types of enormous structures. And the team delivers a lot of stuff to the city as well. But he put his own money up there. He called out his team directly. I think it's fantastic.
Now, understand when I say this, I don't mean who is Shad Khan putting the pressure, but from, say, media fan point of view, is there now more pressure on the team? Is there more pressure on him if the team doesn't succeed?
No, I still think it's.
You think it's on the players?
I still think it's on the team. Yeah. Do you?
Look, I think. Look, they got this whole thing wrong when they hired Urban Meyer. That was just an absolute train wreck catastrophe.
Yeah.
I think Peterson's a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's a guy who's won a Super Bowl, and I know there were winning Super Bowl in multiple places is not exactly something that's gotten done a whole lot. The idea of if the team doesn't succeed, is it on the coach? Is it on the general manager? Because the general manager is a guy who once got ran out of San Francisco for deliberately tanking his own team and then not being able to rebuild it because of his personal tete-a-tete with the coach.
Yeah.
So where does the reckoning fall if the success doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Because I think right now, they just paid a lot of money to their quarterback, and they do have some talent on that team. But if you ask me right now, more talented team, Jacksonville Jaguars, Houston Texans, it's not the Jaguars.
Yeah.
So that pressure, like he's putting pressure on that team to win. I don't know if they're good enough to win.
I think Doug Peterson is going to be on the hot seat if it doesn't work out, if not gone, because you can't fire Trevor Lawrence.
Not now you can.
The owner's not going to fire himself. The general manager seems to be at least in good graces for now. And I'm not saying there's going to be any pressure on him, But I think Doug Peterson, hey, we brought you in, man. You got a ring. You know, like what's going on here? I think it's going to be on him.
Mike McCarthy, you heard the stories about, is he fed up with Jerry Jones? Mike McCarthy's had enough. Well, are those stories accurate? Is Mike McCarthy really, truly fed up with Jerry Jones?
Show earlier this week was the Ty Dunn report that Mike McCarthy's been a little fed up with the whole concept of all in, and my response to that was, if it's true, can you blame him? What light can you shed on this conversation as we head into the Cowboys training camp season?
I would say this, Rich. Mike McCarthy has worked for Jerry Jones for the past 4 years. Every day that you work for Jerry Jones, who is a brilliant businessman, you know Jerry might decide to go on the radio or talk to the media after a game or say something that generates some type of buzz and creates things that then you're answering for the following week. Jerry saying all in, I believe that happened at the Senior Bowl, is just one little fleck of paint in the tapestry of everything that Jerry Jones has surrounding that organization all the time, which certainly from a business perspective has helped Jerry Jones be a very, very, very rich man. At times from a football perspective, maybe some of that stuff is disadvantageous. I don't believe that Mike McCarthy is thrown by any of that at this point because he knows Jerry. He knows the conversations that he has personally with Jerry Jones. Now, you know, when there's a lot of wisecracks on social media about every time they sign another UFL player of all in, Cowboys are all in, like it becomes more, I think, of a media thing than anything else here. No, I don't believe that Mike McCarthy is in any way affected by something Jerry Jones says, just because Jerry does so much. If anything, knowing Mike, and I've known Mike since 2007 when I got on the beat at the Green Bay Press-Gazette, going into a contract year as a guy who's led 3 consecutive 12-win teams, disappointing endings, no doubt about it over these past couple of years here. But Mike just wants to go out, kick everybody's ass, get a new contract, and go try to win Super Bowls. That's his focus at this point.
That is the loquacious Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen Show. This idea of, is Mike McCarthy kind of fed up with Jerry Jones, and look, Jerry's public need to be front and center in things. Are you buying the idea that that McCarthy has had enough, or are you buying the idea that Mike knows who and what Jerry is, knew what it was when he signed up, and it's just noise?
I'm buying it, and the only thing I'm wondering is why did it take this long? Because everybody knows what you're signing up for with Jerry Jones. He's not dumb. He knew. Love it. It's Cowboys. Great roster. A lot of money. Maybe the most popular team on the planet. But I know I'm going to have some bumps because it's Jerry Jones. So he knew what he was signing up for. But that said, once it, the rubber hits the road, it can get more frustrating. Like, it's going to be, there's going to be some issues. But, man, this is starting to bother me, I think Pelissero's probably protecting his guy there a little bit. You can tell they're really close. I think Mike McCarthy absolutely is getting frustrated, but he absolutely knew it was coming too. I
mean, what's their biggest offseason move?
Who wouldn't know that?
Their biggest offseason move is what? Bringing back Zeke Elliott?
And then there's that. The football aspect is frustrating too. I'm talking about just like personalities and demands and loquaciousness and the way he handles himself in the public and has to be in the middle of everything. I mean, Jerry Jones will say anything.
Because I feel like that's kind of like part of the equation, like when it comes to McCarthy, right? This offseason, the Cowboys have done very little to improve their team. And as you heard Pelissero say, hey, we signed a guy from the UFL, like we're all in to win this year. It's like, if you were all in to win this year, you were signing guys like the first 6 days of free agency, not, hey, we grabbed a guy off a UFL roster who, it might be on our practice squad. It's hard to look at the moves the Cowboys have made and said, oh, they're in. They still haven't replaced Amari Cooper, who they gave away for nothing, and they didn't do anything to add back to that position. Yeah. And they basically put it all on CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee's got to face double teams like every snap, and the guy's just unbelievable. I mean, he just continues to produce, but you've limited your team to, hey, it's Dak, it's CeeDee, and well, we don't know what else yet, right? It's just those two guys.
Yeah. Zeke.
And then you've got, Jerry Jones does his weekly radio hit on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And, we like this coach. We might like that coach.
Yeah.
And it's like, why are
Who doesn't see that coming?
Why are you sandbagging the coach?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
you've
what he
done
does.
nothing. But, yeah, that's it. It's Jerry.
Yeah.
And Jerry will say whatever is on top of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't necessarily thought it out. And when you ask him about it again in a week, he'll even tell you, well, I hadn't really thought that out. Just kind of came in my head.
Yeah.
And that's the joy and the pain of Jerry Jones. He tells you exactly what he thinks in that moment, but subject to change.
Yeah. And so who in this, since the early 2000s, wouldn't know what you're signing up for with Jerry Jones? So he knew. I think it's just even though it just kind of grates at you, and look, he also knows he could very easily and may well be fired this year. You sign on with Jerry Jones knowing you're going to get fired.
There's not a rhyme or reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Barry Switzer got hired basically to give Jimmy Johnson the double rods.
Yeah.
He kind of screwed over Wade Phillips to make Jason Garrett the head coach. Garrett never had the same success, but had the longest leash in history. Jason Garrett was to Jerry Jones what Norv Turner was, to the Spanos family.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it didn't matter. Oh, we won 8 games? That's okay. We fired a guy who won 14. You won 8? That's fine.
Yeah.
And it never really made any sense. But no, I'm with you. Like, Mike McCarthy took this job eyes wide open. He knew what he was getting into. He's got a chance to win, and the rest is noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of things going on in Dallas, a judge dismissed a sexual assault lawsuit against Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. It comes on the heels of the Dallas police announcing in May they had insufficient evidence to support a criminal case against Dak and would not press charges. This comes from a alleged 2017 incident where a woman said Prescott assaulted her in the back of an SUV in a strip club parking lot.
Yeah.
Reason number one why guys should not be going to strip clubs if you're in the NFL. In fact, doesn't your former and now current teammate, Ezekiel Elliott,
he's had some issues.
His case is the number one reason. That was the case where the NFL established a precedent. We don't need evidence.
Mm-hmm.
We can suspend you for this because we said so.
Yeah.
Like, even though he is getting cleared by, a court or a police, that doesn't mean that the NFL isn't going to turn around and step in and be like, well, we think you still did something anyway, 4 games.
Yeah. He was in the back of an SUV at a strip club. We don't like it. Whatever. Anytime these things come up lately, I truly don't know. Whatever you're predisposed to believe, yes, no, they did this, didn't do that, made up, whatever, you're going to believe. All I know is the decision-making, if he was in fact there and doing whatever, you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. People know you. I mean, people know who you are and what I told, you have to understand who you are when you get into any situation like this. It's just crazy.
You're the quarterback of the Cowboys. You can't be slumming at the strip
club. No matter as innocent as it ends up or not. Like, just the image of it is what's going to be bad.
It's like, you ever hear of Tiger Woods? All right, don't go to the local, Perkins or Shoney's or whatnot, okay? You got to be, a little more high-end than that.
Did you see Stephon Diggs? I was showing, while we're at around the NFL, I was showing Figgy this before the game. And you've said, one of the things in this second offseason is don't get arrested. My thing is no dumb injuries, please. No stupid injuries.
No ATVs, no jet skis, no motorcycles.
So Stephon Diggs, I think he was still in Europe. And so he was at some gym, and he was on a Pilates machine. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's on Twitter. He's doing some stretching and all this. And all of a sudden, either his hand gives way or something, and he slams face first into the Pilates machine and rolls off of it onto the ground.
That hurts.
I was showing figures this is what worries me. Just stupid, non-football related, non-training really, although I guess he was stretching or whatever.
Why does this need to be filmed? Like, why are you filming
People
yourself?
do that in health clubs all the time now. It's kind of silly, but whatever. Whatever you want to post, go for it. But yeah, could you imagine? Yeah, Stephon Diggs is going to miss the first whatever of practice because he fell off a Pilates machine in France. Whatever.
You're in France. Why are you on a Pilates machine? Shouldn't you be skiing?
I think he was catching some balls from C.J. Stroud at one point.
I mean, if I was in France, I think I'd be, touring, skiing, eating, just, not going through the river of poop, of course.
Well, he's got to get in and stay in shape though.
You saw the whole thing on the river of poop?
Oh yeah.
The sign. It's been illegal to swim in this river for 100 years because of how polluted it is. But we're going to clean it up for the Olympics. And they're going to swim in it. Hell no. Hell no. That is crazy. Coming up next, the things that got the internet going nuts on the loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
What's got the internet going nuts?
I got the internet going nuts.
Lopez, if you were a single man and you were on the old Tinder,
man,
and you had a date with not one but two hotties,
yeah,
how would you feel that would go?
Not well. Even if I were single, I'd be terrified.
Well, for a Chilean actor,
I saw this.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Alex Araya apparently may have been drugged in a Colombian Airbnb in Medellin. Gee, of all places, in Medellin, right?
Oh, so I'm going to go on a Tinder date in Medellin,
the home of the
Colombia.
cocaine.
Yeah, I'm going on a tour. Where are you going to pick up these two girls? Oh, Medellin.
Drug capital of the world, right? Going to Medellin.
Make sure all your affairs are in order.
And apparently he went out with these two women, brought them both back to his Airbnb. 2 hours later,
he gone.
The chicas leave.
Yeah.
And in the morning, the cleaning crew finds his body.
I'd never heard of this drug in my life.
So,
Burundanga,
apparently. Now, I'd seen this on a, I don't remember if it was a Law & Order or if it was an FBI. It was one of those shows where the girls come in and they inject them with this stuff that basically like leaves them like comatose.
For like 24 hours or you die.
Yeah. Well, the problem is if it's too much, you die.
You die.
You're supposed to give them a little bit so that they're out of it for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And then they ransack the place.
Yeah.
And then he wakes up, doesn't know what the hell happened, and they're robbed and they got nothing.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they are very much into giving them too much. And this is like a thing. This is like becoming Rings where there's a lead-in woman whose job is to seduce you.
Yeah.
And get you all like ready
and out of sorts.
Hey, let's go back to the hotel.
Yeah,
and then, when you don't realize it, bam, she hits you with the needle.
Yeah.
And then lets her buddies in. They come in and they ransack the place.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was really like a TV only type of thing. Apparently, this is very real life.
It's rampant.
Oh, it's definitely real. You see that in like the I want to say the stripper scene.
Oh yeah.
Where they take a guy back to the house, and it's not exactly like that, but the guy get robbed because it's
even if they just roof you.
Yeah, it's not like a little pimp and the whole thing, but it's some guys that's controlling all of this, and they robbed it. The woman pretty much set the guy up to get robbed.
Yeah. Figgy, admittedly, I am not really aware of the stripper scene.
Yeah. I mean, we only see the stuff on TV, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of stuff going on. They doing other stuff to get their money.
Is anybody, look, I get Tinder. I get a lot, especially young folks, whatever, you want to hook up, you know, whatever.
It's supposed to be hair pulling and butt smacking, not dying.
No, I'm not ignorant to Tinder. What I'm saying, though, is if I were in that game, even like just an honest Tinder date or whatever, I would never feel comfortable. Like, I don't know if I would ever feel like, all right, cool. Because, like, if you're on it, she's got to be worrying about you and your intentions. And if I'm on it, I would really worry about, like, you know what I mean?
You have no clue who this person is.
Definitely not day one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Day one, it's like, all right, I'm going to get to know you a little bit, and then you go your way and I'll go my way because, I'm not trusted whether or not there's a gun in that purse or, some kind of something you're going to inject me with or some crazy nonsense.
Yeah.
What happens if you just turn your back and then, bam, you get stuck with a needle. You have no idea it's coming.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you wake up like 24 hours later and you have half use of your body and everything in your place is gone.
Yeah.
No, hell no.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so this is I didn't even really know much about Kelly Stafford at all until
I don't think nobody did.
Until all that. I had so much respect for Matt Stafford, and I don't blame him for this, but I cannot tell you, like, every day the amount I despise Kelly Stafford just seems to grow. So last night, did you see this, Fig? Last night, she goes to a concert in L.A. I think it's in L.A., wherever it was. In L.A. to watch Chris Stapleton with her husband, with Matthew Stafford. Post a little picture, arm in arm, watching, somebody took it, watching Chris Stapleton. And then she does two things. She posts, apropos of nothing, I mean, she's just at the concert, but she knows the heat she's getting. She posts, realizing how many insecure men there are out there. So grateful I married the complete opposite. Loved last night. # joy of my life. # Chris Stapleton. And then she turned off comments. So first of all, how did you end up marrying the joy of your life? Oh, yeah, by deceiving everyone involved and sleeping with his backup quarterback, and all these years later, bragging about it includes saying, it's working, her plan and all this other stuff. And then she drops this. And when you turn off comments,
yeah,
the heat is there, and that you've been getting destroyed.
That's always such a coward move, man.
You turn off comments.
Apparently, she even went back at Joe Cox, the backup quarterback.
Yeah.
After she name dropped him and brought him into this whole thing.
Yeah.
Then goes into a different IG post and says, "You had zero involvement in what I spoke about." Oh, he was very involved.
Oh, he was
honey.
involved. Is that how much you thought of it?
I mean, he didn't even have a choice in being involved. He probably didn't even know that you were like. Although, I mean, listen, I think you got to be aware. This is the chick who's dating the first stringer. Now she's coming to me. She must have got dumped,
dude. No matter how it ended, but she absolutely, it was a plan. She even said in that, it's working. Oh, Lord. Because he was like,
would you ever date the immediate ex of a teammate,
that's
a
always
friend?
weird. Probably not. No, probably not.
Man, because I remember, when I was in college and a teammate of mine and his girlfriend broke up, like 4 days later, she was like coming after me, and I was just like, not today.
Yeah.
Like, we ain't doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, why? I said, because I already know too much about you. That's why.
Yeah.
And you're not what I want. Bye. Next.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because she wasn't hot. Like, this was me definitely out-kicking my coverage.
Yeah.
But knowing her track record is a month. I'm not burning a relationship with a teammate because...
And it's not even that.
Hoeing.
Yeah, it's just like, that's too close.
It's
too much familiarity.
It's too much drama, too.
Yeah, drama and familiarity.
I'm not trying to be Eskimo brothers with nobody.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Bleed for weed. What do you think about that, John?
What about it? Tell me about it.
Bleed for weed. So the blood drive in Illinois, in Rockford, Illinois, not by the Peaches. In Rockford, Illinois, the Rock River Valley Blood Center and Life Cannabis teamed up to launch the Bleed for Weed mobile blood drive, where if you went and gave blood, you got a choice between receiving a 1/8 of a flower or 100 milligram edible.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 50 donors even got a T-shirt.
How about that?
Ooh.
Cannabis T-shirt, I'm guessing. Or hemp, I should say.
Looking at the crowd lined up.
Yeah, they were ready to give some blood.
It was definitely more diverse than any crowd any political candidate would put out. There's old people, there's young people, there's people of every different ethnicity and background, and they're all out there to bleed for the weed. Would any of that encourage you to go and give blood? And if it is, do you choose the flower or the edible?
I'd probably get an edible and give it to one of my sons. I'm not against weed, but it's not my thing. Here's my bigger point. This is a brilliant strategy, absolutely brilliant. It goes back to my theory that long held, and listeners have heard me say it before. The help the little old lady across the street theory. In other words, you're with your girlfriend and trying to impress your girlfriend, so you help the little old lady in front of you across the street. You're just trying to impress your girlfriend, but she still got across the street. Like the ultimately it was still a good thing, even if your intentions were not, pure. You're just trying to impress your girlfriend. This is the same theory. I don't care what you're doing it for. You're still getting blood donations. Like maybe you just want it just in it for the weed. Doesn't matter. You're still getting blood donations, so I think it's awesome.
I don't know how much an eighth of a flower is.
How much is 100 milligrams? We need Tyler in here.
I mean, 100 milligrams, like you think about how big of the small Tylenol is.
Yeah.
That's usually like 220. So it's like half of that.
Yeah, but how impactful is it,
100 milligrams is probably like a Tic Tac.
I don't know.
But, I mean, hey, for a free edible, I do it. I don't take edibles on the regular, but I will say I've had good experiences
There you go.
with edibles. I'm a fan of the edible.
First of all, I just found out that there's a website called WikiLeaf. WikiLeaf. It says, that's pretty funny. 100 milligram edible is about 1/10 of a gram of a flower, but the effects will be much stronger due to how it's being absorbed in your body. So it's probably get you pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I just want to take it and go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, do that.
I want to sleep.
Yeah.
But now, unfortunately, I can't give blood.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently I have a hereditary condition that prevents me from giving blood. It's called thalassemia.
Thalassemia.
As I violate my own HIPAA.
What is it?
It is a hereditary condition that causes me to be anemic at all times. Not extremely anemic, just enough that I don't hit the requirement to be able to give blood.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is it's also known as Mediterranean anemia. Irish people aren't from the Mediterranean.
Oh, wow.
How exactly
you got it?
Did I get this? Because according to my family tree and lineage, there's no Mediterranean in me.
You're Irish. Or is there?
So somebody somewhere down the line was a bad boy or girl.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wound up with thalassemia, and it didn't manifest until I was 22.
I used to be so good at it. I need to get back out and giving blood. I used to do it every chance, like every 3 months, I believe, is when you can do it. And I've just kind of gotten lazy on it. I need to get back on that.
All right, let me get one more quick one in here.
I got the internet going nuts.
So authorities say that a man flew nearly 1,000 miles to attack a fellow gamer with a hammer. This happened in Fernandina Beach, Florida, because, of course, Florida.
Yeah.
Where an online gaming dispute caused a guy from Jersey to fly to Florida and attack another player with a hammer. Edward Kang is charged with attempted second-degree murder and armed burglary with a mask. And the Nassau County Sheriff said, I just want to let you know this is a weird one. Some things you just can't make up. They were playing a game called Archage, which I've never heard of, but it's a medieval fantasy multiplayer game. So Kang flew from Newark, New Jersey to Jacksonville, Florida, telling his mom he was going to visit a friend.
Okay.
They don't know how he found out this kid's address. Took an Uber to the hotel and then bought a hammer at a local hardware store and went after and attacked this guy, although the injuries are not considered life-threatening. I took a look at the picture.
What is the attraction here?
I don't know, because they said a man, and I'm looking at this picture, and I swear to God, that's a woman.
It looks he's not real masculine.
I mean,
put it that way.
If that person weighs 105 pounds, if that dude showed up with a hammer, I'm like, dude, can you even swing that thing? This is why you attack somebody with a hammer and they don't even have like any kind of serious injury.
Yeah.
I mean, this is embarrassing that they're calling this person a man.
Yeah.
Because it's... Why don't even you call that? What is that look? I can't even say it's androgynous because I'm not guessing whether he's a man or woman. You just look like a chick.
Just a little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't get beat up by that dude. I don't care if it's got a hammer. Coming up next, 10 games. What do you need to see as we hit the final segment on today's In the Loop? like the Cars are a very underrated band.
Oh, I hope not.
And
not in my house.
You know, I feel like Rick Ocasek married way over his.
Hey, man, rock and roll, baby. You play the guitar in a rock and roll band, you're set.
I want to say, did he marry Paulina Poriskova?
Yes.
That's a score.
Yeah.
And I only know her from one movie, the movie with Tom Selleck, where they're all in the circus.
Mm-hmm.
But Rick Ocasek, not a good-looking man, married a woman who was like super good.
Doesn't matter. All of us marry up.
That is what rock and roll does.
Yeah.
All right, 10 games on this Astros road trip. As I say, what do you need to see? But I was taking a look at something on the game matchup site, and according to ESPN's matchup predictor, which is their analytics, it gives the Mets a 52.1% chance of winning tonight.
Yeah.
When I look at the game odds, the Astros are plus 150 on the run line at minus 1.5. So they're the ones that they're expecting.
Yeah.
They're the actual, quote, favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Money line is dead even. But the analytics say the Mets are going to win. The Vegas says, well, we're favoring the Astros. And then you look at the pitching matchup tonight. It's Ronel Blanco and Jose Quintana.
Yeah.
Blanco's 8-2, 2.34 ERA, and is basically a lock to be on the All-Star team.
Mm-hmm.
Quintana's 3-5 with a 4.58 ERA. He's given up a hit an inning, and he's allowed 12 homers. Starting pitching is a big indicator of, who you expect to win a game. How is the team with a pitcher whose ERA is half of that of the other pitcher not massively favored by, any analytics?
They're hot. It's as simple as that.
But they're both hot.
No, I know. I mean, they're almost. You shared some of the stats earlier. Like it's almost mirror image. But when a team is hot, it's like, yeah, he's got a 4 whatever ERA. That hasn't mattered in the last 20 days or 15 days or whatever it is. No, I think I would actually stay away from this. Like I gamble here and there. Almost, I pick my spots. If I'm going to watch the game, I gamble because I think it makes it more interesting. I would stay away from this because the Mets are. You talk about the 10 days. Okay, so you got Mets, then you got Blue Jays, and then you have Twins, right?
Yes.
4 against the Blue Jays.
Yes.
These are not gimmies by any stretch.
No, it's a pretty good team.
They all of them.
Although the Blue Jays have badly underperformed.
Yeah.
But the Twins are a solid team.
I think they're in the wild card right now,
The Mets
right?
are scorching hot.
Yeah.
The Astros are scorching hot. One thing I find interesting is, Citi Field is a pitcher's park.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Minute Maid plays
It's
pretty
here and there.
square up.
Yeah, it's here and there.
It plays pretty square up. Obviously, the boxes are homer friendly. But most of the rest of the park is a tougher place to hit other than, say, like real close to the pole right field. But you get to the power alleys and center field, it's a tougher place to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And it plays out as an even park. Citi Field plays out as a pitcher's park.
Yeah.
They've moved the fences in. It still plays as a pitcher's park.
Yeah.
Ronel Blanco, who the only way to get to him has been, hey, you hit a solo homer here or there, now gets to play at a field where it's kind of hard to hit homers.
Yeah.
I like my chances with Blanco in a pitcher-friendly park.
If I had to pick one, I would clearly go Astros, not because I'm a fan, but because of that and because the opposing pitcher is, even though they're hot, he still has that high ERA, and the Astros could maybe do that little 5 spot in the first inning like they've done recently, and then that's that. But I still would probably stay away from it. I just think these 10 games, getting back to your first point, if they go 7-3, it's on. It is on. That's a good 10-game stretch. Like, that's a real good. I don't care about Blue Jays underperforming and kind of sliding. They've been pretty good. They have some good elements. They have some good pieces. Mets are really hot, and the Twins are ahead of you right now, at least in the wild card.
If you're all in, are you getting a first baseman? Are you getting a starting pitcher? What is your priority list?
To me, it's got to be a starting pitcher. I don't trust going. Today is a halfway point. Game number 81 today. You're going to go 81 more games and with this starting pitching staff? I mean, the odds are very much against you, especially when you have a pitching staff like the Astros that seems to be cursed. You know, I know first base is an issue. I'm not saying I would not prioritize it, but my first priority would be another pitcher.
I think starting pitcher's got to be number one. It might even be number two.
Yeah.
Because you don't know when Verlander's coming back. Like right now, they don't think that he's going to miss 3 months, or go to the middle.
Sure.
But they just don't know.
Yeah.
And, Louis Garcia made his first start in the rookie league, right? FCL Astros.
1 inning.
He threw 1 inning. He struck out 2 guys. But it's rookie league. The timeline on him from the Astros, as they put out earlier this week in their game notes, the timeline for him is end of July, early August.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers Jr. is 2 to 3 weeks behind Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
You can't wait 2 months to address the starting pitching.
Right.
You need another starter right now.
Mm-hmm.
If Verlander is going to miss another 3 starts or more, you need 2 starters right now,
or a big time middle reliever that can maybe swing a little bit in different scenarios. But you do need 2. And again, it comes back to the same thing we've talked about forever. It's like, how are you going to get them? And you're not going to get this whole Vlad Guerrero thing yesterday. I was just rolling my eyes like crazy. And all due respect, but I mean, you can't afford that guy, because especially with the bidding that's going to be going on for him.
Well, the bidding is the issue, right?
Yeah.
Because technically he's got 1 year left of arbitration, and then he's a free agent. There is going to be something about how many people could afford his salary, number one.
Yeah.
But when you talk about, there's only like 5 teams that you look at and you say they're sellers. If the Jays come out and say they're sellers, then you are going to be in a fight to get Vlad Guerrero
Yankees
Jr.
are going to try to get him.
And, how much are you willing to give up? And, I mean, look, Vlad Guerrero has previously been on record for each of the last several years saying he would never go to the Yankees. It's a personal thing with him and his family. And then he totally walked that back last week.
Yeah.
Which, whether that's because he got told, hey, the Yankees can drive up the price, they'll give you a lot of whatever it is. He walked back something that for years he's been adamant, no way in hell would I ever play for that franchise.
Yeah.
But
there's a reason he did that.
To get the financial, there's dollars.
Yeah.
The idea of what are you willing to go, and what are you willing to go is directly related to, are you willing to sign that guy long term?
Yeah.
I understand you're not willing to sign Bregman to an 8-year deal because he's an older player. I understand they're not going to be willing to sign Framber Valdez, going to be north of 30.
Yeah.
What's the reason to not sign Kyle Tucker? Because if you're not going to sign Kyle Tucker, who's your own dude, and granted, he'll be 1 year older than Vlad Guerrero Jr.
But not old.
When they hit their thing, because Vlad will be 27,
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker will be 28. Historically, the long-term deals that get handed out to guys 28 and younger, they succeed. It's the ones that get handed out to guys 31 and older that fail horribly.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to pay Kyle Tucker, why would I expect that you're going to pay Vlad Guerrero Jr.? I had actually asked Adam Spillane the other day, because he used to work in the Rockies organization.
Yeah.
I said, can Ryan McMahon play first base? Not has he ever played there, but is he going to be any good, or is he going to suck playing first base? And he said McMahon could absolutely play first base. The issue is the Rockies are a strange organization who, even though it might make perfectly great sense to make a trade, they just sit on their hands and do things that are like to the detriment of the organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was looking at his contract, he signed 3 more years, but his numbers, like his salary is not like crazy.
No.
And like that's a guy, because you've heard Dana Brown say, we want to get a guy that's not necessarily going to be a rental. We don't want to give up a lot of prospects for a rental. We want some kind of control. Well, he'd give you control. He's a solid bat. He's a pretty good glove. But if they're not interested in participating, you can't make them.
And I going back to some of the things they need to move, the starting pitching and relief pitching, they still need to figure something out at first base. I mean, and how do you get there from here? I mean, Dubon can do everything, but man, that's a big ask.
Defensively on the infield, Mauricio Dubon can.
You'll be fine. Yeah,
his bat is not a first base bat.
Exactly.
And I know everybody loves Dubon. I love Dubon. But Dubon's not a starting first baseman.
He's contact, smart hitting, no walks, no big long balls,
Super utility role is the perfect role for him.
Yeah.
Because it gets him a decent number of at-bats. He's a terrific glove anywhere in the infield. He's certainly playable in the outfield, but he's not a starting first baseman.
So what do you do?
You're either looking at Joey Loperfido, or maybe you're looking at Will Wagner, who's hitting the hell out of the ball. Doesn't hit for a lot of power, but high average, high on base, draws a ton of walks more than he strikes out. Those are important things.
Yeah.
And maybe that's how you're playing it this year, because I don't look at Josh Bell as a good investment.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso is also
another
going
one
to
that's been
cost
mentioned, yeah.
an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Look, you think Pete Alonso's not looking at the Crawford boxes going,
Give
lunch?
Me that. Yeah, give me that.
But if the Mets decide to sell him, right now they're a game out of the wild card, so why are they selling?
They're not going to be doing that.
He would cost an arm and a leg to get, and you're going to have to fight off the Cubs to get him. So there's just not a lot of options. You're going to have to find a way to fill that from within, and maybe it's Will Wagner, and maybe it's Loperfido. I know they like Loperfido as an outfielder because they've seen him make the catches, they've seen him make the throws, but there's got to be where you're looking at it and saying, all right, we're going to do something or we're not going to do something.
All right, let's get with the drive. Ron?
Yeah, man, I was listening to that conversation, an interesting conversation about the moves with the Astros.
How do they get what they want?
Yeah, to me, I heard you guys talking about Dubon, and my thought is, why? Is it just because of the way his bat is, and that is not typical of a first baseman? To me, on this team, with what the Astros struggles with in terms of their ability to make moves, because, hey, man, they ain't got no prospects.
Yeah.
And, they got to give away somebody from the big league club to try to make that thing work. To me, I just look at the production of what Dubon is. And when Dubon has gotten everyday at-bats, he's been around a 300 hitter. He gets on base, and he has this unique just kind of ability to come up with big hits and big moments.
Yeah, that's why I said pitching is number one for me.
Yeah, that's right. To me,
that's
I would
absolutely it.
Yeah, hell, I'd love to have somebody else at first base and be honest with you, I'd like him to be the everyday center fielder. I don't know what he did to lose that job in the playoffs, but whatever. But to me,
you want Dubon to be the center fielder?
Absolutely. Like the same guy who was starting in center field in the ALCS and the ALDS. Yes, that guy.
That if that guy could track fly balls a little better, maybe. But look, you can see the deficiencies in his play. He doesn't track fly balls well. He's got a good arm, but he doesn't track the ball well.
Yeah, okay. Well, Jake doesn't either.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Jake
yes,
Myers is one of the best defensive outfielders in the league.
Yeah, you're insane.
I'm not insane. And there's every metric in baseball says so.
If you believe that in your heart, you're insane, Patrick. he is not one of the best defensive outfielders in the game. Stop.
Says you and no one else.
Stop. No, says everybody else.
Says you and no one else, my friend.
He can't throw the ball to the pitcher from center.
He doesn't have a great arm, but he runs everything down.
Let's chill, man. Yeah,
hey, a guy with a great arm can't track a fly ball.
Why wasn't he on the roster in the ALCS? How come they were bringing Dubon in for defensive purposes last year? Huh?
Because the manager's not here, isn't he? Maybe there's a reason for that, too.
So this manager is better than the last one. Is that what you're trying to tell me? This manager is better? Is that what you're telling me?
With this team?
The guy Dusty, who's seventh in the league in the history of the game and wins, who took you to a world championship, don't know what the hell he's talking about?
Who cost you 15 wins last year with his stupid lineups and bringing in Rafael Montero to get bombed
They were in the seventh game of the ALCS. Where is Joe Espada? Stop. Stop.
He lost this team last year. Lost them.
He lost their asses.
You know what?
In the
Let's back Jose Abreu fourth through August.
I like this
idea.
Friday.
I'm liking this.
You're insane.
Let's
get Martin Maldonado and his 135 batting average in the lineup every day. Great manager.
He is. He's a great manager.
He was.
He's a Hall of Famer.
He was a great manager.
He was. Okay. All right.
I got just the retort for the both of you. This is KILT, HD2, and Odyssey Station, and the drive is live.
Let's go, baby. The drive is live, baby. Whoa, there we go, baby. A good Friday start out here. There we go. Come on, man. There we go. There it is. I'll win that one every time, baby. Joe Espada versus Dusty Baker. I'll win it every single time. I got every single stat to go my way. You can name all them cats you want. Beautiful day, baby. Beautiful day. Clint, good to see you. Tyler's in the building. The drive is live. You can hang out with us 713-572-4610 on the text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can join us as well. It's going to be a fun day today, fellas. How you doing? I'm wearing what I've been told today is mauve, not salmon, not fuchsia or pink. I've been told that this is mauve.
So it's kind of like guava.
I had not heard of that. Now, I felt like Clint, who later on today, stay on and hold on to your hats. I'm going to tell you how Clint has inspired me. Clint Stoerner has inspired me.
I like this.
Yeah, you have.
I strive for these kind of things, these kind of moments.
Usually I would like to do this in private, but I'll give it to the people. He's inspired me. But I felt like Clint feels like a guy that knows colors. I feel like Clint, and I don't know if he knows it well, but I feel like Clint has, if you say, hey, Clint, run down how many greens there are. I feel like Clint's got about 7 different greens, about 7 different blues, and I feel like, I didn't think Tyler would know what mauve is, because I sure as hell didn't, but I felt like Clint might.
Here's the deal, and I'm not being a smartass here, but I believe if it's the color I know is mauve, not mauve.
Is that what it is, mauve?
That's what I know, but I don't know. I don't know exactly. I mean, whoever gave you mauve, I mean, I'm not going to tell them they're wrong because I'm not real confident in my colors. But I'm trying to remember back when I think we had some carpet in the crib back on Park Street. I don't know how, but I think we had some mauve carpet. And when Mom and Dad enclosed the garage and gave us a little den in there, where Dad used to sit around and smoke 18 darts in every single night when he got off work and just secondhand smoke us to death.
Secondhand smoke us.
I'm pretty sure the carpet was mauve, but I mean, I wish it was mauve. That sounds a lot better.
Mauve. So it's mauve? Let me look it up. Did you look it up, Tyler? I know you and Cheryl might have.
I'll get Cheryl on it right now.
Mauve. I don't even know if I can begin to know how to spell that.
Well, the one I think it's MAUVE is the one that the one that I know.
See, so it's mauve. It says MAUVA, and it's a shade of pink.
Well,
and it does.
Well, I mean, but look, here's the deal.
Guava.
Look up MAUVE, and it's of pale purple color. Are you pink or are you purple?
MAUVE.
Are you pink or purple? What are we looking at here?
I think this is closer to a pink. Wow, it is. Wow, you do. You got your colors. I knew it, Tyler. I knew it.
That's the old Park Street days, Ron. The carpet is the only time. I mean, because you know me, I'm not a real mauve. You're more of the mauve or the mauve guy. I can't believe Big Ern and Linda put mauve carpet in Park Street. Luckily, me and Hank were pretty cool cats. We didn't lose any street cred for it.
All I can think about, Tyler, is when he goes and does these things for these houses. I know he is hard. He is deep into the colors of whatever carpet, whatever tile, whatever whatever
it's a fault.
cabinet.
It's a flaw. It wastes too much time. But you are correct.
By the way, how them cabinets? Just curious.
Oh, I got them. All
right, good.
I got them. They're in. My countertop guy should be there in any minute now.
Good. There you go. Get them things together.
Needless to say, my contractor up there, I got another apartment to do. Needless to say, the contractor said, hey, I'll help you with this one, but leave the cabinets to me, Bob. I said, okay, you got it.
Yeah. There you go. All right, Clint, the Astros have a big road trip to start, and they got a big one tonight. And what do we say? If they take 2 of 3 Monday, I will be doing the starting lineups. And of course, as you all know, if you listened last night, Clint has challenged me and said the last couple of times wasn't good enough. He was disappointed, had more expectations. So we'll see what happens if they can take 2 of 3. They will be above 500 coming up on Monday. And Clint, through this recent run, they have been rolling through 7 in a row, 10 of 12. They have made up ground. They were 10 games back not long ago and now they're 4.5 back right here as they take on the Mets this weekend series. I know for you, there is something that makes this even more believable and special, and the thought that this can continue to go on, this run for the Astros here that they've been on here lately.
Well, Ron, look, we've talked about the young pitching in Eric Getty and Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco. We've talked about those guys. That's an obvious, right? We talked the last couple of days about how convincing this last 6 or 7 game run was, because you got Diaz playing a big role at the plate. You got White Boy Chaz playing a big role. You got Altuve leading off with a bomb. Bregman's hot. I think there's, that's all makes it to me makes it a very convincing run of baseball games that, hey, maybe this team has flipped a switch. And I think the most impressive part of it all is they did it with obviously no Tucker, which we all know, but they also did it with a very pedestrian Yordan Alvarez. If you look at Yordan's numbers,
stick a pin in that because I want to get into that.
Chicago White Sox, that series, he only played 1 game. He did have 3 hits and 2 RBIs in that 1 game. 3 against Baltimore, 3 games against Baltimore, my man had 1 hit, 2 RBIs. The Astros scored 27 runs. Against Colorado, 2-game set. He had 2 hits, no RBIs. The Astros scored 12 runs. At the end of the day, Yordan Alvarez has had 4 RBIs in the last 6 ball games, and the Astros have scored 44 runs. Right? That's just, it's if Yordan comes around and just starts swinging the bat, which I'm not saying anything bad about Yordan, by the way, but if Yordan starts contributing as well, and you get Tucker back and he starts swinging it well, and if these guys can even just, keep up 75% of what they're doing, Ron, this lineup, this offensive production is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and you, as you know, Clint, just the presence of Tucker in the lineup just kind of changes things and changes how pitchers have to attack this lineup. I hear you on that, man. That's the thing is, there's still some elements where you look at and you're like, man, that could be better. You could be getting more production. There are some guys coming along, but you know it can be better. And I'm glad you brought up Yordan Alvarez, Clint. 713-572-4610. You can jump in. I want to know from you and the people. And Tyler, you can jump in on this too as well. When you think about Yordan Alvarez thus far, hey man, he's played 77 of the 80 games that they've played. He's only missed 3 games. So, he hasn't, knock on wood, and real wood, Tyler, knock on wood, he has not had the injury that usually comes with Yordan. He has been available for this team. The only time he has missed things, he missed 2 games because of a family emergency, and I think he just had another one where he just had a natural day off. So he's played games, only missed 3 all season. How would you describe Yordan's season thus far? Your thoughts of Yordan Alvarez and what you believe him, how would you describe his season?
Quiet. Look, I'm not going to complain because the guy's still, as in terms of his presence at the plate and his presence in the 3-hole, this lineup, it strikes fear into the opponent still. But it's been a quiet run for whatever reason. Like I said, the best work the team has done, Yordan has been pedestrian. So yeah, I would say quiet. The numbers still look respectable, and the fear that he leaves in opponents is still there. But I would say quiet at best.
Yeah, 288 batting average, which is pretty good. 360 on base, 875, 16 homers, 41 RBIs. That 875 is OPS right there. Like you said, Clint, not poor numbers, not bad. This isn't a Bregman start to the Bregman season. But you're right. Like, it's just been he's been cool. Like, he's been cool. Like, it hasn't been any like, yo, I just can remember he has dominated said game, said week like we know he can. And I got to tell you, Tyler, for me, I've been a bit disappointed by his performance. To me,
the big man?
Yeah, just because of what I expect from him. Right? Like Tyler and Clint, throw out some of the names of the guys that you think, Jordan, as a hitter and as a player in this league, some of the guys that you think he is in the category on or in. He's
Aaron
in the
Judge.
Aaron Judge.
Stanton.
Stanton would dream to be up there. I'd say Soto.
Yes, Soto.
Shohei. I've said he's the best. I think he's the best hitter, pure hitter in baseball. I think he should be on their level. I just rolled through his numbers, Clint. He's nowhere near what those guys are. And if you go and look up what Shohei Ohtani's doing in L.A., if you go and look at what Soto and Judge are doing, I mean, Aaron Judge, his OPS is over 1,100. He's got 30 home runs and 75 RBIs. Clint, he's played 17 more games than Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is only trailing him in RBIs about 1 and still has 3 more home runs than he has. Like, my expectation for him is like atop everything in the league, and he's been good, but not the great level guy, and he should be in the same category, putting up the same numbers if he's not injured, Clint. If he's played 77 of the 80 games, his numbers should be more closer to the Sotos, to the Judge, and to the Shohei Ohtanis of the world, because I think he's that type of player.
You damn sure would hope so. You damn sure would think so. And so that, again, quiet is what I would say. But boy, if he gets hot and he gets on a run to where he's even in the same same arena with those guys you just mentioned, look out.
Which he normally is.
Yeah. I could very easily see it. I mean, a team's sitting at 40-40, and the best hitter, one of the best hitters in the league, has been quiet. I mean, it's when he opens up, it's going to be a problem.
From the text line, he has not been that quiet. What about all the parts around him? Look, I mean, listen, I think there's some fairness to that, but I mean, he was right in the when they were struggling to score with runners in scoring position. I mean, Jordan was right in the middle of that. Like he was right in the middle of those struggles. And the thing that I would say to you, whoever texts that in, is, well, that didn't seem to affect Kyle Tucker. I mean, earlier in the year, Kyle Tucker was the one that was on that mark with those guys.
He was on a tear, right?
Right, like he was on that, and he was having struggles all around him.
Yeah, look, nobody's saying that the Astros are their early struggles was because Jordan Alvarez. No, I mean nobody's saying that they're sitting 4.5 games back the division, or we're sitting 10 games back the division, 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. Nobody's saying that's Jordan Alvarez. Just simply making the point of Jordan Alvarez has had a more quiet than normal season this year, and the Astros of late have come alive, and he's still quiet. He still hadn't jumped off yet.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, man. They just and the thing is, he can. And they have this 10-game road trip. Jordan Alvarez is more than capable of just coming in and carrying this group to where it's like, damn. I mean, he is just involved in everything. Not only is he doing things, now he affects how people want to pitch him, how they want to throw to him, and then the people around him get better pitches to hit. So he just needs to pick it up a bit. He just needs to get it going a bit and play to the level that he is. And as to the point that you just made earlier, is Clint, he's been quiet. This team has had struggles and injuries throughout, and they are still sitting here at 500 with a chance to make a run. And as you said earlier, if that dude, I mean, he's capable by himself, let alone Kyle Tucker adding to it. If that dude can come in and make his way and show his presence the way that we know Jordan Alvarez can, like this thing becomes more real in them trying to get back in it.
Well, right. I mean, I look at it like this. As a fan, my confidence level is through the roof, right? Because take Jordan out of the mix, take Tucker out of the mix. Like the odds of what we've seen, 44 runs in the last 6 games, that's been multiple guys at the plate just absolutely raking. the thought that all of those guys all of a sudden are going to go cold for an extended period of time, I think is nuts, right? Then you bring Jordan back into it. The thought that he's not going to be 1,000-plus OPS guy, and he's going to swing. I don't know what the final numbers end up, but he's going to be on pace, and he's going to hit home runs and drive runs in and have extra base hits at a pace like the guys you mentioned, Shohei Ohtani and Judge and those guys. Again, he's a slow start, but I got to believe he's going to pick it up. Then you add Tucker in the mix. I don't know that Tucker's going to swing the bat as well as he was early in the season after taking 3 weeks off or 2 weeks off, whatever the hell it's been. A month. I don't know but it's not going to be bad. It's still a contract year for him. It's still, I think he's still going to swing it.
But he still makes people nervous.
Yes.
His presence still makes people have to treat him a certain way.
Absolutely. So to me, it's just one of those like, boy, if you're the Stros right now, I mean, you would have to have some you'd have to have worse bad luck than you have with your starting rotation with this lineup in order for this thing to quiet down. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you'd literally have to have 2 or 3 dudes that are currently in the lineup right now go cold. You'd have to have Jordan stay well below his average, but pedestrian for him. You'd have to have Tucker, hey, I'm out for the rest of the season. I can't come back. I mean, it's just one of those where, boy, I just don't see that bad happening.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Yeah, so, but we'll see. Like, as the texter just said, he can obviously be back and dominating at any point. Yes, we know that. And I believe he will at some point. I believe we will go and find a stretch where Yordan Alvarez starts to look like, as I've said, the best hitter in baseball. Just waiting on that thing, maybe. Just waiting on it. Like, if you'd have told me Yordan was going to miss 3 games in the first 80, I would have said he would be smack dab in the MVP race. And right now, I think a guy who has missed 17 games is probably more in the MVP race on his team than he is. So let's see if he can get it going starting in New York coming up. Hey, stay tuned with us as we've got a really cool interview coming up a little bit later, something that Houston fans and sports fans and anybody who loves golf and beautiful weather, you got to stay tuned for that. That's coming up at 2:40. You do not want to miss that, so stay tuned and stay up for that. And coming up next here as we're live here on The Drive, the Texans, they got 3 really, really, really big potential defensive stars on their offense. On their defense, excuse me. Which one are we going to be talking about took the biggest step next year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from my guys over at Renter's Warehouse, man. Y'all got to check this out. All my real estate.
Like, nobody's off limits, right?
Right.
Nobody's off limits. You find a way
to
make that deal work.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue in on this lovely Friday. And Clint, Tyler's little brother Sterling has had he's had a rough week as he really boasted out and made a claim about that maroon money.
Mm-hmm. Backfired a little bit, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it did.
My
Came at
guy.
Sean Pendergast, and then he just became a real punching bag on the morning show. And throughout, hell, I've seen it on the text line pretty much all week. Have you guys addressed Tyler's little brother Sterling? Have you guys addressed him? Well, I want you all out there at the sound of my voice to stop giving him hell. All right? Stop giving Sterling Milner hell, because you ought to give him congratulations. Because Tyler Milner's a new uncle, baby. Tyler Milner's a new uncle.
How about that?
Has it happened? Has it happened?
Yeah.
My nephew has arrived, people. The next
There you
generation
go.
Milner is here.
What
Yes.
the hell is that flag you're showing the folks on YouTube and Twitch? What is that?
Because he's become an A&M fan.
That'd
Can
be,
we welcome a kid into the world and let them make a decision without forcing the maroon and white on them?
No,
What
we're
are you
going to
talking
force the
about?
maroon and white on him.
He's holding
Yes.
up one of these rally towels.
This is a 12th man towel for my brand new nephew that says 12th man, Texas A&M, class of 2046. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I got a nephew, boys.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
You got to do it, man. Yeah, force it on him. One of me and Courtney's, one of our biggest fights is she went to Missouri. I'm a Kansas fan, and I've told them, no, they're not wearing Missouri stuff. They're not doing it.
I get it.
They're not doing it. Clint, I know you have this situation sometimes where Courtney is the drop-off, and I'm the pickup at daycare. And I remember one time picking up Trey, and he was in a Missouri Tiger onesie. I mean, I damn near didn't even want to take him. I almost wanted to take his clothes off right then and there, just because. I'm just like.
I mean,
like,
if you're that serious of a fan, you should have said, "Son, take the shirt off."
He was in a onesie. He was like 6 months.
There you go. Hey, Mel, don't put that kid in my car until you take him. I want him in a diaper only.
But that's all right. Hey, I brainwashed all of them, so they go against mom. But no, man, congratulations, Sterling. Tell that man congratulations.
Yeah, man, congrats, little brother. Congrats, Patty. I got
Is that
a baby
boy?
nephew.
Is it a boy?
It is.
You said nephew. Got a boy. There you go.
The Milner name will live on.
How about that? Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, man. How about that? Happy for you, Sterling. I know he's excited. Well, hopefully he is ready, as Clint and I know. Hopefully he is ready for the next rest of his life.
Yeah, this will be a new challenge for little brother.
I hope he enjoyed that damn tea time and that golf you guys played last Saturday.
Oh yeah, we got drunk.
I know it. Hope he's ready to roll.
That too. Yeah, that getting drunk, staying out late, it's going to come to an end. Not because you can't do it, but because you can't do it.
How many hours would you say you averaged that first month with Live Home? How many hours of sleep would you say you averaged?
Oh man, 4?
Yeah, I was going to say 3 to 5 for me.
Yeah.
And it wasn't good, and it wasn't consecutive.
No, it would no. Well, it's never consecutive. It's never comfortable. It's never deep. It's never. I'm talking about my sleep, Tyler. It's never. It's just. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. It just that now with Lainey, I was fortunate. See, with Liv, because she spent a couple of days in the NICU. She was already bottle broke. You know what I mean? So it was one of them deals where my wife was like, "Well, hell, we can share this. You can get up and feed her a bottle. You know, I can get up and do the breastfeeding thing. You can feed her a bottle every now and then. Cool." That was kind of a split duty with my wife then. Lainey, she was all good from the come out, man. She was breastfed for several months. So I'm in there snoring logs and going, "What? You had to wake up and feed? What are you talking about?" So that first one was rough. The second one, I was good to go, baby.
Yeah, the first one to me, because you have all these, you've read up and heard about all these things that could be dangerous for your kid when they're sleeping. Anytime you hear one cry, one noise, you wake smooth right up. Never good. Them second and thirds, I'm telling you, boy, I sleep right through them tears.
Oh yeah, and then Liv, what Sterling, Liv made like a goat noise. I don't know. I don't know what the hell, but I was like, what is that, man? I mean, it was. Hey, to make it even worse, I hate to scare Sterling with this right here, but like when they finally brought Liv to our room in the hospital, I mean, I look over there and she's flailing her arms, and I'm making swimming jokes, I'm thinking she's flailing her arms, and then I realized after about 10 seconds, like no, she's choking. Like I had to go over there and pick her up, like she was choking.
Yeah. That got serious quick.
And so, the point in saying that is like it was one of those where after that, like every move or every noise.
You own it.
Yeah.
By the way, Sterling, and I don't know how your family is, Tyler. Maybe he'll be against this. Sterling has to go and participate, and you tell him right now, don't try to jump out of it because they give you an option. You be there for your boy. Tyler Clint didn't have to do this. That's circumcision. You can walk back there. I walked back there and stayed with both of them. And that was a tough one. That was That was a good cry for both of them jokers. They give you the option to go back there or not. You go back there. You sit right there. You stay right there. I bring it up to my kids all the time. I was there right there when you got circumcised.
That's all you get snipped, son.
I saw it. Don't tell me I wasn't around. That was a tough one. Got to get done.
I saw you get that turtleneck, son.
Hey. It's good to know that you ain't walking around anteaters.
Freaking hard parts.
You ain't got a couple anteaters walking around the house. That's
you ain't. All right, hey, real quick, man. The Texans, they got three guys, I think, in every level of the defense that are young, that have had at least a year in the league that potentially will take a step. All right, Will Anderson Jr., Christian Harris, who really came on late, Clint, and then in the back end, obviously, Derek Stingley, his second half of the year earned him top 100 list, earned him potential Pro Bowl nominations. He was fantastic down the stretch. And you all can jump in on this. Who do you think we're going to be talking about after the season taking the biggest step? Who do you think we're going to be talking about, Will, Christian Harris, or Derek Stingley?
For me, it's Derek Stingley. Look, I think Will has already jumped on the scene with the Rookie of the Year and been healthy. And although the sack numbers may have not been what we wanted them to be early in the season, there's still a lot of film where he was impacting games in a major, major way, right? You look at Christian Harris, and I think last year was his come-out year, his year where he jumped into the spotlight of being the guy that could track Lamar Jackson in the open field, and we heard D'Amico talk about him, and so I think last year was a little bit of a come-out year for Christian Harris. I don't think we've seen even remotely close to the best of Derek Stingley. Now, I think people
really not even down the stretch.
No, look, it was good. It was good, and the one moment for me that really sticks out is obviously the moment when he shadowed Amari Cooper and took him completely out of the game. That is stuff like I think we could see that 5-6 times a year. Like I think early on in Derek Stingley, the injuries. I mean, he's played 20 games right now and has 5 or 6 interceptions, right? And when you look at it, I remember the interception in the end zone where it was like we all tried to make it a great play. In reality, it was a piss poor throw, hit him right in the chest. It was an easy turnover, right? So a lot of that early on was forced almost because he was drafted so early and everybody wanted him to be so good. I think this dude is legit. I think we've seen just the tip of the iceberg, if you will. I think we've seen 20 ball games, and I think that the jump he can make simply by staying healthy is Pro Bowl, if not all pro. I firmly believe that.
Pro Bowl, that would be a heck of a jump right there with him, man. For me, Clint, we can talk about it a little bit later more. I think it's Will Anderson. And to me, when you said the sack numbers, what was that, 7.5 last year? I think there's a potential we can see him come close to doubling that just because of what is on the other side and how many other veteran pass rushers. I think people are going to look at it on the defensive line in a lot of moments and say we cannot let Danielle Hunter beat us, and that's where things will be shifted. That's where help may go, and we should see him get a lot of one-on-one. And I do think with the Texans' offenses, we'll have to throw the ball a lot. I think Derek Stingley. I think Will Anderson Jr. has a big chance to take a big leap next year. Just because I think he is going to get a lot of one-on-one coverage and a lot of ability to beat lesser tackles to the quarterback with teams having to throw the ball.
Ron, it wouldn't surprise me, Ron, if this isn't a very difficult conversation to have about involving all three guys by midseason. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, because you could see the leap with Christian Harris too. We got people texting in. I think it's going to be Christian Harris.
No, I just think they're all three legit. Like I question. Like, is Will Anderson at some point in time the J.J. Watt just the high motor's not going to be as impressive as it is right now? Like, you're going to get used to that. Like, I question whether is he a 14, 15, possibly 16. I don't know about that. But boy, I think the impact in a game is tremendous with Christian Harris and Stingley and Will. So we'll see.
He feels a lot like Justin Houston to me. Go watch some old Justin Houston film. A guy that it just kind of powered guys back there. And next thing you know, at the end of the year, you look up, he's in double-digit sacks every year. That's who Will kind of reminds me of a bit. All right, coming up, as I said, man, this is a really cool opportunity for any Houston sports fans, our listeners right here, especially those who love to golf, but it's not just about golf. You do not want to miss this. That's coming up next right behind us.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. This is another thing you don't want to miss, right? You don't want to miss this opportunity and then have severe weather hit us and all of a sudden.
$30 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying planning credit plus tax and $35 connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balance is due. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on this beautiful Friday. And I told you about this potential situation that can be of use to people here in Houston. Clint, we yesterday had a really good time and had the chance to really sit down and chat with a few gentlemen that have an opportunity for the people here in Houston, and it is these gentlemen are from the Traverse Airport, and that whole area is in northern Michigan, and it's like a little piece of paradise, as you'll hear here in just a bit. And they've got amazing golf courses, amazing wine opportunities, drink opportunities, girls trips, guys trips, whatever you want, and it's a huge area, Clint. And I'm telling you, there are going to be a lot of people who are really going to be interested in potentially going up there to have a little getaway.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a really cool opportunity. One, you can simply escape the heat of Texas. I mean, it's mid-70s up there, so the weather is absolutely tremendous. And whether you want to go with the fellas to golf or it's a great destination for ladies' trips, as the shopping's tremendous and the wine country's unbelievable. The shorelines, freshwater beaches, the little villages where you can stay and again shop and things of that nature. The hiking, obviously, all the outdoor activities are tremendous. And the big part of this thing is there is a direct flight from Houston on United Airlines up to TVC, Traverse City, which is up in northern Michigan. And the direct flight just makes it so easy. And it's once you get there, it's so easy to navigate, find what you want, and have one hell of a time. They got a little something for everybody. So yeah, it was cool getting to know those guys. It's been cool really researching and digging into what that Traverse City's all about. Man, it was cool.
Yeah, here you can hear from these gentlemen we got to sit down and talk with yesterday, as they will they'll let you know they can talk about it better than we can. Here was our conversation with the fellas. With Traverse City Airport. They will get you hooked up and let you know everything about that wonderful area and the direct flight that can get you right there without any issue. Here's our interview with those fellas.
We got a lot going on here, guys. Like what we are here for is obviously there is a nonstop direct flight on United from IAH right here in Houston directly up to Northern Michigan TVC Airport, and it makes it quick, it makes it easy. But guys, let's tell the listeners what exactly y'all have in store up in Northern Michigan.
First off, beautiful summer temperatures. But if you come to Northern Michigan, you're going to do something outside. You're going to be on the lake. You're going to be out on a hiking trail. You're going to be out biking. You're going to be out stand-up paddle boarding on. We have numerous small inland lakes, and they're all spring-fed, freshwater, beautiful lakes. They're just absolutely beautiful for getting outdoors.
Let's focus in on the golf aspect of it now, because this is one of the golf meccas of our country, and I think it's something our listeners definitely want to hear about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we are known as America's summer golf capital, and some of the best golf course designers literally in the world have courses up in northern Michigan. Designers like Jack Nicklaus, Palmer's got a design up at Shanty Creek Resort. Tom Fazio, the only course he designed in Michigan is in Gaylord at Treetops Resort.
And let's not forget the Bear.
Yes.
Right in Grand Traverse County and Traverse City at the Grand Traverse Resort, about 5 minutes from the airport, is the famous Bear course designed by Jack Nicklaus. But one of the best things about the golfing in Michigan, especially where we're at, is we're on the western edge of the Eastern time zone. So we start play at 6 in the morning and end at 10 o'clock at night. Ooh. So you can play multiple rounds of golf in a day and get that done, and really be able to enjoy all of the outdoors in northern Michigan.
Well, I tell you what, guys, it appears you have a hidden gem up there that is about to be less hidden.
because I think we're going to have a lot of people from Houston taking advantage of that direct flight to go and see everything. You guys have made this place sound like paradise, sound amazing, and I'm sure many people are going to make plans for this.
Before we let these guys go, I want to reiterate that nonstop flight, guys, on United from IAH right here in Houston, obviously. It's intercontinental for those that are local, up to TVC Airport, Traverse Cities, Cherry Capital?
Cherry Capital Airport.
Come on now, I'm learning, fellas.
You are. It ain't gonna be long.
I'm going to be up in Michigan talking the talk and walking the walk now. I got to decide, Ron, if we want to take our women or not, or do we just want to go up there and swing the sticks and eat a little fudge, eat a little cherries, drink a little wine. You know what I mean?
I think my decision has been made.
Well, fellas, look, we greatly appreciate you guys coming in and sharing this with the city, with all of our listeners, and I am positive that we've got a ton of folks out there that will definitely be interested. Where do they need to go? Where do folks need to go to find more information and more details on what exactly we've been talking about?
You can head to tvcairport.com, and that will give you all the links to our visitor areas and Paul.
GaylordGolfMecca.com for all things hotel, lodging, things to do, itineraries. Look us up at GaylordGolfMecca.com.
GaylordGolfMecca.com and TVCAirport.com. Is all that correct?
Yes.
All right, fellas. Thanks again for having us, man. We greatly appreciate it and looking forward to it.
Looking forward to you coming.
All right, that was our conversation with those fellas. I'm telling you, if you just go to the website and see and put photos and put the visual to everything that they just talked about there, you'll be intrigued and excited. And what they say, 74 degrees was the high up there. 74, 75 degrees. They say when they flew down here, they got off with hoodies and pullovers just because that's what they're used to there. It sounds, and as I said, if you look it up, it looks like a really beautiful getaway. And like I said, man, my wife, she got hooked into the wine kind of wine country they have up there, all up and down that coastline. So she said we may have to go up there and check that out.
Yours too, Ron? Yours
Yep.
too? Hell,
Yep,
I ain't got but one wife, but I've yet to meet one that couldn't enjoy a little something like that. I'll tell you one thing that I thought was really cool about it all was
the laugh at the end.
Well, that too. Yeah, it was really good. It was really solid. But the fact that they've got so many different golf courses spread out around the northern Michigan that. You think you hear Golf Mecca and how much they push it. You think, hey, man, you got to be a scratch golfer to go up there and enjoy something. And you look at some of the pictures now, you probably need to be. But if you read through it, they've got golf courses that are fit for your casual golfers, right? Your bogey golfers, your guys that are wanting to get out there, have some fun, drink a little cold beer, and swing the sticks like myself. So it's not one of those getaways where, man, you got to carry a scratch game with you. You can go up there and just have a good time and get away from this heat and enjoy the hell out of it. Apparently, so got to dig into it, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a good spot, man. It looks like a really, really good spot, and I'm gonna be down. I'm gonna be down with it. I gotta make a trip out there. Got to go ahead and make a.
I'm a fan.
I'll make a quick trip out because when you talked about that golf, that's me. I need that bogey course.
Well, yeah, probably double, but that's okay. We'll work through it.
It's driving range, probably.
Hey, but I love a good wine country. That's one thing that I'm thankful for my wife for many things that are much more important than introducing me to wine country, but my wife took me out to Napa Valley, and I fell in love, man. Not necessarily with Napa Valley, but just with the concept of wine country.
Same here.
Going from winery to winery, and I don't know why, but man, wine just puts me kind of like what them cold Coors Light do. Talk about made to chill, boy. I just absolutely chill.
Same thing.
Oh man,
my wife, she wanted to go on our 10-year anniversary, and I was like, all right, we'll go, man. And I'm telling you, that did me in.
Well, Ron, the crazy thing is, that's the only reason that I gave Fredericksburg here in Texas, in the Hill Country, the Texas wine country, if you will. It's the only reason I even gave it a shot. I was like, yeah, babe, let's ease out there, man. I absolutely love it. You want to talk about a hidden gem? Hell, it's the second most traveled wine country above Sonoma out there. I think Napa's the only one ahead of it, maybe. But I tell you, man, it's northern Michigan, 75 degrees, little wine country. Ooh, come on, turn me on a bit.
Text line, I would pay to see Ron on a golf course. All right, pull your money out.
Oh, Ron is a free agent.
Pull it out. The money. Pause. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for this big series in New York as the Astros take on the Mets coming up. Two of the hottest teams in baseball square off. We'll get you ready for that, as well as news that I think will make Clint Stoerner really, really happy that the Astros have just put out here in the last hour. We'll discuss all of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, selling a home can be frustrating, and it can be full of catch-22s.
Equivalent Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1 here as we get ready here on a big Friday for the Houston Astros as they kick off a 10-game road trip in New York to face the other hot team in baseball, the team that has 15 wins, 15-6 in the month of June. Thus far, the New York Mets, they have gotten to 500. Ronel Blanco is on the mound tonight, Clint, and this will be a pretty good test. Two of the hottest teams in baseball, and we'll see if the Astros can keep this thing going. Yes, it would be nice, Clint, if they could just keep on winning games and winning this streak and push this bad boy to 10 games in a row, but the focus should be just keep winning series. Winning series. You got your big 7-game win streak as you roll through now. If they just keep taking 2 out of 3 and win series, 3 out of 4 in a 4-game set, that will be huge for this team to get back in the race, stacking together series wins.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's typically not as easy as we make it sound, right?
No.
But with the way that this team is playing right now, it's not a stretch at all. I mean, and Ronel Blanco is a guy on the bump that, with the exception of a couple outings this year, has been absolutely nails. And so you're getting the best that the Astros have on the bump tonight, at least this year, and you're catching the Astros, if you're the Mets, you're catching them at a time when this lineup, top to bottom, it scored 44 runs in the last 6 games. I mean, you talk about – and, by the way, you're catching the Astros when they are well rested. I know they're shorthanded in the starting rotation, but you want to talk about that last series, really the last handful of games. I'm not looking at the results of but several of the last handful of games were low leverage for the bullpen in a big way. I mean, not even counting the innings, just talking about the situation that those guys were in, 4-run cushions, 5-run cushions. So these guys should be off of an off day. You got your best on the bump. You got the lineup that's rocking and rolling, and everybody should be extremely well rested. So I got to believe that the Mets are going to catch the Astros best.
Yeah, and you talked about that lineup, and that's the other thing is we'll talk about the pitching a little bit later, but, Clint, one thing that has helped in this stretch is they have struggled all season, Clint, with runners in scoring position. Well, they have been able to do better with that and putting runs on the board, Clint. If you look at it in this stretch, they've scored 4, 5, 14, 5, 8, 5, and 7. And you're talking about 4 runs one time at the lowest. You're going to put up 5 or more each night. Now you're going to give yourself a chance. And this offense, even though they're doing it without Kyle Tucker, I want to see how long they can keep this thing up to see if they can stay hot, as you talked about throughout, because I mean, that takes so much pressure off these pitchers, especially these young pitchers, that they don't feel like they have to be perfect, that they have to be fine, that the bats will come through and back them up. And they have done that this stretch of games where they are just scoring runs, at least 5. You can almost seemingly pencil them in. Let's see if they can keep that going, because that has been a huge help, Clint, to the starters and to the bullpen. They've been able to use this kind of bullpen the way they want to. And give guys rest, because I mean it's 7-1. It's 4. The one game was 14-11, but it was 14-3.
Yeah.
Before they started to come through. So the bats, that's another thing to see if they can keep this thing rolling.
Yeah. Look, I mean they've been I mean lights out since Abreu got punched out. I mean,
you think that's what it was?
Well, I don't know if that. This is the reality of it. Is if you look at the numbers this year without Abreu in the lineup or without Abreu in the dugout, they're tremendous, and so. Definitely since Abreu, got released. I mean, the Astros have swung the bat significantly better. And when I say that, I look at the lineup now and I go, okay, it doesn't matter who plays in the outfield right now. There's not a hitter in this lineup for me that I'm like, oh hell, here we go. Here we go. Like and I'm not piling on Maldonado. I know Maldonado. We knew what we got with Maldonado, right? And we know what we don't have right now without Maldonado in terms of behind the plate defensively and managing games. That could be a big reason why we've had some struggles this year. But nonetheless, you had Maldonado in the lineup that was always a buzzkill. Myers, up until this year, was a buzzkill. It just always seemed like Abreu obviously was a buzzkill. Right, there was at least two guys in the lineup that you're like, oh man, come on, we got to deal with this again. Damn, not him right now. With
so
Ducks
John's come off that list for you?
Well, for me personally, yeah. I feel like John's got a chance, man. I mean, when John got in there and was playing consistently,
yeah,
I felt better about Big John. Now he's still a guy that's going to hit it out of the damn stadium, or he's going to bat flip on a pop up to shortstop. That may happen, but I just don't feel like it's, hey, man, this is an out. I mean, hurry up and get these pitches over with. This guy's going back to the dugout. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we got a puncher's chance. He is definitely a wild swinging, power-hitting, big lefty, and that's what you're going to get from him. But I feel like we got a puncher's chance. Jake Myers, obviously he was hotter than a firecracker. That's clearly not continuing to happen. But I feel like right now I'm tenfold more confident with him at the plate. Then you look at Cabbage and all these other guys that we thought, who in the hell are these guys? How are they getting run? They've swung it well. Look at Salazar, the backup catcher. He swung it. He swung the bat well, man. And so I hope I don't have to watch Big John. I hope that it's Dubon over there. Big John's not in the lineup. We don't have to have this conversation. But I do feel better about whatever lineup Joe throws out there. I feel better about the guys in the lineup producing. There's those Ducks that have been in it. One of them has gotten significantly better. The other two are gone.
Well, do you want to hear the lineup?
I'd love to, Bump.
It is out. Let's see how you feel about this lineup. Jose Altuve is going to lead off with Alex Bregman behind him. Yordan is the DH tonight. Yainer Diaz is the catcher batting fourth, so that top four stays. Jake Myers is fifth. Jeremy Pena drops down to the sixth spot with Dubon at first base again tonight. He is in the seventh spot. Chaz McCormick in right field. And then Joey Luperfido is in left field. That is the lineup tonight. So I know that's a lineup that you like. They got Joey in there. They got Dubon at first in there. They are facing a lefty, so I thought that would be a right-handed dominant lineup, but they're putting Joey in the game, even though they are facing a lefty, Clint. So
yeah, bumps that, doesn't it? All of a sudden, a rookie that you see in a small sample size, he gets in versus that lefty, makes you wonder.
They got some confidence. They got some confidence in him. I think that's also what it shows.
It just makes you wonder. It makes you wonder what that mindset. It's convenient. It's usually when it's convenient, it works. When it's not, hey, we got confidence in this guy. So, but yeah, look, it is hard at this point in time. The only thing that I think Joe Espada could do that would really make me scratch my head, Ron, there's two things, is play John Singleton at first base more than playing Dubon, and then two, Loperfido just not being on the field. Without Tucker, with Alvarez in and out of the field and in and out of the DH role, like Loperfido being up on this team and him not getting run, those are the two things that would make me really scratch my head and be like, what is Joe up to here? So anything else, man, I'm good with. I don't have to agree with everything, but I can see the method of the madness.
Boy, these two teams have come a long way. You remember weren't we hearing rumors? And I think Robert Flores laughed us off the phone, but we were getting the rumors
faded as hell right now.
Hey, maybe the Astros will take a look at Pete Alonso. And now both of these teams, because the Mets were perceived to be in a worse situation than the Astros at that time, and now both of these teams are at 500 and rolling, and two of the hottest teams in baseball facing off. I'm excited and amped for this series to see these two teams who have turned it around get going again. So tonight, Ronel Blanco against Jose Quintana. Jose Quintana. The lefty, he will pitch against Ronel Blanco.
Get that one more time, cuz.
Quintana.
Jose Quintana.
There it is.
Nailed
there
it.
It is.
I almost hit the kin. Jose Quintana.
Ooh. I think you could have got away with Quintana.
Yeah, former White Sox, good lefty. But he'll get the ball against Ronel Blanco. We'll see if the Astros can take that game one to try to win this series and keep this winning streak rolling.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, just wanted to pass this along to you. The Astros former right-handed pitcher Blair Henley has cleared waivers and has been outrighted to AAA Sugarland. Henley was designated for assignment by the Astros on June 21st, and now that it's June 28th, he is back in Sugarland.
Grandma Henley, happier in the mug, boy. Hey, she's up there in the outskirts of Dallas right now, boy, just smiling ear to ear, man, grinning like a outhouse rat. What does outrighted mean? Well, what does outrighted mean, boys? Somebody called Creighton. What does outrighted mean?
No, he cleared waivers, and they just immediately send him to AAA.
Send him back to Sugar. It's good for you, Blair Henley. I hope the guy gets another chance, man.
He might have a chance. I mean,
you let these Stros get up and lead the division by 1 or 2. I mean, Joe's level start feeling himself and bring old Henley up, huh?
Yeah, I mean, listen.
For the hell of it.
Hey, they still, right now, are TBA or TBD. They are sitting there on Sunday, and excuse me, potentially that way down the line. If Verlander doesn't get back or Jake Bloss doesn't get back, so you never know, Clint. He might have a shot.
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, I'm here for it, Bob.
I know you are. I just want.
You all right over there, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of get a little water here.
We'll pull the carpet back a little bit. I hear you choking. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, what's going on? Did you eat something in a break?
No, just went down the wrong pipe there.
Oh, okay. What went down the wrong pipe?
A little water, a little H2O.
Okay. Got anything in it?
I should, man.
I bet it's vodka.
I bet I could find something around here. I bet there's some tequila somewhere around here that'll allow me to get through that thing. But the big fella's back. We'll see. The odds of Blair Henley. I hope he's good with it. Maybe this was the plan the whole way. They probably, and you've been involved or seen people in football involved in these situations where, hey man, we're gonna cut you here, but hopefully you can clear waivers and we can bring you right back here and have you right in the same spot that you are. So
I ain't watched somebody do it. I've done it. I watched my rookie year. I wasn't sure. My rookie year, I watched Randy Moss torch the Cowboys from my couch in Baytown, and thinking that Jerry was lying and was never going to call me back. I got cut the week before to make room for somebody. That sucker called me back Monday. Said, "Come on back to Dallas." I said, "Yes, sir. I'm on my way back."
On the way. That's what Blair said, huh?
I'm glad I wasn't. Everybody remembers that game. That's that game, that famous Randy Moss game when why didn't they draft him? And I think he scored.
Thanksgiving, wasn't it?
It was Thanksgiving. I think they scored. I went home, had a good Thanksgiving with the family, watched the Cowboys get stomped, and then I went back and got right back in the saddle and started picking up some checks.
Yeah, text line coming in. Quit piling on Henley. He needs another start. And I got to tell you one thing. He don't need one.
Well, piling on. Hell, I'm his biggest fan. I'm worried about his grandma. What the hell are you talking about?
Who's out here defending Henley?
Well, I'm just saying he doesn't need another start. If he gets one, hopefully, as Clint has said, he can redeem himself. But he certainly don't need one.
Well, I mean, I think who the need is directed. He needs one. I mean, as a fan, we may not need one, but look, for his mental health, he needs one.
You think he's still thinking about it?
Oh, there ain't no question. I mean, every time he sees the Astros logo, every time he watches the White Sox and that damn what's the kid's name? Corey Lee. Every time Corey Lee's catching, he's like, "You big-footed son of a."
Hey, how much you think he blames not having his own shoes and gloves? Because I would.
Let me tell you what.
I would all day. Like, no, let me get my shoes. Let me get my glove. And for me personally, I would have added something smaller to it too.
Oh, Ron, let me have been stuck with somebody else's shoes and somebody else's shoulder pads in New York that day. Them 4 interceptions I threw in the second half, they'd definitely be on that equipment, man. You betcha. I mean, I would definitely. I wouldn't blame it solely on it, but as I tell that story, I would end it with, but keep in mind, man, I had to wear a pair of Emmitt Smith shoes, and I had Troy Aikman shoulder pads on.
I'd have a little something extra. I mean, man, they didn't have my shoes, they didn't have my glove.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this, man.
I specifically asked them for my barbecue sunflower seeds. They didn't have those for me either. I mean, I just wasn't comfortable.
My wife can have Liv a 12-foot tall, 18-foot wide water slide from Academy delivered in 24 hours, and the Astros can't get the starting pitcher's damn shoes. You kidding me?
They over there doing that. They over there at Home Depot with them cabinets. That's what the Astros are.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Hey, all right, Blair was trusting Home Depot to get his shoes.
They couldn't get them shoes in that club back. Now, y'all will never convince me that they couldn't get them. They couldn't get that boy stuff there. Will never convince me they couldn't get that stuff to Dallas. You'll never convince me.
Major League Baseball. You kidding me? 7 straight ALCS.
They got him there, but not his stuff. All right, Lakers pick. They picked Bronny James in the NBA draft last night, and he is the 55th pick, and he goes to the Lakers. And this has been probably the number one conversation around sports world nationally. And I just throw to you fellas. Is this a bad thing, do you think, for Bronny James? This whole situation, this whole scenario, do you think this is a bad thing for Bronny James?
Hell no, I don't. He's a pro. He got drafted. Yeah, no, hell no, I don't. This is.
If he'd have gone to another team and he didn't have LeBron there, because I don't think anybody thinks he actually deserves to be there, and that he is only there because his dad. But I don't know that the Lakers are going to take it out on him. The Lakers kids aren't going to. Like, what kind of hazing you think he's going to get?
Well, I mean, look, man. Here's the deal: is the reality of the situation is if LeBron wouldn't have made this happen, I would have thought less of him.
So if you were a dad, you would have if you had the power to make something like this happen, you'd do it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're sorry. You're a POS if you don't. I mean, here's the deal.
I'm surprised by that from you.
It's not like he's not going to play. I mean, he was going to be a free agent somewhere. He was going to play in somebody's G League. I mean, it's Bronny James. Whether it's the Lakers or somebody was going to take a shot on him and put him in the G League and put their jersey on. Somebody was going to do that. I mean, hell, just for business reasons, just to sell tickets in a G League game for a week if he's not worth a damn. If he's good, you got a meal ticket for a year in a G League with LeBron being at some of the games and with Bronny playing. So somebody was going to give him a chance. It's not like LeBron said, yeah, man, you come on to the Lakers because I know nobody else is going. Your ass is going to be at home next year. You know, you're done playing basketball. Somebody was going to give the dude a chance. And with that said, if I had control to make sure it was my squad that did it, if I had the ability to make sure it was my squad that did it, hell yeah, I would have done it.
Yeah, if he'd have gone to a random team where LeBron wasn't there, I mean, they'd be all over his ass, I think. Well, you know you don't deserve to be here. You only here because your daddy got your job and you taking somebody's job. I think they'd be all over him, but it is got to be kind of weird for the Lakers because you know that he's been around the locker room as LeBron's kid forever, and now he's in there going to be as a teammate. Like that's got,
yeah.
That's got,
well, I think too though, Ron. I mean, look, in today's world with all these advanced stats and again the access that everybody, the public, the media have to these guys, like it's going to be obvious. Like, dude's playing well enough to get a shot, or he's not. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I would be shocked if the Lakers force this thing to where this kid, like, there's nothing nothing to do with Bronny James over the next couple of years that means he should be on the floor with his pops, but yet he is. Like that is when I would be like, wow, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yep. All right. The Astros have been rolling, and it is clear where they have found themselves in terms of where they are behind the Mariners in the West and then the wild card, and now that they're at 500. But can they keep up what has been the number one key, in my opinion, in this team's resurgence? Can they keep that up? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all check this out, man. If you're ready to build your dream home, or you're even thinking about building your dream home and you just want to take the next step, maybe you just want to flirt a little bit, Our Vision Home.
On the free Odyssey app. There's plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone texted in, Ron was really shocked by Clint's answer. I mean, it was certainly my answer.
Is that my boy Ron?
It was certainly my answer.
What? Which one? What are they talking about?
When I said if you were a parent, you would do this. You would do what LeBron did, or what it appears that LeBron did, getting your. No, there's no appears. What LeBron did, getting.
Oh yeah.
Getting Bronny.
Oh yeah.
Because what someone said, a POS. If LBJ had said, "Make it on your own, son," like I did, he would be a POS.
So wait a minute. Who is that? The texter?
Texter said.
I need that. I need some context. Texter, before I call you a POS, tell me what you did. Did you own a business and you not provide an opportunity for your son? Then yes, you're a POS. Absolutely. If you had the ability to provide an opportunity for your son, assuming he was of sound mind and body.
And he worked at it. That's the other part. Look,
Bronny's worked his ass off. He's done to get where he's at. Now you can argue the stats and how good he is or he isn't, but he's clearly been a grinder and a work harder, and everybody should respect all that, right? So I don't know, Texter. You tell me. I mean, you answer that question. Send us a little context. If you owned a business, if you held a position, and you had the ability to give your son a hand up and give him an opportunity, and you didn't do it, you're a POS. Yes.
Yeah, I'm there all day. Now he ain't gonna sit on the couch and just okay. No, yeah, he work at it. No,
If Trey wanted to get in the radio business when it's all said and done, and you're 20 years in this gig, and a position comes open where he may not have had 4 years of experience, and he may not have started where Tyler was, but there's some talent there, and there's an opportunity there, and you don't extend a hand up for your own son. Yeah, you're a POS.
If my son worked, just like all of us, if my son worked and worked his ass off, do I want, and I can avoid him having to come in from the very hard spot it is, as Tyler knows from where he started, how hard it is to grow in this, and from where I started, you generally don't get to afternoons in the top 6 market. If I could avoid him from having to do that and make $9 an hour to start, hell, I would.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, I'm not. It ain't going to be like, hey, man, he just sat on the couch. It ain't good. Now, I'm gonna help him get in the door. Now, if he ain't good enough, he ain't good enough. But I'm gonna help him. But yeah, I'm gonna give him I'm gonna open up the door.
Yeah. No, look. Here's the deal, man. If again to the texter, right? I mean, if you raised a kid that has no discipline, no respect, doesn't work hard, he's lazy, and has over 18, 20 years has created no work ethic, has created no skill set that's useful in America, in the working America, and you all of a sudden just give him a job, then yeah, you I mean, that's a different deal. He ain't earned it. He hadn't even earned the respect to be given the opportunity. But assuming that you raised somewhat of a young man, and he's again sound mind and body, and has a little bit of discipline and accountability and a work hard, and isn't going to sink the ship if you give him a starter level job in your company, then you're a POS if you don't do it.
Wrong, Clint. Daddy put him on a team, taught his boy nothing in life. He didn't earn his way. You don't know what he's taught him. Like, you may disagree with this, and I'm just telling you, you're looking at it from this perspective. But as Clint is saying, and I think this is what this happens in different things all the time.
Well, what do you think?
You think Joe Buck just got there because he was just good? Or do you think, and he is good, but do you think his dad, being the #1 broadcaster to some in the world at the time, maybe with some help, Do you think it was just Joe Buck, 1996 Clint, had never, he hadn't done much of anything on a national level. Fox made him the #1 baseball broadcaster, play-by-play guy, out of nowhere. You think Jack Buck being his dad had anything to do with it? You think Jack Buck maybe put a word in? This happens around the world all the time in different things. All the time. And it doesn't mean because Joe Buck or Bronny was put in a situation that they didn't work for it.
Here's the one thing that, and I don't know LeBron, but I'd put a house note on it. Like, you're going to tell me that a guy that has the work ethic, the discipline, the desire to become arguably the best basketball player of all time, that can guard 5 positions, that can get a bucket when he wants to, that he scored more points than anybody, hadn't he, Ron?
Yep.
That has scored more points than anybody ever in the NBA. You really think that he raised some POS kid that sat around and didn't do nothing all day, didn't earn anything, and he just got him a gig with the Lakers? Mm-hmm. I mean, look, you can bang on the kid about being too small or not skilled enough in terms of getting buckets and falling short of the bar that typically drafted players, need to reach or exceed. That's fine. But I mean, you can't sit here and act like he just handed this kid a job, man. The odds are is that Bronny James he may not have his dad's skill set, but I'd be willing to bet you that he's got damn near, if not equal to, the work ethic.
Yep, and like the people here are texting in, he didn't deserve it. Clinton Ron, you're so way off. Guy didn't earn a spot on an NBA team. First off, in NBA and a lot of places, there are people who don't earn a team. I can tell you right now, Giannis's brother has not earned his spot on the team. He's awful, but he's on it, like for a certain reason. And you're earning. Bronny actually probably does. As Clint just said, he's probably going to be in the G League, Clint, and there are going to be people whose eyes are going to be on him and want to go see how good he is. At that summer league in Vegas, he is probably going to be one of the #1 attractions at that summer league in Vegas, and people are going to pay to go see it. So, I don't know.
And it's
earning could be very different.
Ron, it's a hell of a look. And what's my man's name? The GM, Pelinka.
Oh, Rob Pelinka.
He's catching hell right now for his comments. But a business-minded, money-making machine is not far from thinking that way. If you got a chance to draft a guy 55 overall that could potentially make history in this specific sport, you don't think that doesn't equal dollars in a not that the Lakers necessarily need the attention, it's the damn Lakers, but you don't think that that's something Jerry Jones would dream of, the opportunity. Jerry Jones would have another 5-win season if somebody guaranteed him that he could have father-son playing on the same damn team and get free advertising out of it for 2 years, 3 years. There's no look. You can talk about the kid ain't good enough to play in the big leagues and on the floor with his daddy, but he was going to be on somebody's G League team. Ron,
Clinton, Tyler, you two are. I would describe, and you guys self-describe it, as casual basketball fans. Tell me if you knew that Bronny was going to play in a game, that him and his dad were going to play in a game together, would that get you to the TV?
Absolutely.
Yes.
He's earned his spot.
I mean, there's no look.
He deserves his spot.
It's crazy, man.
He deserves, and your asses would too. Many of y'all just don't like LeBron, and this is where a lot of this comes from, and that's fine.
I mean, Ron, think about the number of people that watched the second round of the draft yesterday that had no, for one reason.
Yes, that was it. It's the reason why it's the #1 thing we're talking about. And I'm not saying LeBron didn't have anything to do with it, but that the other part of it is Bronny. Those two going to be on the floor together? Oh, yeah, your ass going to be front and center. All right, coming up, I am inspired by Clint, not just because he surprised me with his take here on the LeBron and Bronny thing, but I'm inspired about something else. I'm inspired about his want to. I'll discuss and explain that coming up next.
The The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How about it?
Let's go.
Nothing like winning, boys. Winning is fun. How many is that in a row, T?
and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Tired of mud in the house after it rains? Fix the issue with style. TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through here. Big night, big series for the Astros, and of course we'll get you locked and loaded for that. But I got to say this, man, I'm inspired by Clint Stoerner.
He's an inspirational guy.
I'm all ears, man. What we got?
Well, sometimes he is.
I can't tell if he's serious, if he's setting me up, man.
No.
I'm tell you what, I'm sitting up tall for you to knock me down if you're fixing to do it.
That's always the roll of the dice with Ron the Show Hughley.
It's not. It's Ron.
Wow, thanks, man.
My bad, Ronald.
Man, I'm proud of you. Another thing, but we got it. The turn you were able to do on that, Clint, that's fantastic. I didn't think you were ever going to get through with it. Hell, I didn't even know if you were even going to really give a big effort.
Oh, I embraced it, man.
And you embraced it, and you did. Tyler doesn't care. He'll text me show sometimes. I think he probably has me in his phone as that, which is
yes, you are in my phone as Show Hughley because that is your name and you know it.
It's not. It's disrespectful. But anyway, we're talking about the inspiration of Clint and not Tyler. Clint, I heard you talking about it, and Brandon Scott also kind of brought it up himself, where you said, you know what, man, I really want to get my grill game together. I really want to, get what you talk about, ribs. You want to get together.
Just something, man. It's pitiful.
Oh, I thought you meant like Paul Wall grill. I was about to be real impressed.
No. He wants to be able to use the grill and smoke things. Well, we talked about ribs the last time. You said that's what you wanted to do.
Yes.
And I'm drawing some inspiration from that because, your grilling is kind of like I am with working and doing stuff with my hands. I've just wanted to accept that that's just not my bag, and I'm never gonna get into it. But I've listened to you. You just won't accept that. That could be how you handle the grill, smoking meat. But no, you want to try it. And you know what? I'm not gonna at 40 maybe that's where this is coming from. But I want to give an effort. I don't want to just throw in the trash that, hey, I just can't hang up curtains. I can't, I just can't change oil.
Ride a bike.
No, I'm talking about doing things with my hands. Okay, all right. I can't fix any kind of electric things. All right, hey, the garbage disposal. Let me just call some. I want to make an effort on trying to work on fixing things with my hands, like you are with the grill. I want to try to give an effort and try to at least get better with doing stuff with my hands. I saw my father-in-law yesterday just knock out.
I was fixing to say something spurred this, and I don't think it was just my grilling, my inability to grill. But what father-in-law do?
Man, that garage went awry. That garage, the chain popped or whatever.
Mm-hmm. On the garage door opener.
Yeah, he went in there and just had that garage, and Nicholas was holding the tools down there as he was standing on the ladder, and he went in there and 30 minutes fixed that thing. That thing was going back and forth, and I'm just thinking to myself, that may have been a 2-day job.
That'd have been a hun. Don't open money. The door for a day, and we got to spend $250 on the garage door repair guy.
He went down to your spot, Home Depot, went and got what he needed, and then bam, put that thing up. I've just said, you know what, I'm accepting it, man. I just don't work with my hands. But no, that's giving up. I want to try something, and you know what, I want to make a goal for something. I want to make a goal to pick something. Is an oil change? Is that too aggressive? Should I come back down at something? Is that too aggressive as my first?
So affordable to have someone else do it.
Well, it's affordable according to Maroon Money in there. It's affordable, But, I mean, the one problem you got is that old lowrider you're driving. You ain't going to be able to squeeze your ass up underneath it to get the oil pan, the drain, the plug out to get the oil out. So that's going to be and it's 100 and some odd degrees out there. You got to do it in the driveway. Don't do it in your garage.
That's too much. So try something else. Okay, I'm trying to think of something that is doable for me to fix. It's like someone said, just YouTube it. Yeah, I really.
Well, it's the thing is, Ron, with that, it's the difference between what I got to try to work on, because I feel like we're going the same route. See, I feel like this is one thing for me, the fact that I just can't that I can't just go home and confidently grill some burgers for my family on a random day, random Saturday, like that is I'm less of a man because of it. I'm failing my wife and my daughters because of it. Right, I think you feel like less of a man because you can't just do what your father-in-law just did right there. Bang, knock something out real quick like that. So we're in the same boat there. The difference is I can get the idea in my head and be like, all right, I'm going to try some burgers tonight.
Yeah, you can do some.
It's got to pop for you now. It's got to pop for you, though. You can't plan it. It's going to pop, and you're going to be like, all right, do I dive in or not? Like you can't plan like an outlet not working.
I don't. Hey, is that too hard? I got no idea there. I got no outlet. Would that be too difficult of a first one to try?
Well, no, but it's dangerous. If you don't try, if you don't know where your breaker is, it's dangerous.
I wouldn't do any electric work, bro. So I'd stay away from that.
Oh, easy.
No, I'm being dead serious. I've shocked the hell out of myself. It's scary.
Don't try that garage door spring as your first one.
Oh no, don't do that. That's definitely call the garage door repair guy on that. That spring is a monster.
Hang a ceiling fan. That's a good right.
Oh,
It's a frustrating one, but that's a good one.
Let me tell you.
Is that electric?
That is electric, but I'm out.
Okay, so
today it's not like the old school fans. Here's the deal. We've talked about this before. These new fans have remotes in them. So the wires, there's not just 3 wires, right? There's not just really 2 wires and a ground. There's about 6 or 8 wires. They go to the remote. The remote I'm talking about the one that's in the base of the fan. And then it goes up into the ceiling. So and you're trying to do it, but you get too many wires, and then you finally get it hooked up, and you can't hold all the wires in because there's so many of them to get the damn fan up. That's one that I pay somebody to do that too. But it's not because it's electric. It's because it's a fan.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Where I stop, fellas, I changed the lights in the house.
Light bulbs, right?
Yeah, the light bulbs.
AC vents.
What'd you say?
AC filters.
I do. Yeah, do the filters. Do that. I like someone said, hey, screw in a doorknob. Yes, I tighten up doorknobs. I got that down. I know how to use a Phillips. I fixed the fence when the fence things come a piece.
Come apart, you talking about?
The slaps. The slats.
The slats?
That's it, the slats, yeah. The slats. What I said?
Yeah, you nailed them back in, huh?
Yeah, I can do that. That's about as low as I go. And car stuff, I can change a tire, and I can. And you need to get you. There's a little pin looking thing that tells you if an outlet is hot. So if an outlet ever quits working, right? You put this thing up to it, push a little button, and it'll tell you if it's hot or not. And if it's not hot, then it can't burn you, right? So you use it to find the problem, and then you also use it. If you kick the breaker off, hit it again. Now you know everything's not hot. Now you can work freely. But that little pin is key because you can tell if the outlet's hot. You can tell if the box is hot. Yeah. All right.
That's going to be big. I think you need one of those outlets around the house, because you got to call an electrician if you don't. If you call an electrician, plumber, I mean, them dudes are going to hit you. I mean, the service call alone is going to be $1.
I've gotten banged on the garbage disposal about 4 times.
How'd that feel?
Don't love it.
Was it on? Did you turn it on? Was it vibrating when it happened?
No, there was something stuck in there. They had to go in there and get it. But I've done it multiple times. Someone texted in and said curtain rods. Yeah, I don't have those curtain rods, towel rods.
You need a stud finder.
That's a good one, right?
Yes.
That's an easy first one, right?
You need a stud finder and I call it an electric screwdriver. Some people call it a drill, I think, but I call it an electric screwdriver.
I don't feel bad about this, and I will admit this, and I know many people will come at me, but Courtney and my father-in-law are the ones who have banged out all of the curtain rods and the towel rods when they come through.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you Christmas. I'm gonna hook you up, man.
So that one feels like it easy, but I don't want to put a whole bunch of holes in the walls. But that feels like maybe a wonder start to hang up curtains.
Hey, that would be a good start. You got some curtains need to be hung in the house?
Probably. We could get that done. Yeah. Courtney knocked out the
sounds like Tyler. It sounds like something he's been putting off for a while, and now he's just like, ain't no probably to it. Like you've probably been putting whatever it off in the bedroom or something, and every morning you roll over and the sun's hitting you in the eye or something, or Bear done tore him down, and you should probably feel like you should fix. And there's something there about these curtains you keep going back to.
Someone said change the toilet plunger. Don't know what that's about.
Change the plunger.
I don't know. I thought the plunger is what you use.
You buy one and throw one away, and buy one at the store and put a new one down there.
Yes,
that's a weird text.
They got to be talking about something in the tank. They didn't mean plunger.
Change the toilet seat.
Oh,
change toilet seat's easy.
Isn't that what it's called? No, that's the floater.
The floater, yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be what they were talking about.
Yeah. I just don't want. I'm inspired. I don't want to just sit here and say, "Oh, I don't work with my hands. I can't do it."
Well, it's you got to. I just encourage you to get the tools, man.
Yeah.
If you don't get the tools,
I have not bought any of my tools.
If you don't get the tools and you try to make it like I'm gonna do this, you're gonna quit within a week.
Text line coming through. One of my favorite texts. It's not show, it's Ron. Now, radio is not really your bag either, but you still show up and do it every day. Come on, bro.
Every day,
good
thank
at something.
you, Chief.
You got to try something. First off, your mom. And second,
hold on, show.
That's incorrect. I disagree. And you do too, because you listen every day. All right, Clint, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got a couple of things here, boys. I mean, one, I didn't think the background music behind Hunter Brown's audio the other day was absolutely tremendous. Gave me some real hope with the Astros. I'm sure some people out there felt that. Some people did. Notorious Thug by Biggie and Bone. That just took me way back and made me feel good about this generation of baseball players that was being played in the locker room. That did it for me. Probably didn't do it for a lot of y'all out there. I've got some numbers that I've thrown together here, Ron, that make the run the last 6 or 7 games, which doesn't sound like a big sample size, but as we've talked about, they cut the Mariners' lead in over half in the last 10, 12 days. I've got some numbers from one particular player that may surprise you, given what the Astros have been able to do from a run scoring perspective. So I'll break that down for you and tell you why I'm so confident moving forward with the Astros. And Kyle Filipowski from Duke, got drafted number 32 overall to the Utah Jazz. If y'all ain't heard this story about what's going on with his family, with his girlfriend, y'all better sit tight. This right here, this is wild. I'll tell you all about it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
How about these Stros, y'all? I mean, look, there's plenty of reason to feel good about the Houston Astros. We've talked about them at length over the last week, this week, and maybe even late last week with what was going on. I mean, the most impressive run definitely of the season. The Astros have won 7 in a row. They've won 10 of the last 13. They've cut the lead that the Mariners had in this division from 10 down to 4.5. They've taken over the second place spot. I think they're now 4.5 ahead of 4.5 games ahead of the damn Rangers at this point in the division as well. So the Astros are rocking and rolling. There's a couple of things that we've discussed about this run the Astros have made. One being that the bats in this lineup have been absolutely tremendous, and it's been a group effort, man. You look at Bregman swinging it lights out. Altuve is swinging it well. We've seen a leadoff home run. We've seen White Boy Chaz have a day. We've seen Diaz have a couple of days. It's convincing because it's so many different bats that are contributing and playing a big part in it. And then you look at the pitching. The pitching has been spectacular, led by the youngsters, man. Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown, and Spencer Arrighetti. Hunter Brown's had 7 straight quality starts. Again, he's been lights out. Ronel Blanco, all but maybe 1 or 2 starts this year have been like eye-popping good. Spencer Arrighetti just had his best outing with, I think, 10 strikeouts. He's been really good in 6 of his last 7 starts. And so the Astros are rocking and rolling. As I said, going into that last break, another part of it, I'm listening to a little Hunter Brown audio, and I hear Notorious Thug by Biggie and Bone back in the day. That was a banger on Park Street, no doubt about it, in the early 90s. I guess that was the early 2000s. I'm sorry. Early 2000s through, hell, for me, it never stopped. It was up at Arkansas as well, rocking and rolling. It was just one of them songs that's on my list of about 10 where when that song drops, you got to stop, ask everybody to quiet down a little bit, ask old Tyler, the DJ, T-Mill, the real deal DJ in there to turn the music up a little bit and let me bob my head. Just what it is, just the way it is. To think that this generation of baseball players in Major League Baseball, at least the Astros, in the Astros clubhouse, they're banging that kind of music. It turns me on a bit. I'm not going to lie to y'all. It turns me on a bit. I did a little digging. And I got something that may be a little bit more impressive than the fact that Notorious Thug was banging in the locker room behind Hunter Brown. Boy, that could have gone south. Banging in the locker room behind Hunter Brown.
Pause.
The music, and Notorious Thug is the name of the song, y'all. As I said, the Astros won 7 in a row, 10 of 13. They've last 6 ball games when they did their most damage, played their best baseball. They scored 44 runs, boys. They've been lights out. I took a little closer look at Yordan Alvarez and his production in the last 6 games. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, Ron, I believe the first 2 games of the Chicago series, he missed those 2 games with the personal days.
Yep.
Whatever was going on. So I took the one Chicago White Sox game that he played, which the Astros won. He did have 3 hits in that game and 2 RBIs. He swung it well.
He had a home run in his first pitch.
Yep. 2 RBIs, 3 hits. The Astros scored 5 runs. He was responsible for 2 of them. This is where it gets interesting, though. Baltimore series, the Astros were lights out, scored 27 runs. Yordan Alvarez in 3 ball games had 1 hit and 2 RBIs. The Colorado Rockies, 2 games, Stros scored 12 runs. Yordan Alvarez had 2 hits and no RBIs. Yordan Alvarez has had 4 RBIs over the last 6 ball games, and the Astros have scored 44 runs. I highlight that not to pour shade on Yordan Alvarez in any way, shape, or form. I say that to say the others are producing in a major way, because don't forget, the Astros don't have Kyle Tucker, and those numbers over the last 6 games for Yordan Alvarez have been pedestrian. I don't know where you're at as a fan, but for me, to think that this team can score 44 runs with a pedestrian Yordan Alvarez and no Kyle Tucker gets me really good and turned on for the future of Yordan getting right, getting that OPS back up around 1,000, and Tucker getting back healthy and getting in this lineup and producing in a major way. Ron, that to me is another very, very convincing layer to why I think the Astros run over the last 13 games is just something that's going to last a while.
Yeah, because it's like there's clearly more left to do for the Astros, more left on the table for the Astros to improve themselves. It's like in a basketball game. All right, somebody's down by 20 and they find a way to get all the way back, and then it's like, damn, they've used everything they had to get all the way back, and then they lose the lead again, and
right.
they go down. In this case, the Astros haven't used everything they can do all of their best to get to this point. As you said, they've got injuries. They've had some of their top players injured and not really producing at the level that you kind of expect them to do. And it's like there's a lot more on the table for the Astros. There's a lot more that they can put forth in coming back, and it's not like they've just wasted all of their bullets just to get to 4.5 back and 500.
Yeah, think about that, Ron. They ultimately the Astros have made up some significant ground, cutting the lead that the Mariners had in over a half, and they were down 10 games in the division. It's 4.5 right now, and they did it. And they didn't empty the tank doing it, right? I mean,
close, yeah.
And even more. Look, I mean, you cut loose of Abreu, and John Singleton appears to be the guy. No, it's not how it's going to work. Dubon is going to be the guy. Tucker's hurt, and the guys that have filled in right field have been absolutely tremendous. So the thought of I like your analogy there of they have not emptied the tank in any way, shape, or form to get back to a respectable spot in the division, a good bit of games, 16 games before the All-Star break, and the big piece there is Yordan Alvarez. Ron, I know you've talked a little bit about Yordan Alvarez, and just the season he's had thus far has just not been what we expected it to be, or what anybody expected it to be, simply because he's in a league of about 5 players when it comes to hitters in this league, and he just hasn't. He just hasn't produced at that level yet. But we all believe that it's just a matter of time, and it's coming. So this thing could take a whole nother, scoring 44 runs in the last 6 games, this thing could take a whole nother step in the right direction when Yordan Alvarez gets hot and Tucker gets back.
He hasn't been bad. I'm not going to say that at all. But he's been a pretty good player this year. When we expect him, at least I do, expect him to be a great player, and that's just kind of where he is set. When you compare him to the other great players in the league, which I think he should be compared to, the Shohei Ohtanis, if Ronald Acuna Jr. was playing him, if he wasn't injured, the Soto, the Judge, I think he should be in their camp. If you go put their numbers side by side, and this year, there's not an explanation of Yordan's been injured. No, he hasn't. He's played all but 3 games this year for the Astros. His numbers aren't anywhere near where those guys' numbers are, and it should be, right? And honest to God, in many categories, he has not passed Kyle Tucker in, and Kyle Tucker hadn't played all month. He's played 17 more games than Kyle Tucker, so that's it. He's just not on the level that we would expect him to be on.
Well, you mentioned guys, the big hitters in the league. Juan Soto, obviously, 2 of them up in New York. Aaron Judge, What the shortstop with the Orioles is lights out. I don't know that he's in that category, but he's been lights out this year. I mean, you got a handful of guys that Jordan is just in that he's that caliber player of top 5 in the league in terms of swinging the bat, and he just hasn't been that damn good this year. And I firmly believe that at some point in time, his overall numbers on the season may not be there, but he's going to get hot, and he's going to put up some monster numbers. And when that happens, if these other guys that are swinging it well and these young pitchers are still pitching well and they can somewhat get healthy from a starting rotation perspective, look out, man. The Astros have been good of late. They can be significantly better if that's the case. Hey, guys, y'all might want to buckle up on this one. Have y'all seen this Kyle Filipowski?
Is this the situation with the Mormon girlfriend?
Yes. Have you seen this, Tyler?
I am unaware of what you are speaking on.
I don't know a whole lot about it. I saw it making the rounds.
Well, it's wild. So Kyle Filipowski, I believe he was a center. Was he a center or
it's a forward,
forward? Yeah,
from Duke. Yeah.
Okay, from Duke, and he's the one everybody remembers. Had the ankle injury, fell out on the floor, and then tripped. I think it was a North Carolina player. I think it's who it was. And it was a lot of stink was made about it. I remember that play.
His big thing was the court storming, and he got
that's
shut
right,
down
too.
on the ground.
Yes, that
against
too.
Wake Forest.
So this is wild, man. He got drafted number 32 overall. Right now, he's 20 years old. He got drafted number 32 overall by the Utah Jazz.
Perfect team.
The second pick in the second round?
Second round, yeah.
And look, there was some when all this first started, a video of him leaving the green room after not getting drafted on night 1 in the first round with his girlfriend, I think kind of made some rounds, right? But this story is nuts, man. So apparently, when Kyle was 14 years old, this chick, right? Her name's Caitlin Hutchinson. This chick, who is 7 years older than Kyle is, she was his babysitter, right? She was, and some of this is coming out in the wash. Her parents and Kyle Filipowski's parents were really, really, really good friends, right? Some people are saying that that they're cousins or something. They're not. They're trying to make this thing more rough to discuss than it already is. But they were just really close friends. So he's 14 years old. She's the babysitter somehow, right? They end up dating. She's 24 years old at the University of Alabama, and she comes back and goes to prom with Kyle Filipowski. They date, and she starts, and I don't know exactly when this started, but she starts grooming this dude to be a Mormon.
No, he wasn't a Mormon before.
He apparently he was not a Mormon before. She starts grooming him and separating him from his family, right? Keep in mind, she's 6 years older than Buddy. And 6 or 7 years older than Buddy.
I heard they started dating when he was rather young.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be legal if the dates don't line up, right? So apparently she started grooming this dude to be a Mormon, right? And split him from his family ultimately. He just wrote off, apparently just wrote off his folks, wrote off his brother, wrote off his sister, and they're together. And then he ends up getting drafted by Utah, which obviously there is a huge Mormon presence in Utah. So everybody's thinking that's a hell of a deal.
Big spot.
So the brother, Ron, this is all coming out as we speak, like over the last 24 hours. The mother and the brother are spilling all the tea on social media, talking about going to these like giving all the details of all this, right? They're straightening people out, like, no, she's not family, it's not cousin, but our parents just grew up real tight together. She's older. She drove a wedge between him and the family, and he disowned us and wrote us all off, kind of deal. And I mean, it's wild, man. It's wild at this point that they're going. The mother and one of the brothers is telling all, like I said, spilling all the tea on social media, and the another one of the brothers is validating it all. He's going. Hey, I don't know if y'all read all this, but Becky, that really is Kyle's mom, and Daniel, that really is Kyle's brother, and what they're saying is true.
It's the truth.
Just letting y'all know it's true. This is the real deal. Could you imagine, man?
And so so he's just got no real communication with the family.
Apparently has no communication with the family, and they blame it all on her and say that she's drove the wedge and she's been the reason that there's no connection, and she's the reason that he's now Mormon and doesn't communicate with the family.
Yeah. They sound like this show I watch on TLC, Tyler, called Welcome to Platteville.
I don't think I'm old enough to start watching that yet.
No, you are. You are. What
do y'all do with your free time?
TLC, it's a hey, Tyler, it is drama-filled, baby. Reality TV, baby.
Okay.
Oh, it is drama-filled, baby.
I've just never really been that much into reality television, man.
Oh, my God, dude. It's very similar to that. They're a kind of religious family that's very, very tight, and they believe that their oldest son, his wife, has taken him from them, and they don't get to see him. This is
Ron. That
very
may
similar
be,
to it.
All joking aside, Ron, that may be the worst scenario a man or woman could be in, is have a significant other that is driving the wedge and pulling them from the family. Boy, that would be a tough. Woo.
Yeah.
Especially if you really loved him and that heart was on the line, and boy, next thing you know, this is what's going on. That would be rough. But I mean, let's can we put the spiritual aspect of this aside? And just, I mean, could you imagine being 18 years old going to prom and you show up with a 24, 25-year-old? She's pretty good looking, too, by the way.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I mean, could you imagine? I mean, I'd peacock all over that sunbuck.
You got to be.
Is that the sound? Does the peacock make that sound? Is that it?
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Too pretty.
I imagine people thinking to themselves, they're like, "Damn, man.
Damn, he's finna go home." Like everybody else is like, "Should I try? Should I touch something? Should I touch something?"
They said that's what happens when you're the star of the basketball team and you're going to Duke.
Good gosh. He's bringing a senior at Alabama.
At Alabama, yeah.
A senior from Bama. A looker.
She didn't want any. She wanted any of the basketball players at Alabama.
Hey, she must seen Buddy. She must two things. She must seen Buddy in the shower when she's babysitting, and then she must have known from jump he was gonna be a big money guy. He was gonna make some bread.
She fell completely in love.
Man.
Wow. Yeah. Hopefully.
Oh, Kyle, man, get right with your family, man.
Please,
get right with your family. I know it's powerful. I know it's got you in a spot, but get back with your family, man.
Yeah, do that thing. Yeah, man, do that. All right. Well, he's in Utah, so it should be. It shouldn't.
She's
I bet it grows more. I bet it grows more. All right, coming up, we talk a lot about the young players like Tank Dell and obviously C.J. Stroud, but there's some guys on the other side of the ball too that should be talked about as well. We'll do that coming up next.
Don't look now, but the Astros are climbing back into the mix.
Whether it's
800-881-4242. 800-881-4242. The Big Orange Wagon. All Astros, all the time.
They haven't developed first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tannehill in the pocket, and he's sacked. Will Anderson Jr. back at the 45-yard line. The Terminator gets it done. Tannehill to throw, more pressure on the way, and Will Anderson gets him again. Back-to-back sacks.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. As you hear that there, Mark Vandermeer, Clint, I think we're going to hear a lot of that coming up next year. But I throw
Let's
this.
get it on, baby.
Thanks, Mark. I throw this out to you and the people because I am curious where people's thoughts are on this, because I think there's some real potential in this defense, especially from young players, and there are some all over the place, right? But I think there are 3 young players that, at least for me, really jump out, and to me, I'm like, ooh, these guys got a chance to take big steps. These guys got a chance to take big jumps. It's year 2 in this defense, and I think we're starting to see that D'Amico and Matt Burke kind of want to use these guys in a certain way and get a feel for what these guys can do and what they're capable of. And now they know the defense even more. And I think there's a chance we could see some major jumps. And the 3 guys to me that I look at, you just heard that, Will Anderson Jr., Christian Harris, who really came on in the second half of the season, the playoff game. Hell, I've heard guys talk about him potentially being all-pro. I heard Indy Kalu, when he filled in on In the Loop, say that one day, that he felt like he's got a chance to be an all-pro, not just a Pro Bowler. And then Derek Stingley Jr., who was the player of the month late in the season and just had a great end of the season once he got back from injury. But I throw it to you and the folks out there. If I were to say to you, all right, you got these 3 guys to choose from. These 3 guys to choose from that you think will take the biggest leap. One at every level of the defense. Will Anderson on the line, Christian Harris in the linebacking core, and then obviously in the secondary, Derek Stingley Jr. Who would you say, Clint? You can text in 713-572-4610 or on YouTube and Twitch. Who would you say is the guy that you think we'll be talking about the most, saying, oh, that guy took a major jump?
I think it's Derek Stingley Jr. I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of the hype that he's received over the last 2 years, when
you're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
That guy right there, when he was on the field, I think a lot of it was forced because he was a number 3 overall pick, because he is obviously a very, very good corner. Until the shadow game, where he shadowed Amari Cooper and shut him down
in the playoffs. Yeah.
In the playoffs, after late in the season, Amari Cooper shredded the Texans. The adjustment was to go with Derek Stingley Jr. Like, I think that's real. Like, that was a moment where you're like, wow, right? I mean, before that, you're just, I don't know that there was like wow moments where you're like, this dude has got a real chance to be Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber player. That happened, it changed the game. With that said, he's had 20 starts in a 2-year career. He's had 6 interceptions, right? A couple of those interceptions have been wow moments, sure.
One against Denver, that jumps out.
Yeah, but the big picture, I just think 1 week we could potentially get a full season out of the guy. And if we do, the numbers, I think, just by how good he is and how sticky he is in coverage, I think the numbers are going to be eye-popping. And I think the ceiling for Derek Stingley is all-pro. I think this guy could make the jump from being a good corner, being a guy that's got a lot of talent that everybody thinks is trending in the right direction, to wow. He's one of the best in the league.
Do you
Flat
believe
out
that's
one
the
of the best.
ceiling for all three of them? All pro?
Well, yeah. I think there's. I mean, I don't think I would put a ceiling on them below All Pro. Christian Harris. I don't know. That's a big step for Christian Harris, maybe, because I think for a linebacker to be All Pro, you have to play behind a really, really good front. I think there are some guys obviously that have played and been All Pro and been Pro Bowl that didn't have a stud defensive line in front of them, but they're few and far between. Like, most of those dudes have an elite foursome in front of them, and their job is made significantly easier. I don't know that Christian Harris is there. I think because now we're getting to the conversation of, like, okay, do the stars align for them schematically and personnel-wise? I don't know if that's all in line for Christian Harris to have as big a year as Derek Stingley, I think, could potentially have. And I'll be honest with you with Will Anderson. I think Will Anderson still got a long way to go to be an elite pass rusher in this league. He's an every down defensive end that plays the run and the pass and can play a huge number of snaps when need be. Who obviously is a five-star leader kind of deal, but I don't know that his pass rushing ability is going to put him in the 14, 15, 16 range to put him in the same category of what I think. I think Derek Stingley just has to stay healthy. I think Derek Stingley stays healthy, he's going to make enough plays to be a Pro Bowler and make a huge jump in kind of the reputation or the outlook of his season.
Yeah, for me, I think you put it up. You said something there. I think a lot of this, Clint, can be looked at upon stats, numbers. Some of that will be a jump. Like, if Derek Stingley has 5-6 interceptions, if he matches what he has through 20 games, which is possible, like that will get him. Hell, that might get him to the Pro Bowl alone. But that will make the thought of, wow, he really took off. And I do think Will Anderson plays a number position, which is sacks, Clint. And if he rolls in here and jumps from 7 to 12 sacks, like, that's going to be a big jump. And I think that's going to be a big jump a lot of people are talking about. And like you said, we know he's going to be physical and play the run as well as he did last year. But the other part for me and why I go Will Anderson is I am with you. I don't think that Will Anderson, at least from what he's shown us right now, Clint, has the, man, I'm about to just, like Von Miller in his prime, just come around the corner and contort my body around tackles so they can't, with my bend, they can't get me, or just the speed that other guys just come around the corner, or the complete power and everything, power and speed combination like a J.J. Watt coming off the edge. But I think, Clint, he's going to be able to take advantage of a lot of right tackles and getting a lot of one-on-one coverage, because Danielle Hunter out there on the other side of him, Danico Autry potentially coming from the inside that people may feel like they need to help. I think he's going to see a lot more single coverage than a player of his ilk is used to seeing. And I think that will help. And, Clint, something that I think we complained about, and I think we'll talk about, they didn't move him around a lot last year like we were hoping they would. He pretty much primarily just stayed over the right tackle. I wonder if that is the kind of the next step with D'Amico and how he uses Will Anderson. Does he move him around more to create matchups that could be advantageous for him? So I think Will has a good chance to be well into the double-digit sacks, which I think could really, really be a recipe for him taking a jump.
That's an interesting point, Ron. I think it's obviously a segment for later, but the thought of, because I was bullish, and I still am, by the way, on the best way to use him is in a Clowney manner, and I think there were some knocks on Clowney. Obviously, I'm not talking about the taking plays off and not being disciplined and all that kind of stuff. But when Clowney was at his best, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that Will Anderson isn't fairly similar. Both of them, neither one of them had ridiculous bend and this toolbox of pass rushing moves. Now, Will may go out there and develop his where I don't know that Clowney ever did. But my point is boy, you take a high motor guy that is more physical than most guys. That is a cerebral player in terms of being where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there, plays with great instincts, and all of a sudden you now, instead of him just having his hand in the dirt and rushing against a tackle that may be as good of an athlete and can get help, but with a running back or a tight end, you now have the ability to move him inside and take advantage of centers and guards. And I'm not talking about moving him inside with his hand in the dirt like I'm talking about moving like Clowney played. Like, that is an added dynamic to Will Anderson that could absolutely change the game, Ron.
Yeah, Clowney, Michael Parsons, the way he moves up and down the line of scrimmage against guards and centers. Yeah, we didn't see a ton of that a lot. Probably a lot of stuff. Him and Danielle Hunter on the same side together. We could see a lot of things to create more openings for Will Anderson. All right, Christian Harris, to me, I know we didn't get a lot on there. There's another, I think there's probably another dimension of how they're going to use him too that could be different too. Do we see him in a different way? Because what we saw in game plan against Lamar Jackson, he was a big part of it and really showed a lot of what he could do. All right, coming up, Clint, there's a clear number one reason why this team, the Houston Astros, have the resurgence here they've had in this month. We'll discuss that because I think it is a fair question and a conversation to see if they can actually maintain that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, did you know that the time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is also known as the 100 deadliest days of summer? The risk of car accidents and fatalities increased dramatically, especially among young drivers.
loyalty, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's at AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep strolling right through. Hey, is he on the court? Does he just keep calling when they're at practice and stuff? Does he just call LeBron Dad, or does he call him LeBron? Or does he call him Bron?
That's a good question.
Like to try to really kind of.
I think you got to call him MFer.
Yeah, because you call him Dad, right? Like that. Like he's got to be one of the teammates, man. He's got to be like, yeah, man. All right, Bron. Hey, Bron.
What do you think the other guys call him? Because that's going to be whatever's easiest. What do you think the other what the rest of the
Bron?
Really?
Bron or LBJ?
No, hell no. I'm talking about when they're on the floor. They're going up and down. No, I don't think they do.
What do you think they call him?
I think there's a nickname. I think there's some kind of nickname.
Bron, 2-3. Everybody saw it, but Bron.
I don't know. I just don't think it is. I think that's what you and I would call him if we were playing at the athletic club downtown.
You think he has a more secretive nickname than LeBron or than Bron? Bron.
Yeah,
Bron.
Yeah.
Bron. That's what it sounds like.
No, I do. I think there's something else there. I do, and that's going to be very easy. That's going to be very easy for him. Bron wouldn't be bad either, but I think it's
like if you're LeBron, would you let him?
Well, hell yeah.
Or no, man, don't call me by my name. It's Dad, Pops, whatever.
Oh, that'd be terrible. That'd be awful. Now this guy's now you're wandering off into like
father.
Like but you're wandering off into like you're letting your mind go to a place where it could be really bad for Bronny, by the way, is I'm talking
about.
But
I mean, it's just those little things you got to think of. Hey, Dad, like, oh boy, yeah.
I'd call him if it was going to be anything of that sort. I'd call him Pop.
Pop. I think
Pop. What the hell you thinking? I'm wide open out here, man. You're over in a double team. What the hell are you doing?
I think Pop can fly. I think Pop can fly. I don't know about if I'm him. You can't call me. If I'm him, you can't call me Bron. Now that damn it. Now that
don't even sound right.
Like you can't call you can't call me. There's got to be some sort of father, dad, pops, something. And old head ain't gonna work either. Please don't be disrespectful to me. Maybe call him old man. Hey, old man. Some people do that. My old man. Old man. Old man. Old Grays. All right, Clint, I think we can look at a lot of different things with the Astros and this, especially in this stretch they're in where they've won 7 in a row and they've won 10 of 12 as they head to New York to play the Mets. But, Clint, to me, it's really clear the biggest thing that has happened in this resurgence and why this team has gotten to this space, it is clearly the starting pitching. Since June 1st, Hunter Brown, Clint, has an ERA of 1.16, and he's got 4 wins. Ronel Blanco, who I think you said it earlier, he's 8-2. He's been this team's best pitcher throughout the year. Since June 1st, he's got an ERA 2.10, and he's got 3 wins in that time frame. Framber Valdez, the one that kind of frustrates us, and now he's got the dreads back. Since June 1st, has 3 wins and a 2.73 ERA. Spencer Arrighetti, the one that you probably say maybe the weak link of the group thus far. In 6 of his last 7 starts, Clint, he's allowed 3 runs or less. The one was when he was called into action because it was a late game scratch for Justin Verlander, which led to him being on the IL with the neck. He gave up 7 runs in that game. But the rest of them, in 6 of his last 7 starts, he's 3 runs or less, Clint. And that kind of shows you why they've been so hot and why they've had such a big comeback in June. My thought is, Clint, how sustainable you think this is? How real and how long do you think that the Astros, is this something you think the Astros can depend on? Maybe not to this level, right? Like, an ERA at 1.16 for a month. I mean, that's amazing. But how confident are you that they can kind of keep this up, pitching well like this up with this group?
Well, I'm confident that it's not going to – the wheels aren't going to come off. I don't expect all 3 of these guys to stay as hot as they've been right now. That's like asking this team to swing the bats as well as they did against Baltimore, against anybody the rest of the season. I think that's unreasonable. But the fact that and the fact that they're 3 of our 4 healthy pitchers right now really scares me. But the thought that again that 2 of these 3 guys are gonna fall apart and not be who they are right now come late season, I'm very confident that's not going to happen. To sit here and say, boy, I think all 3 of these young guys are just going to continue to get better and be lights out and be dominant down the stretch, and I think that's a bit much. But I think it's safe to say that I would bet that 2 of the 3 would. I'm not, and I don't know who those 2-3. I'm just saying the odds of somebody getting injured, the odds of somebody getting touched up a bit, the odds of somebody like Spencer Arrighetti running out of steam, having not pitched as much once he gets deeper in the season. Something's going to come up here. These guys aren't going to just continue to stay in a rotation in the same spot and continue to dominate, I wouldn't think, as a whole. But I would bet you that 2 of the 3 would to some degree.
That's the thing. What you said there late, that's the one, right? Tyler, how many of these guys have not thrown a lot of innings in Major League Baseball in a season that's going to just probably plow through what they have? You said Spencer Arrighetti, Clint. That's obvious. Ronel Blanco has not thrown like a full season's worth of starter innings. Right? Hell, they told him he only had 7 starts prior to the season. He's going to, I would say, potentially blow through. Now, maybe Clint and Tyler, Hunter Brown learn from last year, because that clearly is something that seemed to hit him. In the second half, it seemed like he slowed down. Now, Framber, you feel like obviously this is a guy who has led the American League in innings, and he is generally almost amongst the league leaders in innings. He should be fine. He should be – that part shouldn't be an issue. But I don't know Hunter Brown. I don't know if he's thrown 150 innings before. But that's the key, Clint, right there. With Hunter Brown, but especially Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti, what does this look like in August? When it starts to get like, how do they still have the same steam? Do they hit a wall like we see before? To me, that's the only question, because right now it feels like these guys all have the stuff and the confidence level right now to be able to attack hitters and pitch to where, they give you quality start-worthy games. That's the only thing to me is with those guys who have not gotten up into 150, 160 innings, how their arm reacts to that. That to me is the only thing that makes me wonder if this is something that can be sustainable.
Yeah, Spencer's the one that worries me. Like I think to your point right now, just speaking directly to it, I think Hunter Brown's ready. Like Hunter talked about running out of gas last year, but it was more about over time allowing his mechanics to slip a bit, and then that ended up causing him to throw some at the end of the day some very hittable pitches, and it ended up hurting him. Hopefully him knowing that and understanding that, he's going to be able to correct it. But I think Hunter Brown, from a does he have enough gas in the tank standpoint, I think he's fine. And the thing about Ronel Blanco, although he hasn't done it, Ron, like he's got one of those effortless deliveries, kind of like Framber, where he doesn't look like he's straining much at all to do what he does. And in the 6th and 7th inning, he's just as good as he's been in terms of stuff. He's just as good then as he was in the 1st and 2nd. So I think, although Ronel Blanco hadn't done it, I think the effortless action is going to allow him to do it. I think Hunter's ready. Spencer's the one that's got a You said it the other day. He's got a real Lance McCullers vibe to how he comes off the mound.
Yeah.
There's a lot of torque. There's a lot of whip.
And he just never has been here.
Yeah, and he's never done it.
You said
right.
Hunter Brown, at least maybe he could pull some experience from last year, and now his body and his arm can kind of get used to it. There is no use to it for Spencer Getty. Like he'll be running into something he's not done before.
I agree. Spencer's the one that
I want to see Blanco. I hear you on that. I do want to see. I want to see him. Anybody who sweats as hard as he does, I do want to see how his arm bounces back when we get to August.
Did you see the bill of his hat last time he pitched?
I thought he was going to get knocked again.
I mean, it was
don't grab it, man.
The bill of his hat was shining. It was so wet. I've never sweat like that. I never sweated in a helmet like that.
He sweats like he can create Vaseline.
Like he can literally sweat Vaseline.
Like he can cake it up enough to create that.
It's illegal, Ron. It's not rosin or sweat.
That's why I said don't touch your hat. Oh yeah. He's.
I mean, it was dripping off of the bill of his hat in an inning. It's not like. That's weird, man. It's not. It's not like he was out there for 2 hours straight.
How many jerseys did he say? Did he say he goes to?
I didn't hear that. When he said
I think he said he goes to two, like at least 2 jerseys to start.
That was his excuse why he had that gob of goo in his glove, huh?
He said he sweats like hell. He needs to go through a couple of hats. Yeah, he needs to go through about 2 or 3 hats too. Just go ahead and throw them bad boys in the trash, man. And you don't get to have a lucky hat. Could you imagine if he just had one hat he wore? How bad that thing would stink. Like we wore in Little League, if he just had one
hat. It would stink, huh?
Yeah, the sweat marks coming down the side of it. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire as the Astros, they get some news that I believe Clint will be excited for. We'll also get you ready for this huge series. And one of what is becoming one of the real developing stories in the NFL has added more to it. We'll discuss all of that coming up next at 5 o'clock fire.
All right, when I'm out and about, I always get asked about them cold Coors Light. A lot of times I get asked about low T center, and I also get asked about advanced hair. People are always asking me, what is this advanced hair really about? Well, allow me to.
Buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts, in-store only. We'll install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty. And the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T-Mill, and Moneybags, a.k.a. Moneybags. How we do last night, man? I heard you make a little cash?
It's my first red number in a while. I lost $7.
Damn.
I'll take it.
That's a good night on the books, Buck.
Oh,
$7. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a fair night. A good night is you win a little bit, right? That's a fair night.
A good night is you don't lose too much, Ron.
That it? Okay. All right.
Well, especially when you're coming off 2 nights of, several $100s. $7 I can manage.
$7 you can live with, huh?
Yeah.
What you got on the dock tonight? What you got today?
Ooh, I went heavy.
Oh, hell.
Heavy on them Stros.
You get heavy when you lose some money. I feel like you got excited when you lost $7. You're
double up catch up, baby.
Now I get to get after it.
Oh, yeah.
Double up catch up, man.
The blood flow is there.
Okay. All right. Well, blood flow, what do you got? What do you got going?
I put a max wager on Jordan's over bases. I'm on the Astros -1. I am on Renel Blanco over 5.5 Ks. And I am on Yainer Diaz to hit a home run.
Oh, wow. There's my Yainer bomb, man.
Really?
You want to jump on, bro?
What's the odds on that one?
Let me look.
Yeah, he's not putting a ton out there on that one. The Blanco strikeouts, that feels low. But the Mets, they have been hot lately. And I'm not saying they're going to, push a bunch of runs across, but I wonder how many swing and misses he's going to get. Over 5 strikeouts. Interesting. Not bad. Go ahead and get your money, man. I'm hoping for you.
Thanks, man. I'd love to get back in the green. I have a feeling I will.
What's the odds on the D? Did you tell him already?
No, I'm looking.
Oh, God.
Yainer's in a real hit for average mode right now.
He's been going the other way and not just saying it. Maybe he gets inspired of being in New York. Clint just says F it.
Plus 400.
Wow.
Woza. Would you? Ooh.
That's a big number.
Yeah, it is.
Got the balls to do it?
Giggity.
Well, I mean, I got an hour to figure it out.
Got an hour. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Just stew on it, bro.
Yeah, just stew on it, and then see. Whenever you wait, boy, sometimes we'll see how that works for you. All right. One, the bet might not get placed. 2, that bad boy might shoot up on you. Damn, them strikeouts you didn't get with Hunter. Boy, that's a tough one. All right. Before we get to this matchup tonight, some news, some injury front news for. In addition, news for the Astros. This coming from Joe Espada as he was in New York. He said Clint Tucker took 35 swings in the cage, and they looked, quote, clean and more fluid. He also ran on the treadmill again. All right.
Progress, baby.
Progress, yes. And it does not say, right, am I getting it? It does not say off the tee. Right, it just says swings in the cage.
In the cage, not off
the tee. And then ran on the treadmill, so he still hasn't run, I'm guessing, on the field, which they said they were hoping he would do at some point this week. But, as you said, progress.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's progress, and there's really, if there's any pain whatsoever in whatever he's doing inside and he's striding to hit, whether he's running on the treadmill, if there's any pain whatsoever, there's no – like, why rush onto the field, right? I mean, if it hurts on the treadmill, it's damn sure going to hurt when it's all your body weight on the turf and you're turning dirt, so to speak, in terms of running instead of just letting a belt run up underneath your shoes. It's a different force, different pounding, and ultimately, if the treadmill and the cage is hurting at all. There's no reason to rush Tucker back out there. I still think if he gets back in those 10 days, which I guess is, 7 or 8 from now, we'd be in a really, really good spot.
Hopefully we get on this field in New York. Hopefully we get to start running on the field in New York.
Right.
But it is good to see that he's actually taking – because I would consider that baseball activity, taking swings in the cage for real. So we'll see that. Well, I'm telling you how long this has been. I think if this was in the playoffs, I think he'd miss it. How long this has been, I don't like, sometimes there are injuries where you would say, like, all right, if this was the postseason, I would give it a shot. Hell, man, I don't know if he would be able to do it.
Well, I just don't believe that X-ray was negative.
You're gonna go to your grave with that one.
Well, absolutely. I just ain't never seen it. I've seen some gnarly stuff in terms of guys getting hit, baseball, football, like all of it. I've never seen a guy sit a month for a ball going off his shin, ever.
Yeah. Or as you said earlier, a helmet.
Anything. Unless it came back and said there's a hairline fracture or there's a break or there's a spiral fracture or whatever. There's
a bone bruise, you're not seeing that.
No, I ain't buying that.
Verlander. Verlander, an update on Verlander from Captain Joe Espada said he is feeling a lot better and close to perhaps playing catch. Right.
All right.
Close to perhaps playing catch.
I can play catch.
Feeling a lot better.
This one scares me. This is the one that scares me.
How long has it been, Tyler? When was that? He is not. We're got to be. This is more than 5 days, hasn't it been?
Oh hell yeah! It's 2 starts.
Is it 2 starts? Yep. I guess Jake Bloss, and then Sunday or they probably moved some stuff around to avoid his spot. But it will be 2 starts coming up on Sunday, and he has not played catch yet.
You think about how
he's not throwing.
Bingo. Like, this isn't just he's missed 2 starts. This is, my man's not even playing catch. Like, how bad does your neck have to be to not play catch? That same thing with Tucker's leg. How bad does Tucker's leg need to be to not swing in the cage or jog on the field? It's that Verlander thing scares the hell out of me.
It has been 9 days since Justin Verlander was placed on the IL.
9 days. So 9 days. So he'll be eligible to come off in 6. 9 days, and he has not thrown the ball yet. That's but to ease your thoughts, Clint, he is feeling better.
Yeah.
So there you have that. He is feeling better. Some good news from that, Clint and Tyler. Blair Henley, he cleared waivers, and he is back at AAA Sugarland. He was DFA'd earlier this month on the 21st, and now he is back in the rotation in Sugarland. Guess no other teams wanted to scoop him up, so he's going to come back here. Good for you, Blair.
Grandma Henley, man, she can breathe a sigh of relief, man. She is her baby's back in the league.
But he been just somewhere chilling.
Yeah, they need something good to happen.
I bet he's happy. He's about to get to come right back here to basically Houston and don't have to move stuff around. Got his spot. There you go. Good for you, Blair Henley. We'll see if he gets another shot. But that's the latest. Tucker took 35 swings in a cage, ran on the treadmill, looks more fluid. But Verlander is feeling better, just hasn't played catch yet. And perhaps he's getting close to doing so. So that is the latest there. News and notes with the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, looking at the game tonight, Clint. They are playing the other hot team in the league, 15-6. The Mets are thus far in the month of June, and they've been hot as well. And we'll see what the Astros are going to be able to do. They're winners of 7 in a row. The Astros are, and they're going to take this thing to New York to try to win another series here. It'd be nice, as I said earlier, Clint. It'd be nice if they can keep this thing and roll this and just keep winning, have a long streak. But really. They're getting close. They've really cut this lead down. Now to just build on that, getting into the All-Star break. To me, it's all about, Clint, making that series as important as it possibly can be against the Mariners when the All-Star break ends. They play 3 in Seattle. And just if you keep winning series, Clint, I just don't see any way how that's not, some sort of 1, 2, 3 game deficit. and you play the Mariners. So that, to me, is what it's about. Keep winning series. They can win game one. That obviously goes a long way for them to do that.
Yeah, look, Ron, the truth of the matter is I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but the Mets are catching the Astros with their best pitcher this year on the bump out of the gate. They're catching the Astros with the lineup that's hotter than a firecracker. And while I outlined that Yordan Alvarez over the last 6 games he's been pedestrian over the last 6 games. In the entire month of June, from an OPS perspective, he's a top 5 hitter in the league. And so it's what they were able to do over the last 6 games without a lot of Yordan assistance was to me was very telling. But the reality of it is Yordan's bat's hot. The reality of it is Yordan is going to produce. And so, I mean, with the exception of having your full rotation, obviously, and the exception of Kyle Tucker being in there, the Mets are catching an Astros team that is awfully confident right now.
No, they are, and the Mets appear to be awfully confident too. But that's why this should be fun. By the way, the lineup, Clint, and I'm sure you will love it with what you're hoping to see every week every game out from the Astros. Altuve leads it off with Bregman at third base, batting second. Alvarez at the DH spot in the 3-hole with Yainer Diaz catching tonight, batting fourth. Jake Myers in center field. Jeremy Pena at short. Dubon is at first base. Chas McCormick is in right field. And then your guy, Joey Loperfido is in left field tonight. So, I think this is one of the better lineups that they can put out right now, especially when you have Dubon in the lineup. And the way Chaz has been swinging the bat, you have him in the lineup. That's the one I'm looking at, Clint. I understand Yordan and everything, and we can hit on him a little bit more as well. But I want to see Chaz get going, Clint, because we saw Chaz, and not just because Chaz has a fun nickname on the show, but we saw what Chaz brought to this team last year. And Chaz was a big hero for this team last year, and he was up at the top for most of the year when you talk about OPS and major offensive categories. He is one of that outfield group, Clint, of Jake, of Joey, of Cabbage. He's the one that we know over the course of a major league season can put up big power numbers, can drive in runs, can do what he could do. He's a guy that stole 20 bases last year. I'm hoping that he can get going because we absolutely know he has shown us more than anybody out there that's available in the outfield, not named Kyle Tucker. He has shown us that he can play in this league and play at a high level.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. I mean, everybody, I'm a big fan of White Boy Chaz. I want to see him rocking and rolling, and I agree with your point wholeheartedly. He's done it for an entire season and was one of the best in the game in the center field spot last year, one of the top 3 or 4 OPS hitters in the game. And so, I agree. I think there's with what Joe Espada right now is tasked with as the manager, lineup day to day. To me, there's really only 2 things that would make me scratch my head, and that is if John Singleton plays more games at first base than Dubon, that would be a head scratcher for me. And then the other thing is if Joey Loperfido, even though you have White Boy Chaz, you have Dubon that could play outfield, you had Cabbage, but if Joey Loperfido at this point in time doesn't get the majority of the run in left field when Yordan Alvarez is in that DH role, that would make me scratch my head just simply because of his situation being yo-yoed up and down all year long. And since he's been up here, he has proven that he can be a clutch hitter and produce. So those 2 things right there really are the only 2 things with Abreu gone, with Maldonado gone, with who was the other one, Ron? There was one more out there.
Brantley?
No, there was one more we were talking about earlier. I can't remember exactly who it was. But anyway, with the guys in the line, I know it was Jake Myers. But Jake Myers obviously is a different guy this year in terms of what he's able to do at the plate. And so with Jake swinging it better, with no Maldonado, with no Abreu, there's just not much of an opportunity for Joe Espada to put a duck in his lineup. I mean, I personally have got confidence in any of these guys. So I'm right on with it. I'm good with it.
Yeah. So big one tonight. We'll see if Blanco can continue what he has done all season long, in particular the last month, as he has been one of the dominant pitchers. He is going to, I believe, be in the All-Star game coming up in Arlington a little bit later on. So big for him, and a big start for the Astros against this surging Mets team.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, this is one to keep following around the NFL. Brandon Ayuk, this situation with the 49ers, he was on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder. And he said he could play for the Steelers this season if he's not back with the 49ers or even in D.C. with his guy Jaden Daniels, who he played with at Arizona State. He talked about that on the Pivot podcast, and also we were able to hear what Ryan Clark reported, saying that he's felt disrespected by what has happened during the negotiation period. This Brandon Ayuk situation is going to be interesting because I keep saying to myself, Clint, he is going to be on the Niners this year. But damn, I mean, it keeps getting more and more and more and more happening to where it feels like maybe a move is going to have to be made between these two.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me because, I mean, you're talking about a guy that has been over 1,000 yards 2 straight years, 15 touchdowns in two seasons, 75 catches this year, 78 the year before. He's going into his 5th year. He's still under the 49ers still have the rights to Brandon Ayuk on a 5th year because I believe he was a first-round draft pick. So he's still got 1 year, so it would take trading him. So I don't know that Brandon Ayuk is the caliber player that can hand select his spot or his 2 spots and make that happen. But if Jaden Daniels in DC or
the Steelers,
Steelers or some kind of connection up there, if those guys do want him and they're willing to trade, I would imagine that Kyle Shanahan has had enough and would welcome him out the door. For me personally, I like Brandon Ayuk. I don't like Brandon Ayuk for $30+ million a year, whatever. You know, I don't like him that well, and it seems like he's shooting for it. He wants and expecting some of that top end money. I don't know that he's going to get that anywhere, much less with the 49ers.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, I think is this Kyle Tucker has spoken about his injury. We'll let you hear what he had to say. And tell me if I'm crazy about something. I've been thinking about this, and I've hinted towards it a little bit. But tell me if you think I'm crazy about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The showman.
Somehow, some way, the Astros have gotten up off the mat.
It can't be. Can it be? It might be. The dead has risen.
For the first time, I saw the Astros
conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Brian McTaggart caught up with Kyle Tucker, Clint, and this is from Kyle Tucker. I know this injury has befuddled you. They continue to run with just a bone bruise, no fracture, and I know it has befuddled you. This is Brian McTaggart. Kyle Tucker has been out since June 3rd with a shin contusion.
25 days, folks.
This is from Kyle Tucker. He said, I've got to get through it. I've essentially done everything I can to get back on the field, and I'm going to keep doing that until I'm able to get back on the field. All right, that's Kyle Tucker. Clint, he said he got to get through it. He's done it all.
Yeah, my next question would have been, Kyle, what did that X-ray show, bub?
What do you think it showed? Did you believe him?
No.
Like that's. I'm just saying, Kyle, do you believe?
I think there's a hairline in there.
Something.
You talking about Kyle? Kyle, do you believe that?
That's a follow-up. Man, did you believe him, Kyle?
Kyle, did you get a follow-up, man? I mean, is this really from the ball bouncing off your shin? There was negative. I mean, if so, are you that soft?
Do you remember that, Clint? I remember you were like encouraged that he may avoid the IL altogether.
Yeah, no, look, Ron. I mean, hell, I asked Tony Gwynn Jr. I mean, ain't nobody been around a game of baseball more than he has. I asked him, have you ever
since birth?
Since literally, I mean, have you ever seen anybody in your history or your dad's career, anytime, anybody foul a ball, take any ball, I don't care where it's at, any ball.
Hey, Tyler, you know when Tony comes in, when he comes in real low, like that's when he's really telling the truth. And he came in when you said that, Clint, he said, "No, I haven't."
No. Yeah, I mean, it just. I ain't never seen it in any sport. I mean, I ain't never heard of somebody taking a puck off the shin. I ain't never heard anybody taking a helmet off the shin. I've never. I mean, I'm shocked. I'd bet a good amount of money that report's wrong.
Yeah, so he's working at it. He's working to get back at it.
I mean, to not put weight. I mean, it reeks of a hairline for me. To not put weight on it, even in the cage.
You got nervous as soon as you saw him try to get in that handshake line, and then that was like, oh, he ain't back. He ain't gonna be back anytime soon.
That jog, nah,
because you can't shoot that up.
Nah, ain't no shooting that bone up.
Yeah, you can't shoot a bone up. Can't do that. Yeah.
Whew.
So, yeah, man. Patrick, our guy Patrick Creighton, listen to him every night. Area 45. He was on Within the Loop earlier today. Is he doing Area 45 tonight, Tyler? Are you?
We
sure?
have no Area 45 tonight. They are off.
Oh, they're off tonight. Shoot,
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
man.
Patrick did In the Loop, so they're taking Friday off.
Good for them. I tried to put you boys on. Tried to get you a double. Rest that voice, rest that throat there, Patrick and Sean tonight. But he gonna be mad. He is, I believe, at the top of the Jake Myers fan club. I just saw the starting lineup put out. And they got a photo of it. And I don't know if this is going up in the stadium, but they better change it real quick because they got Jake Nayers is in center field tonight.
I screwed it up.
Oh, the N-E-Y-E-R-S?
Yes.
Myers. Oh, Nyers.
Oh, Nyers. Everybody on all of the other players for the Mets and the Astros, names are all spelled correctly, except for old Nayers. I know they better go in there and fix that thing up right now. Oh, Jake Nayers. I'm telling you, Patrick Creighton's going to lose his mind out here. Yeah, I bet not.
Hey, cross chalk was classic. Talk about bring the energy immediately.
Yeah, I was ready to float. Yeah, I was ready to float. You can't tell me, Jake's a defensive.
Ron Hughley.
Anyway, all right. Hey, man, tell me if I'm crazy about this. I know Patrick thinks I'm crazy because I don't believe Jake Myers is a great defensive outfielder. But tell me if you think I'm crazy on this, because I'm riding around, and I was listening to in this rental car I got, Clint. They They got that Sirius XM, so I got I can go ahead and float around and listen to a whole bunch of stuff. Now, so I was listening to a little NFL talk, and this guy was like, "Man, I think people are really sleeping on the Tennessee Titans." And I'm telling you, I haven't full-fledged come out like this. I know the only thing I've said is I disagree with Sean Pendergast, who believes they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. I don't think that they're going to be a problem, so to speak, Clint, as if like they're gonna win something like meaningful, like they're gonna win the division or something like that. But I think they're going to be much improved, Clint. I think, like, to me, it would not shock me at all if they found themselves, in the 7 or 6 or 7 seed in the playoffs. I think they are going to be much better than I think people are giving them credit for. And I may be crazy on this. I'm sure you can text in if you want to, or those on YouTube and Twitch say, Ryan, you're crazy. They're going to suck ass. I thought Will Levis was going to be worse than he was, Clint. I thought he was going to be worse than he was last year, and I don't think he was really in the best offense and had the best group around him. I think he'll be in a better offense that I think is more quarterback friendly. I know you've talked about a lot. I think the Titans are going to be a much better football team than I think they're given credit for.
I don't know about much better, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard a lot of the conversations about how bad they're going to be. When you give Will Levis some weapons,
which he has,
which he does have. You got Jeffrey Simmons in the middle of that defense. Start there,
and he was hurt a lot last year.
Yeah, I mean, I just, and I don't know a whole hell of a lot about the Titans, but I'm with you. I think they're a team that could derail a season for somebody. I could see them, getting significantly better as the season goes along, and Will Levis being a problem late. Again, I don't think he's going to play well enough to win anything in the playoffs and make runs in the playoffs and beat a bunch of good football teams. But I do think he can put a game together. I do think he can put a monster game together. I do think
Clint,
if you make it a one-drive game, he can make a throw.
Yeah, I thought it was better. I thought he's going to fight it. I thought he was going to struggle like hell. And I had no belief in it. But he looked more fluid in games, and not just the games against the Texans. Some other games, like I'm not even going to take that first game. It was like, look out when he threw those 4 touchdown passes, and we saw DeAndre Hopkins get going. It was much more fluid than I thought. But yeah, I'm thinking year 2. If somebody just texted in, yeah, Ron, you're crazy. Their offensive line still isn't strong. Listen, I'm not gonna say that. I know they took the offensive tackle out of Alabama, Latham, in the first round, and he's going to jump in. But I think their offense also, Clint, is not going to be in need of the offensive line being so great like they have before. Like they've been a Derrick Henry run the football down your throat type of an offense. This is Brian Callahan coming from Cincinnati running that offense where they've been able to get around tough offensive lines throughout the entire time they were there, and they've been winning. So I think that's a fair comment from the texter, but I think they'll be a bit improved. They've already taken a big commitment with their first-round pick at it. And so I think their offense shifts. I think their offense changes from having to run the football and their offensive line having to be such a big deal. So, like I said, I don't think they're going to be a problem like win a division, Clint. I'm not saying they're going to win 10, 11 games. But I think the 2 times, Clint, the Texans play them, they're going to know they played somebody. Right? I don't think those games are just going to be easy ball games for the Texans. I think they're going to have to really fight and play against this team because I think they're going to be at least a solid football team.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. I know there's going to be some holes, but we watched a first-year offensive coordinator overcome offensive line issues and wide receiver injury issues this year in a major way. And I would think if anybody could overcome that, Brian Callahan and his pops could overcome some offensive line issues. I could be wrong. But we'll see. I think they've got weapons. They've got a gunslinging quarterback that's going to. I think he's going to lose them a chunk of games. But I also believe if you make it a one-score game, he can go get you. So
he's gonna be throwing that thing up to Calvin Ridley now. Half of them might get picked.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, can he stay healthy? I mean, he's got to. The big part about his brand of ball is let's take away what you think he's capable of doing or not. But, I mean, you look at some of the guys that have been the best at it and made runs. Joe Burrow holding the football, driving it down the field. He did that to a Super Bowl, put up some big numbers, jumped on the scene quick in Cincinnati. And I mean, he's had 2 season-ending injuries since he's been in the league. You look at Josh Allen. I mean, it's just – and I like Josh Allen, obviously, but he's one of the riskier quarterbacks in the league and gets himself in trouble forcing the football down the field. It just doesn't work at the NFL level consistently.
That protect himself, that's a really good point, Clint, because he's you talk about Burrow. Burrow holds it. This nut's more like Josh, Clint. He's tried to run folks over.
Yeah, he's gonna find out quick.
Yeah. I think he found out.
He already did.
but I think he's a little crazy like Josh, that he just keeps doing it anyway. so we'll see. But yeah, they gotta get a hold on that. But as you've said many times, Clint, when you get that offense with a quarterback that is much easier for you to deal with and quick and all of that, it's a game changer, as we saw here with our own eyes. I'm not saying he's C.J. Stroud, but I think that had a lot to do with it. All right, coming up, it's Friday. You know what we do. Tyler puts his heart and soul in it. The best of the week coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How about it? Let's go.
Nothing like winning, boys. Winning is fun. How many is that in a row, T?
7.
7 in a row?
forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, well, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through here. If you're hitting that mic, man.
You've done that no less than 8 times the last 2 days.
It's hot the first time.
Yeah, I know it, but I can't hear it in my ear.
Learn from your mistakes, bro.
I just turn it off so I can hear it when it comes back. Hey, man, stop judging me, man. It's a
I'm
Friday.
not judging you. It's literally just happened 8 times.
No, you're judging me. It's fine. All right? Nobody notices it.
It gave me
Except
a
for
giggle.
you.
It's fine.
No, you give yourself a giggle.
That is also true. I'm a funny guy.
I'm out here trying to you know what? I'm not going to let you bring me down. Congratulations to Sterling.
I got a nephew out of this thing.
The better Milner. No,
oh, damn.
No, for real. Congratulations to Sterling. Brought a new Milner in this world, a baby boy. So congratulations to him and his wife. Yeah,
man.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Tyler Milner's best of the week coming up here shortly. Remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they will look at the Texans' defensive matchups and how they match up with the greatest defenses in Texans history. So we'll look at this group, as many people are high on, and how they compare to the J.J. Watt's defenses of the past and DeMeco Ryans' defenses of the past. So stay tuned and listen to the fellas about that. And as I said, hey, tough for you tonight. You don't get to hear Area 45 tonight with Bijani and Creighton as they are off. But make sure you're listening weekdays, Monday through Friday. They will generally have it down for you.
Oh, wow.
Is that Sean? Yeah, good for Sean.
Yeah, that's Bijani.
Yeah, man. Good for Sean, man. He needs this. He needs this night, man. Needs this night. Sean's going to have a good time tonight. Good for him, man.
He's going to the beach like me.
Is he?
Yeah, he's going to Bolivar.
Well, hold on. Where the hell are you going?
I just got a beach house down on Jamaica Beach in Galveston for the weekend. Me and the wife going to get away for a couple days.
How about that?
Yeah.
Good for you,
I'm excited.
man.
Love the beach.
I think about taking it to the Lake of the Ozarks this weekend.
Nice.
It is. Hell, man. It's a hell of a time, man.
Hell of a party.
Let me know if you see Marty Bird.
It is. Have you ever, Clint, you were close to Arkansas. You ever slid down to the Lake of the Ozarks?
No, I have not, but I'm ashamed. That's one of the spots that I should have gone. I've heard I had full access with some folks that were balls to the wall, and I didn't make it happen.
Tyler, you'd have a hell of a time at the Horny Toad.
Oh, it sounds like
What'd you call Tyler?
Sounds like a great spot.
I called him that, but that's the name of the spot, the Horny Toad.
Swing.
Drove that boat right up to that bad boy. Had us a hell of a time.
It's my favorite kind of toad.
I had a partner up there that had all the toys, Ron, and I never made it up. I'm sure there were some of those involved too, but I did not see those. No.
I'm
talking about boats and jet skis and side by sides and jacked up trucks and all the stuff you need up there.
Oh, not a.
No, we're not talking about chains and whips.
I don't know. I don't know if he needed those.
Even though they excited Rihanna, we're not talking about chains and whips. So.
Y'all taking chains and whips to the beach house this weekend?
Everywhere we go. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
That's going to be good. Crystal Beach. That's where y'all going down there?
Yeah, down there. We're technically on Jamaica, but yeah, down there.
Yeah,
bringing all 3 pups too,
man.
Ron.
Oh, you taking the dogs?
Y'all gonna go to that naked beach down there?
They taking the dogs, Clint. They ain't gonna be able to do nothing.
What? My pups love the beach.
God, how do y'all find somebody that's dumb enough to let y'all take a bunch of dogs to a Verbo?
Well, first of all, our dogs are very well behaved and well mannered.
Hey, didn't you get caught on camera taking some dogs in a Verbo?
Okay, that wasn't our fault. F those people. I drove my ass all the way to Austin, had to turn around, drive my ass all the way back.
I told you about a clip.
No, that's BS, bro. That Airbnb, they had it listed dog friendly, no limit on how many. And then they're looking at me on their camera in their house. Y'all have a big dog in there. Is that a pit bull? Yeah, jackass. See, you made me mad. I've been in such a good mood all day.
Well, they probably checked your social medias and saw what you do with your dogs.
No, they literally looked in on us live with a camera at their house.
This guy just brought a whole family of dogs in that sleep on the human pillows.
He was smoking hot. Hey, Clint, how long ago was that, Tyler?
Like 2 years or so,
That was 2 years ago. That's exactly the fire you brought 2 years ago when you told me.
I mean, you drive your ass to Austin and have to turn around, come right back with a truck full of crap and 3 dogs.
I told you I ain't leaving. Y'all kiss my ass. I got it right here. Y'all got it. I got it right here, or y'all better find me somewhere else to go. All right, we do this every Friday, the best of the week. All
right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
You got to give him that huck to it and spit on that thing. You get me?
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live, and you are listening to KILT HD2. Tyler, are you scared?
Not scared, no. I think it has the potential to be a hell of a game.
Listen, and when we talk about sports, it's okay to be scared.
Oh, I know, but I'm not.
Yeah, okay, it's okay to be. It's okay to be.
Yeah, but my answer is I'm not.
You're not. I'm just checking with you. The big blue, the big blue orange wagon, I call it.
That's what you said Friday, yeah.
I called it the big blue orange wagon. Put all the colors in there.
Well, y'all got to be hot right now, huh, Bub?
Smoking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get a little A&M action in there, too.
Choo-choo, choo-choo.
There it is. Somebody.
What'd you say, Blue Chew?
Choo-choo,
Choo-choo. Oh, get you a Blue Chew sponsorship.
That's a hell of a sponsorship.
What drives the big orange chain? The Blue Chew. Same thing that should drive your train, the Blue Chew.
Yeah, but it was the blue train. Yeah, no.
I'll tell you what.
Hey,
sweeping the O's has the same effect on me as Blue Chew would.
Hey, Chew wouldn't do it, Bub.
I think that would probably have to come to me then. Tyler is ready to go, baby. I love it, baby. Tyler is ready. He's getting at it with people with the. It's the Texas guys. Is it? I'm guessing.
Yeah, some Longhorns been texting in since Friday. Go Tennessee, yeah. And I said, it makes sense you'd root for the real UT. That adds up.
Yeah, they had to see that coming.
Meanwhile, the Longhorns just fired their baseball coach. No losers. Idiots. Who you gonna hire? Dumbasses.
Who you gonna hire?
Well, they can always hire Jimbo Fisher. He's out there.
Yeah, he's out there.
Now you should have a good time, man. Juicy Lucy.
Juicy Lucy.
That's their food of.
Sounds like a girl I dated in college.
First off, the discussions we've had about what you like about booty, because that's what I think about juicy.
Oh, that's not what was
about
juicy.
Booty. Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah. I burnt the hell out of my mouth.
You bit into that thing, that cheese.
That
like
cheese
like old Hot Pocket. Like old Hot Pocket. Got it.
I was aggressive.
That ain't no lie.
I went in. Pop, neck, bam.
That cheese will get you.
I blacked out a little bit, man.
That's a great call, too. Every kid's burned his mouth with the damn Hot
Pocket. Hot Pockets back in the day were awful.
I'm moving a little slow tonight. I had a Hot Pocket for dinner.
Hot Pockets!
But he has another one.
Have y'all tried, as you're beating their ass, put their nose in the bed they chewed up?
Well, you got to catch them doing it, though, and whenever we get home.
No, you don't.
Yes, every dog trainer will tell you that.
I don't care what the dog trainer says.
Ow! You're dead serious about that collar.
I've never seen it.
You're dead serious about that damn collar.
Look, I had a lab.
All right. Ooh, wow. Uh-oh. Oh, whoa.
Something got you choked up over here, man? Get a little emotional?
Something just
J.J. Redick, new Lakers head coach, man, got you excited? Were you emotional?
We're going to have to
happy? You
we're
sad?
We're going to have to get with Jake.
She's a host of The Rundown on MLB Network. I'd like to run down.
Tyler?
Pause.
No, just stop. Hey, now, he doesn't even put, there was a time when I'd like to just run down. He just says
that time is now.
Okay. All right, coming up now. And the cocaine.
That shot wasn't stale. The big saltine drains it from downtown. Do I have a nosebleed? Because Cocaine Curry is on fire.
It's going crazy in the Summit. Cocaine Curry. His foot wasn't on the line there. Cocaine Curry.
I get it now. Okay, I get it.
Say hello to his little friend. Cocaine Curry drains the three.
He caught the ball off the screen, sniffed twice, and drained it. Cocaine Curry.
Let me tell you what's not going to help us get on Barrett's top 10 list.
Nah, babe, rehab.
Did you hurt yourself? Because Coach Booth said after his back surgery, he has to go to rehab.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hurt myself. I hurt my nose.
That man said to me, I usually overpack in shoes, but I usually underpack in underwear. He said I usually take maybe one day?
About 1 day less than a trip actually is of undies, yeah.
And he said he just rewears one of them. But you rewear draws.
Beach underwear?
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to
No. It don't matter what kind of draws you wear for a day.
I thought he was going to say, like, I wore them to breakfast. Look, here's the deal, Tyler. It sounds like if he's packing a carry-on everywhere he goes, it's not just underwear.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The best of the week. Always great. Always great as we had a great weekend there. Tyler, Clint, when you brought up that analogy off the Juicy Lucy to the Hot Pocket, that done Tyler in. I mean, Tyler went back. I saw it in his eyes. He went back to a place where he must have burned the hell out of his mouth with a Hot Pocket. That touched him.
Yes, dude, ham and cheese.
That's a good question, Ron. You were talking about, like, what is because you went on to say, I don't know if it made Tyler's cut there, but you went on to say, like, that first bite you tasted and that Juicy Lucy was good, but you burned everything in there so you don't remember.
I missed it all. Yeah.
You didn't taste the rest of it, right? Well, like what's worse? Burning the original whatever it is that you burn, like the damn roof of your mouth with. I mean, like your tongue, the roof of your mouth, your taste buds, everything, or like the next day's worth of trying to eat with it all sensitive.
Especially if it's something you really, really want, right? Like it depends, because if it's a Hot Pocket, man, Tyler had a bunch of ham and cheese Hot Pockets. That'll piss you smooth off if that Hot Pocket will just ruin the rest of your eating experience for the next couple of days. But like, I wanted that Juicy Lucy. It was the first time I ever had it. I had been waiting, all right, going to Minneapolis, and this is a spot to get it. And we had Juicy Lucy veterans in there. Nobody warned me about, hey, man, come in there cautiously. And I went in all the way. And it just, I mean, I wanted to taste the rest of that thing. And I didn't have that. I had to wait till I went back.
You were really looking forard to the rest of it.
Well, that's really the most frustrating part is it burns you and you can't taste.
Forget the fact that I'm burned. I'm just pissed that I'm not going to be able to enjoy the rest of it.
Yeah, and I couldn't. And I was around my wife's parents, so I couldn't cuss like I wanted to. Oh, dang. Just had to hold it in.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah. I was smoking hot about that thing. All right, Astros got it going tonight. You know what I got my eye on, man? I got my eye on Yordan Alvarez. I want to see if he could start not just getting hot, but being the guy, starting to turn the corner to be the guy that we expect him to be, Clint. I mean,